Chapter 481 My flat A is 100 times more powerful than your ultimate move. Ta-ta-ta. Ta-ta-ta. Gatlin roared. And golden magic bullets streaked across the glacier like meteors. Archie's expression changed drastically, and he roared angrily. Get out of the way. The people in the Zhao family were not rookies. They had already sensed the danger and instantly fell into pieces. Archie was like a ghost, using an irregular S-shaped route to avoid the dense bullets. The magic bullets blasted holes into the ice behind him. But they were always one step behind Archie and failed to hit him. Of course, this was mainly because Na Feng had no murderous intention at all. So he let some water go. Click, click, click. Under the bombardment of thousands of magic bullets, a huge crack appeared on the transparent ice, which was bottomless. If someone falls into this crack, they may never be able to climb out. Southwind, what AO has a hard belly? Archie shouted, turned around, and rushed into the group of ice giants not far away. Na Feng slowly moved Gatlin's aim and shot at the group of ice giants. If you want to compete with me for first place, then I can only kill you first. Na Feng roared in response. Archie was trembling with anger. We are born from the same roots. Why are we in such a hurry? Why do we Blue Star people embarrass Blue Star people? Na Feng raised an eyebrow. Ouch. You can not only speak tongue twisters, but also recite poetry? Before Archie could answer, Zhao Go, a contestant from the Zhao family, yelled, How dare you, Lu Shibu, attack a member of my Zhao family. While the two were talking, Zhao Go had already led a group of his followers to surround him from the flanks. Zhao Go's eyes were cold and he stared at Na Feng. It just so happened that someone paid a big price to buy your and Duan Kuan's lives. I didn't plan to take a trip into this muddy water, but you came to my door yourself. So I had no choice but to accept it. When Archie saw this, he immediately stopped him and said, Don't go. You are no match for him. Behind Zhao Go, Zhao Gu sneered disdainfully, not his opponent. I want to give it a try and see how powerful you chosen ones really are. He unfolded the folding fan in his hand and waved it hard, blowing out a ball of gray-black flames. This is Demon Yao Yin. Zhao Go laughed and said, Zhao Ji's heavenly Demon Yao Yin has been refined by 80%. And its power is so terrifying that even level 40 ferocious beasts are afraid of it. You, a chosen one in your 30s, will be burned to ashes in a matter of minutes. Of course Na Feng knew how powerful Tianmo Yaoyan was, so he immediately put Gatling away and rolled to the side to avoid it. The black fire hit the ice and burned instantly, as if it was about to melt the entire iceberg. I heard from Archie that you can be ranked among the top 10 in this class of chosen ones. Zhao Gu shook the folding fan lightly and said with a smile, I will beat you to the ground with one move, and you will be in such a miserable state. It seems that your chosen ones are not that good either. Na Feng stood up and patted the ice chips on his body. What does rolling on the ground mean? Labor and capital are rolling forward. Also, what does it mean to be ranked among the top 10 in terms of strength? Is this how Archie introduced me? Having said this, Na Feng held out 2 fingers. I am ranked second. Do you understand the second place? Zhao Gu sneered. You can even rank second. Then you, the chosen ones, are even less good. He flipped the folding fan in his hand, and a huge gray-black fireball condensed and formed in front of him. The gray-black fireball slowly rose into the sky, getting bigger and bigger, like a black sun. The high temperature emitted by the black fireball caused the icebergs under their feet to begin to melt. Zhao Gu shouted, Lu Shibu, do you dare to take my meteor and fireball move? Why not? Na Feng slowly took out the Yaoyan flamethrower. Come on. Let me see what's going on with your big black ball. Everyone in the Zhao family couldn't help but laugh secretly in their hearts when they saw Na Feng's unconcerned look. In the first trial, hunting ferocious beasts, Zhao Gu used this meteor fireball move to instantly kill a level 39 ferocious beast. As we all know, ferocious beasts have rough skin and thick flesh that can withstand beatings. At the same level, the physical fitness of humans is completely inferior to that of ferocious beasts. No matter how powerful you, Lu Shibu, are, you're only level 37. You can't possibly be more durable than a level 39 ferocious beast. Right? He is dead. Zhao Gu murmured in a low voice when he saw that Na Feng did not dodge. If you kill Lu Shibu, you will inevitably become enemies with the chosen one. I don't know if it's worth it, but the current situation does not allow Zhao Gu to think more. Zhao Gu raised the folding fan high and pressed it down fiercely. His eyes were full of confident light, and his face was solemn as he shouted word by word. Flow. Star. Fire. Ball. Na Feng had been standing there waiting for a long time, and finally waited until the big black ball fell. He casually raised his right hand, pointed the Yaoyin flamethrower at the slowly falling black fireball, and shouted word by word, Pooh! Pass! Attack! Hit! Wow! A jet black flame that was more than 400 meters long shot straight into the sky. The flame was so pure and black that it was much more powerful than the gray-black fireball summoned by Zhao Gu. The gray-black fireball was instantly swallowed up by tongues of fire, leaving not even a trace of residue behind. Zhao Gu turned pale, stared at the tongue of fire rising into the sky with wide eyes, and murmured, Is this 100% refined heavenly demon Yao Yin? Impossible. How is this possible? He is still so young. How could he refine the heavenly demon Yao Yin to such an extent? When Zhao Gu saw the scene, he took a few steps back and hid behind other followers. He was covered in cold sweat, and his legs were so frightened that he felt weak. It's over. It's over. It turns out that this is Lu Xiubu's true strength. He has been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. He is so inappropriate. The other followers of the Zhao family were also trembling and wanted to escape. But looking at the tongue of flames that was more than 400 meters long, they did not dare to run. How can this run? Even if Na Feng asked them to run 399 meters first, they wouldn't be able to run away. Snap. A folding fan fell to the ground. I lost. My meteors and fireballs are not as good as yours. Zhao Gu looked at Na Feng with a lost expression. What's the name of this move of yours? Na Feng released his finger from pulling the trigger, and the 400-meter-long tongue of flame disappeared in an instant. Didn't I just say that? This is my normal attack. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Gu shouted with a ferocious expression. This must be your special move. It definitely can't be a normal attack. Don't try to lie to me. Na Feng shrugged, pointed the Yaoyin flamethrower at the sky, and started to pull the trigger one after another. The 400-meter-long jet-black tongue of flame appeared and disappeared. Appeared and disappeared. Appeared and disappeared again. You see? This is a normal attack. Maybe you can't believe it, but it's true. My flat A is 100 times more powerful than your ultimate move. Chapter 482 got into big trouble. My flat A is 100 times more powerful than your ultimate move. Puff. Hearing these words, Zhao Gu spit out a mouthful of blood and stood there and started to giggle. Ha 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 ha. I'm dreaming. This is not real. This is just a dream. Ha ha ha. Ah, this. Is this kid's mental endurance a bit too weak? Stop it. Don't fight anymore. Archie came late and stood between Na Feng and Zhao Gu. He smiled bitterly and said, Na Feng, please keep a line in your life so that we can meet each other in the future. The Zhao family is affectionate and righteous to me. You don't need to be so cruel. Right? Na Feng put away the Yaoyin flamethrower and spread his hands. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't even touch him. Archie was silent. He saw the whole process just now. Na Feng did not lie. He really didn't touch Zhao Gu. But the psychological blow he gave to Zhao Gu was fatal. Among the young people of the Zhao family, Zhao Gu ranks among the top 3 in terms of strength. He has fast training speed and strong talent. He has few opponents among his peers, coupled with the fact that he can refine Tianmo Yao Yin at such a young age. He has a promising future. Ever since he was young, Zhao Gu has been a child of other people's families. He is used to hearing praises from others around him, and is very confident in his talents. But this time, Nanfeng's ultimate move was broken by a flat A, which almost broke his heart. This is 100 times worse than beating him up. Na Feng, you are destroying people's foundation. Archie took a deep breath and said, Stop. Keep fighting. It will be bad for you and me. After all, the Zhao family is a big family and has a solid foundation. If Na Feng really kills these people today, the Zhao family will definitely not let him go after he leaves the 9-layer demon tower. This is also the reason why Na Feng has never taken action against Zhao Gu and others. Otherwise, his flamethrower just now would have been sprayed not at the sky, but at people. I didn't intend to kill them originally. I came here for you. Na Feng looked at Archie. Come on. Let's go aside and chat. Na Feng and Archie stayed away from the Zhao family and talked in low voices. Na Feng, let's put it this way. I must win the first place in this trial. If you insist on competing with me, then I will have to take out a nuclear bomb to greet you. Archie, do you still have a nuclear bomb? Are you serious? Na Feng, don't interrupt. This is not the point. The point is that you don't compete with me for first place. We are all Blue Star people. If we fight over each other, wouldn't it be a joke to outsiders? Archie looked embarrassed, but the Zhao family treated me really well. If I just quit the game like this, wouldn't I be letting down the head of the Zhao family? Nanfeng shook his head. Who asked you to withdraw from the competition? You just need to put some water in it, and don't take it so seriously. Isn't it okay? Archie was still hesitant, but the head of the Zhao family gave him too much. And he also promised that if he could win first place, the benefits would be doubled. You know the current situation. Who is not short of money? We all need a lot of money to buy food. Nanfeng had an expression that said he hated iron, but could not make steel. Silly. How much can the head of the Zhao family give you? That is to write about petty profit. Petty profit. Do you understand? Archie stretched out his hand. Can you give me a little profit? Nanfeng was speechless, looked around, and found a pure white snow lotus at the foot of the iceberg not far away. He walked over and picked off the snow lotus and handed it to Archie. Take it. You're welcome. Archie took the snow lotus, not knowing why. Do you know how much this snow lotus can be sold for? According to the price in Liyun City, it can be sold for at least several 100,000. Snow lotuses like this are everywhere here, Nanfeng said, blocking in front of Archie. You put it in the backpack when the Zhao family was not paying attention. Isn't this more than what the head of the Zhao family gave? Archie thought for a moment, then put the snow lotus into his backpack. But my backpack only has 4 slots left. How much can it hold? Compared with the petty profits of the Zhao family, it is still far behind. Just 4 squares? Nanfeng was stunned for a moment, then patted his head. I almost forgot. The normal Chosen One's backpack only has 10 slots, which is not as good as one of Nanfeng's. These 10 grids also contain some spare equipment, which are usually fully filled. Normally it doesn't matter. The Chosen One can open the town warehouse and transfer things directly to the warehouse. But this is the 9-layered demon tower. The panel cannot be opened, and the town warehouse Archie cannot use it. Nanfeng scratched his head, then picked the expensive one. If you still lose money, I will compensate you some more after I go out. Hearing this, Archie hesitated again and again, and finally made a decision. That's okay. I'll be relieved with the words of the Lord of Nan City. I promise to put any treasure I find next in my pocket, and never let anyone in the Zhao family see it. Nanfeng made a fist with his right hand, beat his chest, and then pointed his index finger at Archie. Good buddy. In my heart, Zhao Gadel was heartbroken and half crazy. Archie was bribed, and the Zhao family's opponent was basically solved. Next, as long as she takes care of Tang Xiaobao from the Tang family, Yin Nujio will be able to advance without any pressure. As for the whereabouts of the Tang family, it's easy to guess. If they want to compete for first place, they will definitely go to the 3rd and 7th floors to look for treasures. Nanfeng will encounter them sooner or later. There is no rush to find the Tang family now. I will bring some goods to the brothers in Nancheng first. Nanfeng is going to search the 3rd layer, preferably to the extent that a wild goose can pluck its feathers. He was about to say goodbye to Archie and leave here when the ice under his feet suddenly began to shake violently. Archie's face hardened, and he said solemnly, My intuition tells me that there is danger here. Isn't this obvious at a glance? Nanfeng looked at the huge crack blasted out by the magic bullet. The ice on both sides of the crack was slowly separating, and the bottomless gap was getting wider and wider, and soon reached a width of more than 10 meters. Something is wrong. 12 out of 10 is wrong. Archie looked at the crack with a shocked look on his face. Nanfeng, you penetrated this secret realm, and the secret realm was divided into 2. Nerves? Where do I have this kind of strength? Nanfeng rolled his eyes and made a bold assumption. I suspect there is something under the crack, and it is tearing open the gap with force, trying to climb out. In the distance, the group of ice giants, who were lucky enough to survive Gatling's fire, were shouting and dancing happily. This also proved Nanfeng's guess from the side. Under this ice surface, there may be a huge ice crystal giant suppressing it, and the crack that Nanfeng blasted with Gatling just happened to help the ice giant escape from the abyss. Nanfeng, you may be in big trouble. Archie felt the extremely cold breath coming from under the abyss, and his body was trembling slightly from the cold. He waited for a long time, but Nanfeng never answered him. Archie felt something was wrong and turned his head sharply to see where was Nanfeng's figure behind him. 2 kilometers away. Nanfeng waved to Archie and shouted, Why don't you run and wait to die? Yes, run. Archie looked at everyone in the Zhao family and shouted at the top of his lungs, Follow me. Go! 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 Chapter 483 Ancient Ice Crystal Giant. The third floor of the 9-layered Demon Tower is the extreme ice purgatory. The south wind was so fast that it retreated several kilometers in minutes. Standing on an iceberg, you could see far away, at the end of his field of vision, a winding crack spread toward both ends. The crack is getting wider and longer, and seems to be splitting the entire secret realm into two. What the hell did I do? Nefeng himself was shocked. Is his Gatling so powerful? Can a secret realm be destroyed with one round of shooting? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I won't take the blame. Nefeng jumped off the iceberg with a hiss and ran towards a place at the foot of the mountain that emitted three-color light. He was going to speed up, search the third floor, and then leave here for the 7th floor. As for what was under the crack, Nefeng didn't bother to care. It has nothing to do with him. Eye of insight. Nefeng looked at the glowing place, where there was a tricolor demonic stone buried under the ice. It's a pretty good thing. It can probably be sold for 1 or 200,000. Nefeng shattered the ice with a punch and put away the three-color demonic stone. He continued to move forward and put all the treasures he saw on the road, valuable or not, into his backpack. The main theme is a locust crossing the border. Boom! The ice surface suddenly shook violently. Nefeng hurriedly took a stance and shifted his center of gravity downwards, so as not to fall. Less than 2 meters away from him, a large hole opened in the ice. Nefeng probed his head and looked under the cave. It was pitch black and bottomless. Click, click, click. There was another sound of ice breaking. Nefeng looked to the side and behind, and there were cracks in the ice there. Damn it. Isn't this secret realm about to collapse? Nefeng immediately became nervous. If the secret realm collapses, then won't those people who stayed in the secret realm also die with the secret realm? No. I can't be greedy anymore. I must leave this level as soon as possible. With this thought, Nefeng spread out his devil wings and flew into the sky, starting to look for the transfer point on this level. About 10 kilometers away, there were several small black spots floating in the air, which were Archie and the Zhao family. They are also in a hurry to find the teleportation point. Nonfeng's gaze moved downwards, looking at the endless ice below. That is, he stared at the crack far away, and saw a pair of ice-clear giant hands slowly stretching out from the crack. These huge hands grabbed the edge of the crack and began to exert force, climbing up bit by bit. In just a moment, a large transparent bald head emerged from the crack, and it raised its head to the sky and let out a long roar. Rumble. Crash. Crash. The iceberg collapsed and the ice broke under the roar of this extremely huge ice crystal giant. This secret realm is closer to collapse. Nefeng stared at the ice crystal giant's eyes that exuded colorful light and licked his lips. Colorful holy stones. The piece of three-color demon stone Nefeng picked up just now is only worth 2 to 300,000. The upgraded version of three-color demonic stone, 5-color divine stone, is more expensive, and can usually be sold for more than 5 million. As for the colorful holy stone, it is an upgraded version of the 5-colored holy stone, and is more expensive. Moreover, the diameter of the two colorful holy stones in the giant's eyes is at least over 2 meters, which is exaggeratedly large. For such a big, colorful holy stone, there is probably no third one in the entire world. Zero. If we could knock off this giant's eyeballs, wouldn't we be able to win the first place in this trial? But just think about this kind of thing. Nefeng himself is not as big as someone else's eyeballs. It would be extremely difficult to dig out the other person's eyeballs. In the distance, Archie held a long sword and drew a shining golden X in the air, and then landed rapidly with everyone in the Zhao family. Nefeng understood that Archie was telling him that he had found the teleportation point. Call out. Nefeng did not hesitate, flapped his wings and flew over. The teleportation point was not far from the giant. So Nefeng released a eye of insight and looked over. Ancient ice crystal titan, suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Extremely weak. All attributes dropped by 99.99%. The south wind suddenly stopped and floated in the air. What do you mean? All attributes dropped by 99.99%? Isn't this really trying to seduce someone? Roar! Ancient ice crystal giant felt Nonfeng's malicious eyes, opened its huge mouth and roared. Nonfeng's eyes narrowed. The 2 rows of shining golden teeth in the giant's mouth seemed to be unparalleled secret gold, and the purity is off the charts. Each one weighing several tons of unparalleled secret gold. This big guy is full of treasures. Nefong floated in the air, his expression a little tangled. Ancient Ice Crystal Titan. This name sounds awesome, even if all its attributes dropped by 99.99%. Nefong didn't feel that he was its opponent. But, at this moment, the big transparent head of Ancient Ice Crystal Titan is right in the middle of the crack. And it seems that it can't get out. Try the damage first. Nefong carried the rocket launcher on his shoulder, aimed at the big eyeball of the ice crystal giant, and fired. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose. When the smoke dissipated, only the big eyes of Ancient Ice Crystal Giant were seen, staring fiercely at Nefong. Roar! With a roar, Nonfing's heart was shaken, and he was almost thrown away by the terrifying sound wave. He finally flapped his wings to stabilize his body, turned around and saw that the head of Ancient Ice Crystal Giant had come out, and even half of his neck had come out. Nonfing's shot just now blew up the cracks on both sides, but instead helped the Ice Crystal Giant. Playing Nima? Didn't you lose any blood? Nefong secretly thought something bad and swooped down quickly towards the teleportation point. Ancient Ice Crystal Giant's right hand has completely stretched out of the crack. This big hand, which is more than 350 meters long, exerts force for a while, bringing the strong wind to the south wind. The south wind was like a fly, nimbly avoiding the fly swatter. But the terrible airflow still made it impossible for Nefong to maintain his balance. And he fell headlong, rolling and flipping on the ice for 3.5 weeks. And just stopped at the teleportation point. God will not kill me. The dizzy Nefong didn't have time to think too much. So he reached out and touched a star casually. Wrong. Nefong looked at the star he encountered, and a bad premonition emerged in his mind. But he had no time to regret. With a flash of white light, Nefong had already left the 3rd floor of the 9-layer demon tower. Luyun City. The King of Fighters martial arts arena. The white-haired old man sat cross-legged in front of the 9-layer demon tower, closing his eyes to relax. Suddenly, he opened his eyes suddenly, and a light appeared in his cloudy eyes. Yan Shuchi, who was waiting on the side, was keenly aware of the abnormality. Master Bai? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with those little guys in the tower? Mr. Bai's face was a little solemn. Something went wrong on the 3rd floor. The original owner of the demon tower, who once suppressed something on the 3rd floor, somehow escaped. The 3rd level of suppression? Tang Tian, the head of the Tang family, pondered for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, the one suppressed on the 3rd floor of the demon tower should be the Ancient Ice Crystal Giant God. Right? The heads of other major families were secretly frightened and looked at Tang Tian. Even the Bai family may not know this kind of confidential matter. Why would you, a Tang family member, know about it? The white-haired old man also looked at Tang Tian in surprise. How did you know? Tang Tian smiled and said, my ancestors had a good relationship with the first owner of the 9-layer demon tower. That Ancient Ice Crystal Giant God was helped by our ancestors to suppress it. So that's it. Mr. Bai nodded and said, you don't need to worry. All those little guys have left the 3rd floor, and there are no casualties. Huh? Etc. Halfway through his words, Mr. Bai, who had always been calm, suddenly stood up and stared at the top of the demon tower. Chapter 484 Secret Realm. See Long Woody again. Spin. Jump. I closed my eyes. Nefong felt like he was thrown into a drum washing machine. His whole body kept rolling up and down, and the world was spinning. Finally, after who knows how long, the south wind stopped, and his feet stepped firmly on the ground. Vomit. He squatted down and retched for a long time, almost vomiting out the stomach acid. This is where the dizzy south wind has not yet calmed down. He only remembered that after he entered the teleportation point, he touched a star casually. When he reacted, he realized that the star was the dim 9th star. The 9th star represents the 9th floor of the 9-layer demon tower. Nefong thought that the teleportation would fail, but he didn't expect that he was teleported away anyway, and was still teleported into the drum washing machine. Slowly raising his head, Nefong looked at the gray sky. That feeling of weightlessness just now. He must have fallen from the sky. Right? Shaking his groggy head, Nefong stood up and looked around. Is this the 9th floor of the 9-layer demon tower? Right? Didn't Yin Nujio say that the 8th and 9th floors of the demon tower were damaged? Then how did I teleport here? This place is filled with gray fog everywhere. And even if Nefong has excellent eyesight, he can't see very far. This situation makes Nan Feng feel very dangerous. Because what is invisible is the scariest thing. After standing there for a while, Nan Feng walked forward when his mind was completely clear. First look for the teleportation point, and see if there are any big treasures here. After walking for a long time in the gray fog, Nan Feng's face gradually became serious. It's the same everywhere. There is no reference point here at all. And it is impossible to tell the front, back, left, and right. After walking for a long time, Nan Feng felt like he was spinning in circles. Something is wrong. Nan Feng took out the netherworld thorn and made a big mark on the ground. Then he continued moving forward, drawing an arrow on the ground every time he walked a certain distance. Just like that. He didn't know how far he had gone, when Nan Feng suddenly stopped. On the ground in front of him, there is an arrow pointing to the left. Are you really spinning in circles? Nan Feng spread its devil wings and flew into the sky, trying to find a way out from the sky. But the gray fog in the sky is thicker and denser, making people feel dizzy, nauseous and vomiting. Nan Feng only flew for more than 10 seconds before giving up and returning to the ground. Difficult to handle. Nan Feng took a deep breath, sat down, lit a bonfire, and began to think about how to get out of this ghost place. This place is a bit similar to the fog in the ancient forest. But after walking into the heavy fog, you will be randomly teleported away. This heavy fog will only trap people inside. This should still be in the 9 layers demon tower. Right? I hope that the old man with white hair can get me out after the trial is over. But Nan Feng also knew in his heart that where he was now was most likely the 9th floor of the 9-layer demon tower. That white-haired old man seems to have no control over the 9th floor. Clatter. An extremely slight sound of footsteps sounded behind Nan Feng. Nan Feng's muscles all over his body were tense, and he did not move rashly. 10 seconds later, footsteps sounded again. The thing behind is approaching the south wind at an extremely slow speed. Ha, want to sneak attack on your Mr. Nan? Nan Feng smiled crookedly and calmly took out the spray gun from his backpack. Attack me? As soon as you get close, the boss will come back and spray you to death. Duh. Seeing that Nan Feng didn't notice, the things behind him couldn't help but quicken their pace. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Nan Feng listened to the sound and identified the position, confirming that the thing behind him was getting closer and closer. He held the spray gun tightly with both hands and waited until the opponent came within 2 meters before spraying him into a sieve. 4 meters, 3 meters. Veins popped up in Nan Feng's hands. Just as he was about to twist his waist and turn around to take a shot, he heard a confused voice coming from behind. Who are you? Damn it! Blue Star people? Nan Feng quickly stopped his hand and looked at the person behind him. Behind him is a young man with curly hair and a nose ring. From his appearance, it is not difficult to tell that this should be the chosen one of Asen Kingdom. But why are the chosen ones from Asen Kingdom here? Seeing that Nan Feng didn't answer, Asan asked the chosen one again. Who are you? Strange. Why is the God of Creation system not translated? Did it crash? Nan Feng frowned, his brain spinning rapidly. And he used all his life's knowledge to answer, Impainkyu. And you? The chosen one of Asen Kingdom was speechless, and said in broken Dragon Country dialect. Dragon Kingdom. The chosen one? You? Name. What? Now Nan Feng understood. My name is Nan Feng. What's yours? Oh. South Wind. You? South Wind. The chosen one of the 3 kingdoms looked surprised, danced happily on the spot, and then said, I? Miles Solomon. Miles Solomon? Nan Feng was stunned. Is this guy Miles Solomon? He still remembered that some time ago, Miles Solomon said in the chat channel that he had discovered a secret place and invited everyone to explore it. Nan Feng originally wanted to go, but Miles Solomon failed to approve his friend application, so he had to give up. I didn't expect to meet you here. Wait, isn't this the secret realm you mentioned? A glimmer of light flashed in Nan Feng's eyes. Doesn't that mean Long Woody is here too? Deaf? Invincible? Miles nodded vigorously, then spread his hands again. I see him. Yesterday. What the L is this dragon-like bird talk? It really sounds like that. Fortunately, the south wind can also sing like dragons and birds, so communication is not a problem. Tell me, where is Long Woody? Otherwise, don't blame me for giving you some color to see. Miles shook his head vigorously and muttered, No. Nan Feng was too lazy to press him, so he tapped the tactical headset and started calling Long Woody, Brother Long. Brother Long. This is Brother Feng. Please answer if you hear me. Oh! After waiting for a moment, Na Feng did not wait for Long Woody's reply. It should have exceeded the communication range of the tactical headset. Na Feng began to run forward, calling Long Woody as he ran. Finally, half an hour later, Long Woody's voice finally came from his headphones. Yo, Brother Feng? Have you come to this place where birds don't poop? Do you think I want to come? Na Feng tapped the tactical headset and said seriously, you have been missing for so long. Of course I have to come and see what's going on. Long Woody was silent for a moment and seemed a little moved. Brother Feng was worried. Nanfeng's mouth twitched. Brother, I just said that casually. You wouldn't take it seriously. Right? Worry about you. You are an invincible dragon. I am too full to worry about you. Now I'm just worried about whether I can leave this Lish place. Chapter 485 Xiaonan. Come and drive drunk. 10 minutes later, Na Feng finally reunited with Long Woody. This is a simple camp, with 20 or 30 chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom in the camp. Na Feng knew several of them: Lin Mimi, Flying Eagle, Mad Wolf, etc. Brother Feng. Long time no see. Long Woody stepped forward and gave Na Feng a big hug. That's okay. Na Feng patted Long Woody on the shoulder and said doubtfully, you look like you have gone through a lot of vicissitudes. This place is too boring, isn't it? Long Woody had stubble growing on the corners of his mouth, and his face was full of exhaustion. Even his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. At first glance, it seemed as if Long Woody had been here for several years. Na Feng raised an eyebrow. Wait, how long have you been here? 7 months. Long Woody smiled bitterly. The moment I saw you, I guessed that the flow of time here is different from that in the outside world. How long has passed outside? Na Feng did a mental calculation, counting from the day we parted. Exactly 7 days had passed. 1 day outside. 1 month here. Come on. Let's go inside and talk. Long Woody invited Na Feng into the camp. The chosen ones of Dragon City in the camp all looked at Na Feng with burning eyes, hoping that Na Feng could bring them good news. But they may be disappointed, because Na Feng doesn't know how to leave here for the time being. There is a small wooden house built with tree trunks in the camp, and there is a simple wooden table in the house. On the table, there is the same tea set that is exactly the same as in the guest room of Yin Mansion. Come, have tea. Long Woody poured tea for Na Feng and said with a smile, the conditions here are simple. Brother Feng, don't dislike it. Na Feng drank the tea in one gulp and said, tell me, what's going on now? This secret realm is so powerful that it can trap you for 7 months. Long Woody let out a long sigh and began to talk about his experiences in the past 7 months. In fact, they had little experience. In the past 7 months, Long Woody and the others had been doing the same thing almost every day, looking for a way out. There are no ferocious beasts or plants in this secret realm. Only endless gray mist. They circled in the gray fog day after day, but they couldn't find their way out of here. Na Feng pondered, have you ever tried holding hands and forming a line and walking forward together? Of course. Do you think we are fools? Long Woody smiled bitterly and said, we have tried every method we can think of, flying to the sky, digging underground, tying everyone to a rope, and keeping moving forward in a straight line. But we can't get out. We also left marks on the ground to ensure that we would not go back. But within a day, the marks on the ground would disappear, as if the ground had been reset. Later, I tried to use violence to directly blast open this secret realm. But obviously, I am not strong enough. This secret realm cannot be broken so easily. Na Feng nodded. This secret realm is called 9 Layers Demonic Tower. It should be the natal weapon of the last chosen one. It would be strange if you could break it. Na Feng told Long Woody everything about this trial, including the information related to the 9-layer demon tower. After listening to this, Long Woody pondered for a long time and then said, according to you, as long as we can find the teleportation point, we can leave here? But I've been here for 7 months, and I haven't seen the teleportation point you mentioned even once. Na Feng stretched out a finger and pointed upward. I think the teleportation point may be in the sky. Na Feng was not just guessing, because he just fell from the sky. Long Woody shook his head slightly. Have you ever flown before? It's impossible to fly in the sky here. Indeed. Na Feng had tried flying just now, but as soon as he reached the sky, he felt dizzy, nauseous and felt like vomiting. He landed after a short time. The sky here is really not suitable for flying. Because of this, the teleportation point is more likely to be in the sky. Nafong said firmly. Let's fly up and look for it. It's better than staying here and waiting to die. Okay. Long Woody stood up decisively and walked out of the hut with Nafong. May. Speed us up. Long Woody spoke softly. Lin Mimi nodded. Her feather fan shook slightly, and two golden lights flew towards Nafong and Long Woody respectively. Nafong only felt his body light, like he could jump 3 meters high with one jump. Brother Fong. Let's go! Long Woody took the lead, shooting straight into the sky like a sharp arrow. Devil wings unfolded. Nafong followed closely behind Long Woody. A dizzy feeling came over him. Nafong bit the tip of his tongue and tried to keep himself awake. He narrowed his eyes slightly and searched for the location of the teleportation point in the air. But in the gray fog that filled the sky, the visibility was so low that I couldn't see anything at all. Brother Long, did you see anything? Nafong said loudly. Long Woody shook his head. I have flown up countless times, but I have never seen anything. The feeling of nausea and vomiting became stronger and stronger. And Nafong already felt like vomiting. Brother Fong, can you still hold on? Can. Then keep your eyes open and watch. What do you like? Look, what does a sky without gray fog look like? Long Woody's energy sank into his dantian, and his true energy circulated throughout his body, finally gathering on his right hand. Drink! Hearing a loud shout, Long Woody fiercely swung his right fist. Hoo ho ho! The fist wind roared like a hurricane passing through. The wind caused by this punch blew away all the gray fog 2 kilometers in front of Long Woody. Damn it! Nafong couldn't help but swore. You're a melee fighter, and your attack range is as high as 2 kilometers? How can you let those chosen ones who draw bows and shoot arrows live? The gray fog quickly gathered and covered the sky again. Long Woody asked slightly tiredly, How is it? Did you see the teleport point? Nafong shook his head. No. Maybe not in this direction. Long Woody took a deep breath, then go down first. Wait for me to rest. And then punch me in another direction. Back at the camp, Long Woody sat down on the spot and began to adjust his breath. 3 hours later, the two of them flew into the sky and performed the same operation again. 6 hours later. 9 hours later. 7 days later. Long Woody landed from the sky with a tired look on his face and laid down on the spot, not wanting to move. Lin Mimi's eyes were filled with distress. Let's rest a little longer. We have been trapped for so long, and we don't need more time in the next few days. Crazy Wolf came over and advised. Yes, Chief Long. If you continue like this, your body will not be able to bear it. Nafong squatted on the ground, grabbing his hair hard, with an annoyed look on his face. That shouldn't be the case. Isn't the teleportation point in the sky? Where would that be? Fei knelt down next to Nafong and patted Nafeng's shoulder. Calm down, Lord Nafong. We can definitely find a way out. Way out. Way out. Where is the way out? Is there really an exit from this holding place? Nafong punched the ground hard, venting the irritability in his heart. If we can't find the teleportation point, wouldn't we be trapped here for the rest of our lives? Just when Nafong was getting anxious, something suddenly fluctuated deep in his heart. It was a familiar feeling. It was an intimate feeling. That was the telepathy between him and Conan. Xiaonan, coming here. Nafong laughed loudly, looked up to the sky and shouted, Xiaonan, come to the rescue quickly. In the shocked eyes of the chosen ones in Dragon City, the little girl's crisp voice came from all directions. Brother, why did you come to the Gray Sky prison if you had nothing to do? It took me a long time to search. Chapter 486 9th Floor, Gray Prison. The 9th floor of the 9-layer Demon Tower is called the Gray Heavenly Prison. The flow of time in the Gray Sky prison is 30 times faster than in the outside world. In other words, the lifespan of the creatures imprisoned here is only 1/30th of its original lifespan. More than 100,000 years ago, the original owner of the 9-layer demonic tower imprisoned many evenly matched rival ferocious beasts into Gray Sky prisons, leaving them to die alone in there. However, none of the creatures imprisoned in the Gray Sky prison can come out, and there are even level 45 experts among them. They can only stay in the Sky prison full of resentment, being baptized by time, and eventually turn into a handful of lust, becoming the source of power for the owner of the Demon Tower. It is precisely because of the power of the Gray Sky prison that the original owner of the 9-layer Demon Tower is almost invincible among the strong men of the same level. Until one day, he had a conflict with a certain woman. Xiaonan's voice kept echoing in the Gray Sky prison. After listening to her introduction, Nan Feng and others looked solemn. No wonder they tried all kinds of methods, but couldn't leave here. It turned out that this place had trapped even level 45 experts to death. They are a bunch of noobs who haven't reached level 40 yet. And those who can get out are ghosts. Xiaonan, can you get us out? Nan Feng asked in a deep voice. Of course you can. Xiaonan's voice was innocent. This tower was incomplete and lacked an energy source. It was not as powerful as it was back then. Everyone in the tower's eyes lit up. Hearing what this meant. Could they leave this ghost place? The chosen ones in Dragon City could barely remain calm. But Miles Solomon was so excited that he started dancing happily. Let me see how I can get you out. Xiaonan muttered a few words in a low voice, and then fell silent. After a while, everyone felt a strong sense of weightlessness, turning upside down and top-heavy. At this moment, Nefeng felt like he had fallen into the drum washing machine again. Gone! He didn't know how long he had been spinning. But Nefeng felt a pain in his butt and fell heavily on the stone. With stars shining in his eyes, he saw 3 identical Xiaonans. Xiaonan held something in her hand, and was shaking it up and down vigorously. Xiaonan, what are you doing here? Nefeng asked inarticulately. Xiaonan turned around and saw Nanfeng's eyebrows curved. Ah, brother, have you been thrown out by me? Throw it out? Only then did Nefeng see clearly that what Xiaonan was holding in his hands was the top 2 floors of the 9 layers demonic tower. Xiaonan continued to shake the 2-story tower and said, back then, the owner of the demon tower was so confident that he thought he was invincible and wanted to force Suana into the harem. But at that time, Suana was only 1 step away from level 49. With just a flick of her finger, she sent the top 2 floors of the 9-layer demon tower flying thousands of miles. Unexpectedly, after more than 100,000 years, these 2 layers have not been found yet. I just dug them out of the mud. While Xiaonan was talking, 2 white lights came out of the tower and fell heavily to the ground. Nefeng took a closer look. Hey guys! Aren't these the flying eagle and the crazy wolf? It turns out that this is how Xiaonan shook them out like this. Why is it like a lottery? 10 minutes later, all the chosen ones in the gray sky prison were shaken out by Xiaonan. After more than 7 months, the sun shone on everyone in Longcheng again, making them feel as if they were in another world. Out. Finally. It came out. Ha ha ha. I am Shabi. I am Shabi. Miles Solomon shouted happily, and kept using a strange accent, saying that he was a Shabi. Seeing that Nafeng was a little confused, Fei Ying quickly explained in a low voice, in the past few months, this guy has been pestering me to learn Longwu dialect. So I just taught him a few words casually. Nafeng Wuyu, are you teaching seriously? Fei Ying chuckled, not very serious. He thought I am Shabi means I am so happy. Okay. Okay. This is how you teach it. Right? After Miles Solomon vented his anger, he happily ran to Nafeng. Hey. Shabi. You are Shabi. I am Shabi. South Wind. After saying that, he took out the teleportation array and left here. Long Woody rubbed his temples and walked over. Brother Feng. Thanks to you and this kid this time. Otherwise we would really have died inside. Lin Mimi reminded softly, this is not a child. This is the pet of the Lord of Nafeng City. Ah? Long Woody was stunned. Speaking of which, this was the first time he saw Xiaonan. He had only heard that Nanfeng's pets were very powerful before, but he had never seen one before. Long Woody glanced at Xiaonan a few more times, and then remembered, by the way, the shadow of the night changed her appearance before. I was still wondering who it was, but it turns out this is your pet. Nafeng smiled, walked forward and picked up Xiaonan. What kind of pet is not a pet? This is my sister. Just kidding. What is Xiaonan's identity? If others don't know, how can Nafeng not know? Nan does not dare to take on the identity of master. Xiaonan said with a smile. My name is Xiaonan. Xiaonan's Nan. Nanfeng's face darkened. What does Xiaonan's Nan mean? It's obviously south of the south wind. Long Woody laughed. Brother Feng. I think Xiaonan is much better than you. Xiaonan's Nan is fine. Lin Mimi also joked. I heard that there is a southern god in Nancheng. So it should be Xiaonan. Right? Nafeng, nonsense. There is only one southern god in the world. And that is me. Nafeng. After escaping from the gray sky prison, everyone felt a lot more relaxed and started joking. After chatting for a while, Long Woody took the others and took the lead back to Dragon City. In this forest, only Nafeng and Xiaonan were left. Nafeng put Xiaonan down and reached out to touch her head. After not seeing each other for a while, Xiaonan has grown a little taller. About 1.4 meters tall. She looks like a little girl about 10 years old. And she is getting cuter and cuter. At the same time, Xianan's strength also makes Nanfeng unpredictable. And he doesn't know what level she has reached now. Brother, where are you going now? Going back to Nancheng? Conan asked. Nanfeng looked around and didn't know where he was. I can only go back to Nancheng. I don't even know where this place is. Speaking of this, Nanfeng suddenly had an idea. By the way, Xiaonan, can you send me to other floors of the 9 layers demon tower? Alright. Xiaonan nodded. I can sense the other half of the demon tower, which shows that they can still communicate with each other. Nanfeng Ishi, that's great. I still have a trial to finish. Chapter 487. I also want to pick his eyeballs. According to the time flow rate of 130 in the Gray Sky prison, he stayed in the Gray Sky prison for 7 days, which is equivalent to half a day in the outside world. The trial in Lian City is not over yet, so it's just the right time for him to rush back. Let's go to the 8th floor, and then teleport to other floors. Xiaonan seemed to be very familiar with the 9 layers demonic tower, so he took Nanfeng and transformed into a white light, and got into the 8th floor of the demonic tower. Snap. After the two disappeared, the demon tower fell into the soil with a snap and merged with nature. The 8th floor of the 9-layered demon tower eternal desert. Xiaonan stared at her big watery eyes, looked around, and then pointed to the east. Brother, the teleportation point is in this direction. Is this your home? Why are you so familiar? Nanfeng took Xiaonan's young hand and walked quickly towards the east. Xiaonan replied in a clear voice. I studied this 9-layer demon tower a long time ago. After not seeing each other for a long time, Xiaonan seems to have regained a lot of memories. She remembered a lot about things that happened 100,000 years ago. Nanfeng did not continue to ask about the past, but changed the topic. By the way, Xiaonan, why did you suddenly appear and know that I was locked up in the Gray Sky prison? Xiaonan replied, half a day ago. I suddenly couldn't sense your presence and suspected that you were in danger. I sensed the place where you last appeared, groped all the way, and finally found the remains of the 9-layer demonic tower in a small forest, and found you trapped inside. That's how it turns out. Nanfeng nodded and asked again. Actually, I was teleported from the 3rd floor. Logically speaking, if I can teleport to the Gray Sky prison, there should be a teleportation point in the prison that day. Why can't I find it? Xiaonan, if it were so easy to find, there wouldn't be so many strongmen trapped and dead inside. With that said, Xiaonan pointed to the teleportation point ahead. Do you know why we come to the 8th floor? Because I can't find the teleportation point on the 9th floor. The current Xiaonan has not yet returned to his peak. Not even 1% of his peak. If she enters the Gray Sky prison now, there is a high probability that she will be trapped inside. The two came to the teleportation point on the 8th floor, and 9 dim stars slowly emerged. Well, the signal is not very good. We can only transmit to the 3rd and 6th floors, Xiaonan said. Nanfeng stretched out his hand and clicked on the 3rd star. Go to the 3rd floor. There is a big treasure there. Ancient Ice Crystal Titan. Nanfeng is still thinking about those 2 super valuable big eyes. A few hours ago, Luyan City. Inside the King of Fighters arena, Mr. Bai sat cross-legged on the ground, his face solemn. The 9-layer demonic tower behind him would vibrate violently every few minutes. Every time, Mr. Bai would use all his strength to suppress it. People with sharp eyes have discovered that subtle cracks have appeared on the 3rd floor of the 9-layer demon tower. And with the vibration, the crack continued to expand. Master Bai, what's going on? A look of anxiety appeared on Yen Shuqi's face. I don't care what happens in the tower. Get the people from my Yen family out now. Right. And we, the Tang family, get them out quickly. And our Zhao families. Boom. There was another violent shock. And Mr. Bai finally managed to stabilize the demon tower. A trace of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. And he said in a deep voice, I can't control the 9-layer demon tower now. Come and help me quickly and suppress the ferocious beasts in the tower first. Otherwise, all the juniors in the tower will die. The strong men of the major families also understood that the current situation was not optimistic. So they sat down cross-legged and passed on the magic power in their bodies to Master Bai. But this can only stabilize the demon tower, but cannot suppress the ferocious beasts in the tower. Mr. Bai's eyes were solemn, and he spoke again. Someone must enter the tower and kill the ferocious beast on the 3rd floor. No. As long as it can be injured. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress him. This? Everyone looked at each other and remained silent. Who dares to go in alone when so many of them can't suppress the ferocious beast together? At this time, a middle-aged man from the Bai family stood up and said, "Third Grandpa, let me go." Master Bai glanced at the middle-aged man. His name was Bai Che. He was the grandson of Master Bai's eldest brother and a direct descendant of the Bai family. Bai Che is now a level 42 expert. Although he is not very strong, he is definitely not weak. Mr. Bai pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay, you go. Remember, don't be obsessed with fighting. Just find the right opportunity to injure it. I will have my own way to suppress it again." Bai Che nodded solemnly and entered the 9-level demon tower. Soon, Master Bai's brows were wrinkled. He suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Bai Che out of the void, and grabbed Bai Che out of the 9-layer demon tower. Only 3 minutes had passed, and Bai Che's whole body was covered in frost, and he was shivering from the cold. Even his right arm had disappeared. His nose was running, and he said with a horrified expression, "Grandpa Sanson, I am not his opponent at all." Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. A level 42 strongman had his arm cut off without even being able to hold on for 3 minutes? What kind of existence are the ferocious beasts suppressed in this demon tower? Tang Tian snorted coldly, "Master Bai, you obviously have the ability to pull the people out of the tower. Why don't you get the juniors out first?" Mr. Bai also snorted coldly, "I said I couldn't do it. But I just can't do it. You can either help me suppress the demon tower, or you can wait for those juniors to die inside." Everyone understood that it was not that Mr. Bai couldn't do it, but that he didn't want to do it. He wants to use those juniors as hostages and ask all the people from the major families to help him suppress the 9-layer demon tower. The 3rd floor of the 9-layer demon tower, Extreme Ice Purgatory. After half a day, huge changes have taken place here. What was originally a huge piece of ice has now been broken into millions of pieces. Nat Feng stood on one of the pieces of broken ice and looked down. It was pitch black below, like an endless void, and all these ice cubes were floating in the void. After only half a day, the 3rd floor of the 9-layer demon tower was already in tatters, and was about to collapse at any time. The initiator of all this is the huge iceberg giant in the center of the secret realm, Ancient Ice Crystal Titan. A white light flashed next to Nin Feng, and Xiao Nan was teleported over. She looked at the huge iceberg giant in the distance with a look of surprise. This big ice block has been suppressed for so long, and it's not dead yet? How many years has it been? Nin Feng looked at Xiao Nan. "Have you seen it?" Xiao Nan nodded. "I've seen it before. Back then, I wanted to pick out its eyes, but the owner of the demon tower took it away first. I was so angry that I didn't eat for a whole day. Sure enough, we are not a family. We don't enter the same family." Nin Feng also wanted to gouge his eyeballs. Chapter 488. Since you are weak, then die. Xiao Nan turned his eyes and observed this secret place. After a moment, she nodded and said, "I understand. The person who inherited the demon tower didn't know how to refine the creatures in the tower. Instead, the creatures in the tower kept absorbing energy. That's why this big ice block can survive like this. Geo, in this case, the ferocious beasts suppressed on other floors are probably not dead either." When Nin Feng heard this, he thought of the deep-sea monster he saw in the scorching sea. "I saw such a huge monster on the 3rd floor of the sea." Xiao Nan thought for a while. "It should be a little goldfish. I remember that it was suppressed on the 3rd floor. Small goldfish? Are you sure it's a little goldfish and not a big whale?" Nin Feng shook his head and looked at the ancient ice crystal giant in the center of the secret realm. This iceberg giant is absorbing the ice in the secret realm, making his body even bigger. From time to time, he would throw out a punch and hit the void, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. It can be seen that this ancient ice crystal giant is trying to find a way to break the secret realm and escape from here. Xiao Nan, if it were a complete 9-layer demon tower, it would never be able to escape in this life. But now the 9-layer demon tower has been damaged and is not as good as before. Maybe it can really make the big ice block escape. That won't work. Let him run away. Whose eye should I pick out? Nin Feng said, and subconsciously threw the pupilla of insight over Ancient Ice Crystal Titan : after being suppressed for tens of thousands of years, he is extremely weak, and all attributes have dropped by 90%. Damn it! How long has it been before the Ancient Ice Crystal Titan has recovered to 10% of its peak? Why the hell are you picking at a hairy eyeball? Fortunately, I brought Xiao Nan. Nanfeng returned to the third level this time, and had no intention of doing it himself. He waved his hand and said, Xiaonan, come on. Get rid of him. Xiaonan's little head tilted. No. I can't beat him. What? Can't beat it? Nanfeng didn't believe it. How could you not defeat him? This is just a big ice cube. You go up and hit it with your small fists. I haven't recovered much strength. Xiaonan muttered softly, seeing Nanfeng's eyes full of expectation. She could only say helplessly, Okay, I'll give it a try. Xiaonan jumped forward a few times, using the ice cubes floating in the void as a springboard, and soon arrived in front of the ancient ice crystal giant. In the eyes of ancient ice crystal giant, Xiaonan was about the size of a fly. It didn't even bother to pay attention to Xiaonan, and slapped her away, hoping to kill Xiaonan. Xiaonan calmly pulled off the talisman on his forehead and stuck it on the ice crystal giant's fingertips with a snap. For a moment, the world seemed to have stopped. Ancient ice crystal giant's eyes were filled with colorful light, and he looked at Conan, who was only a tiny bit bigger, in shock. This little fly can actually make it unable to move? Xiaonan jumped lightly and jumped onto the iceberg giant's hand. She turned around and shouted to Nanfeng behind her, Brother, come on. Pick out its eyeballs with me. When Nanfeng heard this, he immediately spread his devil wings and flew over, ready to help. The two of them soon came to the left eye of the ancient ice crystal giant. The dazzling seven-colored light was comparable to a flash bomb, making it almost impossible for them to open their eyes. Do it faster. Do it faster. Nanfeng took out the netherworld thorn that had not been used for a long time from his backpack, clicked it, and stabbed it into the ice crystal giant's eye socket. Kung! The crisp sound of collision echoed in the secret realm. Nanfeng's right hand was numb, and he could hardly hold the netherworld thorn. It's so hard that I can't pick it off at all. Brother, let me do it. Xiaonan stretched out her long nails and dug hard into the iceberg giant's eye sockets. Her nails moved along the gap between her eyes bit by bit, trying to dig out the huge, colorful holy stone. Boom! Boom! The huge body of ancient ice crystal titan was shaking, and dense ice cubes fell from its head, hitting Nanfeng and the two of them. Nanfeng dodged while shouting, What's going on? Isn't it fixed by your spell? How can I still use dandruff attack? Xiaonan took 2 deep breaths and said a little tiredly, He is trying his best to break free, and I can't suppress it anymore. Although ancient ice crystal titan has been suppressed for nearly 100,000 years, its body is still its original body, and its strength has not declined too much. But it is now in a weak stage. Xiaonan is different. She died 100,000 years ago, and her soul was suppressed by Suina in the place of divine favor. Even her current body was hatched from a pet egg. Compared to 100,000 years ago, Xiaonan is much weaker, almost like practicing all over again. Although she has a special way to improve her strength, she is still no match for the ancient ice crystal titan. Being able to suppress the iceberg giant for such a long time is already very impressive. Click! Xiaonan's nails followed the eye sockets in a circle, and the colorful holy stone in the eye sockets finally became loose. Bro! Help! Xiaonan couldn't think too much, and directly dug her nails into the colorful holy stone, and pulled out with all her strength. Nanfeng hugged Xiaonan's waist, flapped the devil's wings crazily, and flew back. Click, click, click. The ice crystals around the eye sockets cracked, and the colorful holy stone was being dug out bit by bit. Suddenly, Nanfeng felt light all over. He hugged Xiaonan, and Xiaonan hugged the colorful holy stone, and they flew backwards for more than 10 meters before stopping. They really took off the big eyes of ancient ice crystal god. Roar! The pain of having his eyes gouged out made ancient ice crystal giant roar in pain. Humanity! Damn humans! Ancient ice crystal giant roared angrily. The south fan flapped its wings and retreated for several kilometers. And then it felt a little safer. Come on! Xiaonan, give me your eyes. You can act with influence. Nanfeng put the colorful holy stone into his backpack and turned to look at the huge iceberg giant. Isn't it a little bad to gouge out people's eyes as soon as we come up? Xiaonan curled her lips. That's not what you said when you were digging. You were the happiest when digging. Ancient ice crystal giant is still roaring angrily. I have no enmity with you. Why are you doing this? Xiaonan put her hands on her hips and raised her head proudly. No injustice or hatred. Have you forgotten that the 7-colored holy stone inlaid in your left eye was snatched from my hand back then? Ancient ice crystal giant, hearing this, He was stunned for a moment, and looked at Xiaonan carefully with his only remaining eye. It looked at Xiaonan carefully from top to bottom. And a strong light suddenly burst out in its eyes. "It's you? Are you still alive?" Xiaonan raised his head and snorted, "You are alive. Why can't I live?" Ancient Ice Crystal Giant was silent for a while. Then slowly spoke, "Why have you changed so much? So weak? Your strength is far inferior to what it was back then. What's wrong with being weak?" "I can't control you yet," Xiaonan said arrogantly. No one noticed that the yellow talisman paper attached to the giant's fingertips had slowly fallen down. Before Xiaonan could finish her words, a big iceberg hand packed with infinite power struck Nanfeng, and the two of them hard. "Since he is weak, then go to H.L. Chapter 489, the 5th floor, 3-color grassland. A big hand of iceberg fell from the sky and slapped the south wind. Nanfeng raised his head and looked at the Wuji mountain hanging above his head, and finally understood Brother Monkey's mood back then. With such a big hand falling from the sky, the feeling of oppression is simply terrifying. Xiaonan calmly took out a small colored stone from his arms and put it in his mouth. Then, she opened her mouth and spit out a mouthful of golden light. Nanfeng took a closer look and saw what kind of golden light there was. It was clearly a golden flame. The sun is really hot. This golden flame shot straight into the sky and collided with the palm of Ancient Ice Crystal Titan. In just a moment, the big hand of the iceberg began to melt, and heavy rain fell, turning the south wind into a drowned rat. "Call out!" A crystal clear middle finger fell down and almost hit Nanfeng's head. Fortunately, he dodged in time. "I am Dripping Turtle." "Xiaonan, why are you so angry? So smart." Nanfeng was shocked. He had just experienced how hard the ice on the Ancient Ice Crystal Giant was, and it couldn't be cut at all. "You have such a powerful flame. Just burn it in its head." If you put a mouthful of true sun fire on the iceberg giant's head, wouldn't those two colorful holy stones, plus 32 pieces of unparalleled secret gold, all fall off? Ah! His right hand was melted, and Ancient Ice Crystal Titan screamed again. Xiaonan turned around and gave Nanfeng a very tired look. Nanfeng, who had a spiritual connection with Xiaonan, immediately understood that Xiaonan had reached her limit. If they continue to fight, they will not get any benefits. You're not as weak as you look at all." Ancient Ice Crystal Giant roared angrily. "You have already got that stone. Why don't you let me go?" Xiaonan put her hands on her hips and looked like she was pulling. "Let you go? It's not impossible if you want me to let you go." "But," Ancient Ice Crystal Giant asked, "but what?" "But, walk." Nanfeng hugged Xiaonan and rushed towards the teleportation point before Ancient Ice Crystal Giant could react. A piece of yellow talisman cut through the sky and returned to Xiaonan's forehead. "Let's go to the 5th floor." The two reached out at the same time and touched the 5th star. Swish! 2 white lights flashed. And in the 3rd secret realm, where were the figures of Nanfeng and Xiaonan? Ancient Ice Crystal Titan had a dull look on his face and stood there for a long time before he could react. "Ran! Hateful! She is not as strong as she looks at all. How abominable!" Ancient Ice Crystal Titan clenched his fist with his left hand and punched the void, venting the anger in his heart. This was very painful for the people guarding outside the tower, especially Mr. Bai, who was beaten with blood and breathless. After venting his anger, Ancient Ice Crystal Giant looked at his empty right palm and fell into deep thought. It originally recovered some strength, but Xiaonan's real fire made it weaken a lot. Forcibly breaking through the demon tower in this state will only be more dangerous. I need to cultivate for a while first. Anyway, the new owner of the demon tower is very weak, so I can leave at any time. After making up his mind, Ancient Ice Crystal Giant gathered all the ice blocks floating around and surrounded himself. His right hand quickly regrouped. But compared to before, the newly grown right hand was much more fragile. Nanfeng's Yaoyan flamethrower might have been burned by him. Ancient Ice Crystal Giant looked at his newly grown right hand and nodded with great satisfaction. The right hand is extremely important to it. It cannot be missing. Absolutely cannot be missing. But why is this right hand a little blurry? Well, my left eye. It turned out that one of the eyes was missing. So that was fine. I thought there was something wrong with my hand. Ancient Ice Crystal Giant put his left hand into his stomach, groped for a long time, and finally took out a round, colorful holy stone. This colorful holy stone is much smaller than the original one. It is placed in the eye socket, making one eye look bigger and the other smaller. But something is better than nothing. After doing all this, ancient ice crystal giant curled up into a ball and hid in the endless ice flows. The 5th floor of the 9-layered demon tower, the 3-color grassland. 2 white lights flashed, and Nanfeng and Xiaonan appeared in a blue grassland. This is blue grassland? Nanfeng murmured, looking around and finding no other contestants. Xiaonan, this is the blue grassland area of the tricolor grassland. There are many traps in this area, but these traps are not powerful and not dangerous. Nanfeng nodded clearly, and then asked, 3-color grassland. In addition to this blue grassland, what other grasslands are there? There are also green grasslands and white grasslands. Xiaonan does know the 9 layers demon tower very well and is familiar with everything here. The green grassland area is the safest area in the entire tower. The original owner of the demon tower often brings friends to green grassland for barbecue and skewers. White grassland is relatively dangerous. The gravity inside is far greater than that of the outside world. If a weaker person walks in, his or her spine may be crushed directly. That's it. After listening to Xiaonan's introduction, Nanfeng felt that this tricolor grassland was quite safe. I don't know where Yan Nujio and Man Ning are. When they parted before, the two of them came to the 5th floor. But looking at the 5th floor, there aren't any good treasures to pick up. It's very possible that Yan Nujio and the others have gone to other floors. Where can I find them? Xiaonan, what are you doing? While Nanfeng was deep in thought, he saw Xiaonan squatting on the ground and uprooting a blue weed. Brother, look! This kind of weed in the blue grassland can heal wounds quickly. But most people don't know it. However, it has no effect on strong people above level 40. That's good stuff too. Nanfeng looked at the endless blue grassland and licked his lips. Could he still encounter such a good thing? Strip this piece of grassland and sell it for money. And still make a lot of money? Just do it. Nanfeng immediately squatted down and started pulling weeds. Xiaonan was too lazy to do such boring things. So she lay on the grassland and rolled around happily. Suddenly, Xiaonan's eyes lit up and she looked forward with burning eyes. Brother, stop doing farm work. I found a good thing. Nanfeng raised his head. What? There is a treasure rat here. And I don't know who brought it in. Xiaonan looked far away. The treasure rat would stuff all the good things it found into its mouth. Catching the treasure rat is equivalent to digging up a treasure. Damn it! Nanfeng threw away the weeds on his hand. What are you waiting for? Rush! Xiaonan stretched out her hand and pointed forward, in that direction. Well, it should be in the white grassland. There are still many people chasing the treasure rat. So many people? That should be another contestant. Nanfeng immediately rushed forward. Xiaonan! Hurry up! Don't let others take away our treasure. Chapter 490 Treasure Rat. 3-color grassland and white grassland area. Archie walked like flying, galloping on the pure white grassland. More than 50 meters in front of him, there was a small hamster as big as a palm, running faster than him. Shit! What did this rat eat to grow up? The gravity here is at least 20 times that of the outside world. Why can it run so fast? Archie muttered a few words, saw the right moment, drew out his sword and slashed with all his strength. The sword light flashed. The little hamster moved in an S shape and managed to avoid this fatal sword light. Chirp chirp. The little hamster turned back, grinned at Archie, and then continued running away. Archie's eyes flashed coldly. You little thing. How dare you mock me? He raised his sword and was about to strike again, when someone caught up behind him and held his hand down. Do you want to kill it? If the treasure rat dies, the contents of its mouth cannot be taken out. Archie looked back and saw that the person who stopped him was none other than Tang Xiaobao from the Tang family. Among the many contestants, Tang Xiaobao is the strongest. Even if he doesn't have any followers, he still has a chance to compete for the first place. It runs too fast. If you don't slash it with 2 swords, how can you catch up with it? Archie said, but still put away his sword. Tang Xiaobao's voice was calm. The treasure rat is very fragile and will die if touched. If you strike it with 2 swords, you are killing it. You? While the two were talking, 2 figures suddenly passed them and continued to chase the treasure rat. Archie took a closer look and saw that these 2 people were followers of the Tang family. Shit. You. 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 You attack in the east and in the west. You mobilize reinforcements. You mobilize the tigers from the mountains. They encircle Wei and rescue Zhao. Archie looked at Tang Xiaobao angrily and uttered a series of idioms. Tang Xiaobao didn't quite understand, and was too lazy to talk nonsense with Archie. So he continued to chase him forward. Archie, what are you doing here? Everyone in the Zhao family caught up from behind. And Zhao Go looked at Archie angrily. Didn't you say that you are also one of the best among the chosen ones? Why doesn't it work at all? I've been here for a long time and haven't found anything. Archie shrugged and glanced at his backpack instead of answering. Baby? The babies are all in my bag. Zhao Go wanted to say a few more words. But two more beautiful figures passed in front of them. These two people were Yan Nujio and Man Ning. Yan Nujio was panting from running, and the white and tender little rabbit was rising and falling, making Man Ning feel ashamed. No. Okay. Man Ning. I can't run anymore. Yan Nujio stopped, holding her knees with both hands, panting again and again. I'm sorry for dragging you down. Under the influence of 20 times the gravity, Yan Nujio was able to run for such a long time, which was beyond Man Ning's expectation. It's okay. You are much better than those losers at the back. They can't even compare to women, Man Ning said coldly. Leave the next step to me. I will snatch the treasure rat. With that said, Man Ning sped up again and continued to chase the treasure rat. Behind Yan Nujio, everyone in the Zhao family suddenly darkened when they heard Man Ning's words. Who are you calling a waste? Who the L are you saying can't compare to women? Everyone in the Zhao family immediately rushed out as if they had been given blood. In addition to them, there are more and more contestants coming from all directions. Look! The treasure rat is over there. Let's go. Let's chase him too. Whoever can grab the treasure rat will win the first place in this trial. Go for it. Everyone is full of fighting spirit and wants to catch the treasure rat. But they don't know that even if they catch the treasure rat and empty out all the treasures in the treasure rat's mouth, they can't be the first. Because as long as Nanfeng took out that big eyeball, it would be enough to kill them all instantly. Of course, it would also be great if you could keep the colorful holy stone and sell it for money. So Nanfeng also joined them in hunting down the treasure rat. Chi. Seeing more and more people chasing him, the treasure rat became a little anxious and began to run deeper into the white grassland. The deeper you go into the white grassland, the stronger the gravity becomes, and it can even reach hundreds of times the gravity. The effect of this gravity on the treasure rat was minimal, and it still ran very fast. But for the contestants chasing it behind it, the impact is huge. Tang Xiaobao gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. Tang Lu and Tang Qi, you should not continue to move forward. You cannot bear the gravity here. Tang Lu and Tang Qi looked at each other and said in a deep voice, yes. Tang Lu and Tang Qi stopped. But before they could regain their composure, Archie surpassed the two of them with a hiss, leaving behind a fluttering dish. Who do you think is better? Tang Lu instantly became angry. He couldn't catch up with Archie, so Tang Lu could only vent his anger on the people behind him. Tang Qi, let's stop the people behind him. Good. Behind them, Man Ning came running wildly, panting heavily. She was originally in front of Archie, but Archie caught up within minutes and returned that rubbish sentence to her. At that time, Man Ning was so angry that she wanted to kill Archie with a set of female punches. She held her breath and chased after him, but she was never able to catch up. Looking at Tang Lu and Tang Qi blocking the road, Man Ning couldn't run anymore and could only sit down and rest. The gravity here should be 60 times higher, Man Ning murmured. Sitting here now, she felt like she was carrying a huge mountain on her back, and it was difficult to breathe. Behind her, other contestants followed one after another. Everyone was breathing heavily and stopped where they were and began to rest. A few who were slightly stronger continued to move forward for dozens of meters and could no longer move forward. Duh. What the L is this place? My legs are shaking even when I stand. The gravity is so terrifying. If I could train with weights here for 2 months, my strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. You see? Tang Yi and Tang Er of the Tang family also stopped. Unexpectedly, Tang Xiaobao has been hiding his strength. He is the strongest in the Tang family. Archie from the Zhao family is not bad. He can follow Tang Xiaobao closely. In the area where they are, the gravity should be hundreds of times faster. Right? The group of people had given up on chasing the treasure rat and sat down to chat. Zhao Go looked at Archie, who was still walking forward, with a smile on his face. Hum. Just look at it. The treasure rat will definitely belong to our Zhao family in the end. Tang Xiaobao is at the end of his strength and can't hold on much longer. Hearing this, Tang Lu sneered. How dare you? The Zhao family. Not be able to cultivate a strong person in your family. So you can only rely on the help of the chosen ones? Zhao Go frowned. That rule says you can't invite the chosen ones? If you have the ability, please invite me. Tang Chi, we don't need to invite him. The treasure rat must belong to our Tang family. Zhao Go fart. Our Zhao family is going to order the treasure rat. While the two sides were arguing, a voice came from above their heads. You all should stop fighting. The treasure rat will only fall into the hands of one person in the end. And that is me. Lu Shibu. Chapter 491 Little Mouse. I caught you. Nan Feng held Xiao Nan with one hand, flapped his devil wings, and flew over the heads of the contestants. When everyone below saw this, they all showed horrified looks. How can it be? We have to use all our strength to stand still. How can he still fly? Is this Lu Shibu? I heard that he is the strongest among this generation of chosen ones. And he is indeed well deserved. The key is that he is still holding someone in his arms. This is not the key. The key is that he is only level 37 now. It is unimaginable that if he waits for him to break through to level 40. Who can be his opponent? Invincible at the same level. Leaping above the level to kill indiscriminately. This is the kind of person you are talking about. Right? Everyone was filled with emotion. Zhao Go looked at Nan Feng flying farther and farther with cold eyes, and gritted his teeth. He knew that as long as the south wind came, this treasure rat would have no chance to belong to his Zhao family. Man Ning also followed Nan Feng with her eyes and murmured in a low voice, Is the gap really that big? Over the white grassland, Nan Feng looked at the treasure rat that was getting closer and said, Xiao Nan, I will find the right opportunity to throw you down. You just hold the treasure rat down, and I will use the climbing flying claw to pull you up. And then I will be cool. Leave. Xiao Nan was silent for a long time before speaking. Brother, are you holding a doll? Nan Feng, what? My plan is not feasible. Xiao Nan, you can try it. But can you withstand the gravity here? Nan Feng, it should be okay. That's it. The devil's wings flapped rapidly, and Nan Feng quickly surpassed Tang Xiaoao and Archie and came to the sky above the treasure rat. Chi-Chi. The treasure rat raised his head and took a look. The moment he saw Xiao Nan, he screamed in fright, as if he had seen something terrifying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Nan Feng quickly wrapped the mountain climbing flying claw around Xiaonan's waist, and then threw Xiaonan down. Go ahead, Xiaonan. The decision is yours. Xiaonan opened her hands and fell in a free fall. In the sky, a sudden and terrifying gravity almost caused Nan Feng to fall straight from the sky. He could only flap his wings desperately to stabilize himself in the air. Xiaonan! Hurry up. I can't hold it anymore. Nan Feng still underestimated the terrifying gravity here, and the devil wings behind him made a clicking sound and almost broke. Xiaonan fell to the pure white grass with a thud and ate a mouthful of weeds. Fortunately, Nanfeng's throw was accurate, and Xiaonan's immature right hand had already grabbed the little tail of the treasure rat. Hee hee! Little mouse, I caught you. Shishi shishi. The treasure rat kicked its legs hard, trying to escape from Xiaonan's clutches. Receive! Mountain climbing flying claw quickly retracted, and Nan Feng pulled Xiaonan up. The moment he touched Xiaonan, the terrifying gravity on Nan Feng disappeared instantly. Phew! I can breathe now. Nan Feng took 2 deep breaths and asked, Xiaonan, how do you ignore the gravity of this place? Xiaonan pursed her lips, blew upward, and blew the yellow talisman paper on her forehead flying. It was the function of this talisman paper. Before Nan Feng could ask what the talisman paper was for, a sword light struck him. Click! The left wing of the devil's wing, which was about to break, was cut off directly, and Nan Feng almost fell off. Nan Feng, give me back the treasure rat! Archie shouted angrily. Everything is going to be robbed. You might as well rob me too. Nan Feng, you are of no use to me. I am a straight man. Why am I robbing you? South Wind? Tang Xiaobao glanced at Nan Feng in confusion. Isn't your name Lu Xiubu? Hey, who uses their real name when out and about? Nan Feng waved his hands to the two of them. I will withdraw first. You can play slowly. With Xiao Nan here, the gravity here had no effect on the south wind. He cut through the sky in an instant and flew out of the white grassland. Archie and Tang Xiaobao could only look at Nanfeng's retreating figure and sighed silently. Can't catch up. Can't catch up at all. Flying all the way from the white grassland to the green grassland, the south wind stopped. Come on. Come on. Xiaonan. Look at what good things this little guy has in his mouth. Nanfeng squatted on the ground and watched as Xiaonan grabbed the treasure rat's tail with one hand, turned it upside down, and stretched out 2 fingers with the other hand to separate the treasure rat's upper and lower jaws. Shake fast. Shishi shishi. As Xiaonan kept shaking up and down, a lot of colorful things fell out of the treasure rat's mouth. Tianhai fruit, phantom, black iron, great compassion, Buddha grass, stormy clouds, scales, giant whale eggs. Everything here is priceless. I don't know how the treasure rat can fit so many things in its small mouth. Even Xiaonan's eyes widened in surprise. This little hamster must have been in a tower for a long time and has been to every floor. Otherwise his family would not be so rich. Shishi shishi. The treasure rat opened its teeth and screamed, but it was too weak and couldn't break away at all. After shaking for a long time and seeing that nothing came out of the treasure rat's mouth, Xiaonan put it aside. The treasure rat stopped running and looked at the treasures all over the ground with aggrieved eyes, tears welling up in his eyes. Brother, let's leave some wealth for this little guy, Xiaonan said. The treasure rat has accumulated these things for who knows how many years. If we take them all away, it will commit suicide. Is there such a thing? Nanfeng looked at the top quality treasures all over the floor and was a little hard to choose. That's fine too. He picked up 2 items, placing one in front of Xiaonan and one in front of himself, one for you and one for me. Then, he picked up 2 more items, one in front of the treasure rat and one in front of himself, one for you and one for me. Finally, Nanfeng continued to pick up 2 items and place them both in front of him, one for me and one for me. In this way, one for you, one for me, one for you, one for me, one for me, one for me. The cycle continues. A few minutes later, Nanfeng finally finished dividing the large pile of natural materials and earthly treasures. Shishi shishi. The treasure rat yelled a few times, opened its mouth, and hid all the treasures it was given. Although this little thing is only 1/6 of the original, it is still better than being completely destitute. That's it. I will definitely win the first place in this trial. Not to mention the huge, colorful holy stone. Just take out 2 or 3 of these things from the treasure rat's mouth, and it's already stable. If Yin Nujio could win this trial, she would be certain of taking the position of City Lord of Liyun City. But it doesn't matter whether he is a City Lord or not. What Nanfeng cares about most is the bet between him and Long Wudi. If he wins, Long Wudi will perform his talent at the gate of Nancheng. This is the most anticipated thing. Chapter 492 Whale Egg. Liyun City. The King of Fighters Martial Arts Arena. The 9-layered demon tower, which had been shaking violently for a long time, finally calmed down. Yin Shuqi exhaled a breath. I didn't expect the ferocious beast in the tower to be so powerful. We all worked together and almost couldn't suppress it. Tang Tian explained. The original owner of the 9-layer demon tower was extremely powerful. How could the ferocious beasts he suppressed in the tower be weak? Zhao Jiu, the person in charge of the Zhao family, looked at Master Bai coldly. Master Bai, I see that you are almost losing control of the 9-layer demon tower. If the ferocious beast in the tower escapes accidentally, it will be a big hidden danger. Master Bai calmed down the raging magic power in his body and said slowly. I won't bother you all to worry about it now. The Bai family will take care of it on our own. As the current owner of the 9-layer demon tower, Master Bai naturally knows how terrifying the things suppressed in the tower are. If these ferocious beasts are allowed to break out of the tower, they will definitely cause huge losses to Liyun City. This level of loss cannot be compensated even if the entire Bai family is sold. Master Bai secretly thought in his heart, I must return to the clan's holy land as soon as possible and use the power of the entire family to suppress the 9-layer demon tower again. Otherwise there will be endless trouble. But as soon as this idea came up, it was rejected by Mr. Bai himself. No, even if the entire Bai family combined, they may not be able to suppress the 9-layer demon tower again. The ferocious beast in the tower is too powerful. I have to ask Emperor Zun to take action. Everyone present thought that it was all of them who worked together to barely suppress the ferocious beast in the 9-layer demon tower. But only Mr. Bai knew that they had not suppressed the ancient ice crystal giant god at all. The reason why 9-layer demon tower was able to return to peace was entirely because ancient ice crystal giant god was injured. Who injured the ancient ice crystal giant? Why can't I see it? Mr. Bai sank his mind into the tower and observed the situation on each floor. His eyes finally stopped on Nanfeng. Wasn't this chosen one named Lu Xiubu transported to the 9th floor? How did he come back? Where is the 9th floor? Why can he teleport over? But as the owner of the Demon Tower, I can't feel it at all? Also, there seems to be someone beside him. Someone who does not belong to the Demon Tower. But I can't see her at all. Lu Xiubu, how many secrets do you have? Question after question appeared in Master Bai's mind, making him frown. At this moment, Tang Tian suddenly said, "End the trial early. The current 9-layer Demon Tower is too dangerous, and it is not safe for children to stay in it." Zhao Jiu nodded, "Yes. It ended early, but the score will still be based on the original standards. What do you think?" The heads of other major families expressed their agreement. Mr. Bai pondered for a moment and nodded slowly, "Yes. The 9-layer Demon Tower has been temporarily suppressed. If the people in the tower are not released, everyone present will definitely fall out." The magic power in Mr. Bai's body moved, and he began to arrest people from the tower. "Call out! Call out! Call out!" White lights flashed and one contestant after another flew out of the Demon Tower. 9-layered Demon Tower. 5th floor. Green grassland in the 3-color grassland. Xiaonan looked up at the sky and said softly, "Brother, the master of the Demon Tower is going to get you out." "Oh!" When Nanfeng heard this, he quickly put all the treasures in front of him into his backpack. "Is the trial over so soon?" "Fortunately, my first place has been secured." Nanfeng's trip was a bountiful harvest, and all the other contestants combined could not compare to Nanfeng's hair. "Xiaonan, brother, I won't go out with you. I will go back to the 9th floor later, and then exit from the 9th floor." Nanfeng was stunned. "Why?" "Xiaonan, I want to take away the 8th and 9th floors of the Demon Tower. If we want to enter the Demon Tower in the future, we can enter from the 8th floor, and then teleport to other floors. We can take whatever we want. This place is just like our back garden." Nanfeng suddenly realized. Isn't this equivalent to getting the backdoor key to the 9-layers Demon Tower? Okay. As expected of Xiaonan, she is thoughtful. Nanfeng couldn't help but clapped his hands and asked again, "What happens next? Where are you going?" "It won't be like last time. And it will last for several months." "Right?" Xiaonan had disappeared for several months, and she didn't know where she went. So Nanfeng didn't ask any questions. I can only guess that Xiaonan went to retrieve the lost memory. Xiaonan pondered for a moment and said, "Well, there's nothing wrong. I'll come directly to you." "Okay. That's it." Before Nanfeng could finish speaking, a white light surrounded him. A white light flashed, and the south wind had disappeared. "It's so fast." Xiaonan raised his head and glanced at the sky, looking into Master Bai's mind. The difference is that Xiaonan can see Master Bai, but Master Bai cannot see Xiaonan. After a while, Master Bai, who found nothing, could only frown and exit the Demon Tower. The 5th floor, which was bustling just now, suddenly became quiet, with only Xiaonan and the treasure rat remaining. The treasure rat's round little eyes kept turning, staring at the pile of natural and earthly treasures in front of Xiaonan, swallowing his saliva. These treasures of heaven and earth have been collected with hard work over hundreds of years. Do you want it? Then give it back to you. Xiaonan pushed all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had just received in front of the treasure rat, and only took away a giant whale egg from them. These good things that are priceless to outsiders are worthless in Xiaonan's eyes. They are all external things. What's the use of keeping them? It can't be carried into the coffin. Xiaonan murmured in a low voice, trying hard to hold the huge whale egg with both hands, and walked towards the teleportation point. Chirp chirp. The treasure rat barked a few times on the spot. Meaning, do you still want these things? If you don't want it, I'll take it. I kid you not. Seeing Xiaonan walking away without looking back, the treasure rat was happy, opened its mouth, and swallowed the treasures all over the floor in one mouthful. It was so anxious that it even chewed up a large piece of the grass underneath. Xiaonan walked into the teleportation point and came to the 3rd level of the scorching sea. Baby, be good. I will take you to find your mother right now. Xiaonan gently stroked the surface of the whale egg, but she could feel that there was no sign of life in the egg. This poor little life has passed away before it has even seen the world. Xiaonan stood on the edge of the island and threw the whale eggs into the sea with all her strength. Whose child was lost? Get it back for you. Wow! Under the deep sea, a giant whale slowly surfaced. Woo! The giant whale let out a long roar, and its huge tail slapped on the sea, causing huge waves. Ah! Xiaonan understood what the giant whale meant and tilted her head. Are you saying that this whale egg is not your child? Why? Oh, because whales are viviparous, not oviparous. I see. So what is this whale egg? The giant whale rolled around in the water and let out a very long cry. When Xiao Nan heard this, his expression froze. What did you say? This is a stone. Chapter 493. Ask Emperor Zun to take action. Luyun City. The King of Fighters Martial Arts Arena. All the contestants in the tower left the 9-layer demon tower safely, which also made the heads of the major families heave a sigh of relief. Mr. Bai counted the number of people, and after confirming that they were correct, he softly shouted, "Put it away!" The 9-layer demon tower instantly shrunk to the size of a palm and flew back into Master Bai's hands. Dear contestants, please take out all the treasures you have found. We will grade them on the spot and solve any problems on the spot. After hearing Master Bai's words, everyone took out the treasures of heaven and earth found in the tower. Shibu, Shibu, have you found any treasures? Yin Nujio sneaked up behind Nanfeng and poked Nanfeng's lower back. Man Ning picked up a luminous pearl, which is worth hundreds of thousands. She should be able to get a good ranking. Hundreds of thousands? Is that also called value? If I take any piece of garbage out of my bag, it will be several times more expensive than yours. No. You can keep this luminous pearl as a souvenir for yourself, Nanfeng said, quickly glancing at each contestant, assessing how much the things in their hands were worth. Well, what this guy has in his hands is estimated to be worth 800,000. What that guy has is worth at least 2 million. Wait, is this a player from that family? He even pulled a handful of weeds from the blue grassland? Could you please be more serious? Where's Archie? Let me see where Archie is. Oh, what he was holding in his hand was the Tianshan snow lotus that I picked up anywhere and gave it to him. Good brother. I asked you to release some water. Will you release some sea for me? Have a heart. Nanfeng shook his head and looked at the Tang family again. The Tang family has a lot of things. Basically every follower has several items in his hand, which adds up to a large amount. If you take out something worth about 30 million, you can win the first place. After seeing what everyone had in their hands, Nanfeng already had a good idea. But just to be on the safe side, he took out a few more treasures from his backpack and collected 50 million. Mr. Bai glanced at the contestants and said, "Put the treasures of heaven and earth that you have found into your respective infinite treasure boxes. Later, I will send these treasure boxes to the Luyun Chamber of Commerce and ask professional appraisers to evaluate the prices and determine the ranking." Yin Xiuqi held a strange-shaped box in both hands and walked over. "Jiao Jiao, what was your harvest? This trial ended a few hours early, so it's normal that you didn't perform well. Damn it. Lu Shibu, where did you get these good things?" While Yin Xiuqi was talking, he saw Nanfeng constantly loading things into the Wuji treasure box. Sky and sea fruits, wind and thunder, branches, great compassion, Buddha grass, ghostly black iron. People from other major families heard Yin Xiuqi's exclamation and turned their heads to look over. They were also stunned when they saw the scene. How did Lu Xiubu find so many natural and earthly treasures in such a short period of time? Is the demon tower opened by his family? You don't understand this. My children have already told me that Lu Xiubu caught the treasure rat, and it is normal to have so many treasures. Treasure rat? Are you talking about a treasure rat that makes a living by hunting for treasure? Is there something like this in the 9-layer demon tower? Who knows? Maybe the previous owners of the demon tower were imprisoned. Alas, those little bastards in my house just dug some weeds and brought them back. What a waste. Comparing people to each other is really infuriating. There is no need to wait for the appraisal. The major families already know the results. The first place winner in this trial is none other than Yin Nujio from the Yin family. Tang Xiaobao stood there in deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking. Tang Tian patted his shoulder and comforted him. Xiaobao, don't be impatient. Your points are very high. As long as you can win the last trial, we can still take the position of city lord. Tang Xiaobao nodded slightly. The last one is city management, a non-combat type trial. These chosen ones are indeed very strong. But when it comes to managing the city, I'm afraid they are not even as good as a novice. Exactly. Seeing that Tang Xiaobao's confidence was not shaken, Tang Tian smiled slightly and said, "Okay, let's go back and rest." Tang 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Send the eldest young master back home. Yes. The Tang family was the first to leave the King of Fighters arena, and other families also left one after another after realizing that nothing happened. Archie followed everyone in the Zhao family. When he passed by Nan Feng, he smiled and said, Nan Feng, I'm going to take a step first. We are destined to meet again. Nan Feng, those who didn't know thought you were reincarnated. And you stayed here to meet again. Come out for a drink in the evening. And I'll take you to try Liyun City's specialties. Archie pondered for a moment, nodded and said, Okay. See you that evening. Behind Archie, Zhao Ge, who lowered his head, also passed by Nan Feng. When he saw Nan Feng from the corner of his eye, he suddenly let out a silly laugh. He. It's all fake. It's all fake. I must be dreaming. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ge laughed louder and louder. Looking crazy. You are sick. If you laugh again, I will beat you with normal attacks. Nan Feng suddenly took out the Yaoyan flamethrower. Zhao Ji's laughter stopped immediately, and he left the martial arts arena with his head raised. Yin Nujio looked at Zhao Ji's back in horror. Xiao Bu. Is this person crazy? Why are you giggling at me? Nan Feng put away the flamethrower. It's probably just an act. Just give it a beating sometime. Things here have come to an end, and Nan Feng and others have returned to the Yin family, waiting for the results of this trial. Soon, only the Bai family was left in the martial arts arena. Mr. Bai glanced around and said, Bai Pu, please send these Wuji treasure boxes to the Liyun Chamber of Commerce, and let them identify them as soon as possible. Bai Pu immediately responded, Yes. Master Bai. Master Bai thought for a while, and then ordered, Bai Zircon, you should return to the family immediately, and tell the clan leader that I want to activate the Holy Land. Yes. Bai Zircon quickly left Liyun City, and rushed back towards the Bai family. Everyone else, just leave, and go do whatever you need to do. After dismissing everyone in the Bai family, Mr. Bai sat cross-legged and thought for a long time. It wasn't until the early morning of the next day that he finally made a decision and muttered to himself, Our Bai family cannot suppress the 9-layer demon tower. This time, I have to ask Emperor Zun to take action. Master Bai now has only two choices. The first is to abandon the 9-layer demonic tower, and allow the vicious beasts in the tower to break out of the tower. But the consequence of doing this is that his strength will plummet to level 39. At his current age, this is no different from letting him die. The second is to suppress the ferocious beasts in the tower again. But he is self-aware, and he knows that with the strength of the Bai family, even with a few old people who have half their feet in the coffin board, it is impossible to suppress the ancient ice crystal titan. This is an ancient ferocious beast that can shatter the divine weapon of destiny. Once upon a time, Mr. Bai thought that the divine weapon was indestructible, until he met the ancient ice crystal titan, and even received a few punches from him. We can only ask Emperor Zun to take action, even if we have to pay a huge price. Thinking of this, Master Bai no longer hesitated and immediately found a way to contact Emperor Zun, who was far away in the imperial capital. 2 days later, the imperial capital of the Fallen Sun Empire fell. In an ordinary farmyard, 2 young men were sitting in the yard drinking tea. If Nan Feng were here, he would be able to recognize one of the young men immediately. It's the Earth Element. Chapter 494. I stopped by and solved all of you. The Empire of the Fallen Sun. The imperial capital. An ordinary farmhouse. Diyuan played with the teacup in his hand and said lazily, Emperor Zun, I heard that you have almost refined the 66 natal weapons that my brothers got last time. I've never seen you break through level 46. Opposite Diyuan, Emperor Zun took a sip of tea and said with a smile, How can it be so easy? After level 45, every breakthrough is an earth-shaking change, which is difficult. Hey, isn't that a waste of the 66 natal magic weapons my brothers got? By distributing these natal magic weapons to the people below, 66 people can break through to level 40. Diyuan couldn't help but sigh. Dizun and Diyuan grew up together. They played in mud together, stole sweet potatoes together, and watched the widow take a bath together. How could the emperor not understand Diyuan's little thoughts? Okay. I know that you got the 66 natal magic weapons. I will remember this credit. Emperor Zun smiled and cursed. Hee. I didn't mean that. I just mentioned it casually. Diyuan laughed twice. By the way, the last time I snatched these 66 divine weapons, I was stabbed by Tang Chengyun and 3 of my fingers were broken. The smile on Emperor Zun's face faded. He nodded slightly and said, I have recorded this matter. When I break through level 46, I will destroy the Tang family as soon as possible. Diyuan chuckled. No. This is too risky. I just mentioned it casually. Casually, Emperor Zun smiled and shook his head, pointing a finger at Diyuan. You kid. Diyuan filled himself a cup of tea again, and his expression became serious. That old guy Tang Chungyun has been staying in Black Crow City recently, and that place has become a gathering place for the Chosen Ones. This group of Chosen Ones does have something. Under their leadership, Black Crow City's economy has developed rapidly, and even the surrounding cities have become wealthy. They designed a thing called silk stockings. I don't know if it's socks or pants. It simply opened the door to a new world for the major sex shops, making those perverts never want to leave. Having said this, Diyuan licked his lips subconsciously. Emperor Zun smiled and said, Are you also one of the perverts? I was trying to find out the enemy's situation. Only by understanding the enemy well enough can we defeat the enemy, Diyuan argued. I originally wanted to improve the stockings and seize market share. As a result, the Chosen Ones were not human, and they successively launched various stockings such as black silk, white silk, meat silk, fishnets, nancheng shirjia, etc. The update speed was ridiculously fast, and I couldn't keep up with the rhythm at all. After a pause, Diyuan continued, in addition to clothing, the group of Chosen Ones also began to grow food in large quantities. There is a fruit called banana, which is delicious and inexpensive, and has excellent sales. If they continue like this, I estimate that within 10 years, the economic lifeline of the entire Falling Sun Empire will be in the hands of these Chosen Ones. Emperor Zun, who didn't take it seriously for a while, immediately frowned slightly when he heard these words. How powerful are these Chosen Ones? Diyuan solemnly nodded and said, Emperor, we must not underestimate this group of Chosen Ones. They are more powerful than we imagined. Emperor Zun caressed the jade ring on his thumb and said softly, It doesn't matter. I won't let them live too long. Call out. A sound broke through the air, and a figure fell outside the small courtyard. Emperor Zun and Diyuan turned their heads and looked over at the same time. Tian Yuan? Diyuan raised his eyebrows. You are such a busy man. Why do you have time to come here today? Tian Yuan did not answer Diyuan's question, and looked at Emperor Zun with only the whites of his eyes. Greetings to Emperor Zun. Teacher, I have told you many times. There is no need to be polite. Emperor Zun smiled and said, Look at Diyuan. You are not polite to me at all. Tian Yuan replied calmly, Diyuan is not sensible. Please forgive me. Emperor Zun, you don't need to be nagging him. This guy is just an old man and doesn't know how to adapt. Diyuan waved his hand and said, By the way, Tian Yuan, what are you doing here? Wouldn't it be to ask Emperor Zun to go back to handle official business? That won't work. I just made an appointment with Emperor Zun to go to Juchuan Garden later to study the silk stockings invented by the Chosen Ones. Tian Yuan directly ignored Diyuan's nonsense and said in a deep voice, Dear Emperor, Mr. Bai asked someone to send news. Soon, Tian Yuan told Emperor Zun about the matters related to the 9-layer demon tower. The Emperor raised his eyebrows. Is the ferocious beast in the 9-layer demon tower about to break out of the tower? Those are a tough bunch of guys to deal with. I told Mr. Bai a few years ago that with his strength, he would be backlashed by the 9-layer demonic tower sooner or later. But he still didn't believe it. Tian Yuan said, he must believe it now. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask you to help. I am busy with my affairs. How can I have time to help him suppress the 9-layer demon tower? Emperor Zun was sipping tea with a contented expression. According to records, the ice crystal giant on the 3rd floor of the demon tower reached level 47 that year. Now more than 100,000 years have passed. Who knows what level its strength has reached? I won't go. Tian Yuan, Emperor Zun, put Mr. Bai's matter aside for now. I have other important matters to report. Emperor Zun, what's the matter? Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. Do you remember the Chosen One I mentioned before, the famous hero? When Diyuan heard the words, famous hero, his eyes flashed, and he looked over. Have you found him? Where is he now? Tian Yuan nodded and recounted the information he had investigated during this period. There is a famous hero, whose real name is Nat Feng. He once used a pseudonym, Kong Long as Yulushibu. His natal magic weapon is unknown. He is currently located in Liyun City. Is a follower of Yin Nujio of the Yin family. He is one of the top 10 masters among this generation of Chosen Ones. The Lord of South City, and the #1 person in the world on the 9th. I learned from other Chosen Ones that Nanfeng's natal weapon is very mysterious. It can change in many ways, kill enemies at super long distances, and cover a large area with firepower. This person has extremely terrifying potential. and has already formed a deadly feud with my two brothers. Emperor Zun. You must not let this person grow up. A magical weapon that can change in many ways? Really interesting. Emperor Zun chuckled and said, no matter how terrifying this nonsense potential is, he is still just an ordinary person below level 40. Can't your two brothers kill him? Yuan seemed to have thought of something. His expression was grim. He was just a Nafeng. Killing him was as easy as killing a chicken. The key is that Tang Chungyun has been protecting him, and I can't find a chance to make a move. Tian Yuan said in a deep voice, after I learned about Nafeng. I wanted to rush to Luyun City overnight to kill him secretly. But I got another news. Tang Chungyun is preparing to go to Luyun City, and he is expected to leave tonight. I am no match for Tang Chungyun, so I can only come and ask Emperor Zun for help. Emperor Zun frowned. Tang Chungyun also passed by? Does this old guy have to be a lackey for aliens? Tian Yuan continued, in addition to the above things, there is one small thing. There are people in Luyun City who are cheating in your name. This person's name is Sikong Bushua, and his strength is low. But if he is not dealt with as soon as possible, I am afraid it will have a bad impact on you. Emperor Zun. Oh, there are still people who dare to do things in my name? So brave. Emperor Zun put the teacup on the table and said softly, it's been such an eventful time. Teacher, could you please inform Master Bai and ask him to prepare enough reward? And I will go and help him suppress the 9-layer demon tower. As for Tang Chungyun, Nafeng, Sikong Bushua and others, they are a bunch of young people. I happened to stop by and solved all of you. Chapter 495 Luyun City. The center of the storm. Dusk. Falling Sun Empire. Outside Black Crow City. Two old farmers strode towards the village carrying hoes. Lao Yang. Walk faster. Walk faster. It will get dark soon. Why are you so anxious? Neo San. The adults in Black Crow City have cleaned up the ferocious beasts around here, so they are no longer in danger. Neo San hurriedly said, who said there are no more ferocious beasts? My Neo Wazi told me this morning that he saw a ferocious beast at the entrance of the village last night. Lao Yang didn't believe it. What kind of vicious beast was it? Why haven't I seen it? Neo San said anxiously, why did I lie to you? Neo Wazi said, that beast is a tree. Yes, it's a tree demon. More than 10 meters tall. And it can run very fast. Lao Yang laughed loudly. That's nonsense. How can the tree demon run so fast? Your Nuwatsi definitely doesn't want to herd the cows. So I lied to you. Neo San touched his head, and felt that what Lao Yang said made sense. But he still quickened his pace, and walked towards the village. Regardless of whether it's true or not, it's always right to go back to the village early. I'm going to starve to death. The two of them, one behind the other, continued to move forward along the winding path in the forest. Suddenly, Lao Yang, who was walking behind, let out an exclamation. What are you doing? Neo San turned around and asked. But before he could finish speaking, Lao Yang covered his mouth. Lao Yang pressed Neo San's ear and said in a very low and trembling voice, hush. Momo. Talk. There is a tree demon over there. Neo San followed Lao Yang's gaze and looked over. Less than 20 meters away from them, 3 banana trees hugged each other tightly and rushed past them in an instant. Fortunately, the 3 tree demons did not notice Neo San and Lao Yang, allowing the 2 old farmers to escape. Neo San breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, let me just tell you. How could my Nyowazi lie to me? There really are dryads near the village. Lao Yang was a little surprised. I am a good boy. Is this really true? Neo San. Let's go back to the village quickly, and report this matter to the adults in Black Crow City, and ask them to come over, and exterminate these hateful tree demons. Yes. Yes. These tree demons must be exterminated. Neo San patted his chest and said. Speaking of which, since Black Crow City changed its city owner, the small villages around us have also gotten better. In the past, how could Black Crow City take care of these things? We will just be left to fend for ourselves. Lao Yang sighed with emotion. Yes. They also gave us free planting and taught us how to grow plants. The smell of rice makes us drool just thinking about it. The 2 old farmers said, and ran quickly to the village. At the same time, Odd was riding a skateboard, carrying 3 banana trees on his back, and was flying recklessly in the forest. As the chosen one from the 43rd War Zone of the original world number 9, Ode Piao was very lucky. He successfully established a relationship with Nan Chung and got a job pulling bananas. His daily job is to transport 25 tons of banana trees of varying weights to cities near Black Crow City for sale. Because bananas are currently too profitable and are only available in Black Crow City. The profits from this transaction are very high. Odd Piao runs twice a day and can earn 2,001,000 copper coins per trip. This money is enough for him to support his parents, grandparents, and 6 children under the age of 15. And he can even live a comfortable life. Who would work so hard to hunt ferocious beasts when they can have such a good job? Odd was riding his skateboard on the winding muddy road. He wanted to reach Linjiang City before dark and sell these bananas. When he thought about the hundreds of copper coins he was about to receive, Old Piao felt very high-spirited. He couldn't help shouting, "If God had not given birth to me, there would be no one to pull bananas for eternity." The speed of the skateboard is getting faster and faster. In the distance, Tang Chengyun was walking leisurely on the muddy path. When he heard Old Piao's words, his eyes lit up. Good. Have courage. It's a pity that all this courage was used to pull bananas. But to be honest, this banana is really delicious. Tang Chengyun took out a banana, peeled it off, took a bite, and murmured, "Lord Xiaonan suddenly asked me to go to Luyun City. And I don't know why. This place is not close to Luyun City. With my old arms and legs, I'm afraid I will have to walk for several days." "Forget it. Go to the city ahead and buy a carriage. I guess it's not an urgent matter." Haoyu Empire. Haoyu City. Haoyu City is the capital of the Haoyu Empire and the headquarters of the Yin family. Compared with the Yin Mansion in Luyun City, the Yin Mansion in Haoyu City is even more magnificent. In the hall of Yin Mansion, Yin Shuangyin couldn't help but widen his eyes when he heard the servant's report. "What did you say?" "Jiaju is currently ranked first in the standings. Is she likely to become the leader of Luyun City this time? Are you kidding me?" The servant smiled bitterly. "Master, how dare I tease you? This is absolutely true and not adulterated at all." Okay. I know that a tiger father has no dog daughter." Yin Shuangyin nodded with great satisfaction and said, "I knew this girl could make a name for herself. So I didn't stop her from sneaking to Luyun City. It turned out to be true." The servant respectfully echoed, "Master has farsightedness." Yin Shuangyin was happy for a while, and then asked, "Come, tell me about this trial." The servants did not dare to hide anything and told Yin Shuangyin all the news coming back from Luyun City. Lu Xiaobu? Southwind? The Chosen One? Listening to the servant's report, Yin Shuangyin frowned slightly. Could this Lu Xiaobu be here for Jiao? No. My cabbage cannot be eaten by pigs. Come on. Get ready. I want to go to Luyun City myself. Luyun City. In an inconspicuous inn, Sikong Bushua sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. A picture appeared in his mind. In the picture, the gate of Yin Mansion is closed tightly, and the 2 guards stand upright, carefully observing every move of passers-by. Suddenly, 2 familiar figures passed in front of him. It was Na Feng and Archie. Na Feng put his arm around Archie's shoulder and said with a smile, "Come on! Last time I said I wanted to have a drink with you, but you never had time. Today I would like to invite you to try the local specialties of Luyun City." Archie couldn't resist the kindness, so he could only agree, Okay, let's go." The 2 of them walked into Yin Mansion arm in arm. Sikong Bushua stared at the door of Yin Mansion for a while. Then his mind moved, and the scene in front of him changed. He appeared in a noodle shop, and a customer yelled at him impatiently, "Boss, why haven't my egg noodles been served yet? You don't want to do business anymore, do you?" Sikong Bushua responded with an apologetic smile. "Your guest is here. He will be fine soon." He walked into the kitchen. His mind moved again, and the scene in front of him changed again. This time, he was a beggar lying on the ground begging for food, smelly and hungry. Pedestrians kept away from him, their eyes full of disgust and disgust. Sikong Bushua pondered for a while, then dipped his fingers into some sewage from the smelly ditch nearby, and wrote on the ground, "Give some charity. Just treat it as feeding pigs." After doing this, Sikong Bushua suddenly heard an ethereal voice. "Emperor Zun is coming." The voice seemed distant and close, as if the speaker was far away in the horizon, but also as if the speaker was in his mind. Sikong Bushua smiled slightly. "You have always asked me to act in Luyun City in the name of Emperor Zun. Isn't it just to lure him here? What I said is right. Dream God." Chapter 496. Go and slap her mouth. Luyun City. Yin Mansion. Na Feng, who had just walked into Yin Mansion, looked back and slowly closed the door. Archie turned around. What's wrong? What are you looking at? After the door was completely closed, Nefong said doubtfully, Did you feel that the vegetable seller across the street looked at us a little strange just now? Archie recalled it for a moment, frowned and said he didn't pay much attention. Could it be because the two of us were hooking up, and he thought our behavior was a bit strange? Maybe. Nefong nodded slightly, and took back his hand on Archie's shoulder. Two grown men really shouldn't be hanging around in public. Disgraceful. By the way, you said you wanted to take me to taste the local specialties of Liyun City. Archie looked around. Then why did you bring me to Yin Mansion? Nefong smiled and said, You don't understand this. Real local specialties can only be tasted in such a big family. The main thing is to eat in the canteen of Yin Mansion without spending any money. Nefong thought to himself. After treating Archie to an authentic Yin Fu meal, it was already late at night. Archie let out a long burp, waved goodbye to Nefong, and took a leisurely walk back to Zhao's house. You stayed at the Yin family for most of the night today, and the Zhao family will definitely be wary of you. Nefong murmured in a low voice. I hope you can leave the Zhao family as soon as possible and fall into the arms of the Yin family. Those guys from the Zhao family don't look like good people. After watching Archie turn the corner, Nefong walked into Yin Mansion and closed the door. In the courtyard of the mansion, Yin Xiuqi was yelling at a secret guard. What's the matter with you? You sleep at your post every day. If a thief takes this opportunity to sneak into the Yin Mansion, even 10 of your heads won't be enough to cut him off. The secret guard lowered his head and was very frightened. Master Qi, this subordinate is guilty. I beg Master Qi to give this subordinate another chance. Yin Xiuqi said coldly. Give you another chance? Do you know how many people want this opportunity? Why should I leave the opportunity to a lazy dog like you? The secret guard knelt down with a bang and begged, Master Qi. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I don't know what's going on. I feel sleepy even while standing guard. Nefong passed by behind the two of them and did not watch the excitement, but returned to the guest room in a few steps. Buzz? A very low buzzing sound sounded, and Nefong controlled the Peregrine Falcon eye-shaped reconnaissance aircraft to slowly rise into the air and fly rapidly close to the roof. If I remember correctly, the old man buying groceries at the door should live in the alley behind Liyun Inn. The reconnaissance plane quickly flew to the roof of the vegetable cellar. Through the gaps in the tiles, Nefong saw that the vegetable seller had fallen asleep, holding his wife in his arms. Nefong observed for a long time and didn't see any unusual behavior from the old man. According to the plot in the movie, whenever this happens, the old man will suddenly sit up and then sneak to a place to meet other mysterious people. And I, the Lord of the South City, someone from the South, controlled the reconnaissance plane and took in all their words and deeds. Suddenly, a bad guy grabbed the reconnaissance plane from behind, let out a weird laugh, and then repeated the previous sentence. I found you! Finally, the reconnaissance plane's screen went black, and someone in my south fell into deep fear. This is the standard plot direction. But obviously, the plot did not develop in the direction Nefong expected. The old man slept soundly, snoring loudly, and would subconsciously scratch his butt from time to time. This is obviously an ordinary old man. But there is definitely something wrong with the way he looked at me today. Nefong still maintained his own judgment. This old man definitely had a secret. But there should be no secret that cannot be found tonight. Nefong parked the reconnaissance plane on the roof of the old man and continued to monitor it while he lay on the bed and prepared to sleep. Go to bed when you are full and eat when you wake up. Such a wonderful life. Nefong stretched out and moaned comfortably. 2 days have passed since the relics treasure hunt, and he helped Yin Nujio get the first place in this trial as he should. Now, Yin Nujio's points are temporarily at the top of the list, but it is only 1 point higher than second place Tang Xiaobao. Who will win the title of City Lord this time depends on the last trial, City Management. There are still 5 days until the next trial, and I can still sleep comfortably for 5 days. Being able to sleep until you wake up naturally every day is truly the most wonderful thing in the world. It's not like when I first traveled through time. In order to upgrade and survive, I could only sleep a few hours a day. I got up earlier than a chicken and went to bed later than a dog. Thinking of this, Nefong couldn't help but frown. Looking back, he did spend a lot of time sleeping these days. This quilt seemed to have magic power, always sealing him tightly to the bed. I've been getting more and more sleepy lately, and this feels like something's not right. Not only me, but at least 7 or 8 people in Yin Mansion have become lethargic. Nefong, who was originally drowsy, suddenly woke up and got out of bed. There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. Nanfeng recalled what he had seen and heard during this period, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. There is a problem with the noodle shop owner who I meet every day. There is a problem with the ant who fell into the smelly ditch while walking. There is a problem with the old man selling vegetables at the door. There is a problem with the secret guard in Yin Mansion who sleeps at work. He himself has a problem. There is a big problem in Liyun City. Sikong is knowledgeable. It must be Sikong Buishua who is up to something. No. Sikong Erkshu's strength can't reach this level. There must be help from experts behind him. Who is it? Emperor Zun? Or that woman? It can make people in the city become sleepy without knowing it. Which makes Nanfeng think of the woman known as the Dream God. But he wasn't sure. Isn't Suanna my golden finger? How could she get together with Sikong Buishua? Nanfeng's eyes rolled quickly. He opened the handsome guys group and asked, brothers, who is in Nancheng? Go and see if the statue at the city gate is still there? A moment later, Suihan replied with a message, still there. What's wrong? Nanfeng, go slap that statue in the mouth and see if she reacts. Suihan? Suihan had a black line on his head and didn't know what Nanfeng wanted to do. Let her slap the big mouth of the statue? Doesn't your hand hurt? Suihan, are you serious? Then I went. Nanfeng, no. 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 I'm just kidding you. Nanfeng, you go back and rest. One day I will go back to Nancheng and slap her mouth in person. That's what he said. But if Nanfeng really returns to Nancheng, he must have a good communication with Suanna. And it is impossible to slap her loudly. If you want to smoke, you have to let Xiaonan do it. Chapter 497. You are tired of logging. Yin Mansion. In the guest room, Nanfeng pondered for a long time, but still couldn't determine what went wrong in Liyun City, since there is no way to find the problem. Then, avoiding problem. I never put myself in danger. After thinking this, Nanfeng put away the brand new tea sets on the table and strode out. When he was about to reach the door, Nanfeng saw Yin Shuchi standing in the corridor playing with the birds. Lu Shibu, are you still going out so late? Yin Shuchi said doubtfully. Nanfeng smiled and responded. Yes, 7th uncle and grandpa. I can't sleep a little, so I'm going to play some games at the Black Gold Casino. Haha. Young people are full of energy. Unlike me, as I get older, I feel like dozing off all the time lately. Yin Shuchi smiled kindly. Then go ahead. But one thing to remember is that small gambling will make you happy. Big gambling will hurt your health. And random gambling will turn you into ashes. Nanfeng cupped his hands and said, Okay, 7th uncle and grandpa. I will definitely keep it in mind. Yin Xiaoqi waved her hand. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm going back to the house to rest. Seeing Yin Shuchi yawning and walking back to the room, Nanfeng's expression became more solemn. Did even Yin Shuchi, who was over level 40, fall victim to this trick without knowing it? Who is behind this? It is not advisable to stay in Liyun City for a long time. Nanfeng originally planned to walk around the city to see if he could find any clues. But now it seems the risks are too great. You never know when someone will secretly put a sack on you and hit your head with a big brick. Well, the next trial hasn't started yet anyway. So I just took advantage of this opportunity to go out and upgrade. If I reach level 40 earlier, I won't be so passive. Having made up his mind, Nanfeng left Liyun City with a swift stride. Early morning hours. In the Sun and Moon Mountains, there is a team of 5 hunters who are moving forward cautiously. These 5 hunters looked very miserable, with wounds all over their bodies. The team leader looked at the familiar environment ahead and breathed a sigh of relief. Brothers, we are less than half a day away from Liyun City. Please hold on a little longer. Behind him, a middle-aged hunter looked pale and held 2 fingers in his hand. Is it finally safe? I don't know how much it will cost to replace my 2 fingers. Next to him, a young hunter comforted him. Uncle Chin, don't worry. We don't have enough money. Let's help you get it together. The hunter who was called Uncle Chin slightly raised his lips and smiled at the young hunter. The young hunter, nicknamed Xiao Lu, is a newly recruited member of their team. Although he is young, he is practical and capable. And all the hunters in the team like him. Don't let your guard down. The beast is probably still nearby. The captain said solemnly. Keep walking and return to Liyun City first. The team leader drew his machete, cut off the thorns blocking the road ahead, and took the lead. The other 4 hunters followed closely, not daring to fall behind. Ah! Suddenly, A scream sounded from the back of the team. The team leader was startled and turned around to kill him. I saw that the young hunter at the end of the team was bitten on the thigh by a ferocious spotted cheetah and was being dragged deep into the jungle. Overlord kill. The captain shouted and slashed with all his strength. Seeing this, the spotted cheetah opened its mouth, revealed a faint sneer, and turned into the jungle with a hiss. The team leader was dripping with cold sweat. This was the first time he saw such a terrifying smile on the face of a ferocious beast. It's playing with us. It's playing with its prey, the team leader murmured softly. Ah! Ah! It hurts. The young hunter was sweating profusely and groaning. There were several extremely deep holes in his right leg, and blood was pouring out. The team leader gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "You two, stay on guard with me. Lao Bai, help bandage Xiao Lu immediately." This 5-person team has been working together for a long time, and has a tacit understanding with each other. Xiao Lu's wound was bandaged quickly, but his thigh injury prevented him from continuing on his way quickly. Team captain, otherwise you can leave first. Due to excessive blood loss, Xiao Lu's face is now paler than Uncle Zhao's. If I look like this, I will only drag you down. The team leader nodded and looked at the others. Okay. Leave him alone. Let's go! Xiao Lu was stunned. The other 3 hunters were very decisive. They followed the captain and strode away from here. Xiao Lu was stunned. I was just being polite. But you really just left? I ride on the horse plus. Xiao Lu was about to cry, but had no tears. So he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Captain! Team leader! Don't leave me behind! Captain!" Swish! 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 In the jungle not far away, the branches and leaves were swaying slightly. That terrifying spotted cheetah had not gone far. Xiao Lu immediately shut his mouth, stood up despite the pain, and limped forward. You abandoned me today, and I will remember it in my heart. If I can escape, I will let you and others experience this feeling one day. 30 years in Hedong. 30 years in Heshi. Don't bully young people. In just a few steps, Xiao Liujiu had already conceived a cool article about a Diosi's counterattack in his mind. He has even thought about how to humiliate the other 4 people in the future. But a ball of viscous liquid fell on Xiao Lu's head, interrupting his sweet dream. Xiao Lu raised his head tremblingly, and saw a spotted cheetah teasingly staring at him on the branch above his head. Save! Life! Ah! Xiao Lu roared, no longer caring about the pain coming from his thigh, and ran forward with all his strength. Uh-huh. The spotted cheetah kicked off its strong hind legs, jumped down from the tree trunk, and pounced on Xiao Lu. Overlord kill. At this moment, a flash of sword light flashed. The captain jumped out from the grass nearby and slashed the spotted cheetah's head with a knife. Call out. The spotted cheetah turned strangely in the air, barely avoiding the knife, and made a mocking cry to the hunter captain. The captain's face was solemn. It seemed that the spotted cheetah had long known that they were ambushing the nearby. Captain, come on together and fight with the beast. Lao Bai held a long sword in his hand and stared at the spotted cheetah coldly. The worst possible outcome is death. As hunters, we have long thought of this day, Uncle Zhao said calmly. Team captain. And Uncle Zhao. Uncle Bai. Uncle Li. Xiao Lu looked at the tall and straight bodies of the seniors, and couldn't help but feel a sore nose. I thought you really didn't want me anymore. The captain knew that he would probably die today. So he looked at Xiao Lu and smiled helplessly. Silly boy. We are a family. How could we leave you alone? 200 meters away. Nafeng happened to pass by here, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, Oh? You are tired of logging? Let me see what's going on. Nafeng ran over in a few steps. The moment he saw the spotted cheetah, his eyes lit up. This aura. This is a ferocious beast that has just broken through to level 40. Chapter 498 Easy Solution. Nafeng didn't expect that his luck would be so good today. As soon as I went out, I met a level 40 little leopard. And it was the kind that had just broken through level 40. Do you mind having pie in the sky? Who are you? The sudden appearance of Nafeng instantly ignited the hope of survival among the team members. But when they took a closer look, they found that when Nafeng was only level 37, the light in his eyes disappeared instantly. My friend, please leave quickly. The captain stood in front of Nafeng with a low voice. This beast is already level 40. We together are no match for him. You hurry back to Luyun City to find reinforcements. We will contain him. Nafeng laughed. Reinforcements? You don't need that stuff. I'm just a reinforcement. Nonsense. Uncle Zhao, who had 3 broken fingers, shouted sternly. This is a level 40 ferocious beast. Please don't make fun of your own life. Nefong waved his hand nonchalantly. If it wasn't a level 40 ferocious beast, I wouldn't bother to do anything. With that said, Nefong had already passed through the crowd, came to the front, and looked at each other with the spotted cheetah. The spotted cheetah didn't pay attention to the sudden south wind, and even had a sarcastic smile on his face. In its view, Nefong is just a level 37 rookie, and it can only add food to it. This meal, it can go from 7 to 8 full. Lao Bai. Go ahead and look for reinforcements along the official road. Seeing that Nefong had already made up his mind to have a fight with the spotted cheetah, the captain immediately said, Go quickly. We will try to last as long as possible. Good. Lao Bai nodded, turned around and ran away. Ho ho. Seeing that the prey was about to run away, the spotted cheetah let out a low roar from its throat and slowly took 2 steps forward. The captain took 2 steps forward, stood side by side with Nefong, and said in a low voice, Friends, let's flank it from left to right and attack its abdomen together. Nefong pointed at the tip of his nose with his index finger. Huh? Are you talking to me? Nonsense. The captain shouted loudly. Take action. Cut through the mountain. The captain swung his short knife vigorously and struck the cheetah on the head. The spotted cheetah sneered and dodged easily. In its eyes, the captain's speed is as slow as a turtle. Nefong Wuyu, brother. Didn't you say attack its abdomen? Why behead? The captain's face was gloomy. My friend, things are changing rapidly on the battlefield. Do you think it's just a child playing house? Fight wherever you want. Nefong took out the Desert Eagle, quickly drew the gun, and without even aiming, blasted a big hole in the piebald cheetah's belly. Nefong shrugged. Look, isn't this a hit? The captain was stunned. Huh? Roar. The pain in its abdomen made the spotted cheetah howl uncontrollably. The way it looked at Nefong instantly turned sinister and vicious. Uh-huh. In an instant, the spotted cheetah pounced up like a ghost, its sharp claws reaching to Nonfeng's neck. The captain's face changed drastically. He had experienced how sharp the cheetah's claws were before. If this claw is used, Nonfeng's neck will definitely be pierced. Be careful. Boss! The team leader yelled and tried to push Nefong away, but his speed was too slow. Boom! There was a muffled sound. Nonfeng's neck was not pierced by the sharp claws. Instead, the spotted cheetah was kicked and flew more than 10 meters away. Several hunters present were stunned. They didn't expect Nefong to be so powerful. Is this person really only level 37? This little leopard is a bit weak. I feel like I can kill it with my fists. Nefong murmured in a low voice and took out Barrett from his backpack. Forget it. It's better to be more stable. Call out. Call out. Call out. Barrett made a low roar, and magic bullets shot out one after another. The spotted cheetah had never seen such a hidden weapon before, and he was shot 3 times by accident. Blood flowed. Ouch! The spotted cheetah looked up to the sky and howled loudly, then ran quickly and rushed into the depths of the jungle. Monster! Where to go? Nefong picked up Barrett and quickly chased after him. As soon as he walked into a patch of grass that was half a person's height, Nonfeng's scalp suddenly went numb, and he immediately rolled forward and threw himself out. A second later, the spotted cheetah jumped down from the top of the tree and pounced on the spot where Nefong was standing just now. When did you run into the tree? Nefong frowned slightly, raised his gun and fired twice. Phew! The bullet was past the spotted cheetah's skin, leaving 2 bloody marks. Roar! The cheetah roared again and pounced towards the south wind. Nefong sneered, kicked the spotted cheetah in the face, and punched it twice in the air. Ouch! The spotted cheetah was kicked 10 meters away, rolled several times on the ground, and let out a low whimper. It finally understood that with its strength, it was no match for the 2-legged beast in front of it. It is the prey. Roar! The spotted cheetah was not stupid either. Knowing that he could not defeat Nefong, he immediately changed his target and rushed towards the hunter team. Drink. Cut off the water. The captain stood in front of the other team members, drew his dagger and faced them. But this time, the spotted cheetah no longer played with it, but used all its strength to smash the dagger into pieces with one claw. What? The captain was shocked. He didn't expect that the strength of this leopard was several times stronger than he imagined. He spent most of his savings to buy this short sword from a master forger. Although it is not as good as the legendary natal magic weapon, it can still be regarded as a sharp weapon. I didn't expect the spotted cheetah to smash it into pieces so easily. Call out. Call out. Freeze bomb. Explosive fire bomb. 2 consecutive magic bullets struck, allowing the spotted cheetah to enjoy a period of ice and fire. You go away. Don't get in the way here. And I won't be able to do anything, Nanfeng said, and rushed forward with a vigorous step. The barrett in his hand had been replaced by a spray gun. Boom! 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 The spray gun equipped with an expanded magazine can now spray 5 times in a row. After 5 consecutive shots, the spotted cheetah's body was in tatters, full of pits and bloody holes. Ho! The spotted cheetah's eyes widened, and it kept twitching on the ground. It couldn't figure it out. It had been practicing for many years, and finally broke through to level 40 today. However, it was killed by a level 37 two-legged beast before it even started filling the cup. So what's the point of practicing hard? With all kinds of doubts, the pie cheetah watched the two-leg stuff a dark tube into its mouth. Boom! With a muffled sound. The life of the pie cheetah was frozen, compared with other level 40 ferocious beasts. This little cheetah is still far behind. Nanfeng put away his spray and sighed. Beside, the 4 hunters were stunned. The level 40 ferocious beast that chased them all the way died like this? Is the man in front of me really a human? How could he be more terrifying than a ferocious beast? Chapter 499, Under the Broken Soul Cliff. There is a millipede nest. Required conditions for upgrading the natal magic weapon. Kill 3 creatures above level 40. Seeing that the data in the status bar of the natal magic weapon was updated, Nanfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Yes. Yes. It was a wise choice to leave Liyun City last night. As long as he hunts 2 more ferocious beasts above level 40. Nanfeng's natal weapon can be upgraded to level A. A-level divine weapons. Among all the chosen ones, only Longwoody's divine weapons are A-level. Others, such as the Talus Priest Amos from the world of Archie Catherine number 3, and the Priest Amos from the number 7 world of Xuanqing, are also like Nanfeng. Their natal magic weapons are stuck at the peak of B level. After all, ferocious beasts above level 40 are not so easy to hunt. Nanfeng was indeed lucky today. He met a little leopard who was the best among level 40, and got a big advantage. This senior, the team leader said solemnly, "Thank you, senior, for your help. The younger generation will definitely repay the favor of saving his life with all his strength in the future. As for the seniors and not the seniors, I am the youngest here." Nanfeng waved his hand, and said nonchalantly, "People in this world generally have longer lifespans, because they can cultivate." Xiao Lu, the youngest member of this hunter team, has turned 30 this year, and is several years older than Nanfeng. Senior joked. The captain thought for a moment, and opened the bag on his back, revealing the harvest of this hunt. "Senior, this is what our team has gained from this trip. I know you don't like this, but please accept it." Nanfeng glanced at the contents of the bag. He really doesn't like a lot of worthless goods. "Come on. Keep it yourself. These gadgets are useless to me." Nanfeng waved his hand. "If you really want to repay me, just tell me where you met this little leopard. Is this a spotted cheetah?" The captain pondered for a moment. The first place he was targeted by it was probably in the forest next to Soul Desolating Cliff. "Nanfeng, where is Soul Desolating Cliff?" The captain pointed in one direction. "Senior, keep walking in this direction. There's a cliff about 10 kilometers away, which is the Duanhuan Cliff." "Okay. Thank you very much." Nanfeng patted the dust on his clothes and walked quickly towards the Duanhuan Cliff. "If you meet little leopard's brother or sister, wouldn't it take off?" The captain saw that Nanfeng didn't seem to know much about Soul Desolating Cliff, so he quickly reminded loudly, "Senior, you must not get too close to Soul Desolating Cliff. There are rumors that there are very powerful ferocious beasts under Soul Desolating Cliff." Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. "Really? Then I just happened to stop by and have a look." "Team leader, did you listen to what I said? May I ask?" "I don't need to remind you of this." Less than 5 minutes after Nanfeng left, Lao Bai rushed over with a Liyun City defense force. "Team leader, I'll bring someone to rescue you, eh?" Lao Bai stared at the spotted cheetah that was riddled with holes on the ground. Stunned. "What's going on? If I'm not here, you can even kill level 40 ferocious beasts at will?" Behind him, 2 city defense troops stepped forward carefully to check. It was indeed a level 40 ferocious beast, and it was already dead. "Oh, I see." Hearing this, the captain of the city defense army nodded slightly. "Coming to the hunter team. Right. Who is the captain? Let's settle the rescue fee." Xiaolu muttered in a low voice. "You didn't take any action. Why should you accept the money?" The captain of the city defense army calmly replied, "So I only charge the rescue fee, and not the attack fee." Xiao Lu was stunned. "Is there any shooting fee? Blackmailing you?" "Xiao Lu, shut up," the captain scolded in a deep voice, and then looked at the city defense troops. "Thank you all for coming all the way to rescue us. Please accept this small kindness." The team leader gave all the things that Nanfeng didn't want to Nanfeng to the city defense army. "Well, almost." The captain of the city defense army nodded, and then asked, "Who killed this ferocious beast?" The team leader hesitated for a while, and then gave a rough description of Nanfeng's appearance. After hearing the description, the captain of the city defense army frowned slightly. "Is it Lu Xiubu from the Yin family? Why did he come here?" "Close the team." The captain waved his hand, and quickly returned to Luyin City with the remaining city defense troops. At noon, the captain returned to Luyin City. After reporting on the mission, he immediately came to a noisy tea house. There were people coming and going in this tea house. Everyone was sitting together in small groups, discussing the interesting things that happened in the city recently. After scanning the tea house, the captain quickly walked to a corner. Sitting in the corner was a woman wearing a black robe, her face completely covered by her white hood, making it impossible for outsiders to see clearly. "What's up?" The woman made a sound like a silver bell. The captain leaned over and whispered, "I found traces of Lu Xiubu outside the city. Broken Soul Cliff." Nanfeng spent the whole afternoon wandering around the nearby woods, but couldn't find the little leopard's family, which was really a bit regretful. However, Nanfeng felt two extremely powerful auras under the Broken Soul Cliff. There should be two ferocious beasts above level 40 below. Good news. After killing these two ferocious beasts, my natal magic weapon can be upgraded. Bad news. I can't beat two of them at once. The aura under the Broken Soul Cliff is very strong, and it cannot be compared to a novice like little Huabao. Nanfeng suspected that the levels of the ferocious beasts below may be more than level 40, and may have reached level 41 or 42. However, it's not Nanfeng's character to just give up after he's come here. How about trying out the strength of the ferocious beasts below? If it's really too powerful, it's not too late to leave. Buzz! The reconnaissance plane made a slight buzzing sound and slowly descended from the cliff. After descending a full 500 to 600 meters, Nanfeng saw the bottom of the cliff. At the same time, he also saw clearly the ferocious beast at the bottom of the cliff, the millipede. In fact, there were not just two ferocious beasts at the bottom of the cliff, but a large and densely packed group. Each of these millipedes is 2 to 3 meters long, and their bodies have countless small segments, which are either black, purple, brown, or green. Looking at these hundreds of squirming millipedes, Nanfeng almost got goosebumps. How could there be such disgusting creatures in the world? Nanfeng controlled the reconnaissance plane and circled above the group of millipedes, focusing on the two thickest and longest ones. These two are above level 40, while the others are only over level 30. The bottom of Soul Desolating Cliff is the nest of millipedes. If someone accidentally fell off the cliff, even if he didn't fall to death, he would probably be scared to death when he saw these densely packed millipedes. No wonder this place is called Soul-Breaking Cliff. It is indeed enough to break the soul. But it seems like these millipedes can't climb up? Nanfeng observed patiently for a while, and found that the bottom of the cliff was in the shape of an inverted triangle, and was surrounded by extremely smooth boulders. No matter how hard these millipedes try to climb up, they will eventually fall down. Wait, there seems to be some liquid smeared on the surrounding stones? Nanfeng frowned. This kind of lubricating oil-like liquid was the culprit that prevented the millipede from climbing up. Could it be that? Nanfeng couldn't help but have a bold idea. The millipedes at the bottom of the cliff were kept here by someone. Chapter 500. If you dare to take advantage of me today, you will take advantage of me tomorrow. Who is so powerful that he can raise a large group of ferocious beasts in the wild, and also raising things like millipedes? The person who raises them is really both powerful and evil-minded. Just as Nanfeng was sighing, he heard the dull sound of footsteps in the distance, and the sound of something dragging on the ground. Somebody is coming. The person who would come to Duanhuan Cliff at this time is most likely someone who raises millipedes. Nanfeng immediately ran in the other direction, hid behind a big tree 1 kilometer away, and used a magnifying glass to secretly observe. After a while, a man in a white robe walked out of the woods. A big red-haired spider lay on top of the man in white robe. Behind the big spider's butt, the flexible spider silk extends deep into the woods. It's him. Nanfeng knew this man in white robe, and even had a fight with Long Woody some time ago. This man in white robe should be a beast master, who can summon all kinds of small animals, rats, spiders, ants, poisonous snakes. From this point of view, the millipedes under the Broken Soul Cliff were raised by him. As for the purpose of the man in the white robe, it is also obvious he wants to take these millipedes as his pets. Swish, swish, swish. The branches and leaves in the woods are swaying. As the red-haired spider slowly retracted its silk, several dying beasts were dragged out of the woods. The man in the white robe grabbed these half-dead ferocious beasts and threw them into the foot of the soul-desolating cliff. There are nearly 100 millipedes down there. And this is all you feed them? Can you feed me enough? Nan Feng secretly thought in his heart. He looked down the cliff from the perspective of the reconnaissance plane. The millipedes, who had been relatively quiet at first, immediately became agitated after discovering the food falling from the sky. Swish. The millipede squirms with hundreds of body segments. And under each segment, there is a pair of long legs. These long legs move at the same time, which makes people feel scared. There was too little food falling from the sky. Not enough for this group of millipedes to eat. In order to compete for food, this group of millipedes began to fight and kill each other. Soon, those relatively weak millipedes were bitten to pieces by the powerful millipedes and lost their vitality. This fight for food only lasted 2 or 3 minutes. After the food was eaten, the millipedes calmed down again. Each found a place to huddle up and began to rest. Oh, let me go. Is this man in white robe raising goo? Nan Feng raised his eyebrows. He would drop a little bit of food at a time and let the millipedes fight over it and kill each other. In the end, the most powerful millipede left will be adopted as a pet by the man in white robe for him to drive. No wonder the white robe man's pets are so powerful. Any one of them can fight Long Woody back and forth. It seems that those pets were all trained through this method. Squeak. The red-haired spider above the man in white robe made a slight chirp, seeming a little unhappy. Why? If I don't give you food, do you still want to rebel? The man in the white robe understood what the red-haired spider meant and sneered. You have to remember, I have a lot of pets. If you don't do it, the pets will do it. The red-haired spider was very aggrieved and huddled up, lying on the head of the man in white robe, and stopped moving. The man in white robe stood at the edge of soul-desolating cliff and murmured in a low voice, wait 2 or 3 months, and the most powerful millipede among them will be born. Right? He stood there in a daze for a moment, then went into the forest and disappeared. Nan Feng was wary. Last time, the man in white robe spotted him and Long Woody from a distance of several kilometers, and then groped over quietly. It won't be the same this time. Right? At this thought, Nan Feng did not dare to stay where he was, and turned around and ran further away. Less than 2 minutes after he left, the man in white robes, guided by a gray mouse, arrived at where Nan Feng was staying. No one. Did you run away? The man in white robe frowned slightly, but he didn't take Nan Feng to heart. He didn't sense a very powerful aura. This man should be less than level 40. Even if he saw something, it wouldn't matter. After thinking about it, the man in white robe suddenly sneered again. Maybe he would think that there is something good under the soul-desolating cliff, and climb down to take a look. Then he will have to give my little guys extra food. Thinking of this, the man in white robe felt happy, and returned to Luyun City humming a little tune. Luyun Chamber of Commerce will hold another auction next week, and the beast core of the purple evil insect king is also among them. I have to go back quickly to collect more money. Late at night, after walking around a lot and hunting dozens of ferocious beasts, Nan Feng returned to the vicinity of soul-desolating cliff. The man in white robe, who has no money to change his clothes, should have left. Right? Nan Feng hid in the distance and carefully observed the situation around soul-desolating cliff. After making sure that no one was there, he walked out with confidence. Nan Feng will not let go of these 2 level 40 ferocious beasts under soul-desolating cliff. He happened to have a grudge against the man in white robe, so he took advantage of this opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone by killing his prepared pet. Reconnaissance plane. Start. Nan Feng mounted various ammunition on the reconnaissance plane, and then controlled the reconnaissance plane to fly carefully to the bottom of the cliff. He found one of the level 41 millipedes, and threw all the ammunition at its head. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the millipedes were frightened and began to run around, 1,000 legs frantically pulling at the soil. The level 41 millipede shook its tentacles angrily, stood up, and bit into the reconnaissance plane. I hide. Nan Feng seemed to be playing a game, avoiding the attacks of millipedes. But what Nan Feng didn't expect was that these millipedes would also spray venom. Their mouths are like high-pressure water guns, spraying dark green venom into the sky. These venoms are extremely corrosive. The wings of the reconnaissance plane began to dissolve quickly after just a little bit of them. It staggered down and was swallowed by a millipede. Damn it. My machine! Nafong was so angry that he picked up the rocket launcher and fired it. It wasn't over yet. It took out Gatling again. And it didn't even need to aim. It just aimed at the bottom of the cliff and fired. After Gatling's red temperature, Nafong replaced Barrett again and fired shot after shot. There are also grenades, flash bombs, explosive bombs, freezing bombs, dragon beam cannons, etc. And they are greeted at the bottom of the cliff as if they are free. If you dare to eat my reconnaissance plane today, if you dare to eat me tomorrow, I will kill you. After Gatling cooled down, Nafong picked up Gatling again and started sweeping around. If anyone is around here, they will see Soul Desolate Cliff blazing like fireworks. It was not until the next day that the south wind, which had been blowing all night, finally stopped breathing heavily. He opened the panel and glanced at the status bar of his natal magic weapon. Required conditions for upgrading the natal magic weapon: kill 3 creatures above level 40. The upgrade conditions have been met. Do you want to upgrade your natal magic weapon? Nafong did not hesitate and directly chose yes. Upgrade. Chapter 501. The natal magic weapon is upgraded. High-frequency concussion laser cannon. Ding! Your natal magic weapon has been upgraded to lower level A. Weapon name: Extraordinary Level Arsenal. Current grade: a grade inferior. Type: Backpack. Attribute: Backpack Grid plus 8000. Materials required for upgrade: absorb 1 divine weapon of the same level. As the level of your natal magic weapon increases, you will unlock more equipment. The following equipment of yours has been changed. Barrett, high-frequency concussion laser cannon, releases a high-frequency beam carrying huge energy, causing a devastating blow to the target. The following skills of yours have changed. Dragon beam cannon, dragon beam cannon. Dragon beam cannon, changed from active to passive. Can only be triggered when equipped with high-frequency shock laser cannon. Cooling time minus 100%. Damage minus 90%. Penetration effect slightly reduced. You have obtained the following new equipment. Tactical Mecha. It can automatically identify the worn equipment and copy its attributes. It can modify the shape of the mecha at will. The cooling time is 24 hours. His. As the natal divine weapon rose to level A, a powerful energy poured into Nanfeng's body. All of his attributes have skyrocketed, and his whole body is full of power. He is much more powerful than he was just a few minutes ago. From B level to A level, the natal magic weapon is really a qualitative leap. Let me see what the arsenal has been updated this time. WTF. Laser cannon? There are also tactical mechas. Nafong gasped. What the HL? How come this upgrade of the natal magic weapon has become science fiction? Are there laser cannons and mechas? Nafong hurriedly looked at his backpack. The Barrett that had been with him for a long time had disappeared, replaced by a cannon full of futuristic technology. It probably looks like this. Taking out the high-frequency oscillation laser cannon, Nafong couldn't put it down and played with it for a long time. What man doesn't like this kind of thing? And what man doesn't want it? Cool. CharlotteBoxing.jpg. Nafong put down the laser cannon and looked at a set of black mechas lying quietly in his backpack. Oh my god. This is a mecha. The corners of Nanfeng's mouth raised. He took out his mecha and started studying it. This set of tactical mecha has 2 functions. One is to copy the attributes of the currently worn equipment, and the other is to change the appearance at will. Nafong used the first function with great interest. The tactical mecha instantly copied the properties of all the equipment such as Dragon War Suit, Devil Wings, My Mercy, Frozen Ring, and so on. He almost lost it. Nafong was so happy. Isn't this equivalent to having 2 identical sets of equipment? If these 2 sets of equipment could be worn at the same time, wouldn't it be? Nafong put the tactical mecha on his body with the mentality of giving it a try. The next second, the mecha covered Nanfeng's body like running water. Put it on! Nafong almost laughed out loud. But before the corners of his mouth raised to the highest level, he slowly retracted them. Why doesn't this add attributes? With the 2 sets of equipment on, Nanfeng's attributes have not changed. He studied for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. The attributes of the tactical mecha and the equipment on it do not overlap. Isn't this a scam? So what's the use of this mecha? Can it only be used for cross-dressing? The southern wind exhales the fragrance of the mouth. Apart from being able to change clothes once a day, this tactical mecha has no other function. Zero improvement. Nefeng shook his head and put the tactical mecha into his backpack first, preparing to study it carefully when he was free one day. This is a legendary mecha after all. It can't be so rubbish. Right? It's probably because he hasn't figured it out yet. Nefeng comforted himself, and then looked at his skill, Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon. This skill has changed a lot from active to passive. First of all, the damage has been reduced by 90%. This is a huge weakening. Nefeng's Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon plus Charged Strike combo skill has been directly eliminated. But the good news is that the passive Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon has no cooling time. In other words, as long as Nefeng can keep pulling the trigger, he can keep firing Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon. It weakens the burst, but increases the ability of continuous output. Nefeng murmured. This exchange is completely acceptable to Nefeng. The original Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon has a 1-hour cooldown. In an hour, Nefeng didn't know how many shots he could fire, and the damage he had done was not worth mentioning. Cool. Cool. Great improvement today. The day when I can beat the dragon invincibly is getting closer and closer. Nefeng whistled happily and glanced at the panel. Level 37. Okay. I'll be level 38 soon. Another huge improvement. Go upgrade. Nefeng carried the cannon and walked proudly into the depths of the jungle. He was going to make another trip to the Holy Land for upgrading Wanshu restricted area and reach level 40 in one go. Time flies, and 5 days fly by. At dusk, the Bai family Holy Land. The two carriages sped along the rugged mountain road and finally stopped slowly in front of the Bai family's territory. The guard at the gate of the Bai family took a closer look and saw one of the carriages, pulled by an ordinary unicorn horse. But the other carriage was amazing. The one pulling it turned out to be a thunder beast. You must know that in the entire Falling Sun Empire, there is only one person who travels on a thunder beast, and that person is Emperor Zun. Meet the Emperor. The two guards guarding the door knelt on the ground with a thud, lowered their heads, and did not dare to take another look. In the carriage behind the thunder light beast, Emperor Zun said in a calm tone, Teacher, Diyuan, you go to Liyun City first. I will come over after I have suppressed the 9-layer demon tower. Let me tell you, there is no need for you to go to Liyun City. In the unicorn horse carriage, a lazy voice sounded. I heard that Tang Chungyun was still in Jiao City this morning, far away from Liyun City. Tian Yuan and I can solve all the troubles in Liyun City. Emperor Zun smiled and said, If Tang Chungyun is going all out, do you think it will take a long time? I still have to go there. It just so happens that I also want to see what the strength of these legendary chosen ones is. Okay. Then Tian Yuan and I will leave first. Diyuan's voice sounded again. I haven't seen the famous hero for a long time. I wonder how strong he is now. Can you survive 1.5 moves under my hands? The one-horned horse galloped, dragging the carriage carrying Tian Yuan and Diyuan, and rushed towards the direction of Liyun City. The thunder beast snored, ignored the Bai family's gatekeepers, and rushed into the Bai family compound. The mountain behind the Bai family, a demon tower dozens of meters high, was shaking violently. In front of the demon tower, dozens of strong men from the Bai family were sitting cross-legged, transmitting the magic power in their bodies to Master Bai. Mr. Bai, who was sitting in the middle, was sweating profusely, and his body was shaking slightly. He is trying his best to suppress the 9-layer demonic tower, but the demonic tower is shaking more and more violently, and may eventually break. Master Bai, are you ready for the reward I want? Emperor Zun's voice came from far away, and the next second, he appeared above the 9-layer demon tower. Master Bai, who was already on the verge of despair, suddenly had hope for life in his eyes. He raised his head and shouted, Emperor Zun, save me! On the plain at night, Xiaonan, who was jumping up and down, suddenly stopped in place and took out a small gadget from his pocket. This little gadget is exactly the 8th and 9th floors of the 9-layer demon tower. Xiaonan stared at the demon tower in his hand with a little surprise, and murmured, in this era, there are still people who have mastered the control method of the 9-layer demon tower? Awesome. But it doesn't matter. This person's control method is also very low level. I still get in whenever I want, and get out whenever I want. Well, he did me a favor. The big ice block was suppressed by him again, so I didn't need to take action. In fact, even if Master Bai didn't ask Emperor Zun for help, Xiaonan would help him suppress the Ancient ice crystal titan, again. That's Shionon's back garden. You big ice cube wants to break the demon tower and run out? Haha. There is no door. Chapter 502 come. I'll teach you how to play mahjong. 5 days. Do you know what I did in these 5 days? Nanfeng looked at the large open space directly in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. In 5 days. I directly reduced the area of Wan Chu's restricted area by 10%. Bald Chong has not cut down as many trees as me in his entire life. This is not bragging. Because Bald Chong has indeed never cut down a few trees. Not even Lu Daqiang from Nancheng. It seems the time is almost up. Nefeng put away the metallic laser cannon and looked at the time. Yesterday's one doesn't count. Today's one is the laser cannon. Tomorrow was the last trial of Liyun. And he had to rush back to Liyun City before dark. The position of City Lord is about to fall into the bag. And Nanfeng doesn't want to lose control at this last critical moment. Level 39. Nanfeng glanced at the panel. After these 5 days of high-intensity fighting, Nanfeng's experience value soared, rising directly from level 37 to level 39. It's not bad to be stuck at level 39. Otherwise, if you upgrade to level 40, you won't be able to participate in the last trial. Nanfeng put away the laser cannon and trotted away in the direction of Liyun City. On the way, Nanfeng made a special turn and went to Duanhuan Cliff. I saw that in the forest around Duanhuan Cliff, it was as if a typhoon was passing through. The trees were all swaying, broken, and rotten. You don't need to think about it. Someone must be losing their temper here. Hey, someone has broken the defense. But I won't tell who it is. Nanfeng whistled happily and returned to Liyun City at a brisk pace. A long way away, Nanfeng could see that large-scale construction work was being carried out on the city wall of Liyun City. And it seemed that a high-rise building was being built. Is this going to build an observatory? Nanfeng stared at the tall building that was beginning to take shape for a while. He didn't see what was going on. So he shook his head and walked into the city. Arriving outside the gate of Yin Mansion, Nanfeng found that the guard guarding the gate looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, isn't this the secret guard who was scolded by Yan Xiaoqi for sleeping at work a few days ago? Nanfeng pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "Lo, hey buddy. I remember you are not a secret guard. How did you get transferred here? Got promoted?" The guard glanced at Nanfeng resentfully. "Lu Keqing, please stop making fun of me. I have been demoted. As a follower of Yan Nijio. Nanfeng is a guest in the Yin family. And these servants call him Keqing." Of course, this was in front of Nanfeng. Behind his back, the servants usually called Nanfeng the one named Lu. Nanfeng smiled. What words? What words is this? You are now the face of Yin Mansion. When a guest comes to Yin Mansion, the first person he sees is you. Do you think you are important? This, the guard scratched his head and didn't know how to refute for a moment. By the way, buddy, aren't you doing a good job? How come you were suddenly transferred here? After wandering around for a long time, Nanfeng finally got to the point. The guard sighed and said melancholy, strangely enough, I keep dozing off these days, especially when I'm at work. That night 4 days ago, I accidentally fell asleep while standing guard, which almost caused a disaster. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. A big disaster? What happens? The guard looked around and saw that there was no one else. Then whispered, late that night, an assassin sneaked into Yin Mansion while I was dozing. What? He actually let an assassin sneak into the Yin Mansion? What does your guard do for food? Yan Shuqi didn't fire you. It must be because you saved the world in your previous life. The guard didn't know what Nanfeng was thinking. So he continued to talk to himself. Fortunately, Mr. Lu didn't sleep that night. He discovered the assassin on the spot and chased him all the way out of the city. It's a pity that the assassin ran away in the end. Can you escape from Yan Xiaolu? This assassin is not weak. Nanfeng pondered. Do you know who the assassin came to kill? The guard shook his head. How could I know this? But I heard that the assassin once entered Miss Yin Nijio's room. Have you ever entered Yin Nijio's room? Is the assassin here to rob sex? This is not an assassin. He is clearly a flower-picking thief. Thanks, brother. I'll invite you to the cafeteria for dinner when you have time. Nanfeng patted the guard on the shoulder, strode into Yin Mansion, and went to find Yin Nijio. The guard looked at Nanfeng's back with a smile on his face and murmured, this man named Lu is really nice. Not only did he call me brother, he also invited me to dinner. He didn't look down on me at all. Then he combed his hair like an adult, straightened his wrinkled clothes, stood upright, and carefully guarded the door. I am now the face of Yin Mansion. I must establish a good image, the guard thought in his heart. Yin Mansion. The entrance to Yin Nugio's room. Nanfeng leaned against the door frame and laughed and said, Yin Nugio. I heard that you were robbed a few days ago. In the room. Yin Nugio immediately became furious. Which bastard is talking nonsense? I'm going to pull out his tongue. Seeing Yin Nugio's appearance, Nanfeng was immediately shocked. I'm going to strangle him. What's the big reaction? You're not really being raped. Are you? Of course not. I wasn't even in the room that night. Yin Nugio said angrily. That night, Man Ning and I stayed at the Black Gold Casino playing mahjong and never came back. It was only the next day that I found out there was an assassin in my house. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Let me figure it out. Nanfeng scratched his head and asked with some confusion, if I heard correctly. What you just said was, playing mahjong. Yes, playing mahjong. Yin Nugio said, taking out a rectangular piece made of wood from her pocket. A square one. Nanfeng's eyes widened as he looked at the two crooked Chinese characters carved on the wooden block. Nanfeng. I ride a horse. Nanfeng calmly put his hands behind his back, ready to take out the laser cannon from his bag at any time. There is something wrong with this Yin Nugio. Could it be that he was controlled by Sikong Bushue? What's the matter? You seem shocked? Yin Nugio said doubtfully. Nanfeng took a deep breath to calm down, and slowly said, where did your mahjong come from? Black Gold Casino. Starting a few days ago. Everyone who enters the Black Gold Casino can randomly receive a mahjong piece as a souvenir. Man Ning was very lucky. She received a mahjong stone with a hair carved on it, which was said to help her make a fortune. Yin Nugio smiled and replied, don't you know? Mahjong Black Gold Casino invented a new game that is much more interesting than rolling dice. You can't stop playing it at all. I'll take you to play with me next time, and I'll teach you. This is the national quintessence of our Dragon Kingdom. Why the H? I still want you to teach it. Kind of funny. Nanfeng pondered for a moment, and then asked, do you know who invented this mahjong? This confused Yin Nugio. She thought for a while, shook her head and said, I don't know. Why do you ask? It doesn't matter who invented it. As long as we can play it. It's okay. It's not unreasonable. Nanfeng stretched out his hand. Can I see the mahjong piece in your hand? Yin Nugio handed over the mahjong very generously. Of course. If you want, I can give it to you. Nanfeng took the mahjong and looked at the word, Nanfeng, engraved on it, and couldn't help but feel a creepy feeling. From 10,000 to 90,000. From Little Bird to 9,000. There are so many mahjong games. But only Yin Nugio can get the south wind? There is no problem in this. Nanfeng doesn't believe it. He turned the mahjong over. The back of the mahjong was carved with concentric circles one after another. The densely packed circles made people dizzy. A few seconds later, Nanfeng felt a faint feeling of sleepiness coming over him. Call. He looked away and took a deep breath to eliminate his sleepiness. Needless to say, the inventor of mahjong must be Sikong Bushue. What kind of playing is this guy doing? Chapter 503 Dream World. Judging from the recent events in Liyun City, Sikong Bushue must be secretly planning something big. This big event will most likely hypnotize the whole city. Take control of the whole city. This made Nanfeng very uncomfortable. This idiot. Can't you go somewhere else to get things done? Liyun City is my territory. Nanfeng greeted all the 18 generations of Sikong Eridan's ancestors in his heart. With the help of Nanfeng, Yin Nugio is about to become the city lord of this term. Are you, Sikong Bushue, causing trouble at this time? Then don't blame me for messing with you. Nanfeng threw the mahjong piece out, and it fell into Yin Nugio's hand. This thing is unlucky. You better not carry it with you. Is that so? Yin Nugio put the mahjong under the candlelight and looked at it. Her apricot eyebrows slightly furrowed. It looked good to me. Wearing it can also help me sleep. My sleep quality has been much better recently. Nanfeng was speechless. Sometimes, sleeping aid is not necessarily a good thing. But Nanfeng wasn't going to talk anymore in the mahjong game. And Yin Nugio wouldn't listen. He brought the topic back. By the way, have you ever asked your sixth uncle and grandpa what that assassin looked like? Yin Nugio nodded, after asking. The sixth uncle said that the assassin was a woman and her strength was average. But for some reason, the sixth uncle could not catch up with her. Female? Nanfeng frowned. Why did the female assassin come to your room? Is there something wrong with her sexual orientation? What to say? Yin Nu snorted. That was not an assassin at all. But a thief. She stole the sword my mother gave me. Is it Yen Nujio's sword? Nafeng remembered that sword. When he was in the town of despair, Nafeng borrowed that sword and had a fight with the weird people in the town. That sword is still sharp. But compared with the divine weapon, it is far inferior. Even the strong men, with a little bit of strength, looked down upon that sword. Your sword is not a magic weapon. The thief took great risks and sneaked into Yan's house just to steal a sword? Nafeng didn't understand. Do you look down on my sword? Yen Nujio pursed her red lips. That was given to me by my mother. If anyone can help me find it, I will give him 10 million. Nafeng closed the door and left. Yen Nujio was stunned. Lu Shibu. Where are you going? The voice of the south wind came from far away. I'm looking for a sword. After walking out of the gate of Yen's house, Nafeng glanced at the guard guarding the door and found that he had begun to doze off again. Nafeng shouted, Master Lu is back. Then he rushed out in 3 steps and disappeared into the dark streets. Hey, it's just Skin. Sixth Master? Meet Mr. Lu. The dozing guard suddenly woke up and was so frightened that he didn't even dare to raise his head. After more than half a minute, the guard carefully raised his head and looked around. No one. No one on the streets. Who dares to trick me? The guard cursed silently, thinking of what he looked like just now. The guard became so angry that he couldn't sleep. He stood on guard all night in high spirits. After leaving Yen's house, Nafeng found a dark alley and opened the panel. You can put aside the matter of helping Yen Nujio find the sword for now. There is no rush. He has a more important thing now that must be done immediately. In the chat channel, Nafeng clicked on Long Woody's avatar. Nanfeng, Brother Long. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you so much. I wonder how you are doing lately. Long Woody? Long Woody, what's the matter with you? Nafeng went straight to the topic. Where are you now? Do you have time to come to Lian City? Long Woody, since Brother Feng warmly invites you, I must be free. Kindness? I'm not very kind either. Nafeng, I'm in the 6th alley to the left of the snack street in front of Yinfu. When can you come over? Dragon Invincibility, 10. Nanfeng, 10 minutes? Dragon Invincible, 9. Nafeng. Damn. Aren't you in Lian City? A few seconds later, Long Woody came to Nafeng quietly. Brother Feng, why are you so anxious to find me? Hearing Long Woody's voice coming from behind, Nafeng was startled. Damn it. Why are you walking silently? You were so scared that you broke out in a cold sweat. Since possessing the tactical headset, this was the first time that Nafeng was touched behind his back silently. He stared at Long Woody in surprise, and suddenly took a breath of air. Brother Long. Are you level 40? Long Woody smiled. I hunted several dying ancient ferocious beasts in the Gray Sky prison before, and my level has reached level 39. This time, I came back for a little retreat and reached level 40. Damn! Let me just say, why is there not a single ferocious beast in the Gray Sky prison? Are all the emotions killed by you? Long Woody? You, Long Woody, have taken advantage of all the good things. So how can other people live? Nafeng is so sour that it feels like eating 2 tons of lemons. Brother Feng, why did you come to me? Long Woody avoided Nanfeng's cannibalistic gaze and asked with a smile. Nafeng took a deep breath and shared with Long Woody what happened in Lian City during this period. Long Woody frowned. Hypnotize the whole city and control the whole city. Does Sikong Buishua have such strength? Nafeng shook his head. I don't believe he has such strong strength. But besides him, who else can both hypnotize and mahjong? It seems that he has expert help behind him. Long Woody's face became slightly solemn. Brother Feng, don't forget. You killed him once. The strong man behind him can even resurrect the dead. The south wind murmured in a low voice, bringing the dead back to life. Long Woody raised his eyebrows. What? Do you know someone who can do it? Nanfeng nodded. He did know that there were 2 people who could bring the dead back to life. No, not 2 people, but 2 gods. The god of creation, and Suena, the god of dreams. Maybe Shao Nan in his peak period can also be counted as one? Of the 3, Suena is the most questionable. But no matter who is behind Sikong Buishua, they are not someone they can provoke now. If Nanfeng's brows knitted together. If it is what I think, then we must leave Lian City and develop somewhere else. Long Woody shook his head. We just made a name for ourselves here. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to leave now? Moreover, you are not sure who the strong man behind Sikong Buishua is. What if he is not the person you think of? Nafeng looked at Long Woody. If it was really the person I was thinking about, we wouldn't even have a chance to leave Liyun City. As the god of dreams, Suana can silently make people sink into dreams and never wake up. Nafeng even began to wonder if everything he was experiencing now was a dream. Is there a possibility? The moment I step into Liyun City tonight, I have fallen into the world created by the dream god and cannot extricate myself? Chapter 504, Sikung Wishua. Do you want this sword? Could everything around here be just a dream? Especially Long Woody. How could he come to Nafeng in 10 seconds and quietly? Why can he break through level 40 inexplicably? Is it possible that he was transformed from this dream? Nafeng stared at Long Woody for a long time, then silently took out the laser cannon and pointed it at him. Long Woody was stunned and looked at the technological laser cannon in surprise. What is it? Isn't this kind of gun something only found in science fiction movies? Nafeng was also stunned. Brother, I am pointing a cannon at you now. Can you respect me? Even if you don't respect me, just respect the laser cannon in my hand. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Long Woody frowned slightly when he saw that Nafeng was always aiming at him. What? You want to try the power of this gun? Yes. I want to test whether you are really invincible. After saying this, Nafeng put down the laser cannon, but judging from your performance just now, you should be serious. No one can imitate that feeling of infinite confidence in yourself. Long Woody raised his eyebrows. Do you think I'm fake? What gives you this feeling? Nafeng stared at Long Woody and asked, Brother Long, if there is a very real dream, and the person in the dream will be completely immersed in it and unable to realize that he is dreaming, then what should he do to wake up? So, do you think you are dreaming? Do you think I'm just in a dream? Long Woody said slowly, Brother Feng, you still lack confidence in yourself. From what I know about you, even if you fall into a dream, there must be a way to get out. Nafeng shook his head and smiled helplessly. It depends on who created the dream. If it is that woman, no matter who the other person is, I believe you can do it. Long Woody directly interrupted Nafeng and spoke confidently. Long Woody, have never misjudged anyone. Nafeng pointed to the tip of his nose. Huh? Am I really that powerful? You are quite good at comforting people. Brother Long, after you know what kind of existence Suana is, I wonder if you can still be so confident. Long Woody didn't know what Nafeng was thinking, but returned to the topic. Brother Feng, I just saw your eyes starting to become trance-like. You must have been hypnotized by Sikung Erkshu. Please recall carefully. What happened tonight? How did you get tricked? Nafeng was stunned. I was hypnotized by Sikung Bushua? He immediately thought of the mahjong with the south wind engraved on it. The back of the mahjong was engraved with countless concentric circles. He just glanced at it and felt a hint of sleepiness coming over him. Perhaps it was at that time that Sikung Bushua planted the seeds of hypnosis. No, Sikung Bushua doesn't have this kind of power. He can't hypnotize me from the air with a mahjong pattern. It's Suana. Only she has the power of such a bug. At this moment, Nafeng was extremely convinced that the person behind Sikung Bushua was Suayana. She is no longer standing behind Nafeng. Brother Long, what I'm about to say next is a bit shocking. I hope you won't be frightened. Nafeng thought for a while, and decided to tell him everything about Suana. In this way, if Suana wants to attack Long Woody, he can be prepared. At the very least, you won't fall into sleep without realizing it. Dark clouds drifted past, covering most of the bright moon, leaving only a trace of hazy moonlight. Nafeng and Long Woody squatted on the ground, holding a small wooden stick in their hands, drawing little figures on the dirt and communicating in low voices. Suana, is she the strongest among the last chosen ones? After listening to Nafeng's introduction, Long Woody's face also became heavy. He is a ruthless character, and paired with his boss Sikung Bushua, a guy with an abnormal psychology, it is indeed a bit tricky. Nafeng also gave his own conjecture. They must be planning to hypnotize the whole city and control the whole city. Liyun City is now on the edge of the cliff. These two people had been planning this for so long. Nafeng couldn't even imagine how many people they had hypnotized. Long Woody was more optimistic. Brother Feng, you are thinking too much. Liyun City has a large population, and there are many strong people above level 40. Sikung Bushua does not have the ability to hypnotize the whole city. The people he is currently hypnotizing are all at a shallow level of hypnosis, so there is not much of a problem. Nafeng, Sikung Bushua doesn't have that strength. But what about Suana? Long Woody, according to your description, Suana must not have recovered much strength. Maybe she can't even beat us both now. Seeing that Nat Feng wanted to say something else, Long Woody patted him on the shoulder. Brother Feng, I know Sikong Bushua very well. If he could really hypnotize the whole city, he would have jumped out to show off. The reason why he is hiding now, and dare not show his face, is because he does not have enough ability to protect himself. He wants to use Suana's power to slowly control the whole city. So we won't let him get what he wants. Nat Feng raised his eyebrows. What do you want to do? Long Woody chuckled. Find him tonight. And then? Long Woody made a gesture of wiping his neck. Okay. Okay. Nat Feng fully agrees with Long Woody's proposal. Hack him. Don't think it's great to have Suana behind you. Once upon a time, Suana was still standing behind me. Nan. Wasn't I also beaten by Tianyuan, Diyuan and others? For a time, Nat Feng was so confident that he picked up the laser cannon and started to attack. Don't worry, Brother Feng. Do you know where Sikong Bushua is? Long Woody held down Nat Feng. Nat Feng patted the laser cannon on his shoulder. I don't know. So I'm going to bomb them street by street. I don't believe he won't come out. Long Woody was speechless and pressed Nanfeng's shoulders to calm him down. Don't worry. I can ask him out. With that said, Long Woody opened the panel and sent a message in the Cross-World chat channel. Long Woody, call Sikong Bushua. Do you still want this sword? If you want, message me privately with a price. Nat Feng looked at this message and was a little confused. What sword? Just this sword. Long Woody took out a long sword from his backpack. I took it from Yin Mansion's treasure house before. Have you forgotten it? A bit of an impression. After the martial arts tournament trial, Nat Feng, Long Woody, Man Ning, and others can go to Yin Mansion's treasure house to pick an item at will. It was this long sword that Long Woody chose at that time. Nat Feng, I remember you said at that time that this sword has the aura of a divine weapon. Yes. Long Woody nodded. The twins came to me 2 days ago and asked me if I could sell this long sword to them. I guessed that Sikong Bushua wanted to use it, so I didn't agree. Why did Sikong Bushua buy a useless sword? Nat Feng stared at the sword for a while, then suddenly raised his eyebrows. Huh? This sword looks a bit like Yen Nujio's sword. Chapter 505, Battle. Sikong is knowledgeable. The sword in Long Woody's hand was very different in appearance from Yen Nujio's sword, but the auras they exude are very similar. Nat Feng suddenly thought of something. So, the thief who sneaked into Yen Mansion a few days ago was also a learned man from Sikong? The thief was aiming for Yen Nujio's sword from the very beginning. But what does Sikong Bushua need these two swords for? Could it be that after his rebirth, his natal magic weapon was gone? So in desperate need of a new weapon? Nat Feng didn't quite understand. In the Cross-World chat channel, what Long Woody said just now caused a large group of night owls to appear. Wang Yuanming, what are you think about? Hasn't Sikong Bushua been dead for a long time? Even the ashes were raised by Nanshin. South Wind, be careful in what you say and do. Be careful in what you say and do. Xiao Aran, what do you mean South Wind? Could it be that Sikong Bushua is not dead yet? Brit, guys, please don't joke around late at night. Okay? I am a little scared. Su Ming, my feet, which were exposed just now, have now been shrunk into the quilt. Archie, who is Sikong Bushua? I seem to have heard of this name. What world number is he from? Sakura Saburo, the name sounds like someone from the Dragon Kingdom. I've never seen him before. Are there any masters in the Dragon Kingdom? Daisuke Nagakichi, Sakura Saburo. Saburo-kun. Please chat privately. Don't discuss that man here, lest you get targeted by him. Sakura Saburo, it's a joke. I'm not even afraid of Long Woody. So why would I be afraid of a Sikong Bushua who appears out of nowhere? Daisuke Nagakichi, I unilaterally declare that I am severing relations with Mr. Sakura Saburo. As messages were sent out one after another, more and more people became curious about Sikong Buchua's identity. What kind of person is he that can make a group of people so afraid? Long Woody waited for a long time. But before waiting for Sikong's learned reply, he sent another message. Long Woody, if you don't say anything, I won't sell you. I won't sell you if you beg me again. At this time, Li Miaomiu replied with a message. Li Miaomiu, the master cannot enter the chat channel. I have conveyed your words to him. The reply is a bit slow. Please forgive me. Mr. Long. Long Woody, ask him to come and meet me at the Black Gold Casino in 10 minutes. Remember to bring money. Don't wait if you are late. After saying this, Long Woody turned off the panel and waved to Nat Feng. Let's go to the Black Gold Casino. He will come. Nan Feng followed Long Woody. Are you so confident? What if the sword wasn't important to him? Long Woody smiled. I will call him personally. He will definitely come. It has nothing to do with the sword. Nan Feng nodded. Okay. Let's go there quickly. I'll install some explosives around the casino first. The two of them moved quickly through the dark night and entered the Black Gold Casino in less than 2 minutes. This is the headquarters of Black Gold Casino, with a huge area and many gambling dogs. Even in the middle of the night, the casino was still bustling with people, and there were endless cheers and wailings. Gambling is very harmful. He was about to have a fight with Sikong Bushue, but Long Woody didn't show any nervousness at all. He even exclaimed with interest, there are countless dog gamblers here, and they are about to lose everything. Nan Feng was too lazy to care about the life and death of these gambling dogs. He took out 8 grenades from his backpack. 4 in each hand, Brother Long. I will make some pre-war preparations first. You can take a stroll as you like. When Long Woody saw this, he was also surprised. Do you carry an arsenal with you? There are so many things? Nan Feng laughed and didn't reply. The two separated, and Nan Feng infiltrated into the dog gambling crowd and installed grenades in hidden corners. At that time, as long as he has a thought, he can detonate these grenades instantly. It will blow up the entire casino. But Nan Feng knew that with Swana here, it would be difficult for them to kill Sikong Bushue today. But you have to give it a try. Right? By the way, change your identity and face first, and then find an opportunity to make a sneak attack later. Nan Feng walked quickly to the men's room, where there was a gambling dog who had won money tonight, whistling and hissing at the same time. Hey man. Nan Feng walked over from behind and patted the gambling dog on the shoulder. The gambling dog was so frightened that it trembled and peed everywhere. Nima, are you looking for death? The gambling dog turned his head and cursed at Nan Feng. But he suddenly saw an extremely terrifying scene. He saw Nan Feng's facial muscles twisting and changing, and finally turned into a look that he was very familiar with. Nan Feng has turned into a dog better. Save. The gambling dog roared at the top of his lungs. But as soon as he uttered a syllable, he was knocked unconscious by Nan Feng's hand knife. Boom! The gambling dog fell heavily to the ground. Nan Feng put on the tactical mecha and turned it into the cheap clothes of a gambling dog. After doing all this, Nan Feng walked out of the toilet, locked the door, and hung a sign on it saying, "The pit has exploded and is under repair. Please do not push the door. It's almost time. Let's go meet Brother Long first." Nan Feng returned to the casino hall, searched the crowd with his eyes, and happened to see Long Woody sitting on an empty mahjong table. Damn. Isn't it said that gambling is harmful to people? What are you doing? Nan Feng couldn't complain, so he wandered around in the hall, and finally walked behind Long Woody. At this time, 2 young women with very similar looks sat down on the mahjong table. These 2 women are Li Manman and Li Miaomiao. Li Manman smiled and said, Mr. Long is really punctual. Long Woody glanced at her. Where is Sikong Bushue? Li Miaomiao on the other side replied, the master is still on the way on horseback. Nan Feng rolled his eyes when he heard this. What the L kind of old story is this? Say it now. Do you think anyone will laugh? Phew. Ha ha ha. Suddenly there was a burst of laughter in the hall. Half of the gambling dogs were laughing, while the other half looked at the group of laughing people inexplicably. As they watched, the remaining half of the gambling dogs also started laughing. Nan Feng felt a chill in his heart. These aboriginal people from the primitive world had no idea what this joke meant, but they still laughed so happily. It was obvious that they were hypnotized. After a moment, the laughter stopped suddenly, and the gambling dogs looked at each other inexplicably, as if they were wondering why they were laughing. But they didn't think too much and started gambling again. Long Woody looked around and sneered. It seems that I chose this place well. I chose your home base directly. Li Manman smiled. Mr. Long has a delicate mind. It is not surprising that we would use the casino as our home base. Black Gold Casino is full of dog gamblers, and the mood swings of dog gamblers are very high. Whether they lose or win, it will cause them huge emotional fluctuations. In this case, Sikong Bushue could easily take advantage of the situation, plant various hints in the minds of the dog gamblers, and control them. In addition, the news of mahjong came from the Black Gold Casino, and Long Woody instantly guessed that Sikong Bushue had taken control of the casino. He chose this meeting place with the idea of taking care of all these people in one go. At this time, Li Miaomiao suddenly turned her head and looked at Nan Feng with a smile. Nanshan, we are now missing 3. Why don't you come and join in? Nan Feng rolled his eyes. My disguise is of no use at all? Chapter 506. We are all from the Dragon Kingdom. Why do you want to kill me? Now that the disguise has been seen through by the other party. Nefong stopped pretending, and stepped forward generously, and sat in the only remaining seat. At this point, the four corners of this mahjong table are complete. Nefong sat in the south. Long Woody sat in the north. And Li Manman and Li Miaomio sat in the west and east. Li Miaomio's voice was gentle and graceful, while the master is still on the way. How about my sister, and I accompany you two for a round? While she was speaking, her sister Li Manman waved her hand skillfully, and the scattered mahjong on the table automatically folded neatly. Nefong was stunned when he saw the wooden mahjong that could move on its own. Is this still automatic mahjong? Long Woody shook his head. I don't have time to play mahjong with you. So let's ask Sikong Bushua to come out. In fact, everyone knows why you two are here tonight. Li Manman said softly. The master wants me to convey a message to you two, instead of helping aliens. It is better to help your own family. Does Sikong Bushua really regard us as his own family? Nefong sneered. In his eyes, the only people he hypnotized were his family members. Alas, it seems that no matter what we say, you won't listen. Li Miaomio lowered her eyes, and sounded a little sad. Then wait until the master comes, and you can talk in person. Li Manman also sighed slightly. It's boring to wait. Why don't you two have a round? Long Woody pondered for a moment, and said with a smile. Okay. With two beauties accompanying me, it's not impossible to rub two dishes. Hearing this, Nefong took out a necklace from his backpack and put it on his neck. Do you want to pay? I won't play without making money. Li Manman showed a sweet smile. Okay. Guangdong Mahjong. The bottom is 100,000. And there is no upper limit. How about it? Long Woody raised his eyebrows. Is it such a big deal? Aren't you afraid that I will bankrupt your casino? Li Miaomio smiled softly. It's just a casino. As long as Long Juansho opens his mouth. Why not give it to you? Without further ado, let's get started. Long Woody adjusted his clothes and looked serious. In the first set, Long Woody took the throne. Nefong took a look at his cards. They were pretty good. He could listen to the cards by touching one. Read in. Long Woody took the lead and played the first card. Two beauties. What exactly does your master want to do? Can you tell me the truth? Little bird. Li Manman chuckled and said, I already said before when we were at the fireworks tower that the master wants to take over the entire Liyun city. Touch your little bird. Nefong touched one with a smile and started listening to the cards. He really wanted to control the whole city through hypnosis? It's not that I look down on him. But can he do it? Well, play one for 30,000. The four of them chatted and played. After 2 rounds, Nefong snapped out a whiteboard. What a fool. Li Miaomio pushed the mahjong in front of her, smiled brightly, and told who? 200,000. Nanshin will give him the money. Nefong shrugged nonchalantly. I owe it now. And we'll settle it later when we finish the payment. The second set started quickly. 90,000. Nefong suddenly played a card. Who? 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 3 voices sounded at the same time. And Nefong fired 3 cannons. Nefong pushed the card, saying that he owed it, and would give it to him later. The third set begins. Nefong thought for a long time, and then slapped a hair out. What a fool. 3 yuan and 7 pairs. Li Manman smiled broadly. Nanshin, it seems you are not in luck today. Nefong smiled disdainfully. What you win now are numbers. And what you win in the last game is real money. The 4th set. Li Miaomio, all right. Right. The 5th set. Dragon Invincible, self-touch. Great happiness. Words of the same color. Flowers on the bar. And the moon from the bottom of the sea. The 6th set. Half an hour later. Nefong sat on the chair with a dark face. You 3 are working together to play me. Right. In just half an hour. Nanfeng's family lost to 3 families, totaling more than 1 billion. Li Manman and Li Miaomio were both dumbfounded. This was the first time they saw someone with such bad luck. The point is, they really didn't cheat. Will Sikong Bushua come or not? If you don't come, I'm leaving. Nefong pushed the mahjong away and stopped playing. Li Manman and Li Miaomio did not answer, but slowly stood up and stepped back. In fact, I've been here a long time ago. I just don't want to disturb your enjoyment. In the casino, nearly 100 gambling dogs suddenly stopped their movements. Their eyes were dull, and they all said, I am a little curious. Nefong, are your luck really that bad? Or did you lose on purpose? Na Fong looked solemnly and looked around. All the gambling dogs around him turned around and stared at Nan Fong and Long Woody with emotionless eyes. Long Woody stood up. What? This old friend of mine came all the way here. Don't you plan to come out and meet me? One of the gambling dogs walked forward slowly and said tremblingly, I really don't dare to show up. What if you punch me to death? Na Fong sneered, if you die. Just die. Won't someone resurrect you? Behind Na Fong, another gambling dog stepped forward and said, before level 30, we were just a bunch of data, and it was easy to resurrect. But now, we are real living beings. When we die, we are dead and cannot be resurrected. Is this so? So if you kill Sikong Bushua this time, will he be completely dead? No more corpse fraud. I see in your eyes your determination to kill me. Another gambling dog came forward and looked directly at Na Fong. Why Na Fong? We are all from the Dragon Kingdom. Why do you have to kill me? Is it because I want to control Liyun City? So you want to stop me? Or is it because you have a compassionate heart and cannot bear to see me hypnotizing these innocent people? Of course not. I'm not a holy lady. I've killed more people than you. Na Fong shook his head. I want to kill you simply because you have touched my interests. If Yin Nujio can become the city lord of Liyun City, then there will be too many benefits for me. But now you want to hypnotize the whole city and firmly control the entire Liyun City in your hands. Wouldn't it mean that you are robbing money from my pocket? Do you think you should die? Sikong Bushua was stunned, as if he didn't expect that Na Fong wanted to kill him for this reason. He pondered for a while, and then said, hypnotizing the whole city is not an easy task. Even if nothing happens, it will take 5 to 10 years. 5 years later, Yin Nujio has already abdicated, and you must have filled your pockets long ago. I will not affect your interests. Na Fong still shook his head. I can't trust you. Well? A gambling dog sighed and walked slowly to Na Fong. If you couldn't trust me, you wouldn't let down your guard and let me get so close. Chapter 507, a world where only gambling dogs get hurt is achieved. A gambling dog sighed and walked slowly to Na Fong. If you couldn't trust me, you wouldn't let down your guard and let me get so close. As soon as he finished speaking, this gambling dog's face suddenly became ferocious, and he punched Na Fong hard in the face. The chat while playing mahjong just now, including Sikong Bushua's submissive words, had only one purpose, and that was to make Na Fong relax his vigilance. Sikong Bushua knew Nanfeng's weakness. As long as he could get close to Na Fong, he could only use less than 30% of Nanfeng's strength. And the person in front of Na Fong is not a gambling dog who is addicted to gambling, but a master of the Black Gold Casino. A level 40 master. In Sikong Bushua's opinion, Na Fong would be killed or injured if attacked by a level 40 strongman at such a close distance. But to Sikong Bushua's expectation, Na Fong reacted quickly and immediately turned sideways to avoid the punch. The fist wind roared, smashing the mahjong table behind Na Fong to pieces. Na Fong sneered, I just lost more than 1 billion in mahjong, and I was so angry. You think I will let down my guard? He took out the spray gun with his backhand, pressed it against the abdomen of the puncher, and pulled the trigger fiercely. Boom! With a dull roar, the level 40 master was knocked backwards and his abdomen was bloody. Na Fong noticed that when he was injured, the man's eyes briefly regained clarity. But just for a moment, his eyes became emotionless again. Sikong Urkshu, the person you hypnotized, seems to be unable to exert his full strength. The south wind blew gently, blowing away the white smoke coming out of the gun. How come this level 40 brother can't even beat me? Ahem. You are right. It is indeed because my strength is too weak, which limits their strength. The master who was shot just now covered his abdomen with his hand and chuckled. But it doesn't matter. I hypnotized many people. Even if I use the human sea tactic today, I can still kill you. Long Woody, who was watching the excitement from the side, smiled disdainfully. What do you mean? The human sea tactic may be able to kill Brother Fong, but do you think it can kill me? Do you look down on me so much? A question mark appeared above Nanfeng's head. What do you mean? Do you look down on me so much? The gambling dogs in the casino all said in unison, with all due respect. This is my territory, and I look down on both of you. Among this group of gambling dogs, 3 more level 40 experts emerged, plus the injured one before. A total of 4 level 40 experts surrounded Na Fong and Long Woody. Long Woody was a little surprised. You can hypnotize so many level 40 experts? I really underestimated you. Na Fong put away his trolling and put on the newly unlocked laser cannon. I don't believe it was him who hypnotized him. It must have been the woman behind him. Nonsense. Which woman? Where is the woman behind me? These 4 level 40 experts said in unison. I hypnotized them all myself, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. With that said, these 4 people took action at the same time, heading towards Nanfeng. Flame Fist, Frost Palm, Thunder Legs, Iron Head Skill. The 4 of them used their killing moves at the same time, trying to deal with Nanfeng as quickly as possible. Why are you beating me? Those who are riding horses. Nanfeng retreated quickly and pulled the trigger at the same time. The laser cannon in his hand kept shooting out blue light. He was divided into 2 areas to fight the dragon invincibly. Grass. The damage of the laser cannon is too terrifying. As long as it hits, there will be a bloody hole. Under Seekong Erkshu's hypnosis, both the speed and reaction of these 4 strongmen dropped a lot. Not only did they fail to touch Nanfeng, but they themselves were seriously injured. Ah! Ah! There were screams in the casino, and the battle between them caused heavy losses to the remaining low-powered gambling dogs. Nanfeng can penetrate the bodies of several gambling dogs with one shot. You all get out. One of the level 40 experts said coldly. The dull-eyed gambling dogs heard these words, and began to leave the market in an orderly manner. Want to leave? First, pull out all your minions, and see how you continue to monitor me. Nanfeng thought. And the high-explosive grenades, hidden in every corner of the casino, exploded at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosion almost reduced the Black Gold Casino to rubble, and could be heard by people 10 blocks away. Those gambling dogs with low strength died on the spot at the moment of the explosion. In an instant, the only ones left in the dusty casino were Nanfeng Longwoody, Li Manman, Li Miamia, and the 4 level 40 experts. Only a world where betting dogs get hurt is achieved. Li Manman and Li Miamiu saw something was wrong and immediately ran away. Nanfeng turned his gun and prepared to shoot each of them, when Longwoody's voice came over. No. I will chase them. Longwoody stopped 3 times a step, and followed the twins leisurely. It was obvious that Longwoody wanted to follow them, and find Seekong Erkshu's hiding place. Damn it. Do you think they are fools? So you want to find Seekong Wushue? Also, can you help me deal with these 4 big guys first, and then go after the 2 chicks? Nanfeng was unable to complain, and fired wildly with the laser cannon. Call out! Call out! Call out! Light blue light beams flew everywhere, blasting smooth cylindrical pits into the surrounding buildings. What happened? Be bold. Who dares to fight in the city? Come here. Call the city defense army. The residents living nearby were all awakened by the violent explosion just now. When they saw Nanfeng and the others fighting so fiercely, they all fled with their heads exploded. Those 4 level 40 strong men didn't care about anything. They all wanted to die together and just chase Nanfeng. As a result, Nanfeng's pressure increased several times in an instant, and he was quickly hit several times hard, spurting out a mouthful of blood. After all, they are the former at level 40. The skinny camel is bigger than the horse. It is still not easy for me to deal with the 4 of them together. Nanfeng deployed Devil Shadow and flew into the air, preparing to distance himself and kill these 4 guys in one go. At this time, several figures came quickly from a distance. These were all powerful men from major families in the city. Lu Xiaobu? How is this going? Yin Xiaolu was the fastest, and was the first to arrive. He looked at the scene with confusion. Why did you blow up the Black Gold Casino? Our Yin family also has shares in it. Nanfeng's face turned cold. Then you don't know how to take good care of it? Your casino is about to be wiped out. What's the meaning? Yin Xiaolu frowned and looked at the 4 people chasing Nanfeng, Zhao Yang, Sun Sheng, and the other 2. Stop right now. But these 4 people ignored Yin Xiaolu and continued to chase Nanfeng to death. Are you deaf? Yin Xiaolu shouted loudly and took action to subdue the 4 of them. At this time, another strongman came. It was Zhao Jiao from the Zhao family. When he saw the situation clearly, he immediately snorted coldly. Yin Xiaolu, let go of Zhao Yang. The Zhao family will take care of themselves. Yin Xiaolu didn't hesitate and threw Zhao Yang out directly. Zhao Jiao reached out to catch him and asked in a deep voice, Zhao Yang, what's going on? Who bombed the Black Gold Casino? Zhao Yang's eyes were dull, and he did not answer Zhao Jiao's words. Instead, he drew Zhao Jiao's sword and rushed towards Nanfeng again. Zhao Jiao. Well, Zhao Yang, you are just a thug trained by my Zhao family. Now you are out? Do you even dare to snatch my Zhao Jiao's sword? You are contrary to Tian Gang. Chapter 508. The Dream God is indeed powerful. The words are divided into two parts. Long Woody followed the twins leisurely through alley after alley. In the sky, dark clouds were floating, blocking the bright moon. This quiet alley suddenly became dark. Long Woody was surprised. In his perception, the twins in front disappeared in an instant. This shouldn't be the case. With the strength of the two sisters, it was impossible for them to disappear under Long Woody's nose. Have you arrived? Long Woody increased his vigilance and continued to move forward. Suddenly, a low singing voice came to his ears. The singing voice was so familiar and yet strange. I love you walking alone in a dark alley. I love the way you don't kneel down. The song sounded far and near, as if it was in the horizon or in my ears. Long Woody was in a daze for a moment. He hadn't heard this widely circulated song on Blue Star for a long time. A ray of moonlight fell from the sky, lighting up the dark alley. Long Woody blinked and saw a group of children walking towards him. They were wearing uniforms and carrying heavy school bags, playing on the road with carefree expressions on their faces. Long Woody blinked again, and the alley became brighter. Sweet potatoes, freshly roasted sweet potatoes. Delicious. Behind Long Woody, there was a burst of hard shouting. He turned around and saw a roadside stall with a sign that read, "You get admitted to Tsinghua University." He gets admitted to Peking University. And I roast sweet potatoes. Blue Star? Long Woody frowned. He blinked again, and the entire alleyway lit up completely. The original dilapidated and messy alleys have disappeared and been replaced by a wide road. There were cars coming and going on the road. But Long Woody was standing in the middle of the road. Be careful. On the sidewalk behind him, the owner of Baked Sweet Potatoes exclaimed. Long Woody's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of crisis hit his heart. Beep beep beep. The piercing horn sounded, and Long Woody turned around to see a large truck loaded with goods speeding towards him. Boom! Long Woody was knocked away more than 10 meters in an instant. His whole body seemed to be falling apart, and blood flowed all over the floor. Ah! Someone got hit by a car. Quick! Call the ambulance. This truck driver wants to run away. Stop him! People gathered around him. Some were talking on the phone. Some were helping Long Woody stop the bleeding, and some were intercepting the truck driver. Long Woody was lying calmly on the road, his eyes blurred by blood, making him unable to see the world clearly. Woo woo woo. The sound of the ambulance came from far away, and soon stopped beside Long Woody. A female doctor in a white coat got out of the ambulance and squeezed through the crowd. Get out of the way. Everyone. Get out of the way. I am a doctor. The woman squatted in front of Long Woody, looking at Long Woody, who was covered in blood and flesh. With a serious look on her face, she must be sent to the hospital as soon as possible. As she spoke, her right hand reached out to Long Woody's heart. But there was a hand covered in blood that tightly grasped the female doctor's wrist. This dream doesn't work. Long Woody, who was lying on the ground, smiled. A trace of astonishment flashed across the female doctor's delicate face. She tried her best to touch Long Woody's heart, but Long Woody's hand was strong, and she couldn't move at all. Ahem. Long Woody coughed up a mouthful of blood and asked doubtfully. This is obviously just a dream. But I was hit just now, and it really hurts. I am the god of dreams. I can kill people in dreams. The female doctor retracted her fair hand and spoke in a calm voice. Although the dream was false, it is real that you are about to die. Long Woody shook his head gently. I can't die. The female doctor sneered. In my dream, I am the master of the world. If I want you to die, you will die. Long Woody still shook his head. You are wrong. The female doctor was puzzled. Where did I go wrong? Long Woody reached out fiercely and grabbed the female doctor's head, slamming her to the ground. Snapped. The female doctor's head shattered on the spot like a watermelon, and colorful liquid splashed everywhere. You said this was your dream, but I disagree. Long Woody stood up and patted the dust on his clothes. Since I am here, no matter whose dream this is, it is my dream. In my dream? How could you kill me? Absurd. In the sky, a woman with a face like an iceberg said coldly, I fabricated this dream. How could it be your dream? Long Woody laughed, stretched out his hand towards the sky and pulled hard. Don't you believe it? So look what's behind you. The woman turned her head and saw that the sun in the sky was getting bigger and bigger, and the surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher. Long Woody actually dragged the sun over. You? The woman looked back at Long Woody in shock. She couldn't figure out why the man in front of her, who had just reached level 40, could compete with her for control of the dream. I said, "This is my dream. And I am the master here." Long Woody looked at her with a smile. "No, I am." The woman lightly snapped her fingers, and the sun in the sky instantly disappeared. Then, the woman's index and middle fingers came together and pointed at Long Woody, Emperor suppressing technique. Long Woody jumped into the air to avoid the blow. But the blue star under his feet was directly pierced by this finger. "Are you so cautious in your dreams?" Long Woody laughed and punched fiercely. Boom! This punch penetrated the entire solar system. The space began to fragment. After a violent shock, the dream began to shake. The woman's face was calm. She kept all the shock deep in her heart, and slowly said, "It took me too much strength to open your backpack. Otherwise, you are not qualified to compete with me for control of the dream." Long Woody raised his eyebrows, took a look at his backpack, and found that the long sword taken from Yin Mansion's treasure house was gone. All the backpacks of the chosen ones are included in the creation god system. The woman in front of her could actually steal things from the backpack given by the god of creation. She was really awesome. "You are really awesome." Long Woody chuckled. "But I believe that at the same level. You are not as good as me." The woman's face darkened, arrogant. After leaving these words, the woman turned and left, and the dream was shattered. Long Woody opened his eyes again, and found that he was still in the dark alley. The twins had already disappeared. Lost, Long Woody shook his head, and prepared to return to the Black Gold Casino to find Nanfeng. But as soon as he took a step forward, he felt severe pain all over his body, as if his body was about to fall apart. "Hiss!" Long Woody gasped in pain, and almost fainted. "When did you get this injury? Didn't he really get hit by a truck in his dream? If you get hurt in your dreams, will you get hurt in the real world?" It turns out that what the woman said was true. Long Woody really almost died just now. Is she the dream god Swanna mentioned by Brother Feng? It's really awesome. Long Woody looked up at the moon in the sky and murmured in a low voice, "But I will definitely be more powerful than her in the future." Chapter 509, Lucky. Ignore hypnosis. Luyun City. Ruins of Black Gold Casino. After Yin Xiaolu and others took action, the 4 hypnotized masters were quickly controlled. But even so, they were still struggling, trying to rush up and kill Nanfeng. "You see, I have already said that these people are crazy and insist on beating me." Nanfeng spread his hands and looked at Yin Xiaolu and others with an innocent expression. "Otherwise, would I have blown up the casino? I won more than 1 billion 10 minutes ago, but I didn't get any money." Yin Xiaolu and other powerful men from the aristocratic families looked at each other with doubts in their eyes. They couldn't understand why Zhao Yang, Sun Sheng, and the others were obsessed with killing Nanfeng. Zhao Jiao pondered. "Lu Shibu, you said you just won more than 1 billion? Did you cheat, and that's why they want to kill you?" Nanfeng snorted coldly. "I cheated? My gambling king Lu Shibu needs to cheat? You should ask your subordinates carefully. Did I cheat?" Seeing that Nanfeng was not guilty at all, Zhao Jiao knew that he was definitely not lying. Yin Xiaolu thought for a moment, stepped forward, slapped Zhao Yang, and said in a deep voice, "Is what Lu Shibu said true?" I'm asking you a question." Zhao Yang's mouth was bleeding, and he turned a deaf ear to Yin Xiaolu's questions, keeping his eyes fixed on Nanfeng. Zhao Jiao on the side was angry. "Yin Xiaolu, did I just say that the people of my Zhao family don't need your Yin family to take care of them?" Yin Xiaolu looked at Zhao Jiao, looking at him like this. "Is he still a member of your Zhao family? Whether it is or not, you don't need to worry about it." Zhao Jiao snorted coldly, stepped forward and gave Zhao Yang a mouthful. "Are you deaf? Can you hear me talking to you?" Zhao Yang's ears and nose began to bleed, but he seemed to feel no pain and continued to stare at Nanfeng. Nanfeng looked at him and felt a little pitiful for him. "Okay, it's useless for you to beat him. The 4 of them are controlled by others, and even the entire Black Gold Casino is controlled by others." "Lu Shibu, what's going on?" Zhao Jiao asked in a bad tone. Nanfeng shrugged. "You ask me? How do I know? I just want a small amount of money, and they are going to kill me. I am innocent." Yin Xiaolu's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something. "Speaking of this, Zhao Jiao, has there been anything unusual in your Zhao family recently?" Hearing this, Zhao Jiao thought for a moment, and his face became solemn. "When you said this, I really thought of it. Recently, many servants in the Zhao mansion have become extremely lethargic, and often in a daze." Ning Wuya from the Ning family nodded and said, "Our Ning family also has this situation. The same goes for Yin Mansion." Yin Xiaolu said in a deep voice. I think there should be someone who wants to secretly attack our major families. Zhao Jiu sneered, attacking more than a dozen families at the same time. This man really has the heart of a bear, and the courage of a leopard. Nefeng said nothing. In fact, Xikong Bushua did not target the major families. He targeted the entire Luyan city. But he was not prepared to say more. If he said too much, he would be questioned for a long time. Nefeng didn't have time to waste time with this group of people. He wanted to find Long Wudi and kill Xikong Bushua together. Well, excuse me. I don't want to get involved in the affairs between your major families, Nefeng said cautiously. I just want to ask, which of you is invested in the Black Gold Casino? Who can get the 1 billion I just won? The scene fell into silence for an instant. Zhao Jiu twisted Zhao Yang's collar and walked in the direction of Zhao's house. Everyone. I want to go back to Zhao's house to interrogate this guy first. Maybe I can get some information about the mastermind behind the scenes. Say goodbye. Me too. The Sun family members also led Sun Sheng back. I'll take my leave first. There have been a lot of sleepy people in the house recently. I'm going to investigate if there is any problem with them. Soon, people from all major families dispersed. And no one answered Nanfeng's question. Hey, when it comes to money, he runs away faster than anyone else. Nefeng chuckled secretly. Now, after driving away these annoying guys, Nefeng finally had a chance to find Long Wudi. He quickly chased after Long Wudi in the direction he had just left. Brother Long? Have you found Xikong Bushua? On the way, Nefeng also sent a message to Long Wudi. Long Wudi did not reply. I guess I found it, Nefeng thought in his heart. The 4 hypnotized guys just now were completely irrational and only knew how to attack Nefeng like crazy. This shows that Xikong Bushua did not devote his attention to controlling them, but only sent them a simple attack order. The reason for this must be that Long Wudi has found Xikong Bushua and is beating him so hard that Xikong Bushua cannot be distracted. Yes, that should be it. Nefeng thought this way. And a figure suddenly appeared at the end of the alley ahead. Who? It was dark in the alley. Nefeng looked over with wide eyes. When he saw the other person's face clearly, Nefeng was instantly shocked. This figure was Xikong Bushua. Xikong Bushua had a faint smile on his face. He raised his right hand and opened the silver pocket watch in his hand. Nefeng. We meet again. Xikong Bushua knew that Nefeng was wearing a type of headphones that could block most of the sounds that were harmful to him. The ticking sound of a pocket watch alone would hardly hypnotize Nefeng. So he opened the pocket watch directly and let the hand spin rapidly. He believed that as long as Nefeng glanced at the pocket watch, his whole person would fall into it and be hypnotized by the constantly rotating hands. Yes, just take a look. Nefeng could no longer look away. Nefeng glanced at the silver-white pocket watch from the corner of his eye, and felt a strong impulse that made him want to take a good look at the pocket watch. At this time, plop, Nefeng accidentally stepped on a round stone, slipped and fell down. What a risk! I almost hit him. Nefeng broke out in a cold sweat. He closed his eyes, got up, and took out the laser cannon and fired 2 shots. Xikong Bushua at the end of the alley. His face turned dark. Can you fall while walking? Do you really deserve the title of the second master of this chosen generation? Ah! Looking at Nefeng holding a laser cannon, Xikong Bushua did not dare to hesitate and quickly retreated into the distance. Want to run? Nanfeng's ears twitched slightly, and he chased after him after hearing the footsteps. He kept pulling the trigger in the direction of Xikong Erkshu based on his feeling. Whoosh! Xikong Bushua was not good at fighting, so he was dodging everywhere in a hurry. But he was still shot in the arm, and he almost fainted from the pain. If Nefeng hadn't opened his eyes, Xikong Bushua would have been shot to death by Nefeng. Hateful! Seeing the south wind getting closer and closer, Xikong Bushua's magic power surged all over his body and poured into his pocket watch. For a moment, the ticking sound resounded through the clouds, and even Nefeng, who was wearing tactical headphones, could hear it. Humph! Now I don't believe you are still hypnotized. Xikong Bushua laughed ferociously, but his expression soon turned into one of astonishment. Nanfeng's ears were filled with blood. He turned a deaf ear to the ticking of his pocket watch and continued to kill. The south wind is deaf. He couldn't hear the pocket watch at all. Xikong Bushua was shocked. How can this be? Nefeng didn't know what was going on, but the tactical earphones seemed to have malfunctioned. They suddenly amplified the outside sound thousands of times, shattering his eardrums. But he quickly realized that this was the lucky amulet, helping him resist Sikong's knowledgeable hypnotic voice in this way. Nefong laughed and said, Sikong Bojui! I lost 1 billion playing mahjong in half an hour, and used up all the bad luck for the whole year. Brother, I am favored by the goddess of luck now. YDH, do you still want to hypnotize me? Go ahead and dream. Chapter 510 I will kill her when we meet next time. Someone in my south is blessed with good luck now. YDH, do you still want to hypnotize me? Nefong set up a laser cannon and fired randomly. He is now deaf in both ears, and cannot hear anything. His eyes are tightly closed, and he dare not open them. He can only shoot based on his perception. He didn't know whether he hit Sikong Bushua or not. More than 2 minutes had passed. Due to the strong self-recovery ability, Nonfeng's ears could barely hear a little sound. It was quiet all around, with no movement at all. This place was originally an abandoned alleyway in a slum and has long been uninhabited. Therefore, Nonfeng's indiscriminate shooting blasted the surrounding buildings to pieces, and no one came out to stop it. Where are people? Ran? Nonfeng's eyes opened slightly and scanned the surroundings. No one. No one around. Sikong Bushua has disappeared. Unfortunately, this didn't kill him. Nefong sighed. There was nothing he could do. He was deaf just now and didn't dare to open his eyes. He really couldn't keep Sikong Bushua. But before becoming deafened, Nefong heard Sikong Bushua let out a scream, which must have been a bullet. This shot was enough to make him uncomfortable for a while. Swish, swish, swish. In the distance, several city defense troops were jumping up and down on the roofs, rushing here quickly. It seems that the noise Nefong made just now has attracted the attention of the city defense troops. Let's withdraw first and talk later. Nefong put away the laser cannon and ran back with his waist bent. As soon as he reached a corner, Nefong noticed someone limping towards him. Nefong quickly took out his gun and took aim. It's me, Brother Fong. Long Woody smiled and said Lo. This smile affected his muscles, and Long Woody grimaced in pain. Nefong was shocked. Brother Long? You are hurt? No. How could Long Woody be injured? Who are you to pretend to be Long Woody? Nefong instantly heightened his vigilance and aimed at Long Woody's eyebrows. If the Long Woody in front of him is fake, it means that he is likely to be hypnotized by Sikong Bushua unknowingly. There is another possibility. That is, he was dragged into a dream by Suana. Seeing that Nefong was so wary, Long Woody didn't know how to explain it for a while. He thought for a while, then opened the panel and sent a private message to Nefong. Long Woody, Brother Fong. It's really me. After receiving this message, Nefong felt relieved. After all, no matter how strong Suana is, she can't modify the things in the God of Creation system. Right, Brother Long? Why are you in such a mess? Nefong put away the laser cannon and quickly stepped forward to support Long Woody. Who is so awesome that he can beat you like this? Long Woody coughed twice and coughed up a trace of blood. It's the dream god Suana you mentioned. I fought her just now, and we barely managed to draw. Nefong was immediately stunned. Damn it! You are so awesome. You can actually get a tie with Suana? You lied to me. Right? Erhua. Long Woody snorted. She obviously hasn't recovered much strength yet. Is it difficult to make a draw? Nefong gave a thumbs up sincerely. Awesome. Otherwise you can be said to be the strongest chosen one in this session. And you? Why are you injured too? Long Woody looked at Nefong, who had a gray-headed face and bleeding ears, and wondered. Nefong, I came to see you just now, but I met Sikong Bushua on the way. Long Woody was stunned. You were beaten like this by Sikong Bushua? Isn't it? Nefong snorted coldly. You're laughing. I'm chasing Sikong Bushua all over the street. Can he beat me? I fell on my own while walking. Long Woody was shocked. Could he fall while walking? Nefong smiled awkwardly. Okay. Let's leave here first. There are many people coming here. Long Woody nodded and left this uninhabited abandoned alleyway with Nefong. After a while, 7 or 8 city defense troops slowly arrived at the scene. Vice General Yi. Someone was fighting here just now, a city defense soldier said in a deep voice. I'm not blind. I can see it. Lieutenant General Yiming glanced around and found that 1/3 of the slum had been bombarded into ruins. The people who fight here are of extraordinary strength. What to do? Vice General Yi. The people fighting should not be far away yet. Should we chase them? No need. What are you chasing after at night? Go home and sleep. Yiming waved his hand, and was about to lead the team to retreat. There is a 99% chance that those who dare to take action in the city in such a big way are from major families. Chase? Are you asking for trouble by chasing after you? One team member asked in confusion. But, Vice General Yi, what should we do with these ruins? Some time ago, wasn't there a businessman who wanted to buy a piece of land and build a high-rise building? Lieutenant General Yi Ming said calmly. No one has lived in this slum for a long time, and it is better to leave it alone than to sell it. You contact the businessman tomorrow and tell him that the land has been demolished, and if the price is right, sell it to him. The city defense soldier suddenly understood, nodded and said, Deputy General Yi is brilliant. Let's go back. Yi Ming led everyone back to the city defense army headquarters and said something casually on the way. By the way, the businessman lives in the Bafang like in. It seems to be called Sikong or something. If you can't find it, ask the waiter. The city defense army behind them immediately responded. Yes. Luyun City. Yen Mansion. For safety reasons, Nan Feng and Long Wudi decided to return to Yen Mansion. After all, there are many powerful people above level 40 in the mansion, with them in charge. Sikong Bushua does not dare to make mistakes. In the guest room, Long Wudi and Nan Feng had a brief conversation and told each other what happened after they separated. After listening, Nan Feng murmured in a low voice, Suana actually dealt with you personally? This is not in line with her identity. Long Wudi shook his head. She probably came for that sword. But she just wanted to kill me too. After a pause, Long Wudi sneered. How could it be so easy to kill me? When we meet next time, I will kill her. Damn it. Are you so arrogant? Nan Feng pondered for a moment and said slowly, there is a statue outside my southern city, and the only remaining soul of Suana is attached to it. Should we smash her statue now? Don't worry. Wait for me to recover for 2 days before going. Otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to smash it. Long Wudi was indeed a little tired. He did not continue chatting with Nan Feng, but dragged his tired body back to his room and began to sit cross-legged and meditate. Nan Feng thought of something and quickly reminded him, Brother Long, don't sleep. Otherwise you will die in your dream. The god of dreams. The god of dreams. In the dream, she is the strongest. Nan Feng himself did not dare to sleep. So he sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate like Long Wudi. In tonight's battle, I killed nearly 100 hypnotized people, and even shot Sikong Bushua himself, seriously injuring him. The most important thing is that people from all the major families know about this, and will definitely take precautions. Sikong Bushua's plan to hypnotize the whole city cannot be completed in a short time, without Sikong Bushua secretly causing trouble. Nan Feng felt relieved. Next, he only needs to win the last trial tomorrow and help Yan Nujio take the position of City Lord. And then he can take off, with the support of City Master Yan Nujiayan. I am still not allowed to walk sideways in Liyun City in the future? When the time comes, I will first buy 50,000 tons of grain at the lowest price, and then purchase materials like crazy at cost prices, so that the brothers in Nancheng can upgrade their natal magic weapons to the Pika B level. Haha. Nancheng's high-end combat power will surpass that of Dragon City. It's just around the corner. Chapter 511 The Last Test Question, Live Streaming. The next morning, Nan Feng, who had been meditating all night, walked out of the room. He suffered some skin trauma last night, and after a whole night of recuperation, he was mostly healed. At my current level, as long as there is no damage to the muscles or bones, the wounds can basically heal on their own in half a day. But for serious injuries, the Nani still needs to add blood. I don't know how Brother Long is doing. Nan Feng thought of Long Wudi, turned around, came to his door, and knocked on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Long Wudi's voice came from the room. What are you doing? This voice sounded full of energy and energy. It seemed that Long Wudi's injury was almost healed. It's okay. I just wanted to see if you were dead. Nan Feng didn't come in. I'm going to take part in the trial. Are you ready for the talent show? Long Wudi in the room was silent for a while and replied, Tang Shibao's points are not low. Let's wait until you win the last trial. It has to be won. So just be optimistic. The door of the next room opened, and Man Ning yawned and walked out of the room. What are you talking about? Man Ning looked at Nan Feng in confusion. But soon, the confusion on her face turned into shock. Huh? You, are you level 39? Nan Feng shrugged. What's so surprising? Duan Kun in it is already level 40. Man Ning felt like she was struck by lightning. She always thought that she was a genius. If she could get a magical weapon, she was confident that she could break through to level 40 within 3 years. In just 3 years, she can break through from level 39 to level 40. There are countless people in this world who are envious of her cultivation speed. But now, the speed of cultivation that she was proud of was nothing compared to the 2 chosen ones in front of her. Too exaggerated. These 2 people are so exaggerated. In just 5 days of not seeing each other, Lu Xiaobu was promoted from level 37 to level 39. Duan Kun was even more exaggerated, breaking through level 40 in one fell swoop. This is level 40. I don't know how many people have been unable to break through in their entire life. How come they can break through as easily as playing house? Why are you standing there? Let's go and take part in the trial. Ne Feng waved his hand in front of Man Ning's eyes. Without waiting for her, he turned and walked to the Yanfu canteen to have breakfast. In this last trial, city management, only 2 contestants participated, Yan Nujio and Tang Xiaobao. The other contestants did not have enough points. Even if they won first place in city management, they would not be able to surpass Yan Nujio and Tang Xiaobao. So the other contestants directly chose to abstain. They didn't deliberately cause trouble or cause trouble, because there was no need. The Flowing Cloud trial is held every 5 years. For these big families, as soon as their eyes are closed or opened, the next one begins. You are stumbling upon others today, and they will stumbling upon you next time. Your 2 families are at loggerheads, and all the benefits have been taken away by other families. Why bother? So in this last trial, you don't need to worry about interference from other families. You just need to concentrate on winning Tang Xiaobao. After breakfast, Yin Xiuqi led everyone on the carriage. On the carriage, Ne Feng asked curiously, Yan Nujio, what are the questions in this trial? I do not know yet. Yin Nujio spread her hands. I don't know now. The urban management exam questions were all set on the spot by the city lord based on the current situation in Liyun City. The purpose was to solve the current problems in Liyun City. Yin Xiuqi thought for a while, and then said, I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days. This year's test questions will most likely focus on the slum in the city. Ghetto? Nan Feng raised his eyebrows. He had just been to the slums last night and bombed them to pieces. Most of the current slums are in ruins. What kind of test questions can be asked from this? Post-disaster reconstruction? The last exam question was about solving various chaos in the slums, such as theft, robbery, murder and so on. While there was still some time, Yin Xiaoqi introduced, to be honest, these phenomena occur everywhere, and it is very difficult to solve them. But the current city lord really thought of a way to completely solve these chaos. Solve it completely? What method did he use? Nan Feng is really curious. Yin Xiuqi smiled and said, the current city lord's name is Sun Qi. From the Sun family. 5 years ago, he directly used his money to build a large area of housing in the west of the city, and promised that residents in the slums could live there for free. Not only that, as long as you live there, free food is distributed every day, and you can also receive relief funds every 3 to 5 days. The slums are full of poor people. When they heard that they could eat, live, and get free money, 90% of the residents immediately moved there. As for the remaining ones, who were unwilling to move, Sun Qi first tried to persuade them with good words. But when they couldn't be persuaded, he sent assassins to kill them secretly. In this way, in just 7 days, not a single resident was left in the slum. And the chaos of petty thieves, robbers, sex, murder, and arson was naturally completely resolved. Nan Feng suddenly realized. So that's it. This is really a thorough solution. Killed all the people. Yin Xiuqi continued, that slum has been abandoned for 5 years. In the early years, there were still some homeless people sleeping in it. But then, there were always killers dumping bodies in the slums. And the homeless were too scared to go in again. I estimate that this year's exam question is to solve this abandoned slum. I have thought about the content of the competition. It depends on who can build taller and more houses, and whoever can win. Speaking of this, Yin Xiuqi smiled confidently, Jiao Jiao. Your 7th uncle and grandpa have already found a large number of professional carpenters, bricklayers and masons for you. The position of city lord this time belongs to our Yin family. Yin Nujio's face beamed with joy. Thank you. 7th uncle and grandpa. You are still thoughtful. Nan Feng was stunned for a moment. Wait. Those carpenters and bricklayers. Can they also compete? Oh, I forgot to mention it. Yin Xiuqi nodded. In this last trial, the competition is not about personal strength, but the strength of the family. As long as those carpenters and bricklayers have not reached level 40. You can come as many as you want. Nefeng nodded clearly. That's it. It doesn't matter if you take part in this trial with or without me. Yin Xiaoqi smiled slightly and said nothing. When it comes to competing for family strength, it really doesn't make much difference whether there is Nefeng or not. Luyun City. Inside the city lord's mansion. When Nefeng and the others arrived, people from the Tang family were already waiting here. Are both contestants here? A slightly fat man, with a naive smile said with a smile. This person is none other than Sun Qi, the current city lord of Luyun City, who is about to step down. Nefeng had stayed in Luyun City for so long, and this was the first time he saw him. Sun Qi smiled, with only a slit left in his eyes. And he said, in this case, I won't waste everyone's time. You must have already made some guesses about the test questions this time. That's right. In the past few years, Luyun City's economy has continued to decline. Everyone has money in their pockets, preferring to save it rather than spend it. This has also made it difficult for small vendors in the city to operate, with a large backlog of goods that they cannot sell. This won't work. We want money in Luyun City to circulate. The first rich will drive the rich, and the rich will drive others to get rich. Therefore, the title of this trial is Deliver Goods Live. Nefeng, who was picking his fingers, was shocked as if he had been electrocuted. What the H.L.? Delivering goods live? Did you also travel through time from Blue Star when you were riding a horse? Chapter 512. You sell sesame cakes, and I sell bananas. Delivering goods live? What does it mean? From a literal point of view, I roughly understand the word bringing goods. But the word live broadcast. Unheard words. Incomprehensible. After City Master Sun Qi finished speaking, people from the Yin family and the Tang family began to discuss in low voices. Except for Nefeng. No one here knows what live streaming means. Even the city lord Sun Qi can only have a rough idea at best. Everyone, be quiet. After everyone discussed for a while, Sun Qi raised his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. It seems that you all don't quite understand the word live broadcast. Now the city lord is here to explain it to you. Sun Qi said with a smile. Soon, the housekeeper in the city lord's mansion took out 2 bronze mirrors. One large and one small. This is? Seeing everyone's eyes full of confusion, Sun Qi didn't show off and started to explain directly. Everyone, this is a live broadcast mirror. A magical weapon brought by a businessman from the other side of the ocean some time ago. This live broadcast mirror is divided into 2 mirrors. The mother mirror and the mother mirror. The mother mirror is for the anchor, and the child mirror is for the audience. Theoretically, one main mirror can be matched with countless sub-mirrors. But too many sub-mirrors will have an impact on the main mirror. So it is best not to exceed 10,000 sub-mirrors. All the contestants listened in a daze. I haven't even figured out the live broadcast yet. What's the meaning of this mother-in-law mirror? A businessman from across the ocean? Never heard of it. Also, what does anchor mean? Nefeng understood everything. This so-called picture-in-picture mirror is actually a live broadcast device. The anchor broadcasts live in front of the main mirror, and the audience watches in front of the secondary mirror. As for the number of sub-mirrors, the number of sub-mirrors should not be too large. Otherwise it will affect the main mirror. In other words, the bandwidth is not enough. If too many people watch the same anchor at the same time, packet lag will occur and so on. Very understandable. Everyone, please be patient. Sun Qi raised his hand again to signal everyone to be quiet. I know you don't quite understand it yet. It doesn't matter. The city lord is here to demonstrate it to you now. Butler's son, give a mirror to everyone present. Soon, everyone present was assigned a sub-mirror. At first glance, this mirror is no different from an ordinary mirror. Except that when you look in the mirror, you will feel that your face in the mirror will be more beautiful. Nefeng was shocked. This hacking mirror also has its own beauty effect? If this were in Blue Star, wouldn't those little fairies be able to buy up this mirror? Sun Qi suddenly smiled mysteriously and shouted, Everyone! The next moment is to witness the miracle. As his words fell, the face of City Lord Sun Qi appeared in the mirrors in everyone's hands. Go ahead. Scare me. Why did the City Lord get into the mirror? Huh? Interesting. Is this actually similar to the white mist in the King of Fighters arena? Hearing this, Nefeng nodded. When I participated in the martial arts tournament before, a layer of white mist floated over the King of Fighters arena, which could display the battle scenes in each arena in real time. At that time, Nefeng was surprised for a while. It turned out that this world also had its own live broadcast. Now this mother-in-law mirror is more convenient than the Tianji Baiwu in the martial arts arena. It can be taken anywhere. And it is also more convenient for the audience. They can watch it wherever they want. Who is the businessman from the other side of the ocean that Sun Chi mentioned? It was actually possible to create such a thing as a mother-child mirror. I haven't heard of anyone in the chat channel doing this. Could it be Sikong Bushue? Impossible. He still has time to study this kind of thing while hypnotizing the whole city? If not Sikong Bushue, who would it be? While everyone was playing with the mother-in-law mirror, Nefong lowered his head and thought. Half an hour later, everyone present roughly understood the principle of the mother-child mirror. Sun Chi continued to speak. Everyone, you have figured out the live broadcast. Now I will talk about the rules of this trial. The rules are actually very simple. Sun Chi will find a group of city defense troops and ask them to carry a mirror and go to the streets with a large flow of people in Liyun City. When the time comes, the two teams of contestants will use the mother mirror to live broadcast the goods. And the residents in the city will watch through the sub-mirror in the hands of the city defense army. If residents have anything they want to buy, they can tell the city defense army responsible for recording on site. And they will deliver the items as quickly as possible. Generally speaking, live streaming here is still at a very primitive stage. Not only is the live streaming equipment inadequate, but the logistics is also a mess. But that's okay too. After introducing the rules, Sun Chi introduced some precautions. The main purpose of bringing goods this time is to circulate the economy in Liyun City. I know that both of your families are very rich. But in this trial, your family is prohibited from producing and selling within your own family. Anyone who violates this will be directly disqualified. When Yin Xiaoqi and Tang Tian heard this, they both frowned. As a result, their respective families are unable to help their own contestants. But it was fair that no one could help. So the two of them had no objections. Okay, that's pretty much the rules. At this point, Sun Chi said with a smile, the live broadcast will end at noon tomorrow. Whoever has more money at that time will be the winner. Two contestants, you can now choose your products. By the way, I would like to remind you that most of the people watching the live broadcast this time are civilians with little money. You better not sell too expensive things. After the explanation, Sun Chi walked into the house with his hands behind his back and a smile. Two city defense soldiers came from the side and said respectfully, two contestants, each of you has a starting capital of 100,000 copper coins. You can purchase and sell goods at will to make the funds roll up. Tang Xiaobao asked, do you want to purchase goods at will? Can I buy whatever I want? City Defense Force, yes. But every transaction you make will be recorded. If cheating is found, you will be directly disqualified. The cheating behavior here includes, but is not limited to, purchasing at a price 10% lower than the market price, selling at a price 20% higher than the market price, using family financial resources to sell goods, etc. Everyone nodded, didn't wait any longer, and quickly left the city lord's mansion, preparing to purchase goods first. Yin Nujio pouted, selling things, I'm not good at this. What should we sell? Yin Shuchi thought for a moment and gave a suggestion, sell food. Food is the most important thing for the people. And people always need to eat. I know a company that makes sesame seed cakes. They are high quality and cheap. And they are definitely easy to sell. Man Ning said in a deep voice, it's too late. The Tang family's people have already gone to the sesame cake shop. Yin Nujio screamed, what should we do? Damn it. They actually took the opportunity. Lu Shibu, why don't you speak? Do you have any ideas? Ah? Me? Nanfeng raised his head. My idea is that sesame seed cakes are everywhere on the street and are not competitive. Yin Shuchi frowned, then tell me. What is competitive? Nafeng smiled slightly. Don't worry. Uncle Seventh, I will get you a batch of very competitive things right away. With that said, Nafeng opened the chat panel and sent a message to the Handsome Guys group. Come on. Bring me all the bananas from Black Crow City. Chapter 513. Our bananas are sold by the root. 3 p.m. 6 hours have passed since the live broadcast started. In the Tang mansion, Tang Xiaobao sat in front of the mother mirror and shouted, Big Wolf Xiaobing is delicious and not expensive. It is very delicious. Now it only costs 12 copper coins and can be delivered to your home. Don't miss this opportunity. Don't come back. Everyone, hurry up and get off. Order it. In the streets and alleys of the city, you can see a city defense soldier at regular intervals, standing straight with a mirror held high. Many residents gathered in front of the mirror and watched Tang Xiaobao bring the goods with relish. Did you hear that? This man is Tang Xiaobao of the Tang family, the eldest son of the current head of the Tang family. Yes. Where can we usually see such a big shot? He shouted very professionally, which made me want to buy a sesame seed cake to try. The big bad wolf Xiaobing does taste good. But it's in the west of the city. Too far away. I only buy one when I'm on the way. 12 coppers a portion? It's really not expensive. It costs 10 copper coins when I go to the store to buy it. And he even brings it to you. Just for the sake of the Tang family. I bought a portion to try. For a time, the city defense army was surrounded by residents. Okay. Li Dainio has won. And the 12 copper coins have been collected. Jiao Samwa has received 5 copies and 60 copper coins. Yes. Yes. It will definitely be delivered before dark. 2 portions of Lin Guden. In the Tang mansion. Tang Xiaobao took a sip of water and looked at the assistant beside him. How many sesame seed cakes have we sold now? The assistant immediately replied, as of 2 o'clock. A total of 18,566 copies have been sold. Our purchase price is 5.5 copper plates. The selling price is 12 copper plates. And the current net profit is 120,679 copper plates. The sales volume at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock is being calculated. And it is estimated to reach more than 3,000 copies. After listening to this set of data, Tang Xiaobao nodded slightly. Earning 120,000 copper coins in 6 hours is already considered a good result. But, the eldest young master. The assistant frowned slightly and said, the inventory of Big Wolf Xiaobing is almost sold out. The clerks in their store are working hard. But the supply is also somewhat in short supply. We may need to bring a different product. Tang Xiaobao nodded and said, I have already thought of this. The profit of Big Wolf Xiaobing is still too low. I now have more than 200,000 copper coins in hand. And I can go and bring some high-profit products. After a pause, Tang Xiaobao asked, where is Yin Nujio? How are their sales going? The assistant showed a smile. Young master. She hasn't started the live broadcast yet. I don't know if she doesn't want to show up or something. Judging from the current situation, we are already sure of victory. Haha. Don't be complacent. Tang Xiaobao chuckled and continued selling goods. At the same time, outside Liyun City, a caravan of nearly 100 people and 500 carriages arrived at the city gate. Stop! Who are you? The guard at the city gate was a little shocked. After working in Liyun City for so long, this was the first time he saw such a large caravan. Even among those big families, no one can pull 500 carriages to transport goods. Big families all have storage rings. On the first carriage, Nefeng jumped out and said with a smile, we are here to deliver goods to the Yin family. Deliver goods? The city defense army frowned slightly. Just as he was about to continue interrogating, Yin Xiaoqi appeared at the city gate. Yes. This is the goods of my Yin family. Please let them go quickly. Seeing that the person in charge of the Yin family came out of the city to greet him in person, the city defense army dared to stop him and hurriedly let him go. 500 carriages drove toward Yin Mansion in a mighty manner. On the carriage, Su Ming looked around, taking in the scene in Liyun City with curiosity. Su Ming, is this Liyun City? It looks just average. Not as good as a hair in Black Crow City. Nafeng, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't this place 10,000 times more prosperous than that rural place in Black Crow City? Wu Yuanran, Nanshan. The Black Crow City is not in the countryside now. You can go back and take a look when you are free someday. Huang Yuanming, the people here are so strong. I just saw an old man who picked up turds. And he was actually level 26. Nefeng, please be careful and don't look around. I heard that Sikong Bushua is also in Liyun City. When everyone heard this, they all withdrew their gazes and stopped looking any further. The people on these 500 carriages are all the chosen ones from Nancheng. Nefeng originally wanted to bring bananas to Liyun City through trading. But this would cause a big problem. That is, the problem of purchase channels. Where did your banana come from? How much is the purchase price? How much is the market price? These things are cumbersome to explain. If you fail to do one, you may be directly disqualified from the competition. So, Nanfeng opened a teleportation array directly outside the city and asked the brothers from Nancheng to teleport over with 500 carts of bananas, and also showed them the scenery of Liyun City. Everyone quickly returned to Yin Mansion. The city defense troops who were responsible for following Yin Nujio were a little surprised when they looked at these 500 carts of bananas. Is this what you want to sell? Nefeng replied with a smile. Yes. These are bananas. produced in the Black Crow City of the Falling Sun Empire. My group of friends happened to deliver the goods nearby, so I cut off the bananas. The City Defense Army looked at the yellow bananas and asked, "What is the purchase price of this banana? What's the market price?" At this time, Wang Yuanming immediately stepped forward and answered, "Sir, the purchase price of our bananas is 60 copper coins. If we retail them, we usually sell them for 498 copper coins. Well, 498 copper coins per pound. It's more than 8 times more expensive." "Is it so expensive?" The City Defense Army frowned. Wang Yuanming waved his hand. "No, sir, it's not a pound. It's 498 copper coins. One by one." The City Defense Army was instantly shocked. "Can you sell this thing for 498 copper coins? What kind of bastard would buy it? Be sick. Your price is suspected of price gouging. I have to go and ask the city lord for permission." The City Defense Army said in a deep voice, "Bananas have never been seen in Liyun City before, and I don't know if they are worth this price." "Nefeng, there is absolutely no problem with the price. This is how we sell it in the Black Crow City area. Just ask around and you will know." With that said, Nefeng picked up a banana and handed it to the City Defense Army. "Brother, come on. Try it and see if it's worth 498 coppers apiece." The City Defense Army looked at the golden banana and couldn't help but take a bite. "Damn, it's delicious." The eyes of the City Defense Army lit up. "And after eating this banana, I actually felt refreshed. And even the magic power in my body became full." "Nonsense. This is a banana watered with mineral water. Of course eating it can restore magic power." Nefeng smiled and said, "Look, I can sell such a top-quality banana for 98 copper coins. Isn't that excessive?" The City Defense Army was stunned. 98 copper coins per piece? Didn't I just say that the market price is 498 copper coins per piece? You don't want to increase the price, but you're going to lower the price? Nefeng glanced at Yan Nujio and saw that she was holding a mirror to him. He immediately cleared his throat and began to say, "Of course. We bring goods just to bring benefits to our families. These bananas all come from the distant eastern continent and take 7,749 days to be transported to Liyun City. You know, in the place where bananas originate. A banana costs 498 copper coins. But today, our Yinjiao live broadcast is to help family members lower the price. Down. Come. Now come to my live broadcast room. Not 998. Not 498. Just 98. For only 98. You can take home delicious and inexpensive bananas." Chapter 514, Let me tell you a number. Liyun City. Liyun City is very lively today. Even those guys who always like to stay at home took to the streets today. It was not for anything else. Just because a very novel thing appeared in Liyun City, the Mother Mirror. Not far from Bafan like In. There was a city defense soldier holding a mirror high and showing the picture in the mirror to the onlookers. "Wow! Who is the beauty in the mirror? It's so beautiful. Did you just get here? This is Miss Yan Nujio from the Yin family. Bringing goods to us live. Delivering goods live? What is this? Never heard of it. Just watch here for a while, and you will know soon. Make way. Make way. I want to buy some bananas. I want to buy 100. This thing is so valuable for restoring magic power. You're late. The bananas have just been sold out. And new products are being prepared." "Ah? Sold out so quickly?" The crowd was whispering, and all their eyes were focused on the anchor in the mirror. In the mirror, Yan Nujio's makeup was exquisite, and she had a faint smile on her face. I don't know how many Shibuya were fascinated by her. Her red lips were slightly opened, and she said in a sweet voice, "Family members, the product I want to introduce next is Dolly Grass. Does anyone know the effects of Dolly Grass? Yes, that's right. After eating Dolly Grass, you could become stronger." Yan Nujio held a piece of Dolly Grass in her hand and introduced seriously, "This Dolly Grass comes from the Mamahaha Canyon in the western region. It is a herb that is abundant in the area. Dolly Grass can slightly increase the strength of the family members, allowing them to family members are more energetic at work." The people watching the live broadcast exclaimed one after another. "Herbs that increase strength? Is this something a poor guy like me can afford? I know that in Liyun Chamber of Commerce, there is a pill called Dolly Pill, which can also increase the strength of the user. I wonder which one is more effective, Dolly Grass or Dolly Pill. Even if Dolly Grass is less effective, it will cost at least several thousand copper coins. Right? This is a magical medicine that can enhance strength. Also, if I eat this herb, my chance of surviving in the wild will increase by 1 point. If it is not very expensive, I would like to buy one to try. Among the crowd, Wang Yuanming heard everything discussed clearly. He opened a panel and sent a message in, "Handsome guys group. Wang Yuanming, the leaks here think that Dolly grass should cost several thousand copper coins each. Wu Yuanran, it's pretty much the same here. Su Zuran, okay. Then we will price it at 998. South Wind. Nefeng, received. Received. In the Yin Mansion, Nefeng turned off the panel and wrote the 4 numbers, 9,998, on a sign. When Yin Nujio saw this, she immediately said, "Well, after introducing so much, my family must want to know the price of Dolly grass. Right? Then let's ask our Mr. Lu Xiaobu to announce the price for everyone." Nefeng straightened his collar and walked into the range of Mother Mirror family members. This Dolly grass is produced in Mamahaha Canyon, which is thousands of miles away from Luyun City. Many family members may have never even heard of it. In Mamahaha Canyon, the cost of a piece of Dolly grass is about 7,000 copper plates. We transported it all the way back, which cost a lot of manpower and material resources. It was indeed very hard. Therefore, we decided to add a little shipping fee to the price of 7,000. The final price of Dolly grass is. Nefeng raised the 9,998 sign in his hand, 9,998 copper coins. All over the city, those watching the live broadcast suddenly screamed. For herbs that can increase strength, the price is indeed not very expensive. But the group of people watching the live broadcast don't have much money in their hands. Who would be willing to spend nearly 10,000 yuan to buy a Dolly grass? In the live broadcast room, Yin Nujio waited for a while. When the time was almost ripe, she finally said, 9,998 copper coins? The price is indeed not expensive, but it is still a bit too high for family members. Lu Shibu, you can chop it yourself. Nefeng pretended to be embarrassed, hesitated for a while, and then said, since Miss Yin has said so, it would seem a bit disrespectful for me not to negotiate the price. Let's see. I bear all the transportation costs myself. And one Dolly grass now only costs 7,000 copper coins. The price dropped by nearly 3,000 copper plates. The people watching the live broadcast screamed in surprise. The anchor really spent a lot of money and made 30% less profit. This Lu Xiaobu must want to get into this relationship with the Yin family. Otherwise, do you think he would lower the price of such a good thing? I'm so touched. Miss Yan's family is so kind. She cut off 3,000 copper coins in one go. I want to buy one to support her. I want to place an order. Don't worry. The product hasn't been introduced yet, and you can't place an order yet. In the live broadcast room, Yin Nujio frowned slightly and looked at Nefeng displeased. You are indeed sincere in reducing the price by 3,000 copper plates in one breath. But this price is still a bit too expensive for my family. Nanfeng's expression changed. Miss Yin, this is already my cost price. If it drops any further, I will lose money. Yin Nujio shook her head slightly. I came to the live broadcast today to deliver goods to my family. Can your price be considered a welfare? Nefeng gritted his teeth. Another 1,000. Only 5,998. Miss Yin, this is really my lowest price. Audiences watching the live broadcast from all over the city exclaimed again. Ms. Yin helped us lower the price again. It's less than 6,000 copper coins. It's a very reasonable price to buy an herb that can increase strength. Looking at Lu Xiaobu's expression, I feel a little achy. He really has nothing to gain. Right? I want to place an order. I want to place an order. In the live broadcast room, Yin Nujio still shook her head. 6,000 copper coins is still too expensive. This price is unacceptable to my family. Nefeng could only sigh. Then there is really no other way. This price is the lowest price I can give. Yin Nujio pretended to think for a moment, then slammed the table. It was my first time Yin Nujio brought goods live, and so many family members showed their support. No matter what, I must let my family members get the best benefits. Now, let me tell you a number. Yin Nujio snatched the sign from Nanfeng's hand and crossed out the first one, 9. Dolly grass. 998 copper coins each. Families. 1, 2, 3. Order now. Chapter 515 Tian Yuan and Earth Yuan are here. Crazy. The entire Luyun city fell into madness in an instant. Countless residents rushed towards the city defense troops crazily, shouting with all their strength, "I want to place an order! I want to place an order!" The group of city defense troops holding mirrors were stunned. Before coming here, didn't the captain say that this job was easy? Why is it like this? And can we city defense troops place an order? I also really want to buy a 998 copper plate dolly grass. In the live broadcast room, Nonfing's face turned pale, and he said tremblingly, "Miss Yin, this is not possible. I will suffer a huge loss." Yin Nujio waved her hands nonchalantly. "It's okay. However much you have lost, our Yin family will pay for it out of our own pocket. I must give this wave of benefits to my family members today." Nefeng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slowly. "Since Miss Yin has said this, I can only be respectful and obey her orders. But, Miss Yin, this powerful grass is extremely rare. I only brought 20,000 plants this time, and they will be gone when they are sold out." Yin Nujio immediately approached her mother's mirror. "Did the family hear this? There are only 20,000 orders. First come first served. So hurry up and place your order." At this time, Nefeng winked at Xiao Luo on the side. Xiao Luo nodded and shouted at the top of his voice, "Anchor! Anchor! The latest news! 5,841 dolly grass trees have been sold, with 14,159 trees left." Yin Nujio's tone became urgent. "Family members, there are less than 15,000 orders left. Family members in need should place orders as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about being cheated. We have the Yin family as a guarantee. If dolly grass doesn't work, we can give you a full refund and compensate you 10 for every fake one. There are only 13,000 orders left. Please place your order quickly. Our Yin family has dedicated delivery personnel who can deliver dolly grass to you within 10 minutes. It is very convenient." Oops. There are only the last 9,000 orders left. Out of stock soon. Listening to Yin Nujio's inflammatory words, more and more residents placed orders. In every place where there is a submirror, there will be a chosen one from Nancheng guarding nearby. In Handsome Guy's group, Wu Yuanren typed quickly, "I sold another 1,200 copies here. Hurry up. Trade a batch for me." "Yuan, wait a minute. You are selling it too fast. I hired 50 people to pick dolly grass in the medicine garden, but it was still too late." "Su Zern, it's okay. Take your time. It doesn't matter if your family members wait. After all, we are all one family." "Su Ming, I am a turtle. Can this dolly grass be sold for 998? This thing is almost as abundant as weeds in the medicine garden in Nancheng." "Nafeng, Sister Yuran, find some more people to pick Julie grass." "Su Zern, please finalize the price of Julie grass as soon as possible. Also, how many are in stock of those black and white fishnet stockings? Send them all to me." After a brief explanation, Nefeng turned off the panel and showed a relieved smile. More than 98% of the audience in Liyun City were watching Yin Nujio's live broadcast, while Tang Shuba's live broadcast next door was not watched by anyone. "Isn't it safe to win this trial? This girl Yin Nujio is truly an innate host." Nafeng sighed. He just mentioned a few words casually, and this girl has already mastered the skills of promoting goods through live broadcast. In addition, she is beautiful and calls her family members. Who can stand this? The biological daughter of the head of the Yin family calls us family. Then aren't we also members of the Yin family? Damn. We are so awesome. I won't be needed anymore. Yin Nujio can handle it all by herself. Nefeng twisted his neck, walked aside, and started to rest. This trial has been stabilized. Late at night, the streets and alleys of Liyun City were still brightly lit. The end time of this trial is tomorrow at noon. In order to securely win the game, Yin Nujio decided to carry the goods all night. Throughout the night, the words, family, kept echoing in Yan's house. Nefeng felt numb when he heard it, as if he had been browsing Douyin all night. In the early morning, the sun rises slightly and shines its light on the earth. On the official road more than 10 kilometers outside Liyun City, a carriage was driving slowly towards Liyun City. In the carriage, Di Yuan looked at the news he had just received and raised his eyebrows slightly. Mother-child mirror? Delivering goods live? What kind of weird stuff are these? He looked at Tian Yuan, who was sitting next to him. Tian Yuan, are we not keeping up with the times? The things these chosen ones come up with are more and more novel and interesting. Tian Yuan was closing his eyes to rest his mind. And when he heard what Di Yuan said, he slowly spoke. It was the same thing more than 100,000 years ago. After all, they come from another world, and there must be many things unique to their world. This is true. Di Yuan nodded slightly. agreeing with Tian Yuan's statement. We will arrive at Luyun City soon. The latest intelligence shows that there are at least more than 100 chosen ones in the city. The chosen one named Nanfeng. We're staying at Yan's house now. Should we go in and kill him? Tian Yuan slowly shook his head. No. We rushed directly to the Yin family. The people in the Yin family didn't know what was going on. So they would definitely stop us. This will alert the enemy and give Nanfeng enough time to escape. Ti Yuan snorted coldly. Then we will kill the people of the Yin family as well. Anyway, our Falling Sun Empire and their Haoyue Empire have never dealt with them. Tian Yuan opened his eyes and glared at Di Yuan. Scolding, you have been spending time in Juchuan Garden every day these days. And your brain has been ruined. Seeing that Tian Yuan was a little angry, Di Yuan quickly shut his mouth. Even though Di Yuan was usually joking and laughing, and didn't take Tian Yuan seriously. When Tian Yuan got really angry, Di Yuan was still a little scared. After all, this is his biological brother. A brother who is also a father. After a moment, Di Yuan said, "It was my lack of consideration." Seeing that his brother's attitude of admitting his mistake was quite sincere, Tian Yuan nodded, closed his eyes, and continued to meditate. "Then tell me, what should we do?" Di Yuan pondered for a while, and then said, "These chosen ones will definitely go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. The best way is to wait outside the city, and let them walk into your formation. But the problem is, we don't know how long we have to wait. Secondly, we can secretly cooperate with the Yin family to trick all the chosen ones in the city into the Yin family, and then catch them all. However, the Yin family is from the Haoyue Empire, so it is unlikely that they will cooperate with us. There is one last way. We stay outside the city and wait for Emperor Zun to come in person. Emperor Zun takes action personally, and none of these chosen ones can escape. But if we have to wait for Emperor Zun to do such a small thing, it seems that we are too useless." Tian Yuan nodded, quite satisfied with the strategies proposed by Di Yuan. But he didn't intend to adopt Di Yuan's strategy. He had his own ideas. Di Yuan, do you still remember that these chosen ones attach great importance to their companions? Nanfeng is very vigilant. Maybe he will find us and escape early before we take action against him. But the other chosen ones in the city are not so vigilant. As long as we catch a few of them, we can use them to blackmail Nanfeng and make him leave the city immediately. Di Yuan frowned. Last time they tried to save a guy named Shen Pian and suffered heavy losses. Will they be fooled this time? Tian Yuan chuckled and said, others may not come to save people, but Nanfeng will definitely come. My eyes have never seen the wrong person. When Di Yuan heard this, he glanced at Tian Yuan's pupils, which only had white eyes, and nodded slowly. Okay, just do as you say. Chapter 516. Get a sack and cover Archie. Luyun City. Tang family. Tang Xiaobao stopped the live broadcast long ago and sat silently in front of the mirror, watching Yin Nujio's live broadcast all night. The words, the rhythm, and the ability to control the audience's psychology. Tang Xiaobao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I didn't lose unfairly. We can't blame Tang Xiaobao for being too naive. After all, Yin Nujio has a support group from Blue Star behind her. Live streaming originally originated from Blue Star and has been developed for many years. He, Tang Xiaobao, just came into contact with the term live streaming yesterday. How could he win over Nanfeng and the others? Losing is normal, no matter what. If you lose, you lose. Our Tang family can't afford to lose. Before being crushed by absolute strength, Tang Xiaobao decisively chose to give up. He turned back to look at the assistant who had been standing beside him and said, the Julie Chow that Yanujio brought just now is said to be more effective than Dalian. Go buy 2 kilograms and bring it back to the government. The servants inside each received a tree. The assistant bowed quickly and said respectfully, thank you, young master. Afterwards, the assistant quickly walked out of the door, leaving Tang Xiaobao sitting alone in the room in a daze. Da-da-da. The sound of footsteps sounded, and Tang Xiaobao looked up and saw that Tang Tian had walked in. Tang Xiaobao stood up hurriedly. Fourth uncle. Tang Tian is the fourth brother of Tang Xiaobao's father and is specifically responsible for matters in Liyun City. He is serious and meticulous in his work. Over the years, he has managed the Tang family's branch in Liyun City in an orderly manner. Xiaobao. Tang Tian stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Victory and defeat are common matters in military affairs. A temporary victory or defeat is nothing. You don't need to take it to heart. Tang Xiaobao nodded seriously. Don't worry. Fourth uncle. I'm fine. Tang Tian saw that Tang Xiaobao was in a good mood. So he spoke again and said, by the way, you should tidy up. The ancestor will arrive in Liyun City in the next 2 days, and we will be ready to go out of the city to welcome him at any time. Ancestor? Fourth uncle. Are you talking about Mrs. Grandpa Taizu? Ancestor Tang Chongyun? Tang Xiaobao was a little surprised, wondering how this legendary ancestor could come all the way to Liyun City. Tang Tian nodded, yes. The ancestor has been running around everywhere during this time, and he doesn't know what is going on. I guess I want to see the prosperity of this world again at the end of my life. Tang Xiaobao took a breath of air. Fourth uncle. It's better not to talk nonsense. Tang Tian chuckled and said, it's okay. My ancestor has a good temper. Even if he hears it, the most he can do is beat me up. But I can bear it. Moreover, I am not lying. My ancestor is indeed approaching his deadline. Even though Tang Chongyun was very strong, he was fierce and ruthless in his actions. In fact, he had already half-footed into the coffin board and would not live long. For a long time before, Tang Chongyun had been in seclusion, just to resist the erosion of time and live longer. Tang Xiaobao has never seen this legendary ancestor of the Tang family before. No, he has actually seen him before. When he was just 1 month old, Tang Chongyun came out of seclusion once and even hugged him. It's just that Tang Xiaobao was too young at that time and didn't remember it at all. Families. Our Nancheng Shijia has the last 10 orders left. Family members in need should place orders quickly. Yin Nujio's voice came from the mirror on the table. Tang Tian couldn't help but smile and said, this little girl from the Yin family is really good at doing business. Tang Xiaobao hummed yes. And it's also very beautiful. Oh! Tang Tian raised his eyebrows and patted Tang Xiaobao's shoulder with a smile. What? Have you fallen in love with someone? Do you want your fourth uncle to go and mediate for you? The Tang family and the Yin family are well matched. It would be great if our two families could get married. Tang Xiaobao shook his head quickly. Fourth uncle. The Yin family belongs to the Haoyu Empire. How can it be possible to marry with our falling sun empire? Tang Tian glanced at Yin Nujio in the mirror. Nothing is impossible. Just in time. I heard that Yin Shuangying, the head of the Yin family, is coming to Liyun City in the next 2 days. I will take you to visit him then. At noon, the scorching sun hangs high overhead. Yin Nujio finished carrying goods all day and followed Yin Xiaoqi to the city lord's mansion. Nanfeng did not go with him. He and his brothers from Nancheng were having a good meal in the canteen of Yin Mansion. Nanfeng, brothers, you can eat whatever you want, and eat with all your heart. Today, Nan, will pay for everything. Wang Yuanming, I just asked the aunt who makes food, and she said it's free. Nanfeng, nonsense. Where is the free lunch in the world? I should have settled the bill secretly a long time ago. Wu Yuan, I'm really convinced. The celebration banquet is in the cafeteria? Nanshan, just be a human being. Su Ming, he treats us as human beings, but he doesn't treat us as human beings. Xiao Luo, I'm full. Where are there more ferocious beasts around here? I'm going out to upgrade. Alas, I've wasted another day. Are you full so quickly? Don't be polite to me. Nanfeng looked at Xiao Luo and found that there were 7 or 8 plates stacked on his table. And he was immediately speechless. Good guy. This is really full. And you are not polite at all. An upgrade? Right? Liyun City is surrounded by mountains, and there are ferocious beasts everywhere. You can go anywhere. After thinking about it, Nanfeng added, don't go to the West City Gate. There is soul-desolating cliff over there, and you may be in danger. Feel free to go anywhere else. But remember not to fly in the sky. You will be punished by God. Xiao Luo nodded. Okay. I'll go then. Xiao Luo wiped his mouth and walked out of the canteen quickly. Wang Yuanming looked at Xiao Luo's back, shook his head and said, Brother Luo is really an upgrade madman. Such a boring life. Your life is quite interesting. You told me last time that when you were working as a driver, you met the beautiful CEO of Iceberg. Tell me what happened. A voice suddenly came from the back door of the cafeteria. Wang Yuanming turned around and found that the person speaking was Long Woody. Oops. Do you mind the Dragon City Lord Long Woody? When did you come? Wang Yuanming quickly stood up to greet him. Long Woody smiled and said, I have always been at Yan's house. Just resting in the guest room. Come on. Come on. Come and sit. Wang Yuanming patted the chair next to him. And let me tell you an interesting story about my contemporary driving years. Okay. These two chatty talkers are at it again. Nanfeng was speechless. After lunch, most of the chosen ones in South City chose to go back and continue to devote themselves to the cause of building Black Crow City. Only a few with higher levels, such as the original Witch Su Ming and others, chose to stay and prepare to hunt ferocious beasts in the Sun and Moon Mountains and improve their levels. Nanfeng was not in a hurry to upgrade. He wanted to wait until the results of this trial were officially announced before going. At the same time, Luyun City, Zhao Mansion. Archie strode into the Zhao Mansion and saw Zhao Jiao standing at the gate waiting for him. Mr. Zhao, you called me back in a hurry. What's the matter? Archie asked with some confusion. Zhao Jiao smiled slightly. Mr. Archie, how is your relationship with Lu Xiubu from the Yen family? Archie pondered for a moment. Well, it's not very good, but it's not bad. How? Mr. Zhao wants to. Before Archie could finish speaking, he was hit hard on the back of his head, and his eyes went black, and he fainted on the spot. Zhao Jiao put away his smile. His face grew colder, and he said to the servants behind him, "You too. Pick up Archie in a sack and send him outside the city." The two servants said in unison, "Yes." Chapter 517 Dear Feng. Seeing the words is like seeing the face. Late at night, Yen Mansion. Yen Nujio, who stayed in the city lord's mansion all day, finally returned. Nanfeng rushed forward. Quick! 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 What's the result? Are we number one? Why are you more anxious than me? Yen Nujio said tiredly. The city lord is still checking the account books to see if we have cheated. Man Ning next to her added, the goods we bring are all things that Luyun City does not have. It is very troublesome to track down the price. But it shouldn't be a big problem, because Tang Xiaobao has already chosen to abandon the game. That's it. Nanfeng nodded. So we are the only team left. Holy shit. The position of city lord belongs to me. Hearing Nanfeng's words, Yin Shuqi immediately focused his eyes on Nanfeng's face, with an unkind look on his face. Ha ha ha. Uncle and Grandpa 7. Don't worry. Nanfeng said ha ha. I was quick to speak. The position of city lord belongs to none other than Yen Nujio. That's pretty much it. Yen Shichi snorted. At this time, the guard who was guarding the door walked in quickly with a letter in his hand. The guard lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Report to Master Qi. Someone just sent a letter. Letter? Whose letter? Yen Shiochi took the letter and took a look at it, only to see 5 big words written on the envelope, personally addressed by Lu Xiubu. Lu Xiubu. Your letter. Yen Shuqi didn't have the habit of peeking into other people's privacy, so he immediately threw the letter to Nanfeng. Ah? My letter? Nanfeng received the letter and was a little confused. Who will write to him? It's definitely not the Chosen One. The Chosen One has a chat channel and can go directly to the south. A native of this world? But who among the natives of this world would be so bored as to write to Nanfeng? Nanfeng said low to Yen Xiaoqi and others, then returned to the room alone and opened the letter. The first line of the letter read, Dear Feng, seeing the words is like the face. Ah? Honey? Who will call me honey? Nanfeng was a little confused, and the person who wrote the letter called him Feng, obviously knowing Nanfeng's real name. What is the other party's background? Nanfeng continued to look down. I haven't seen each other for several months, and I miss you very much. I heard that you were in Liyun City a few days ago. I was extremely excited and hurried over. I originally wanted to go straight to Yen Mansion to catch up with you, but I was afraid you wouldn't want to see me. I have no choice but to write you this letter. I hope you can come to the grove south of the city and meet me. Love you, Diyuan. Nanfeng's scalp instantly went numb when he saw the word Diyuan. Earth element. The person who wrote this letter turned out to be Diyuan. A picture instantly appeared in Nanfeng's mind. That was the scene of more than 70 Nanchung brothers dying tragically on Tianyuan's black and white chessboard in the woods outside Black Crow City. In an instant, violent murderous intent emerged in Nanfeng's heart. He always remembered this grudge, and originally wanted to wait until he became stronger before going to Tianyuan and Diyuan to avenge himself. Unexpectedly, Diyuan didn't give him a chance to develop, so he came to visit him again so soon. Earth element. Nanfeng's expression was gloomy, and it took more than 10 minutes for him to calm down. I can't go. My current strength is not a match for Diyuan. If I go out, I am seeking death. Hee. This Diyuan is also very clever. Why did he write me a letter? Doesn't this tell me to run away quickly? I will go back to Black Crow City tonight. You shabby. Just wait slowly in the woods outside the city. Nanfeng sneered several times and realized that the letter was not finished yet, and there was more content behind it. By the way, in order to ensure that you can come, I took a slight step and captured one of your companions. If I don't see you before dawn, your companions will be buried alive by me. Seeing this, Nanfeng's heart skipped a beat, and two words appeared in his mind: Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo was captured by Diyuan. Nanfeng quickly opened the panel and went crazy on Xiao Luo in a group of handsome guys. Nanfeng, Xiao Luo, where are you now? If nothing happens, please reply to me quickly. Nanfeng, also, everyone who is still in Liyun City should return to Black Crow City immediately. Nanfeng, Tian Yuan and Di Yuan have already reached the outside of the city. In an instant, the whole handsome guys group became lively. Wu Yuan, Tian Yuan and Earth Yuan? Is it the blind man playing chess? Su Zern, everyone, return to Black Crow City quickly. Yuran, brother Nanfeng, please come back soon. Liyun City is too dangerous. Su Ming, Nanshan, what are you doing? Brother Luo? Could it be that he? Xiao Luo has not replied to the message until now, and it is very likely that he has been kidnapped by Diyuan. Nanfeng looked heavy and said slowly, Xiao Luo may have been captured by them. You go back first, and I will find a way to rescue Xiao Luo. Wang Yuanming, this plot seems a bit familiar. The group of handsome guys was silent for a few seconds. Just when Nanfeng was about to urge everyone to leave again, a message suddenly appeared. Xiao Luo, huh? Save me for what? Nanfeng, huh? Xiao Luo, are you okay? Where are you now? Xiao Luo, I'm hunting ferocious beasts outside. Didn't I tell you before I went out? South Wind. Yes. It seems that the person Di Yuan captured was not Xiao Luo. Who could it be? Other chosen ones in Nancheng? There are indeed many chosen ones from Nancheng and Liyun City. Some people did not rush back after eating at noon, but walked around the city. It is also very possible that they were captured by Diyuan. Thinking of this, Nanfeng switched to the cross-world chat channel. Nanfeng, all brothers in Nancheng, return to Black Crow City or Nancheng immediately. Su Zern immediately counted the number of people to see who was missing. Su Zern, got it. Xuanqing, what happened? Sakura Saburo, haha. Nanfeng probably provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked again. I've said it before. These natives don't have many good things. Except for the head of the Zhao family. He is really kind to us chosen ones. He not only sends money and resources, but also invites us to visit the Zhao family. Aurelia, the day before yesterday, the head of the Zhao family also invited me, and I was planning to visit the Zhao family. The chat channel quickly became filled with chatter about things related to the Zhao family. Nanfeng ignored them and counted the number of people together with Su Zern and others. At this moment, Archie suddenly sent a message. Archie, shit. Bullshit. These people from the Zhao family are really beasts. They knocked me unconscious and hung me from a tree. I just woke up. Archie, Nanfeng, come and save me. I'm in the woods outside the city. Very close to you. Archie, there are only 2 people on the other side. Let's work together to kill them. When Nanfeng saw this, he raised his eyebrows. A grove outside the city? There are only 2 people on the other side? Could it be that the chosen one captured by Earth Yuan is Archie? Nanfeng asked uncertainly, Archie, what are the names of those 2 people? After a while, Archie replied, what is Tian Yuan Diyuan? They asked me to call you out quickly, and said they have been waiting for you for a long time. Archie, shit. Are they here to find you? Then why are you hanging me here? Are you crazy? Seeing this, Nanfeng, who was nervous, breathed a sigh of relief instantly. It turns out that the person Di Yuan captured was Archie. So that's okay. Does he really think I know Archie well? Chapter 518. Are you the singer? In the cross-world chat channel, Archie was still sending messages. Archie, can someone help me? Nanfenglong is invincible. You 2 are the only ones closest to me. Archie, shit. I just heard them say that if Nanfeng doesn't come over, they will feed me shit. Archie, what a ghost. My limbs are so weak now that I can't even teleport away. Archie, what to do? Can anyone help me think of a solution? Archie, Luijia, if I die here today, you must avenge me. I will let the entire Zhao family be buried with me. It was obvious that Archie was really a little anxious. It's not surprising. Who wouldn't be anxious when they hear someone wants to feed themselves shit? Long Woody, what's going on? Can someone explain it to me? I'm too lazy to climb the stairs. Luo Jia, Archie. City Lord. I am only level 35 now. If I want to help you take revenge, I am afraid it will take several years. Sakura Saburo, Nani? The Zhao family is so shameless. Tricking us into killing us at home? What should I do? The head of the Zhao family is next to me now. I am a little scared. Nafeng, Archie. If you tell Tian Yuan and Yuen that we are not familiar with each other, they might let you go. A moment later, Archie responded with a message. Archie, shit! They said I was no longer of use, and they wanted to kill me now. South Wind. Well, it seems Archie is going to die today. Nafeng turned off the panel, walked quickly to the next room, pushed the door open and entered. Brother Long, do you know about Archie? Nafeng sat down on the chair and poured himself a cup of tea. Stop climbing up the stairs. I'll tell you directly. There was a blind man who could play chess. Do you remember? After hearing the whole story, Long Woody raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a slight smile. Huh? This blind man still dares to come to the door by himself. Brother Feng, go and kill them. Nafeng was shocked. Brother, you are my brother. You have to go on your own. Don't drag me to death with you. Long Woody slowly clenched his fists. I have fought that blind man before. He was good at defense but lacked offense. Now I have a chance to kill it. Or at worst, escape unscathed. Feeling that the aura in Long Woody's body was still rising, Nafeng was stunned. You were injured by Suyana the night before. And you healed so quickly? Not only is it better, but its strength has also improved. Long Woody smiled and nodded. Only by fighting with strong men can he improve himself faster. I can't help but want to fight the blind man again. It would be difficult to encounter such a good sandbag if you miss it. Listen. Listen. What is this? Comparing Tian Yuan to a sandbag? You really dare to say that? Nafeng lowered his head and thought for a while. Then said seriously, if you really want to go, then I will go too. It doesn't matter whether he saves Archie or not. But Tian Yuan and Yuen have killed so many of my brothers in Nancheng, and I must avenge them. But I haven't broken through level 40 yet, so I'm just giving away the hard work. When the time comes, you go up and fight too, and I will set up a gun for you from behind and provide fire support. Long Woody stood up decisively and put the tea set on the table into his backpack. What are you waiting for? Walk. The two walked side by side and left Yin Mansion in large strides. The night is getting dark. Nafeng and Long Woody crossed most of Liyun City and rushed to the woods south of the city. When passing by a slum on the way, I found a large group of workers building a high-rise building non-stop. Are you still doing infrastructure construction at night? Nafeng looked puzzled. What are you repairing? So tall. It looks like a tower. Long Woody also looked over and frowned slightly. It does look like a tower. And it is a tower with a very modern Blue Star style. Who built this tower? The two looked at each other and shook their heads. Forget it for now. Let's get out of the city, Long Woody said, and continued to stride towards the South City Gate. Nafeng took one last look at the half-built tower and felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. This tower is a bit strange. He shook his head, temporarily suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, and quickly followed Long Woody. But Long Woody, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, his face slightly condensed. What's the matter? Brother Long? Nafeng asked suspiciously. Long Woody was silent for a while, then slowly said, Brother Feng, please wait here for a while. Someone is looking for you. Nafeng was stunned. Looking for me? Who? I don't know. I only know that the other party is a singer. Long Woody looked at Nafeng. I'll wait for you at the city gate. After saying that, Long Woody didn't wait for Nafeng's answer. His speed instantly increased to the extreme, and he disappeared into the dark night. Strange. Nafeng frowned, wondering what kind of plane Long Woody was planning. But he still stayed where he was, waiting for the singer that Long Woody said. Soon, crisp footsteps sounded from far to near. Nafeng turned around and looked in the direction where the footsteps came from, and saw a woman with a bulging front and back walking quickly. You are the singer, right? I heard you are looking for me. As soon as Nafeng opened her mouth, she realized something was wrong with this singer. Her face was expressionless and her eyes were empty, like a robot without emotions. Nafeng had seen many such people, and he reacted instantly. Being learned by Sikong Bo? This singer must have been hypnotized by Sikong Bushua. Meet again. The singer speaks one word at a time, and with each word she speaks, her speed will increase by a minute. As the last word was uttered, The singer's speed increased to the extreme. A long sword slipped out of her sleeve and went straight to Zonfeng's throat. Level 40. This singer is actually a level 40 powerhouse. Zonfeng's eyes narrowed, and he took out the spray gun at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the singer had rushed within 2 meters of Nanfeng, and the long sword in her hand was only 0.1 centimeters away from Nanfeng's throat. Boom! 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 The spray roared 3 times, and more than 300 magic bullets were poured into the singer's body. The singer spat out a mouthful of blood, widened her eyes, and fell straight to the ground. Humph! You are just a gay. Nanfeng raised the barrel of the gun, gently blew away the white smoke at the muzzle, and murmured in a low voice. This is the first time I have encountered such a good level 40. I always feel that she is not far away from death. A stream of pure energy poured from the singer's body into Nanfeng's body. The south wind feels extremely refreshing. He glanced at the panel and found that his level had reached level 39. Killing a level 40 person actually adds so much experience. Doesn't this force us to become enemies of the indigenous people? Nanfeng looked at the singer who fell on the ground and murmured, and why does this singer seem to have come here on purpose? Chapter 519, I'll give you a shot at Mr. Nan. 10 minutes ago, Sikong Bushue, who was hiding in a slum to recover from his injuries, suddenly heard a cold voice in his mind. Madness. Hearing this voice, Sikong Bushue looked confused, and several question marks appeared on his head. Are you scolding me? I'm healing my wounds here. What's wrong with you? The god of dreams? Swearing for no reason. Really lacking in quality. Sikong Bushue looked disgusted, and was already thinking about how to kill the dream god. Soyana's voice appeared in his mind. I didn't say you. I said Nanfeng. Southwind? Sikong Bushue's face turned cold. What happened to Nanfeng? Why did you suddenly call him stupid? While speaking, Sikong Bushue felt a sharp pain in his right shoulder. The night before yesterday, his shoulder was shot by Nanfeng. He lost more than 80% of his health on the spot, and almost lost his hair. Fortunately, the dream god Soyana appeared in time, and took Sikong Bushue away. Otherwise, he would have been shot to death by Nanfeng. So now when Soyana mentioned Nanfeng, Sikong Erkshu's face turned cold. Soyana's voice was soft and calm. Tian Yuan Diyuan captured a chosen one and threatened Nanfeng to leave the city. He went. Hey. It's really stupid. Sikong Bushue sneered at Nanfeng's approach. He knew the two brothers Tian Yuan and Diyuan. Tian Yuan was level 43, and was Emperor Zun's first teacher. Diyuan was level 41, and was Emperor Zun's childhood playmate. Nanfeng is only level 39 now. Anyone from Tian Yuan Diyuan can kill Nanfeng with just a finger. Nanfeng still dares to leave the city. Isn't this stupid? No. This is really not stupid. This is stupid. Nanfeng still has great uses, and cannot die now. Soyana said softly. Aren't you controlling a level 40 woman? Let her go find Nanfeng. How? Do you want me to give experience to Nanfeng? Sikong Bushue was a little reluctant. But Soyana had already spoken, so he had no choice but to refuse. Soyana added, Long Woody is also with Nanfeng. You should move Long Woody away first, and don't let him steal people's heads. Well, by the way, let the woman give him 2 swords to prevent Nanfeng from killing her. Sikong Bushue snorted coldly. I'm really convinced. Why should I chew it up and feed it to him in exchange for experience? Soyana stopped talking. Sikong Bushue opened the door angrily, and looked at Li Miaomiu, who was guarding outside the door. Miaomiu, please add Long Woody as a friend and tell him that I want to give experience to Nanfeng so that he can learn more about life while we play. Huh? Oh. It took Li Miaomiu a while to react, and she quickly followed the instructions. Okay, master. Sikong Bushue looked at Li Manman again. Manman, how is the construction of the Dream Tower going? Li Manman replied respectfully. To report to the master, I have hired more than 600 workers to build it non-stop. It is expected to be completed before noon tomorrow. After hearing the news, Sikong Bushue finally felt a little better. He did a good job. When my injury is healed, I will reward you well. Inside Luyun City, Nanfeng threw the singer's body into the wasteland on the roadside, and ran quickly to the South City gate. Soon, he saw Long Woody, who had been waiting here in the shadow under the city wall. Nanfeng was the first to speak. Brother Long, what's going on with the singer? Did you kill her so quickly? Long Woody raised his eyebrows and said, Sikong Bushue is afraid that you will die outside. That singer is an experience he specially gave you. Real or fake? Is he so kind? Nanfeng doesn't quite believe it. I just gave him a shot the day before yesterday. Now he wants to kill me. How can he give me experience? Who knows what he thinks? Long Woody shrugged. You must be level 39. Right? Go on. Go out of town and fight. And you'll reach level 40. Is it? Nafeng understood. It seemed that from level 39 to level 40, just having enough experience was not enough. He also needed to hone himself through battles before he could level up. By chance, Tianyuan and Diyuan were waiting for him outside the city. Nafeng just took advantage of their hands to hone himself and break through level 40. Brother Long, please wait a moment while I confirm the location with Archie. Nafeng opened the panel and found Archie in the chat channel. Nafeng, Archie. Are you dead? Long Woody and I are here to rescue you. Send me your coordinates quickly. Archie, OMG. Are you really here to save me? Thank God. Long Woody, send me the coordinates. Hurry up. Archie, okay. I'm at the coordinates. The blind man was meditating under a big tree directly in front of me. Another man named Diyuan sat in the carriage and did not come out. Archie, there's a big mountain behind me. Probably at the coordinates. It has a good view. You can go there to ambush in the south wind. Nafeng, you think of a way to call Diyuan out. And I'll shoot him twice in the head first. Archie, no problem. In the woods outside the city. Archie, who was hanging from the tree and was weak, shouted in a hoarse voice, someone. Come quickly. Nafeng replied to my message. Not far away. Tianyuan, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes and looked at Archie with pure white pupils. What did he say? Archie licked his lips and whispered, he said he had something to tell Diyuan. Oh! In the carriage. Diyuan's careless voice came out. Tell me. What does he want to tell me? Archie chuckled. Come here and get closer to me. He said that this problem can only be told to you alone and cannot be heard by Tianyuan. Humph. You still dare to play tricks? Tianyuan snorted coldly when he heard this. And Archie felt a pain in his chest. And blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Ha. Do you have the ability to strike harder? Archie smiled miserably and said, Kill me and Nafeng will not come out. The curtain of the carriage was opened. And Jiyuan looked at Archie hanging on the tree with a smile. As far as I know, Nafeng has left the city and brought a helper named Duan Kun with him. You asked me to get out of the carriage because you wanted to report my location to them. Right? So what if Nafeng knows my location? Do you really think he can save you? Or do you think he can kill me? Archie didn't speak, but silently counted the seconds in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Archie's bloodshot pupils widened. He stared at Diyuan and roared, Diyuan, have a fair duel with me. Diyuan's face in the carriage was slightly stiff, and his head couldn't help but stick out a centimeter. But he regained control of his body in an instant and stared at Archie with an evil look. Do you want to die? Boom! The light blue beam of light struck from a distance at the absolute speed of light. No reaction time at all. The moment Diyuan saw the blue beam of light, the cannon had already hit him between the eyebrows. Diyuan, let me take a shot at your Nanyi first. Chapter 520 Long Woody vs. Tianyuan. Boom! The gorgeous carriage exploded, and the unruly young man in the carriage flew out upside down. Finally come. Tianyuan didn't even glance at the injured Diyuan. He took a step forward and walked towards the direction of the light beam. He took one step and traveled hundreds of meters. The small hill in the distance grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. Blind man, we meet again. Long Woody jumped down from the top of the mountain and landed smoothly on the ground. The corners of his mouth rose, and blood-red chi surrounded his body, like a god of death. Tianyuan's pupils shrank slightly. Is it you? I didn't expect your cultivation to improve so quickly. I shouldn't have been merciful and let you go last time. Last time? I obviously ran away last time. So why did you show mercy? Long Woody chuckled and said, Forget it. We don't have to worry about this. Anyway, I won't show mercy this time. Tianyuan sneered and took out 2 chess pieces, one black and one white, from his arms. You just broke through level 40. You can't imagine how big the gap between us is. Tianyuan threw the 2 chess pieces into the air, and the black and white silk threads were intertwined horizontally and vertically, forming a huge chessboard. The chessboard not only framed him and Long Woody, but also surrounded the hilltop behind Long Woody. Long Woody glanced back and saw that Nafeng had already left the hill behind him. Then he felt relieved and stared at Tianyuan with all his attention. In my case, there is no difference between level 40 and level 43. For Long Woody, the gap between level 40 and level 43 is far less than the gap between level 39 and level 40. The former is just a quantitative change. From 1 cup of water to 3 cups of water. The latter is a qualitative change. From a cup of turbid wastewater to a cup of pure water without impurities. You are too arrogant. Tian Yuan shook his head and sneered. Tonight, I will break your Taoist heart and make you die in peace. Town! A black chess piece turned into a mountain that covered the sky and sun, and smashed towards Long Woody. At the same time, after Nafeng fired the shot, he immediately changed his position and came to another hilltop more than 500 meters away. I'm so drunk. I only knocked out 1.36% of Yuan's health with this one shot? The shot just now hit Yuan right between the eyebrows. 1.36 or 1.36. I only lost so much blood. Is it worthy of my thick and big barrel? Nafeng came to a place with a wide view and cursed. Isn't he only 2 levels higher than me? How come it doesn't hurt at all when you hit him? While cursing, Nafeng set up the laser cannon. At the same time, a chessboard made of intertwined black and white silk threads instantly covered the mountain top next to it, and a mountain transformed by black energy smashed into Long Woody's head. The fight started so soon? Have you let go of the harsh words? Nafeng set up a laser cannon, attacked from the flank, and aimed a shot at Tian Yuan's waist. Call out. A light blue beam of light flashed by. Tian Yuan had no time to dodge, and was shot in the waist. Snort. Tian Yuan snorted coldly. The light beam was very fast, but it did no harm, just like being pricked by a needle. But for the sake of safety, he still shouted in a low voice, Seal! A white chess piece turned into white mist, surrounding Tian Yuan. Nafeng fired a few more shots, but after finding that he couldn't break through the defense, he had no choice but to give up. Brother Feng, just leave this blind man to me. Long Woody's voice came from the tactical headset. Nafeng looked up and found that Long Woody had smashed the black mountain and was running towards Tian Yuan at high speed. Okay. I can't even deal with this. You can solve it yourself. Nafeng turned his gun and began to search for Yuan. I'd better go play with Yuan. I only need to shoot him 73 more times to send him to reincarnation. Speaking of which, it doesn't seem difficult to kill Yuan. Right? The crosshair is moving. Nafeng turned a blind eye and found the blown carriage through the gaps between the leaves. But Yuan has already left here. Have you come to me? Nonfeng's face was calm, and his aim moved slightly, aiming at the hemp rope hanging Archie. Call out. The hemp rope broke and Archie fell to the ground with a thud, eating a mouthful of mud. Ahem. Tui. After landing, Archie, who was weak, took out the teleportation array from his backpack with great effort and teleported away. Beep beep. In the cross-world chat channel, Archie sent a message. Archie, Nafeng. My friend. I'm home. Thank you very much. The earth element has already gone in your direction. Please be careful. Nafeng just glanced at it and turned off the panel without replying. There was no need for Archie to remind him that Nafeng had already heard Yuan's footsteps. Oops. There's a famous hero. I haven't seen him for a long time. Yuan's careless voice came from the nearby forest. I didn't expect to see you again. You were about to break through level 40. It was really surprising. Yuan has always felt that his cultivation speed is already very fast. Although it is not as high as God, it is still much faster than his peers. But after seeing Nafeng again, he realized what it means to practice quickly. When I failed to kill you last time, I knew you would be a huge hidden danger. Sure enough, in just a few months, you have already grown to this point. If I had come a few days later, I might have fallen into your hands. As Yuan spoke, many colorful poisonous gases floated out of his body. When these poisonous gases hit nearby trees, they immediately begin to rot, smell, and ooze dark black sap. Nafeng sneered. You should have come a few days earlier. He raised the laser cannon in his hand, and he didn't even need to aim it. He just shot it based on his feeling. Call out. The light blue beam of light moved too fast. Yuan tried his best to avoid it, but still couldn't avoid it. This shot hit his shoulder blade, losing 0.73% of his health. But it was still not painful or itchy. What a quick attack. Yuan became slightly serious. But unfortunately it has no power. Before you kill me, I can kill you 100 times. Colorful poisonous gas attacks the south wind from all directions. Your poisonous energy is too conspicuous. Nafeng took out the mountain climbing flying claw and swung back and forth among the trees. The laser cannon in his hand continued to emit light blue light beams. Call out! Call out! Call out! After several rounds, Nanfeng didn't inhale a single breath of poisonous gas. But Diyuan was shot several times. If this continues, maybe he can actually be killed. Nanfeng thought in his heart. He has already worn away 5% of Earth Yuan's health. Diyuan seemed to have guessed Nanfeng's thoughts and smiled slightly. Everyone knows to avoid these colorful poisonous gases. But people always forget that some poisonous gases are colorless and odorless. Do you think you escaped my poison? No. Actually, you have been taking my drug. Chapter 521 Nanfeng vs. Diyuan. Even before the battle started, Diyuan had already released a large amount of poisonous gas, covering 100 miles in radius. However, some of the poisonous gas is colorless and odorless, making it difficult to detect. Diyuan put his hands behind his back and looked at Nanfeng with a smile. How is it? Do you feel exhausted now, and can't exert any energy? What responded to Earth element was a series of light blue light pillars. Seeing that Nanfeng didn't seem to be affected by the poisonous gas at all, Diyuan couldn't help but be a little dazed. This guy, he obviously breathed in so much poisonous gas from me. Why is nothing wrong at all? Nanfeng pulled the trigger crazily and laughed loudly. Shabi, I know you are a poisonous poison master. How could you be so unprepared? From the moment I saw you, I held my breath and never took a breath. Diyuan frowned. That's not right. Even if you don't breathe, my poisonous gas can enter the body through the pores of your body. How can you not be affected at all? Nanfeng was shocked. Poisonous gas could enter the body through the pores. How awesome was that? Then haven't I been bathing in the poisonous gas of the earth? Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Nanfeng's forehead. He did not continue to shoot, but used Mountain Claw to quickly retreat away. First, keep the distance, and then lead him into the trap I set. Nanfeng thought so. Strange. Diyuan looked at Nanfeng's retreating back and murmured in a low voice. There were wounds of various sizes in several places on his body, and he bled a lot. This Nanfeng, who was only level 39, brought him a lot of trouble. Why doesn't my weakness powder work? Does he have any protective weapon? With doubts in his mind, Diyuan moved his figure and immediately closed the distance between him and Nanfeng. Alas, I originally wanted to take you back for fun, but now it seems that it is not possible. He pressed his right hand down, and a huge dark green palm fell from the sky and hit Nanfeng. A palm technique that fell from the sky? Nanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly moved aside. The big green hand rubbed Nanfeng's body and hit the ground. The flowers, plants and trees within the area died instantly. These dead plants emitted streams of black smoke, like steel wires, quickly hitting the south wind. Nanfeng didn't react for a moment. His legs were entangled in the black smoke, and he couldn't move. The big green hand slowly raised up and gave Nanfeng a powerful and heavy slap. Snapped. A crisp sound. The south wind flew hundreds of meters backwards in an instant, breaking more than a dozen giant trees along the way, and all the bones in the body seemed to be falling apart. Minus 43.9%. A light red number floated over Nanfeng's head, and Nanfeng spurted out a mouthful of blood. The figure of Diyuan in the distance flashed and came to Nanfeng again. He chuckled and said, I only need to make a slight move, and it is already your limit. But when he saw the bright red blood on the ground, the smile on his face froze, and he asked suspiciously, Weird? So you're not poisoned? Do you have the legendary physique that is immune to all poisons? Boom! At such a close distance, Nanfeng decisively took out his spray gun and shot Diyuan in the abdomen. This shot was so powerful that Diyuan was knocked back several steps. His stomach was full of holes, and he bled a lot. Haven't you heard that villains die from talking too much? Nanfeng looked at him and sneered, unfolded devil wings, and flew into the air, fleeing far away. Diyuan covered his abdomen and was slightly dazed. Do you still dare to go to heaven? Aren't you afraid of the flowing cloud beast? Of course, he was afraid of the south wind, so he only flew in the air for a few seconds before diving into the woods again. Diyuan couldn't help but sneered. I thought you were really that brave. He took out a pure white plaster from his pocket and applied it to his abdomen. Most of the wounds, large and small, were healed in an instant. Then, Diyuan's figure flashed like a ghost in the dark night, catching up with Nanfeng again. Is that weapon just now also your divine weapon? Diyuan followed Nanfeng leisurely and asked casually. I have never heard of someone being able to possess so many divine weapons at the same time. How did you do it? Want to know? Then come with me. Nanfeng, flying at low altitude, bared his teeth and replied. The slap that Yuan gave him just now was so painful that Nanfeng felt dizzy now, and had not regained his strength. Now he finally understands that a level 41 expert is really very powerful. A few days ago, Nanfeng had a back-and-forth fight with the 4 hypnotized level 40 experts, which inflated his self-confidence and thought he could compete with the UN 50-50. But now that the fight has really started, Nanfeng realizes that the UN doesn't take him seriously at all. This is a big deal. If I'm not careful, I might die here. However, I can also break the Yuan's defense. If I can lead him into a trap, I might still have a chance of survival. Nanfeng thought of this and immediately increased his speed and flew into the trap that had been arranged. After leaving the city, he did not go to save Archie immediately, but found a place to lay a trap first. Now, this trap is Nanfeng's opportunity to turn defeat into victory. Yuan saw Nanfeng's plan and laughed. Do you have any backup plans? Okay. I want to see what you have up your sleeve. But agree in advance. If you still can't beat me, you have to tell me why you can have so many divine weapons at the same time. Nanfeng grinned. Okay. Luyun City. Zhao Mansion. Zhao Jiao stood on the roof and looked far into the distance. His eyes traveled dozens of kilometers away, and he could vaguely see a huge black and white chessboard in the woods outside the south of the city. Emperor Master Tian Yuan actually took action himself. The chosen one named Lu Xiaobu may not be able to escape this time. But 5 minutes have passed, and the huge black and white chessboard has not disappeared. Zhao Jiao was surprised and confused. Who is Tian Yuan's opponent? Can he survive 5 minutes without defeat? Lu Xiaobu doesn't have this kind of strength. Is it Duan Kuan? Another 5 minutes passed, and the black and white chessboard was still there. Zhao Jiao was shocked. How is that possible? Even if Lu Xiaobu and Duan Kuan join forces, they can't survive 10 minutes under the Emperor's master. Right? Are there any masters out there? He lowered his head and thought for a moment, and then made a decisive decision. Zhao Yuan and Zhao De, you two will come with me to support the Emperor's division. Below, 2 level 42 experts responded in unison. Yes. Luyun City. Yen Mansion. When Nanfeng first left the city, Su Zuran, who was still staying in Yen Mansion, told Yen Nujio about this matter. When Yen Nujio heard that Nanfeng was going to save people from Tian Yuan to Yuan, she became anxious and quickly went to Yen Xiaoqi for help. She worked hard for more than 20 minutes. But Yen Xiaoqi still didn't dare to agree to take action. Just kidding. That's Tian Yuan, the teacher of Emperor Zun of the Falling Sun Empire. The Yin family is from the Haoyue Empire. If they start fighting with Tian Yuan, wouldn't it be equivalent to declaring war with the Falling Sun Empire? Can't take action. Absolutely can't take action. But Yen Xiaoqi didn't dare to take action. Some people did. Yin Xiaolu walked out of the room slowly with his sword in hand. Okay, Jia Jiao, don't make things difficult for your 7th uncle and grandpa. Isn't it just Tian Yuan and Earth Yuan? I, Yin Xiaolu, am not afraid of him. That kid Lu Xiaobu. I'll bring it back to you. Chapter 522. Take good care of your 7th uncle. That kid Lu Xiaobu. I'll bring it back to you. Yin Xiaolu said, picked up his sword and left the Yin mansion. Yin Nujio was overjoyed. That's great. Thank you. 6th uncle and grandpa. Uncle 6th. You should also be careful. Yin Xiaoqi froze on the spot, a little confused. What's going on with Yin Xiaolu? Just leave. Is he out of his mind to offend Tian Yuan and Earth Yuan for the sake of a chosen one? Confused. Brother 6. You are so confused. Yin Xiaoqi slapped her thigh and hurriedly chased after him. He didn't forget to turn around and say, Jiao Jiao, just stay in the house and stay safe. It's dangerous outside, so don't go out. 7th uncle and grandpa. Yin Nujio was also anxious. Her 6th uncle and grandpa were going to rescue Lu Xiaobu. What were your 7th uncle and grandpa doing? Stop the 6th uncle and grandpa? No. I want to stop the 7th uncle and grandpa. And I can't let him stop the 6th uncle and grandpa. Yin Nujio thought of this and hurriedly chased after him. But Yin Xiaolu and Yin Xiaoqi were too fast and had already disappeared. How could Yin Nujio catch up with them? Luyun City. Ning Mansion. Ning Wuya, who was sitting in the room reading the newspaper, suddenly raised his head and looked out the window. Both the Zhao family and the Yin family have passed. It looks like there will be a big scuffle tonight. Then I'll take a trip too. It would be great if we could take advantage of this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Emperor Zun. Ning Huiao folded the Luyun Daily in his hand and placed it gently on the table. The next second, he had disappeared from the room and rushed to the south of the city. When he arrived at the city gate, Ning Huiao raised his head and looked under the city wall. He saw dozens of carpenters working overtime to build a tall tower. It's strange. Why are all the walls on the four sides of the city being built? What is this? A watchtower? Ning Huiao suddenly became curious, jumped up to the city wall, grabbed the carpenter, and asked, "Who asked you to build a tower here?" The carpenter seemed to have been working for too long, and his eyes were a little dazed. He was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he came to his senses and replied solemnly, "It's the lord of the city." "City lord? Sun Chi?" Ning Huiao frowned. This Sun Chi was about to step down. He was still carrying out construction projects here. He didn't know what he wanted to do. Boom! There was a sudden violent explosion outside the city, and a strong energy wave struck from a distance. A fight started so soon? Ning Huiao had no time to continue questioning. So he jumped down from the high city wall and turned into a shadow and rushed into the woods. On the city wall, this group of carpenters seemed to be deaf, turning a deaf ear to the explosions outside the city, and continued to work on infrastructure construction with sweat. In the woods, Xiao Jiu's hands formed claws, and with the force of wind and thunder, he grabbed Yin Xiaolio's face. Yin Xiaolu raised his sword to block and said in a cold tone, "Xiao Jiu, do you want to make an enemy of my Yin family?" Xiao Jiu laughed, "Yin Xiaolu, if you go to help Lu Xiaobu now, you are driving your Yin family to a dead end. If I don't let you go, I'm actually saving your Yin family." Yin Xiaolu held up a sword flower and forced Xiao Jiu back. "This is our Yin family's own business. You don't need an outsider to worry about it." Xiao Jiu smiled disdainfully. "Don't blame me for speaking too bluntly. You, Yin Xiaolu, are you qualified to represent the Yin family and be the enemy of Tian Yuan, Earth Yuan, and the Emperor?" Before Yin Xiaolu could say anything, Yin Shuqi chased after him from behind. "Sixth brother, Zhao Jiu is right." Yin Shuqi's tone was a bit unpleasant. "How could you choose to be an enemy of Emperor Zun because of a chosen one? You are confused." Yin Xiaolu shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Qi, do you think I can decide such an important matter?" Yin Shuqi was stunned. "Then why did you?" "It was the head of the family who sent me a message from thousands of miles away just now, asking me to rescue Lu Xiaobu, head of the house." Yin Shuqi was stunned for a second. Then his face darkened, and he looked at Zhao Jiu. "Get out of the way. Otherwise, if we two brothers join forces, you may not be able to see the sun tomorrow." Zhao Jiu was also stunned. He never expected that the person who wanted to save Lu Xiaobu was actually the head of the Yin family. Yin Shuangying. Is Yin Shuangying crazy? Or you, the Bright Moon Empire, want to start a war with our falling sun empire? Zhao Jiu said in disbelief. "Presumptuous. Who are you? How dare you talk about me, the head of the Yin family, behind my back?" Yin Xiaolu and Yin Shuqi looked at each other and launched their killing moves, preparing to suppress Zhao Jiu as quickly as possible. But Zhao Jiu is not afraid, because there are two helpers behind him. "Zhao Yuan, return to the city quickly and convey this matter to the families of the falling sun empire in the city," Zhao Jiu said sternly, telling them that the Haoyue Empire wanted to start a war, so they should strike first and destroy the Yin mansion. "Yes." Zhao Yuan left the battlefield and flew back to the city. Zhao De rushed forward quickly and joined forces with Zhao Jiu to block the attacks of the Yin family. "Xiao Qi, we cannot let him return to the city." Yin Xiaoyu's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the sword in his hand was as sharp as lightning. He cut off Zhao De's left hand with one strike. "Uh-huh!" Zhao De screamed. His face turned pale, and he backed away. Yin Shuqi took advantage of this opportunity and quickly rushed towards Xiao Yuan, who had gone away. "I will chase him." "Call out." A flying knife cut through the night and flew past Yin Shuqi's eyebrow. Yin Shuqi's expression darkened and he stopped. "Ning Huiao? Do you also want to be an enemy of my Yin family?" Ning Huiao walked out of the shadows, and the flying knife just wandered around in a circle before returning to his hand. "You want to make an enemy of our falling sun empire? Right." When Zhao Jiu saw Ning Huiao appear, he looked happy. "Brother Huiao, you came just in time. Join me to get rid of these two trash of the Haoyue Empire." After a brief moment of silence, both parties stopped talking nonsense and started fighting. Sword cuts mountains and rivers, Deadly flying knife. Swish. 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 In the woods, there are flashes of swords and shadows. If you look down from the sky, you will find that they are like ruthless logging machines, cutting off all the towering trees along the road, leaving no one behind. Suddenly, Ning Huo shot 2 more flying knives from his sleeves, stabbing Yan Shuqi's thighs accurately. Hiss. Yan Shuqi took a breath of air, lost her footing and fell down. Good chance. A sneer appeared at the corner of Zhao Zhou's mouth, and the iron claw in his hand struck Yan Shuqi's throat fiercely. Ruthless iron hand. The iron claws glowed white, cold and ruthless. Yan Shuqi's neck was pierced with several holes in an instant. 7th uncle and grandpa. In the distance, Yan Nujio, who had been following along, happened to see this scene and screamed out in surprise. Court death. Yan Xiaolu shouted sternly, slashed out with his sword, and forced Zhao Zhou away. Yan Shuqi covered her neck and uttered a few unclear syllables from her throat. Are you okay? Yan Xiaolu glanced at Yan Shuqi and felt relieved when he saw the other person nodded slightly. The injury was serious, but not fatal. As long as the treatment is timely, Yan Shuqi's life will not be in danger. But in this situation, Zhao Zhou and Ning Huo would definitely not let them return to the city for treatment. These 2 people must be killed first. Yan Shilio's heart was filled with murderous intent. He glanced at Yan Nujio, who was running in a hurry, and said in a cold tone, Jiajiu, take good care of your 7th uncle and grandpa. Kill! The sword light rises again. Chapter 523, My Buddha is Compassionate. Deeper in the woods, Nafeng spat out a mouthful of blood, put away the devil wings on his back, and landed from the sky. Behind him, Diyuan saw Nanfeng stop and stopped too. But he was very cautious and kept a distance of more than 100 meters from Nafeng. Why? Don't you dare to come? Nafeng said provocatively. Diyuan looked around. The trees here were still the same, and the grass was the same. He didn't see anything unusual. Is this where you leave your backup plan? Diyuan muttered. I don't feel any danger. Your backhand might not even be able to hurt me. Nanfeng stretched out his index finger and raised his hand at Diyuan. So confident? Then come here. Diyuan chuckled, slowly raised his right foot, and took a step forward. But before his foot even touched the ground, he took it back again. Nanfeng was stunned. So cowardly. Diyuan burst out laughing. Very happy. I know there is a trap here. How can I still go forward? Do you think I'm a fool? Okay. Unlike those arrogant villains, this guy Diyuan has a brain. Nanfeng snorted coldly. Coward! Since you don't dare to come over, then I have to leave. Saying that, Nanfeng stared at Diyuan and slowly backed away. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Diyuan stood there, with no intention of catching up, and just looked at Nanfeng with a smile. This gave Nanfeng a bad feeling. This guy doesn't seem to be afraid that he can run away at all. Let's go! Nanfeng suddenly turned around and ran wildly. But a strong suction force came from behind. I don't dare to go there. But you can come over, Diyuan said with a smile. There seemed to be an invisible thread in his hand, connected to Nanfeng's body, pulling him back fiercely. Grass. The south wind was dragged and slid in the mud. He cursed secretly, took out a black flash, and slammed it towards Diyuan. The black space expanded instantly. But Diyuan's figure flashed, and he just managed to escape. What is this? Diyuan's eyes looked at the black space beside him, and he pulled Nanfeng over with his right hand, grabbing Nanfeng's neck. Tisk! TSK! TSK! I'm really curious. How many useless weapons do you have? There are a lot more. Nanfeng raised his hand and detonated the high-explosive grenade in his hand. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. Diyuan's clothes were in tatters due to the explosion, but his right hand was like an iron pincer, squeezing Nanfeng's neck. This thing is so powerful. Is this also your natal magic weapon? Diyuan smiled and said. Is there anything else? Take them all out and try them all. Nanfeng looked at Diyuan with cold eyes, then took out the RPG rocket launcher from his backpack and put it on his shoulder. The muzzle of the rocket launcher was facing Diyuan's face. Looking at the dark muzzle, Diyuan stretched out his left hand to push it away. It seems that this is also a long-range natal magic weapon. Don't you have a melee natal magic weapon? I don't like using ranged weapons. Forget it. Let's just kill you and take away your natal magic weapon. Trying this one by one is quite troublesome. Nanfeng's heart felt cold. He was still hoping that this shot would make Diyuan let go. But this guy is really cautious. Even if the strength gap is so big, he won't take any risks. Diyuan's hand began to exert force, pinching Nanfeng's neck with a cracking sound. He sighed and spoke slowly. Famous hero. No, I'll call you Nanfeng. In fact, I really didn't intend to kill you at the beginning. Your boy is very smart and witty, and he fits in well with my personality. What a pity. As Diyuan was talking, he suddenly let out a miserable cry. He lowered his head and stared at his chest with wide eyes. I saw Nanfeng holding a strange-shaped dagger in his hand, and it pierced into his heart. Your dagger. Diyuan spat out a mouthful of blood. Somewhat unbelievable. What kind of dagger is this that can break open his body and make him feel a burst of pain from the depths of his soul? This is also your natal magic weapon. Under the severe pain, Diyuan's right hand loosened unconsciously, letting Nanfeng escape from his control. Hoo-hoo. Nanfeng took 2 deep breaths and sneered. Who told you that I don't have melee weapons? Being so close to me, aren't you seeking death? The netherworld thorn slashed from top to bottom, making another deep gash in Diyuan's body. Diyuan took a breath of air and backed away. His retreat was exactly what Nanfeng wanted. Nanfeng immediately took out Gatling and fired at Diyuan. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Gatling roared angrily while braving blue fire. One after another, light red numbers popped up above Diyuan's head. -0.16%. -0.33%. -0.21%. The damage of each bullet is not high, but there are so many of them. Diyuan's health quickly dropped by less than half. Hey, it looks like I can kill you without even using a trap. Nanfeng laughed loudly, and saw that Diyuan was already hiding behind a boulder. He immediately put away the Gatling, and carried the rocket launcher again. Boom! A cannon blasted out, filling the sky with smoke. The flames caused by the explosion ignited the forest, and the surrounding area was quickly engulfed in flames. Nanfeng stood in the flames, staring closely at the direction of Diyuan. In the firelight, Diyuan's figure could be vaguely seen. He didn't know when he had changed into clean clothes, and even washed his face to wash away all the dust on his face. Ha ha ha. Did you feel like you were about to turn defeat into victory just now? Diyuan's joking voice came from the front. Hee hee. That was me teasing you. You don't really think you can kill me, do you? A trace of despair crept into Nanfeng's heart. This earth element didn't treat him as a human being at all, but was teasing him like a toy. Uh-huh. Diyuan's figure flashed, appeared in front of Nanfeng, and grabbed Nanfeng's neck again. I saw several kinds of natal magic weapons. They are indeed powerful, but these fancy gadgets can't kill me yet. Click! Diyuan used his right hand to forcefully break Nanfeng's neck. If there are other chosen ones here now, they will find that Nanfeng's health is down to the last 1 point. Ding! My Buddha's mercy has been triggered. A layer of intense golden light appeared on the surface of Nanfeng's body. His originally scarred body healed in an instant and returned to its peak condition. When Diyuan saw this, he was stunned. Could this also be your natal magic weapon? Chapter 524 The Last Way to Save Yourself. Nanfeng was covered in golden light and looked like a little golden man. He drew out the netherworld thorn and stabbed Diyuan in the face. Diyuan's figure flashed and appeared 2 meters away. He asked in surprise, Strange? Return to peak condition instantly. Does your natal magic weapon still have this function? Nanfeng didn't say anything, and rushed forward with a cold face, holding the netherworld thorn and stabbing the earth element continuously. Whoosh! Diyuan's figure kept flickering, dodging back and forth in the woods to avoid the attack of the south wind. He also found the right opportunity to appear behind Nanfeng from time to time and give him a few slaps. But Nanfeng is now in the indestructible state. His defense power has increased 100 times, and he is not afraid of Earth Yuan's attack at all. On the contrary, his netherworld thorn can cause a lot of damage to the earth element. So Nanfeng immediately gave up his defense. As long as Diyuan dared to get close, he would resist his palm and then stab him. After repeating this several times, Diyuan also discovered the problem. Strange. Your current state is very strange. You can actually ignore my attack. Diyuan dodged again and appeared 10 meters away from Nanfeng. But you shouldn't be able to last long in this state. Right? It doesn't need to be too long. Just long enough to kill you is okay. The south wind sullenly swooped out. Diyuan shook his head. His figure flashed, and he stepped back more than 10 meters. Haven't you noticed? In fact, You can't touch me at all. I just need to wait for your current state to pass. And then I can crush you to death like an ant. As he spoke, Yuan seemed to be showing off his skills, his figure flickering back and forth in the woods. And soon several double figures appeared. For a moment, Nafeng couldn't tell where Yuan's true form was. The world calls me the Poison Master. But few people know that playing poison is just my hobby. In fact, the natal magic weapon has nothing to do with poison. Nafeng, I have seen so many of your divine weapons tonight. Let me show you mine too. In the woods, the earth elements seem to have used the art of multiple shadow clones, becoming more and more numerous and overlapping, and soon surrounded Nafeng. Which one is his true form? Nafeng looked solemn. Among so many earth elements, it is really difficult to find his true body. Therefore, Nafeng decided to kill all these earth elements. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions suddenly sounded at the feet of these earth elements. When Nafeng attacked him just now, he also subconsciously drove him into the trap that had been laid. There are grenades buried everywhere under the dead leaves here. It only takes Nafeng's thought to explode. But it is a pity that these grenades failed to cause any damage to the earth element. His true body jumped back and forth between countless shadows, perfectly avoiding every explosion. Is this what you have left behind? I thought it was so awesome. Yuan's voice came from all directions, making it impossible for Nafeng to judge his location through the sound. The time is so short. It is not easy for me to set up this trap. Nafeng sneered. And you don't think I only have this method, do you? While speaking, Nafeng suddenly raised his hand high and shouted, "Divine soldiers descend from the sky." A round thing fell from the sky. The eyes of all the Yuans present were attracted by this round thing, and they raised their heads and stared at it. A strong white light flashed, lighting up the night in an instant. Ah! Yuan exclaimed and covered his eyes with his hands. His constantly moving figure paused briefly, and the shadows around him began to slowly dissipate. Nafeng's gaze swept across the sky, and he quickly discovered Yuan's true form among the countless shadows. Mountain claws. In order to prevent Yuan from using this trick again, Nafeng directly used mountain climbing flying claw to entangle him, and then pulled Yuan back with force. Netherworld Thorn is as fast as lightning and stabs Yuan hard between the eyebrows. With the help of Tactical Mask, Nafeng could see a small light red dot between his eyebrows, indicating that this location was his weakness. When you stab someone, you have to stab at the weak point. Yuan's field of vision was completely white, but he felt the danger and raised his hand to block his forehead. Netherworld Thorn pierced his palm smoothly, but also stopped in front of his eyebrows. It really hurts. Yuan took a breath of air, then stretched out his left hand suddenly and pinched Nafeng's neck. "Can you pinch me?" Nafeng sneered. "I am indestructible now. Do you still want to break my neck like before? You are overthinking it." Nafeng retracted the Netherworld Thorn and thrust it forward again, towards Yuan's abdomen. But his wrist was held tightly by Yuan. "If I can't strangle you, why can't I hold you down?" Yuan hugged you and pinned Nafeng down. "You only became harder, not stronger. Your strength is still far behind mine." Grass. Nafeng kept twisting his body and struggling wildly. This feeling of being pinned down made him very uncomfortable. Although Yuan usually looks like he has a weak kidney, his strength is astonishing. No matter how hard Nafeng struggles, he can't get rid of him. "I want to see how long you can last like this." Yuan had a sneer on his face. "I can hold you down for a whole day. Do you believe it? Believe me, I will blow you up." Nafeng decisively crushed a grenade. The explosion at such a close range made Yuan cough out a mouthful of blood in pain. But he had no intention of letting go. Instead, he pressed Nafeng harder into the soil. Have you ever heard of the saying that medicine is divided into 3 parts poison? Use the medicine first before using the poison? Yuan chuckled, took out a pill from the storage bag, and put it into his mouth. "I have as much of this healing medicine as rice. Do you want to blow me up? Do you have this strength?" Nima's. Nafeng's brain was spinning rapidly, and various methods were flashing through his mind. "I first showed my weakness to the enemy, letting him think I had no strength. When he relaxed, I flew away." Nafeng thought of this and gradually gave up his struggle. When Yuan saw this, he sneered, "Do you think I'm stupid?" He spit out a mouthful of dark green poisonous gas. The poisonous gas corroded all the surrounding vine roots. These corroded plants turned into wisps of black smoke, tightly binding Nafeng. Nafeng was really desperate now. The indestructible state can only last for 5 minutes. And now more than 2 minutes have passed. In other words, with less than 3 minutes left, if he still can't break free from Diyuan's control, there will be only a dead end. At the critical moment of life and death, Nanfeng's mind suddenly calmed down. If no outsider comes to save me, I have only one last option left to save myself. Break through level 40. Only by breaking through level 40 can Nanfeng be qualified to fight Diyuan. Chapter 525 Level 40. Beat the earth element violently. After killing the singer said by Sikong Bushua, Nanfeng's level has reached level 39. Longwoody said, I only need to go out of the city and fight to reach level 40. But I have been fighting Diyuan for a long time. Why is there no sign of a breakthrough? What went wrong? Thinking of this, Nanfeng put aside all the distracting thoughts in his heart and entered a magical state. When Diyuan saw this, he immediately frowned. Do you want to break through at this time? Do you really think of me as a fool? Diyuan grabbed Nanfeng's hair and smashed his head against a stone nearby. Snapped. The rocks were shattered all over the ground. But Nanfeng was fine. Okay. Hard enough. When Diyuan saw that Nanfeng closed his eyes tightly and was completely immersed in that state of enlightenment, his anger began to rise. If I don't interrupt your epiphany state today, I will recognize you as my father. Diyuan stretched out 2 fingers and thrust them hard into Nanfeng's eyes. Kung! There was a sound as if metal collided. Nanfeng's eyelids remained motionless. But Diyuan's fingers felt a dull pain. If you can't beat it, you really can't beat it. Diyuan also understood clearly that ordinary attacks could not break through Nanfeng's defense. He showed a cruel smile. And the pores on his body continued to emit colorful poisonous gas, preparing to forcefully break through Nanfeng's protective golden body. There was more and more poisonous gas. Very thick. And slowly condensed into poisonous water. The poisonous water dripped on Nanfeng's ground, making a sizzling sound. It was extremely corrosive, as if Nanfeng was about to undergo a disfiguring surgery. Have you ever heard of the story of a drop of water piercing a stone? Diyuan chuckled softly. But Nanfeng was completely immersed in his own world and turned a deaf ear to Diyuan's words. What went wrong? Nanfeng's spiritual thoughts entered the body and observed his body. The magic power in his body was tumbling and surging wildly. And he was very irritable. Like an uneasy little wild horse. These magic powers are so restless. That's how it turns out. Nanfeng was thoughtful. These magic powers are too violent. And every time they use magic power to attack, they will consume internally. To put it simply, he is not obedient enough. If the magic power in my body can be made more obedient, maybe 1 point of magic power can exert the power of 10 points of magic power. Nanfeng immediately concentrated and began to control the magic power in his body to calm them down. In Diyuan's eyes, Nanfeng's momentum began to rise steadily. And there was a vague feeling that it was about to break through level 40. Damn it! It really made you realize it. Diyuan suddenly panicked. It was extremely difficult for him to deal with a level 39 Nanfeng. If Nanfeng really reaches level 40, how can he still beat him? These chosen ones are all perverts. Fighting at a higher level is as easy as eating and drinking. They can't fight at all. Nanfeng must be killed now. Diyuan's expression became grim, and he immediately attacked with all his strength. He took out all the poisons from the storage bag and sprinkled them on Nanfeng's face. I don't believe you are really immune to all poisons. Various poisonous and corrosive potions were poured on Nanfeng's face. But nothing happened to him. This is impossible. Diyuan's eyes widened, and he carefully observed Nanfeng's exposed skin. The pores are open. Why can't the poisonous gas get in? Diyuan's head is filled with questions. But his eyes suddenly focused, and he noticed something unusual. The surface of his skin seemed to be covered with a layer of something invisible and intangible. Diyuan murmured in a low voice. What is this? Is this also his natal magic weapon? At the moment when he was distracted, Nanfeng suddenly opened his eyes and grabbed Diyuan's neck with his backhand. Hey there. The corners of Nanfeng's mouth raised, revealing a wicked smile. While Diyuan was still stunned, Nanfeng had already taken out a desert eagle and put it between his eyebrows. And a penetrating bullet came out. Weakness attack, minus 16.43%. Diyuan tilted his head back, and a deep bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. Diyuan screamed, burst out with terrifying power, and instantly broke away from Nanfeng's hand. His figure flashed and appeared 20 meters away from the south wind. Ahem. He ran pretty fast. Nanfeng stood up, patted the dirt on his body. and looked at Diyuan coldly. But I am level 40 now. And you may not be able to escape from the palm of my hand. Diyuan took out a white plaster, and applied it to the wound on his forehead. The terrifying blood hole quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. So what if it's level 40? It's still just one level behind me. Diyuan's eyes are fierce. And your invincible state is about to end. Right? It's not yet certain who will win. Nefeng lowered his head, and glanced at his body. Indeed, the golden light on his body had become extremely dim. The effect of indestructible King Kong is about to end. Fortunately, he is now in a state of full health and mana, even without invulnerability. Nefeng is confident that he can kill Diyuan. Is one level above me considered high? The south wind burst out, with Netherworld Thorn in one hand and Desert Eagle in the other, directly towards Earth Element. Earth Yuan repeated his old tricks, and moved at an extremely fast speed again. Countless shadows of Earth Yuan appeared around him. Diyuan was waiting for the golden light on Nefeng to disappear completely. Only then would he have the chance to kill Nefeng. But Nefeng doesn't intend to drag him down. Thousands of miles of ice. The south wind caressed the ring in his hand, and the boundless chill centered on him. Instantly erupted. Cold. Extremely cold. Nefeng only used less than 1/10 of the magic power to exert more than 10 times the previous effect. With the south wind as the center of the circle, all the flowers, plants and trees within a radius of 20 meters are frozen into ice sculptures. Such a low temperature also caused Diyuan's speed to drop to the extreme. The overlapping shadows disappeared one after another, and Diyuan's true body appeared. He was covered in frost and looked towards Nefeng with a panicked expression. Nefeng responded to him with a light blue beam of light. Call out. Weakness attack, minus 31.8%. With one shot, Diyuan flew backwards and broke 7 or 8 giant trees with his body. Nefeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Didn't this even penetrate? You are also very hard. As he spoke, he stepped forward in 3 or 2 steps, aimed his sights at the center of Diyuan's eyebrows, and prepared to pull the trigger. Wait! I have something to say! Diyuan yelled. No, wait. Nefeng directly pulled the trigger. Call out. Another light blue beam of light flashed past. But Diyuan's reaction was super fast this time, and it flashed away the moment before Nefeng pulled the trigger. Nanfeng's eyes were fixed on Diyuan's figure, and he raised the laser cannon again. I told you. Don't even think about taking out the palm of my hand today. Wait! Diyuan yelled again. In fact, I have already discussed with Sikong Bushua to help you break through level 40 through fighting. Nefeng was stunned. Huh? For a moment when Nefeng was stunned, Diyuan flashed and disappeared deep into the woods. You ride a horse. Nefeng used the levitation technique that Xiao Nen taught him and immediately caught up with him. I let you run away today, and I will recognize you as my father. Chapter 526, Double Spears and Swallows and Double Eagles. Deep in the jungle, Diyuan's figure is constantly flickering. Every time it flashes, his figure will appear hundreds of meters away, escaping very quickly. How fast? The low-altitude south wind had to constantly avoid various vines and branches, so it couldn't even catch the exhaust from the earth. Nefeng was heartbroken, raised his head, and rushed out of the woods, continuing to pursue Diyuan in the air. He simulated the trajectory of the earth element flickering in his mind, predicting where he would appear next, and just blasted it out with one cannon. Call out. A light blue beam of light fell from the sky. Diyuan, who had just flashed over, received the shot accurately. You can actually predict where I will land? Diyuan spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot, turned around, and glared fiercely at the south wind in the sky through the gap between the leaves. Dare to fly in the sky? Let's see who of us dies first. Earth Yuan's figure flashed again, but at this time, he began to wander around randomly. Even he himself didn't know where he would appear next. And Nefeng was even more unpredictable. Roar! In the distance, a small black dot is flying rapidly from the sky. It is Floating Cloud Beast. Nefeng instantly felt a terrifying coercion sweep across his body, and even breathing began to become difficult. This small black spot was growing crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. After only a few seconds, Nefeng could already see the sharp teeth of Luyun Beast. Can't stay in heaven anymore. In order to avoid being bitten to death by Luyun Beast, Nefeng could only choose to land first and continue to pursue Diyuan on the ground. But after he landed, the earth element had already flickered to 2 kilometers away. Flash without CD? You are cheating. adhering to the idea of never letting the tiger return to the mountain. Nefong continued to pursue him. I still don't believe you can keep flashing. Do you have enough magic power? In fact, the magic value of the earth element that has been shrunk so many times has indeed been consumed by more than half. But in his storage bag, there are also some pills that can restore magic power. If he can hold on for another 10 or 8 minutes, it won't be a problem. I'll go find Tian Yuan. He should have solved the other one. Di Yuan smiled ferociously and thought to himself. Tian Yuan and I have joined forces, both offensively and defensively. If Nafeng still dares to catch up, he will die. Thinking of this, Di Yuan crazily activated the magic power in his body and accelerated the flashing speed. Nafeng followed Di Yuan, looking at the direction he was heading. He knew he was going to join Tian Yuan. If you just run away, I might not be able to catch up with you. But if you want to find Tian Yuan, you will die. Nefeng also thought secretly in his heart. I don't know if Long Woody has managed to defeat Tian Yuan on the other side? Nefeng opened the panel and asked in the chat channel. Nefeng, Long Woody. Brother Long, have you solved Tian Yuan? Long Woody did not reply. But Xiao Luo replied with a message first. Xiao Luo, not yet. They are still fighting. Nefeng was stunned. How did you know? Xiao Luo, I happen to upgrade near here. The view here is very good, and I can see very clearly. After a pause, Xiao Luo added, Long Woody has a slight upper hand. But Tian Yuan's defense is watertight. No one can do anything about it now. I guess we will have to fight for a while. Nefeng felt relieved when he heard that Long Woody had the upper hand. Archie, ha ha ha. Okay. Dragon Woody is really powerful. And I, Archie, am defeated. Huang Yuanming, Brother Luo. Why don't you come back first? They fight like gods. Don't wait until it affects you. Xiao Luo, it's okay. My place is very safe. Huang Yuanming, then you can activate the teleportation array. I also want to go over and watch the battle. Nafeng, haha. You two want to play with fire. Right? Let's make an agreement first. If you die outside, I won't collect your bodies. After saying this, Nafeng turned off the panel. In just a few words, Di Yuan had already traveled further. But it doesn't matter. Nafeng already knows where he is going. So it doesn't matter if he lets him run for a while. At the same time, in the woods near Luyun City, Yin Xiaolu showed great power, fighting 1 against 3. And the tigers wielding a long sword made the wind. But he still hasn't fought. Zhao Jiao and Ning Weiyao are both about the same strength as Yin Xiaolu. Although Zhao De is weaker, there is not much difference when the 3 of them join forces. Even if Yin Xiaolu performs exceptionally, he is still no match for the 3 of them. Crack! Zhao Jiao's iron claws reached forward, penetrated Yin Xiaolu's collarbone, and held him firmly. Ning Weiyao seized the opportunity, and the flying knife in his hand cut through the space and directly hit Yin Xiaolu's neck. 6th uncle and grandpa. Yin Nujio was so frightened that she screamed when she saw this scene. But before Ning Weyao's knife touched Yin Xiaolu, he suddenly retreated tens of meters, his eyes full of panic. Zhao Jiao was furious when he saw this and said, What are you doing? Wouldn't that kill him? If you don't kill him, will he let you go? Ning Weyao's right hand trembled slightly, and he whispered, Someone is coming. Anyone? Who is coming? Before Zhao Jiao had time to ask, a terrifying murderous intention enveloped him. There are experts. Zhao Jiao's expression changed suddenly. He didn't even dare to stay there for a second. Turned around and flew towards Luyun City. A long spear with red tassels soared down from the sky, instantly pierced Zhao Jiao's chest, and penetrated 3 points into the ground, nailing Zhao Jiao to the ground. Zhao Jiao let out a scream in extreme pain. When Ning Weiyao saw this, he was so frightened that he turned around and ran in the other direction. The second red-tasseled spear struck, piercing Ning Weyao's abdomen and nailing him to the tree trunk. Ning Weiyao groaned and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Zhao De stayed there for 2 seconds, not understanding what was going on. Didn't we have a big advantage 2 seconds ago? Yin Xiaolu was almost killed. How could this be overturned in an instant? Zhao De looked at the 2 red-tasseled spears, and immediately thought of one person in his mind, twin spears, swallows and twin eagles. Yes, that's right. There are not many masters who use guns in this era. And there are even fewer masters who use 2 guns at the same time. If he can kill Zhao Jiao and Ning Weiyao instantly with 1 shot in 2 seconds, then there is only one person in the world Who can do it? Yan Shuangying. He only has 2 guns, which are already stuck on Zhao Jiao and Ning Wuya. If I run away now, maybe I can escape. Such a thought flashed through Zhao De's heart. He immediately made a decision and ran away. Call out. Another red tassel spear came and penetrated Zhao De's body easily. Zhao De's eyes widened, and he murmured vaguely, "Don't you only have 2 guns?" Deep in the woods, a deep voice came, "Because everyone who has seen my 3rd gun is already dead." Yen Nujio shouted, "Dad, stop pretending. The 6th uncle and the 7th uncle are almost done." Yen Shuangying was speechless. "So I just said something normally. Can this be called pretentious? This daughter is not considerate. It's okay. They won't die from these minor injuries." Yen Shuangying's voice came from far away. "You take them back to Luyun City. I'll go to the other side first to see." Lu Xiubu and Di Yuan are fighting really hard. Chapter 527, War Correspondent. On-site commentary. Yen Shuangying did not show up. He took back the 3 red tassel spears and ran directly in the direction of Nafeng. "Father? Father?" Yen Nujio shouted twice, but received no response from Yen Shuangying. No need to call. The owner must have gone to watch the fun. Yen Xiao coughed a few times, covered his wound and stood up. "Let's go back to Luyun City first. The family heads of the Falling Sun Empire in the city may be planning to attack our Yin family." With that said, he slashed out with his sword, killing Zhao Jiao, who was still breathing, and then carried Yen Shuqi on his back and walked into Luyun City. Yen Nujio pouted, "This father is so worthy that he doesn't even come out to see his daughter? I just know how to watch the fun." After complaining for a while, Yen Nujio quickly chased after him and helped Yen Xiaolu and Yen Shuqi escort him. On a short peak, Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming hid behind a tree, secretly watching the battle not far away. Both of them have teleportation arrays under their feet. As long as they hear the slightest disturbance, they will immediately run away and never linger. The beating was so intense. Huang Yuanming took a breath of air. "Is this a battle between level 40 experts? Brother Luo, look! Those 2 mountains were blasted into powder." Xiao Luo nodded solemnly. "It's really amazing. I don't know when I will be able to reach this level." "Soon, Brother Luo. I believe you." As he spoke, Huang Yuanming opened the panel and entered the Cross-World chat channel. At this time, there were already a lot of melon-eating people gathered in the chat channel. "Xuanqing, are Long Wudi and Tian Yuan getting involved? Who can tell me who Tian Yuan is, and whether he is powerful or not? Archie, you don't even know Tian Yuan? Aren't you in the Falling Sun Empire?" "Xuanqing, I'm in the Wadika Empire." "What's wrong?" "Andre, I heard that Tian Yuan is a level 43 powerhouse, and Long Wudi has just reached level 40. So he should not be his opponent. Saburo Sakura, those who are arrogant will have endless troubles. Long Wudi dared to challenge a level 43 expert. Maybe today is the day he will fall." Lin Mimi, Flying Eagle, Crazy Wolf. Take 100,000 brothers to destroy Sakura Saburo's city. Flying Eagle, got it. Sakura Saburo? How many people? 100,000? Daisuke Nagakichi, wait. We are innocent. Seeing that everyone was paying close attention to this battle, Huang Yuanming immediately started explaining it live in the chat channel. Huang Yuanming, hello. Viewers. Next, war reporter Huang Yuanming will explain the live battle situation to you. It is said that Tian Yuan's natal magic weapon is a huge black and white chessboard. Every time he places a piece on the chessboard, various attacks will appear on the chessboard. That's right. Some friends said that Tian Yuan is very similar to Yixing in pesticide. Which is true. Long Wudi has been trapped on the chessboard, and he can only leave if he defeats Tian Yuan. Speaking of this, Huang Yuanming glanced at the battlefield. Tian Yuan dropped a black chess piece in the center of the chessboard. This black chess piece was like an abyss, exuding a terrifying aura. Because the distance was a bit far, Huang Yuanming couldn't see clearly, so he could only add words based on his feelings. Pay attention. Tian Yuan dropped a sunspot. He actually landed on Tian Yuan's position on the chessboard. Oh my god. Start with Tian Yuan? Could it be that this move is the legendary unity of heaven and earth? I don't know how Long Wudi should respond to such a dangerous move. By the way, can Long Wudi play Go? Huang Yuanming glanced at the battlefield again, and saw Long Wudi lifting a white chess piece and suppressing it hard on the black chess piece. OMG. Long Wudi used the legendary Great Transformation of Heavenly Demon to resolve Tian Yuan's unification of heaven and earth. It's so exciting. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful game of chess in this different world. At this moment, I can't help but want to sing a sentence. The Go Boy is determined to move forward. For a time, the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom had black streaks all over their heads, and the chosen ones from abroad looked confused. What is this commentary about? Even if you don't understand it. Why is the commentator singing? Wang Yuanming ignored the doubts of others and continued to explain. Tianyuan's black chess piece transformed into a giant dragon. Oh my god! This black dragon spits on dragon invincible. Fortunately, Long Woody was strong and strong. Not only did he avoid the spit, but he also gave Black Dragon a big mouthful with his backhand. Look! Long Woody picked up another white chess piece and smashed the Black Dragon to death. Wait! What did I find? Long Woody's white chess piece has 5 pieces in a row. Family members, they are not playing Go, but backgammon. Long Woody is going to win. Under Long Woody's constant bombardment, the black and white chessboard was already crumbling. Tianyuan's face turned red. Energy and blood surged throughout his body, and even his pure white pupils began to be filled with bloodshot eyes. He was extremely shocked in his heart, and he couldn't figure out why the level 40 Long Woody could smash his chessboard. This child's potential is extremely terrifying and must not be kept. Tianyuan put his hands behind his back and secretly crushed a token. At the same time, Long Woody punched away the last protective black chess piece in front of Tianyuan. The two faced each other, and Long Woody grinned. I finally broke all your turtle LS. And you are a turtle with a shrinking head. Tianyuan did not speak, but dropped 4 chess pieces again. Why? 4 chess pieces landed beside Long Woody, trapping him tightly. Long Woody laughed and said, you couldn't trap me in your heyday, and you still want to trap me now? He punched several times in a row, directly smashing all the chess pieces around him into pieces. The broken chess pieces turned into black air, white air, yellow air, green air and purple air. Long Woody frowned when he saw this. Apart from black gas and white gas, where do other gases of other colors come from? Brother Long, hold your breath. Be careful. Nanfeng's voice came out from the tactical earphones in a timely manner. Long Woody chuckled. It turns out to be poisonous gas. That's okay. I have true energy to protect my body. Like Nanfeng, Long Wu was not afraid of these poisonous gases at all, which made Yuan feel as uncomfortable as eating a cockroach. Tianyuan, why can't you deal with a level 40 guy? Yuan suddenly appeared next to Tianyuan with a stinky face. Tianyuan did not answer, but looked at Yuan with pure white pupils. A trace of sullenness flashed across his face. Are you injured? Did a famous hero do it? Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hint of gloom flashed in his eyes. The potential of the famous hero is extremely terrifying, and he must not keep it. He's right behind me. Let's work together to kill him first. Tianyuan was stunned. The potential of a famous hero is extremely terrifying? The man in front of him named Long Woody has really terrifying potential. Tianyuan slowly shook his head. We should join forces and kill Long Woody first. His potential is even more terrifying. Call out. Before Tianyuan finished speaking, a light blue beam of light passed through the chessboard and hit his waist. Nanfeng's loud voice came from a distance. Brother Long, let's join forces and kill these 2 brothers together. Chapter 528 The Earth Yuan Falls. The Emperor is coming. Nanfeng carried the laser cannon and rushed into the black and white chessboard, standing side by side with Long Woody. Long Woody chuckled and said, have you broken through level 40? I knew it would be simple. Nanfeng licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned slightly. It's really simple. But he almost lost his life. Seeing that Nanfeng and Long Woody were still chatting very casually, Tianyuan felt a trace of anger in his heart. Are you so arrogant on my chessboard? Nanfeng raised his hand and fired a cannon, saying in a deep voice, your chessboard? What we are setting off today is your chessboard. As Nanfeng fired this cannon, the 2 sides stopped talking nonsense and started fighting. Boom! Wow! The energy was colliding, reducing everything for miles around to rubble. Wang Yuanming, who was watching the battle from a distance, completely broadcast the battle from beginning to end to the chat channel. Dear viewers, from now on, the battle will enter a fierce stage, and it changed from 1v1 just now to 2v2. Oh my gosh! They didn't even say harsh words. They just went for it. Nanshan took the lead and shot Tianyuan. But Tianyuan was not to be outdone and hit Nanshan hard with his chess pieces. Pay attention. On the other side of the battlefield, Long Wudi has set his sights on Diyuan and punched him from the air. Wait. What did I see? Diyuan. He seems to be farting. He farted in many colors. It's so disgusting. Brothers. Friends who are eating, please close the chat channel immediately. Wang Yuanming kept typing words with excitement on his face. But Xiao Luo on the side suddenly turned cold and looked behind him. There seemed to be some movement behind me. But if I listened carefully, I heard nothing. Is it an illusion? Possible. But Xiao Luo didn't dare to take risks. So he made a decisive decision and shouted in a low voice, Wang Yuanming. Let's go! Uh-huh. A white light flashed around his body and disappeared instantly. Wang Yuanming also stepped on the teleportation array, ready to escape at any time. Hearing Xiao Luo's voice at this time, he immediately turned off the panel and returned to Nancheng. In the woods behind them, a confused voice came. What's going on? Why did these two spectators suddenly run away? Then, a middle-aged man with a cold and sharp face, holding a spear in one hand, walked out of the forest. It's okay if you run away. You just made room for me. The view from this place is really good. You can have a panoramic view of the entire battlefield. Yin Shuangying walked to where Xiao Luo and Wang Yuanming were just now, squatted down and took out a handful of melon seeds, eating them while watching the battle in the distance. TSK. 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 These two chosen ones are so awesome. They can actually suppress Tian Yuan and Earth Yuan. Especially that guy named Long Wudi. After level 3, fighting is as easy as drinking water. It's really scary. Nefeng is also good, but he is mainly powerful as a divine weapon, and his fighting skills are slightly inferior to Long Wudi. No. 10 steps. Well, luckily I broke through to level 45 last month. Otherwise, I might not have been able to beat them together. While watching the battle, Yin Shuangying also commented a few words, obviously very satisfied with Nefeng and Long Wudi. If you can win over a chosen one with such potential, what if you are the enemy of Emperor Zun? At worst, the branch here in Liyun City won't be needed. Anyway, the Yin family's headquarters is in the capital of the Haoyue Empire. No matter how powerful the emperor is, he can't possibly kill him in the capital of the Haoyue Empire. Right? Yin Shuangying thought about Xiao Jiuzhou in his heart. And the battle in the distance, that was still stalemate, suddenly changed. Long Wudi found the right opportunity. And with one move, Twin Peaks penetrating ears, he shot countless cracks into Yuan's skull. On the spot, Diyuan's eyes went dark. His mind went blank. And he fell straight back. Earth element. Tian Yuan was furious when he saw this, and used all his magic power to condense into 16 chess pieces, and smashed them at Long Wudi crazily, facing Tian Yuan's fatal blow. Even Long Wudi could only defend with all his strength, and could no longer attack Tian Yuan. But Tian Yuan Diyuan's opponent is not only Long Wudi, but also Nefeng. Brother Long, hold on. I'll go and hit you first. Nefeng did not go to help Long Wudi, but rushed towards Diyuan with a single stride. Diyuan's vitality is very tenacious. After briefly fainting for a few seconds, he immediately woke up. But as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Nanfeng's laser cannon pressed against his forehead. No. Diyuan felt death approaching, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Kill me. Emperor Zun will not let you go. Boom. A fatal shot. Diyuan's skull had already been smashed to pieces by Long Wudi. At this time, he could no longer withstand Nanfeng's astonishingly powerful shot, and his brain was directly blasted through by the light blue beam of light. Colorful brains sprayed everywhere. Diyuan's eyes were distracted, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He grinned like he was looking back at the light. Ho, ho ho, Nanfeng. I'm below, waiting for you. Nanfeng's tone was cold. Then you may have to wait tens of thousands of years. Earth element. Younger brother. In the distance, Tian Yuan, who was entangled by Long Wudi and unable to escape, let out a hysterical roar. His pure white pupils turned red. Veins popped out all over his body, and he violently released all the magic power in his body. Terrifying energy fluctuations are coming. Long Wudi was startled and shouted, Brother Feng, retreat quickly. Nefeng didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly fled into the distance. Boom! The black and white chessboard began to collapse and shatter, and the whole space was shaking. Even Liyun City, dozens of kilometers away, began to shake. Yin Shuangying on the hillside in the distance was stunned. Damn it. I know these two chosen ones are awesome. But why are they so awesome? Not only did Diyuan see his own brains, But he also forced Tian Yuan to self-destruct his own divine weapon. It's over. It's over. I can already feel Emperor Zun's breath getting closer. In the center of the battlefield, Tian Yuan was covered in blood and held Di Yuan in his arms. Brother. Hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Emperor Zun is coming soon. He can save you. He can save you. Di Yuan's eyes were lowered and his voice was extremely weak. Can't wait any longer. Goodbye. Brother. His hands dropped weakly. And the last two words were inaudible. Tian Yuan's whole body couldn't stop shaking. And he couldn't stop crying. This half-brother. The brother he brought up since childhood. The brother who never made people worry. Completely left him today. Boom! In the distant sky, there was sudden lightning and thunder. 7 or 8 flowing cloud beasts roared and flew towards this side quickly. What's the situation? Is flowing cloud beast crazy? Nanfeng, who was about to give Tian Yuan 2 more shots, raised his head and looked at the horizon, his pupils shrinking sharply. These floating cloud beasts are chasing one person. Yin Shuangying looked towards the horizon and murmured in a low voice. Emperor Zun is here. Chapter 529 The Emperor's Wrath. Boom! Boom! Over the sun and moon mountains, thunder and lightning roared. Emperor Zun's face was gloomy, with infinite murderous intent hidden in his eyes. He quickly expanded his domain, covering hundreds of kilometers in radius. A floating cloud beast flew from the front right. It opened its mouth and let out an angry roar, trying to stop this guy who dared to fly wantonly in the sun and moon mountains. Roll. Emperor Zun just spat out one word coldly, and the floating cloud beasts around him spit out a mouthful of blood as if struck by lightning, and almost fell from the air. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of these floating cloud beasts, obviously frightened by the Emperor's strength. Roar! Deep in the sun and moon mountains, a slightly old roar came from the depths. When the floating cloud beasts heard this roar, they immediately rushed towards the Emperor without fear of death. Old thing. Wait until I finish handling the matters in hand, and then come to settle accounts with you. Emperor Zun's eyes were cold, and with a wave of his robe tattooed with unicorns, he knocked back the surrounding, floating cloud beasts, several kilometers away. Then, he turned into a golden stream of light, drew a perfect parabola in the air, and landed next to Tian Yuan. Teacher, I'm late. Emperor Zun's voice was a little low. Emperor. Tian Yuan's voice was choked, and he was trembling when he spoke. Please save him. Emperor Zun slowly knelt down and gently placed his hand on Di Yuan's forehead. A large amount of magic power poured into Di Yuan's body, and all the wounds on his body healed in an instant. But Di Yuan's eyes were still tightly closed and could no longer be opened. Teacher, there is no resurrection after death. Please forgive me. Emperor Zun patted Tian Yuan's shoulder gently, looked at Di Yuan's body, and sighed. I didn't expect to see each other again. You and I have been separated by yin and yang. I don't have the power to bring the dead back to life, so I have no way to save you. So I can only let you go in a more dignified way. You wait below for a moment. Tonight, I will let the entire Liyun city be buried with you. Emperor Zun stood up slowly and looked towards the woods ahead. In less than half a minute, Nanfeng and Long Wudi had already fled several kilometers away. Little thief. Can you escape from my hands? Emperor Zun snorted coldly, turned into golden light, and chased after him directly. In fact, the moment they saw Emperor Zun, Nanfeng and Long Wudi had already taken out the teleportation array and prepared to escape. But a strange force blocked all the surrounding space, rendering the teleportation array useless. There was a flash of astonishment in the eyes of the two of them. And then, they ran away without thinking much. While Emperor Zun was still sorting out Di Yuan's appearance, the two of them had already run far away. Brother Long, please try to see if we can use the teleportation array here? Deep in the woods, Nanfeng said to Long Wudi, while running wildly with his head buried in his head. Long Wudi quickly took out the teleportation array and put it back quickly. It couldn't be used, and he didn't know what method the other party used. A voice suddenly sounded in the minds of both of them. Don't try. You are in Emperor Zun's domain. That thing is useless. Nanfeng was shocked. Who? The voice continued. Don't worry about who I am. I will help you stop Emperor Zun later. You rush out of his domain as quickly as possible, and then teleport away. Do you understand? Long Wudi asked in a deep voice. Are you capable of stopping Emperor Zun? The voice was slightly proud. Haha. Emperor Zun and I are at the same level. Although I can't beat him, I can still stop him for a short while. Nanfeng and Long Wubai glanced at each other, both of them curious about the owner of this mysterious voice. But now there is no time to worry about who the other party is. It is important to escape. Call out. A golden stream of light instantly appeared in front of the two people. Emperor Zun, who was wearing a unicorn robe, looked at Nanfeng and Long Wudi with a cold expression. Who killed Yuan? It's your dad. Nanfeng raised his hand and fired a shot. Then without even looking, he turned around and ran towards the back. A cold light flashed in Emperor Zun's eyes, and the light blue beam of light turned around and headed straight towards the south wind. Sorry. Fortunately, Nanfeng was running in an S-shaped position to escape. The shot failed to hit him, but it also shocked Nanfeng. Will Mater rebound? Isn't this ability a bit shameful? Emperor Zun took a step forward lightly. Nanfeng and Long Wudi suddenly felt that there were millions of kilograms of weight on their bodies, and they were forced into the soil, leaving only one head outside, almost buried alive. I ask again, who is it? Before Emperor Zun finished speaking, two red-tasseled spears pierced the sky and pierced Emperor Zun's eyes. Yin Shuangying? Emperor Zun said coldly. Are you also here to bury Yuan? A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the two red-tasseled spears flew back faster. Call out! Call out! Yin Shuangying caught the two spears flying back, and in a flash, he stood between Di Zun and Nanfeng. Emperor Zun is joking. Yin Shuangying, have a hard life, and will not die that easily, Yin Shuangying said, turning around and winking at Nanfeng and Long Wudi, signaling them to run away. But Nanfeng's face was red, and the invisible gravity pressed on him, making the bones in his body make cracking sounds, not to mention running away. Nanfeng had difficulty even moving now. Long Wudi is slightly better than Nanfeng, but not much better. The two of them are too weak to kill Yuan. Emperor Zun looked at Yin Shuangying with cold eyes. Did you kill him? Yin Shuangying felt the terrifying killing intent released by Emperor Zun, and pretended to be calm and said, So what? Emperor Zun, I am also level 45. You can't kill me. There is also a gap at level 45. Emperor Zun took a step forward and said in a calm voice, Give you a chance to take action. Let me see what your strength is. When Yin Shuangying heard this, he didn't waste any time and immediately threw out the two guns in his hands. The two spears pierced the sky, and actually tore a tiny crack into space. Children playhouse. Emperor Zun shook his head in disappointment and stood motionless. The two spears flew back in an instant. Yin Shuangying shouted violently, caught the flying guns again, and then threw them with even more terrifying force. This was not over yet. The magic power in his body surged, and the red tassel spears were thrown out one after another, piercing the Emperor fiercely. 99 long guns. A total of 99 red tassel spears. Emperor Zun was able to bounce all the spears back at first, but as the number of spears increased, one of them broke through Emperor Zun's defense and pierced his eyes. Emperor Zun closed his eyes and took the shot with his eyelids. Unscathed. Yin Shuangying was stunned for a moment. He knew there was still a big gap between him and Emperor Zun, but he didn't expect the gap to be so big. Can't you even pierce your eyelids? Turtle. Emperor Zun shook his head even more disappointed, even worse than a child. He turned his head, looked into the woods on the left, and said coldly, Are you also here to save these two chosen ones? Then don't hide there and watch the show. Come out. Let me see your strength. After a while, a young man came out of the woods. Nanfeng turned his head to look with difficulty and discovered that this young man turned out to be Tang Xiaobao from the Tang family. I saw Tang Xiaobao trembling and said, That Emperor. Your Highness the Emperor. I said I was passing by. Do you believe it? Chapter 530 Xiaonan. Flatten him. Well, His Royal Highness. I said I just happened to be passing by. Do you believe it? Tang Xiaobao's voice was slightly trembling. In fact, he really didn't lie. Tang Xiaobao failed to lead Yin Nujio during the live broadcast, and unfortunately lost this session of the Luyan trial. At night, the more he thought about it, the more depressed and irritated he became. So he simply went out for a walk to relax. While walking, he came to the outside of Yin Mansion inexplicably, and happened to see Yin Nujio hurriedly dashing out of the city. Tang Xiaobao was confused. What was this little beauty doing at night? Aren't you afraid of meeting bad people? Out of curiosity, Tang Xiaobao secretly followed Yin Nujio and left the city together. In the woods outside the city, he saw Yin Xiaolu, Zhao Jiao, Ning Huiya and others fighting. He also saw Yin Shuangying stabbing Zhao Jiao and Ningguo to death, with one shot each. During their fight, Tang Xiaobao vaguely heard words such as the Haoyue Empire, and the Falling Sun Empire going to war. The Yin family belongs to the Haoyue Empire. Xiao Jiu, Xiao Denning, Wu Ya and others who were stabbed to death belong to the Falling Sun Empire's family, just like their Tang family. This made Tang Xiaobao a little scared. If Yin Shuangying found him hiding here in Peking, wouldn't he also be shot to death? Thinking of this, Tang Xiaobao didn't dare to express his anger. So he hunched over and ran deep into the woods. After running for more than 10 minutes at a stretch, Tang Xiaobao found that Yin Shuangying had not caught up. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, lightning and thunder began in the distant sky. Then Emperor Zun chased Na Feng and Long Wudi and appeared in front of him. Tang Xiaobao did not lie. He really was just passing by. Emperor Zun's eyes did not focus on Tang Xiaobao, but locked directly behind him. Old man, aren't you coming out yet? Do you really think I can't find you in my field? Tang Xiaobao was slightly stunned. Is there anyone behind him? Everyone present turned their attention behind Tang Xiaobao, and saw an old man with white hair walking out with a smile. I, Tang Chongyun, have met Emperor Zun. Everyone was shocked. Old ancestor. Tang Xiaobao looked happy, and the fear in his heart instantly dissipated a lot. Mr. Tang? Nan Feng also became happy. Tang Chongyun has been at level 45 for who knows how many years. Even if he cannot defeat Emperor Zun, his strength will not be much different. They are saved. The Sword Emperor is here too. Yin Shuangying was also a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet two level 45 powerhouses tonight. Are all level 45 experts so worthless now? When he made a breakthrough a month ago, he was very proud of himself for a long time. Tang Chongyun took a few steps forward and came to Yin Shuangying's side, standing face to face with the Emperor. Emperor, these little kids are ignorant. You, sir, have a lot of them. So just let them go. Tang Chongyun had a kind smile on his face and spoke slowly. The Emperor's tone was cold. Tang Chongyun, seeing that your Tang family has been loyal to our Fallen Sun Empire for generations, I will give you a chance to take your younger members of the Tang family and leave. Emperor Zun agrees to let me go? When Tang Xiaobao heard this, he immediately became happy. Great. No need to die tonight. But Tang Chongyun slowly shook his head. Emperor Zun, you know that I am here for these two chosen ones. Tonight, I must take them away. The corner of Tang Xiaobao's mouth that he just raised suddenly froze on his face. What? Ancestor? What are you talking about? Whose ancestor are you? Haha. It seems that your Tang family is preparing to commit treason. Emperor Zun laughed coldly. He turned his head slightly and looked into the woods on the right. There was another guy in the woods. Aren't you going to show up? Come on. Come on. A clear and childish voice sounded, and a little girl came running from the forest with bare feet. With the appearance of the little girl, Nan Feng and Long Wudi felt the pressure on their bodies suddenly lighten, and the pressure brought by Emperor Zun quickly disappeared. They crawled out of the mud in a snap. Xiao Nan. Nan Feng saw the little girl's face clearly, and a smile appeared on her face. You came so quickly. I thought you had to wait until I was almost dead before you showed up. That certainly won't happen. Xiao Nan raised her head arrogantly, her two little nostrils pointing upwards. I'm not you. I always try to save people. Hey, you. What words are these? What words? Xiaonan's appearance finally made Nan Feng feel relieved. As long as she is here, Emperor Zun will not be able to kill anyone tonight. Emperor Zun's eyes slowly swept across everyone present, and finally stopped on Xiao Nan, and said coldly, you losers are not even as good as a little girl. You are really as old as a dog. With just one glance, Emperor Zun could tell that the person who threatened him the most was Xiao Nan. This little girl may not be more powerful than Tang Chongyun, but she must be more threatening than Tang Chongyun. Tang Chongyun drew out his short sword and said in a heavy tone, Emperor, stop it. You can't win against the 3 level 45 experts on our side. And I don't want to be your enemy. Emperor Zun laughed loudly. I can't win. Old man, you underestimate me too much. The 3 of you are very good. You can become my sharpening stone and help me break through level 46 in one fell swoop. Again, there is a gap at level 45. Today, I will let you see what the gap is. As Emperor Zun finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. Xiao Nan gently tugged on Nanfeng's sleeve and whispered, Brother, when the fight breaks out, you run away quickly to Luyun City. We can't beat this guy. When Nan Feng heard this, he took a breath of air. You can't beat Emperor Zun? Xiao Nan nodded slightly. Tang Chungyun also heard what Xiaonan said, and his expression became more solemn. Didn't you expect Emperor Zun to be so powerful? Could it be the legendary half-step to level 46? Come on. Who will make the first move? Let me see your strength first. Emperor Zun has his hands behind his back. This may be your only chance to take action. Don't let me down. Everyone looked at each other. This emperor is too crazy. Isn't he? Even if it's 1 against 3. They are actually allowed to take action first. Who the H? I can stand this. Nanfeng shouted, Xiaonan. Flatten him. Xiaonan also shouted, Xiao Tang. Beat him. Tang Chungyun also shouted, Xiao Bao. Beat him. Tang Xiao Bao. Bah. Wrong. Tang Chungyun drew out his simple short sword and slashed at Emperor Zun with a sharp slash. Xiao Bao. Go away and return to Lianqing. Uh-huh. The sword light flashed by. And Emperor Zun smashed the sword light with a flick of his finger. Brother. Run. Xiaonan shouted loudly. Her whole body was ignited with raging fire, and she rushed directly towards Emperor Zun. Chapter 531 Copying Mirror. Rebound Mirror. Brother Long. Tang Xiaobao. Let's go quickly. Nanfeng knew that staying here would only hinder him, so he made a decisive decision and flew towards Luyun City with Long Wudi and Tang Xiaobao. Yes. Fly directly. At this time, they don't have to worry about floating cloud beast anymore. They will fly out of Emperor Zun's territory first. At worst, they can wait until the floating cloud beast comes to kill them before they land. Emperor Zun watched Nanfeng and the others leave, and smiled coldly. Okay. I just want to slaughter Luyun City and bury Di Yuan with him. So just wait for me in the city. Uh-huh. Xiaonan, who was covered in fire, came, and Emperor Zun felt that the temperature around him was rising crazily. But this temperature is not enough to cause any substantial harm to Emperor Zun. Is that it? I thought you would be more powerful than Tang Chungyun, Emperor Zun said, and with a wave of his hand, the broad sleeves of his robe fanned out a cold wind, blowing out the flames on Xiaonan's body. Oops. So powerful? Xiaonan was a little surprised. Her eyes widened. You are not yet 100 years old, are you? And you are already halfway to level 46? Except for the Chosen One. I have never seen anyone more talented than you. You are a peerless genius that only comes once in 260,000 years. Emperor Zun sneered and said, It's as if you have really lived for more than 200,000 years. As he spoke, Emperor Zun waved his hand and slashed out with a cold sword light. When Tang Chungyun saw this, he immediately summoned his magic power, shouted loudly, and slashed out with a sword. The two sword lights collided, and Tang Chungyun was obviously the better one, directly shattering Emperor Zun's sword light. Emperor Zun waved his hand again calmly, and 2 red-tasseled spears flew out from his long sleeves. One spear shattered the sword light, and the other spear flew straight towards Yan Shuangying. When did you steal my gun? Yan Shuangying frowned and threw a backhand shot, intercepting Emperor Zun's spear. It's not a stolen gun. It's a mirror in his sleeve that can copy our moves. Xiaonan, who has sharp eyes, saw the mirror hidden in Emperor Zun's sleeves at a glance. This should be his divine weapon. Yan Shuangying suddenly realized. No wonder he asks us to take action before every fight. It turns out he wants to copy our abilities. Guessed it right. But not quite. Emperor Zun sneered and said, You 3 are too weak, which makes me a little disappointed. Now it's up to you to see my strength. Emperor Zun waved his long sleeves, and suddenly the sky was filled with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning several meters thick fell from the sky, densely packed, and struck Xiaonan and the 3 of them. The 3 of them continued to attack Emperor Zun while dodging. We split up and attacked from 3 directions. His mirror couldn't possibly see all angles. Xiao Nanju shouted, took out a colorful stone and put it in her mouth. And then a golden fireball spurted out. The sun is really fire. Has it become stronger? Emperor Zun turned around and glanced at Xiaonan, shook his head with some disappointment and said, It turns out that you rely on external forces to become stronger. It seems that I have made a mistake. You are not as good as Tang Chungyun. The golden fireball struck. Emperor Zun raised his hand and pointed the mirror in his sleeve at the fireball. Immediately afterwards, the fireball flew out quickly and hit Xiaonan at an even faster speed. Huh? This is not a copy, but a rebound. Xiaonan did not dodge and let the golden fireball hit her. Not only was she unscathed, but the flames on her body increased by 3 points. Drink! Tang Qingyun's violent shouts came from behind Emperor Zun. And a sword energy that was condensed to the extreme struck down hard. A golden light glowed on the surface of Emperor Zun's body, and he allowed the sword energy to strike him. He turned around calmly, and fired a golden fireball from his sleeves, heading towards Tang Qingyun. At this time, Tang Qingyun was in the process of swinging back his skills. Before the sword was retracted, the fireball had already landed on his face. Xiaonan ducked in front of Tang Qingyun, ready to catch the fireball. But her face suddenly condensed. No! This is not my flame. Not only can he balance skills, he can also copy them. This fireball was formed by the condensed magic power of Emperor Zun, and Xiaonan did not dare to take it hard. She took a slight breath, opened her mouth, and spit out a light blue fireball, tying true fire. The blue fireball instantly swallowed up the golden fireball, and flew towards Emperor Zun. Emperor Zun waved his hand, and the blue fireball flew back and hit Xiaonan. Tang Qingyun frowned. No. All our attacks will be bounced back by him. Even if they are not bounced back, they will not be able to break through his protective golden body. Yin Shuangying said solemnly, I have seen this golden body before. It is the skill of a bald man in the Wadika Empire. It is so hard that I can't even see it after cutting him for 3 days and 3 nights. Are you talking about the big bald head of Arnaldo Leopard? He has died in the hands of this deity. Emperor Zun smiled and said, after I devoured his natal divine weapon, this body-protecting golden body move was even more powerful than when he used it himself. As he spoke, Emperor Zun waved his hands continuously and fired out 99 red tassel spears, hitting Yin Shuangying directly. Yin Shuangying, your spear is not bad. I decided to accept it. Yin Shuangying was shocked and quickly threw 99 red tassel spears to fight with Emperor Zun. Clang, clang, clang. The spears collided continuously, making harsh sounds. Yin Shuangying raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, I found out that the skills he copied are far less powerful than our original skills. Emperor Zun nodded. You are right. That's why I want to refine your divine weapon. His eyes turned to Xiaonan and Tang Qingyun. Not only him, but also you too. Tang Qingyun breathed out softly. What should we do? Master Xiaonan? We can't break the Emperor's defense. Xiaonan pursed her lips, sensed Nanfeng's location, and found that he had returned to Luyun City. If you can't break the defense, then don't break it. Let's go to Luyun City too. When Tang Qingyun and Yin Shuangying heard this, they were both stunned and hesitant. There are branches of the Tang family and the Yin family in Luyun City. Wouldn't going to Luyun City at this time be inviting a wolf into the house? Don't be afraid. There are helpers in Luyun City. She can deal with Emperor Zun, Xiaonan said confidently. Oh, are there any masters in Luyun City? Emperor Zun raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled. Then I won't play with you anymore. Fighting with masters is what I yearn for. Having said this, Emperor Zun suddenly turned on all his firepower, and various levels of skills continued to fly out of his long sleeves. Yin Shuangying was the weakest and couldn't dodge. He was hit several times quickly and vomited out half a pound of blood. Xiao Tang, take him and go first, Xiaonan shouted loudly, and the yellow talisman on her forehead flew straight towards Emperor Zun. Emperor Zun's heart skipped a beat, feeling the danger, and raised his hand to bounce the talisman back. But this talisman was not controlled by the mirror, and stuck to Emperor Zun's clothes with a snap. Emperor Zun's body stiffened, and he stood there unable to move. Xiaonan opened her mouth and spit out a few fireballs, which were barely able to break through Emperor Zun's defense, but were unable to cause much damage to him. Forget it, uncle. I'll wait for you in Liyun City. Xiaonan stopped taking action and disappeared from Emperor Zun's sight with a big jump, chasing after Tang Qingyun and the others. After a few seconds, Di Zhongxin resumed his action. The yellow talisman also turned into a stream of light and flew toward Xiaonan, who had disappeared long ago. What kind of trick is this? How could he control me so that he could not move? Emperor Zun was a little afraid, but he still rose into the air and flew towards Liyun City as fast as possible. Chapter 532, The Fall of Emperor Zun? Emperor Zongxing. Late at night. Liyun City. I don't know when a tall bell tower was built on the 4 walls of Liyun City. On each bell tower, there is a big silver white bell. Tick. The hour and minute hands of the silver clock turn slightly. The hour hand points to the middle of 4 and 5, and the minute hand points to 8. It's 4:40 in the middle of the night. A golden light flew rapidly from the sky, accompanied by the roar of thunder and lightning, and stopped in the sky outside Liyun City. Emperor Zun's eyes swept across the huge Liyun City, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. This city is a bit strange. Emperor Zun soon discovered the strange point: it was too quiet in Liyun City. Although it is late at night, there are still many places in the city that are brightly lit. These places are either casinos, pubs, or Yahangyuan. These are all places where people gather together. There shouldn't be no sound at all. Emperor Zun's ears moved slightly. But indeed, he heard no sound at all. This huge Liyun City is like a dead city, with no life at all. Interesting. Emperor Zun had never encountered such a situation before. But he was not afraid. He just smiled and fell from the sky. He arrived at the city gate in a few steps, and glanced at the city defenders. These city defense troops were originally staring straight ahead, with dull expressions. After seeing Emperor Zun, the expressions on their faces immediately became vivid. They looked shocked at first, then hurriedly bowed their heads and knelt on the ground, shouting respectfully, "Welcome the Emperor." Do these gatekeepers also know my appearance? Emperor frowned slightly, then took a look at the unicorn robe on his body and nodded. Maybe it can be seen from the clothes of this deity. Emperor Zun waved his hand gently, and the pupils of these city defenders suddenly shrank, and they fell to the ground, clutching their hearts. They were killed by Emperor Zun before they even knew what happened. The entire Liyun City will be buried with Diyuan. Emperor Zun's eyes were cold, and he strode towards the city. The street closest to the city gate is a night market street, where people come and go, and there are countless stalls and hawkers of all kinds. But what's strange is that so many people gathered in this night market, but they didn't make any sound, as if they were mute. Emperor Zun walked forward with some curiosity, and found that the people in the night market were all standing there with dull eyes, motionless. Are you being controlled? Emperor Zun immediately thought of Xiaonan. The yellow talisman on her forehead had the ability to imprison others. But can that yellow talisman paper really imprison so many people at the same time? While Emperor Zun was thinking, a strange scene happened. Everyone in the night market, whether they were tourists or stall owners, all turned their heads and stared at Emperor Zun at the same time, showing a terrifying smile. Welcome the Emperor. The whole street spoke at the same time. Even though Emperor Zun was extremely powerful, he was also shocked by this situation. He waved his long sleeves, and 99 red-tasseled spears came out of his sleeves and flew in the air, quickly killing everyone in the entire street. Pretend to be a ghost. Emperor Zun retracted his spear and continued to walk forward. At the same time, he said loudly, I heard that there are still masters in the city. Do you dare to show up and fight with me? Uh-huh. A beggar suddenly jumped out of the alley next to him and stood in front of Emperor Zun. I've already shown up, the beggar monster said with a smile. Emperor Zun waved his sleeves, and the sun's true fire spurted out, instantly burning the beggar to ashes. Do you control other people's tricks? This ability is quite rare. Regal continues to move forward. But after today, this move will be mine. On the roof next to him, a figure suddenly appeared. Emperor Zun. You are too murderous. Emperor Zun didn't even look at him and killed him with a wave of his hand. Emperor Zun. Go back. This is not the place you should be. Another figure appeared. Emperor Zun was still the same, waving his hand to kill it. Emperor Zun. You are no match for me. Emperor Zun. Keep going. You will die. Emperor Zun, Emperor Zun. One after another, figures appeared around Emperor Zun. But Emperor Zun looked calm and wiped out all these people with a wave of his hand. Is this just a small trick? What a disappointment to me. Seeing that the person behind the scenes still refused to show up, Emperor Zun was a little irritated. Another figure appeared in front of him. Emperor Zun fiercely waved his long sleeves and fanned out a blast of extremely cold air. Call. The cold wind howled, and the streets 10 kilometers in front of Emperor Zun were instantly frozen into ice. No one knew how many people were frozen to death. But Emperor Zun doesn't care so much. The lives of these civilians are worthless to him. Just kill. In this way, Diyuan will not be so lonely on the Huangquan Road. When he thought of Earth Yuan, Emperor Zun's expression turned cold again. He raised his head and said coldly, Your Excellency, is it possible that you are a coward? Emperor Zun's voice was so penetrating that it spread dozens of kilometers away in an instant. Everyone who heard his voice had their faces flushed and their orifices bleeding. And even the weaker ones were shocked to death by the voice on the spot. In the slum in the distance, a huge tower that had just been built made a ticking sound. Emperor Zun raised his eyebrows. and the ticking sound made him feel a little uncomfortable. He turned into a ray of golden light and rose into the sky, arriving in front of the tower in an instant. On the top of the tower, there sat a woman who appeared and disappeared. Emperor Zun rubbed his eyes gently and found that he could not see the woman's face clearly. "Your Excellency is..." Before Emperor Zun finished speaking, the round mirror in his long sleeves began to shake slightly, and he felt as if he was about to leave Emperor Zun. This shocked Emperor Zun. This was the first time he encountered such a situation since he contracted the dream mirror. "Want to snatch my divine weapon? Are you worthy too?" Emperor Zun shouted violently, raised his hand, and waved two huge fireballs. One gold and one blue. "The sun is really hot. Tying true fire." Two fireballs quickly hit the woman on the tower. "Emperor Zun, I have reminded you just now. You are not my opponent." The woman's tone was calm. She just blew out the two fireballs with a gentle breath. "What an amazing woman." Emperor Zun was wary and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The woman replied in a calm tone, "I am the original owner of the divine weapon in your sleeve." "What?" Emperor Zun was shocked. The dream mirror in his sleeve had existed for at least 100,000 years. If this woman hadn't lied, wouldn't she have lived for hundreds of thousands of years? "Are you the chosen one from the previous session?" "Impossible. The last chosen one could not survive until now." Emperor Zun didn't believe what the woman said. The woman did not speak, but waved to Emperor Zun. "No. To be precise." He waved at the dream mirror in Emperor Zun's sleeve. "You?" Emperor Zun was shocked. He felt that the dream mirror in his sleeve was flying towards the woman uncontrollably. Emperor Zun quickly mobilized the magic power in his body to suppress Dream Mirror. But Dream Mirror's resistance became more and more fierce. "What are you doing?" Emperor Zun shouted. The woman said calmly, "I just want my things to return to their original owners." Click. In a daze, Emperor Zun seemed to hear a crisp sound in his ears. He shuddered and realized that Dream Mirror was cutting off the connection with him and wanted to leave him completely. "No! This is my divine weapon!" Emperor Zun roared. "Still can't recognize the reality?" The woman spoke slowly. "I am the Dream God, and the Mirror of Dreams is my magic weapon." "Dream God, Dream Mirror," Emperor Zun murmured in a low voice. He felt something in his heart slowly leaving, farther and farther away. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound. The connection between Emperor Zun and Dream Mirror is completely severed. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and some wrinkles appeared on Emperor Zun's face, as if he had aged 50 years in this moment. His aura also plummeted from level 45, and finally stayed at the peak of level 39. "You took away my natal magic weapon." Emperor Zun's pupils were bloodshot, and his eyes were full of ferocity, as if he wanted to tear the woman named Mengshan in front of him into pieces. "Emperor Zun, I have already said, if you continue to move forward, you will die." The woman held the dream mirror and slowly floated down from the high tower, arriving in front of the emperor. Emperor Zun widened his eyes, trying to see what this woman looked like. "It's a pity that he can't see clearly. Why do you keep going?" the woman said, picking up the dream mirror and pointing it at Emperor Zun. In the dream mirror, Emperor Zun saw a woman's life. Become the chosen one, kill the fallen demon, unify the primitive world, fight against the god of creation. Emperor Zun's brain felt like it was struck by lightning, and his worldview was completely overturned at this moment. Creation God, Emperor murmured. "Is there really a creation God in this world?" "Certainly," the woman spoke calmly. "And I am an existence that can be on an equal footing with the god of creation." "Emperor, you are not facing humans, but gods. Even if you do it again, you can't beat me." After saying that, a huge palm appeared in the dream mirror, and smashed the emperor to pieces with one palm. "No! No!" Emperor Zun shouted and sat up from the ground suddenly. He looked around in horror, breathing heavily. "I am not dead?" Surrounded by a green grassland, and further away, there is a pool of crystal clear lake water. This familiar yet unfamiliar sight made Emperor Zun feel a little dazed. "Here it is. In my memory, this should be Wuxian Lake in the mountains behind the imperial city." But Emperor Zun remembered that the lake was filled in on the day he ascended the throne of God. Who dug an artificial lake again? No. Why am I here? Didn't I get slapped to death by the woman named Mengshan? Emperor Zun's eyes were filled with surprise and uncertainty, and he stretched out his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. But his hand stopped in midair, and he suddenly froze. Such a childish little hand. Emperor Zun suddenly guessed something and ran quickly to the lake, looking down at himself in the lake. So small. The person in the water is obviously just a child. Am I reborn? Emperor Zun was stunned for a long time. Then suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. God will not kill me. God will not kill me. In the distant lake, a little boy suddenly popped his head out of the water and shouted, Emperor Xian. What are you laughing at? Come and help me. I caught a big fish. When Emperor Zun heard this, he looked over blankly. Earth. Earth element? This little boy is exactly Di Yuan when he was a child. The moment he saw Xiao Diyuan, Emperor Zun recalled this day. This was when he was 8 years old. Come on. We have grilled fish for lunch. Xiao Diyuan had a smile on his face, holding a big fish in his arms, and climbed up to the shore with all his strength. Emperor Zun hurriedly ran over and pulled Xiao Diyuan out of the water. Yeah! Grilled fish, grilled fish. Little Earth Yuan shouted happily. And the big fish in his arms found the right opportunity. Suddenly broke away from Little Earth Yuan's arms, jumped up high, and was about to give Little Earth Yuan a big mouth. But Emperor Zun had long known that this would happen, and immediately struck out with a palm, sending the big fish flying away. Xiao Diyuan was stunned for a moment, and a small bubble of mucus flowed out. Emperor Xian. You are so powerful. Emperor Zun looked at little Diyuan, suddenly hugged him, patted his back hard, and whispered in a low voice, Diyuan, I will definitely be able to save you in this life. Ah? Emperor Xian. What are you talking about? Xiao Diyuan didn't hear clearly, but he didn't pay too much attention and said happily, Xian. Let's grill the fish. Emperor Zun also laughed. Okay. Grilled fish. Half a year later. The imperial capital. The imperial city. The heart of the 19th prince. The peak of level 9. On the test stand in the imperial city, the royal tutor spoke. At this time, Emperor Zun had just turned 9 years old. With the experience of the previous life, the emperor in this life is practicing faster, like riding a rocket. At just 9 years old, he has already reached the peak of level 9, and is about to break through to level 10. He also became the most talented among all the princes in one fell swoop, and was deeply appreciated by the current emperor, his father. In fact, even in his previous life, Emperor Zun was the most talented among all the princes, because his talent was too high and his cultivation speed was too fast. He attracted dissatisfaction and jealousy from other princes. Counting the time, the eldest brother will come to trouble me today. Emperor Zun sneered secretly in his heart. In the previous life, the 9-year-old Emperor Zun was mentally immature, and was framed by the eldest prince Di Ming, and almost died tonight. But in this life, Emperor Zun, who has a script, will naturally no longer be as passive as in his previous life. He was going to use his plan to frame the eldest prince Di Ming. If you can kill him directly, that would of course be the best. Emperor's heart. Emperor's heart. You are now level 9. You are so awesome. Xiao Diyuan appeared out of nowhere. He smiled mischievously and leaned into Emperor Zun's ear. Emperor Xian. I heard that a palace maid is going to take a bath in Wishing Lake tonight. Should we go and take a peek? Emperor Zun chuckled, of course. In the distance, the personal bodyguard of the eldest prince Di Ming heard this, and nodded with a sneer. He no longer saw the emperor, but quickly returned to the eldest prince. Report to the eldest prince that the 19th prince has fallen into the trap. Chapter 533 The Legend of the Emperor's Heart, Part 1. Late at night, cloudless, Emperor Zun and Xiao Diyuan sneaked to the mountain behind the imperial city. On the way, Xiao Diyuan chuckled and said, Emperor Xian, do you know that there is a maid named Yi beside the 7th princess? She looks so pretty. Of course Emperor Zun knows. Diyuan liked this palace maid very much when he was a child. Unfortunately, this little palace maiden's life was thinner than paper, and she died when Diyuan was still underage. If you like her, I will betroth her to you. Emperor Zun chuckled. When Xiao Diyuan heard this, he suddenly broke into a cold sweat and quickly covered Emperor Zun's mouth. Emperor Xian. What are you talking about? That title, how dare you? In the previous life, I was used to talking about the emperor's true deity. Normally, Emperor Zun would pay attention when outsiders were around. But when facing Xiao Diyuan, he forgot about it for a while. It doesn't matter. There are no outsiders here. Emperor Zun spoke. Xiao Diyuan looked around and saw that there was really no one around. So he took his hand back. Emperor Xian. You are extremely talented. A genius that is rare to see in 10,000 years. I believe that the next position will definitely be you. But you also have to be careful. Don't be too high profile. There are countless princes and princesses staring at you now. My brother secretly told me a few days ago that all your royal brothers are eager to kill you as soon as possible. In his previous life, Yuan also said these words to Emperor Zun. But at that time, Emperor Zun's mind was not yet mature. But he thought Yuan was sowing discord. After all, the princes are all the brothers of Emperor Zun. And Yuan is just the younger brother of his enlightenment teacher Yuan, who would choose to trust an outsider instead of trusting his own brother. Seeing that Emperor Zun didn't speak for a long time, Xiao Yuan also realized that he was talking too much and said quickly, "I'm just talking casually. Don't take Emperor Xian to heart." Emperor Zun shook his head and chuckled. Yuan, you are right. As they talked, they were already very close to Wuxin Lake. They could even vaguely hear the sound of women playing in the lake. There really is a palace made here to take a bath. Xiao Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly. Xian, let's go and take a look. I don't know if he is there. Emperor Zun grabbed Xiao Yuan and said in a deep voice. Wait a minute. I seem to hear Concubine Ling's voice. Concubine Ling? Which Are you talking about the Emperor's favorite concubine Ling? The mother of Princess 21? Yuan was so frightened that his legs almost gave out. Who doesn't know that Concubine Ling is the current Emperor's favorite beauty? If Emperor Zun knew that they dared to peek at Concubine Ling taking a bath, Emperor Xian might only be beaten. But Yuan would definitely be beaten to death. This. Xiao Yuan trembled and said, Didn't An say that a group of palace maids came here to take a bath? How come? An was the personal guard of the eldest prince. And Xiao Yuan also occasionally heard An chatting with others. And only then did he know that a palace maid would come to Wuxin Lake to take a bath in the middle of the night. Yuan, someone wants to harm us. Emperor Zun said coldly. Emperor Xian, you mean the eldest prince? Yuan's IQ is not low, but he is still too young and could not react for a while. However, with Emperor Zun's prompting, he soon came to his senses. The eldest prince is too cruel. Emperor Xian, let's go back quickly. Yuan did not dare to move forward, so he pulled Xian to go back. Don't worry. Since he wants to harm me, I can't be merciful. Emperor Zun smiled coldly and took out a jade pendant from his storage bag. Is the eldest prince ruthless? I will only be more ruthless than him. When Xiao Yuan saw such a jade pendant, he was immediately shocked. This is the jade pendant worn by the eldest prince. How could it be in the hands of Emperor Xian? Emperor Zun did not explain to Xiao Yuan's shocked look, but casually threw the jade pendant into the grass on the roadside. Come on, Yuan. My romantic father will be here soon. Emperor Zun smiled slightly and strode back to the palace with Yuan. In the last life, when Emperor Zun and Yuan came to the lake to peek at the palace ladies taking a bath, Yuan unexpectedly discovered that one of the palace ladies was Concubine Ling. Yuan was confused on the spot, knowing that he and Xian had been framed. He hurriedly took Emperor Xian to the secret base that only the two of them knew. This secret base is actually a large cave. Yuan hid the Emperor's heart inside, and blocked the entrance of the cave from the outside. After doing this, the old Emperor arrived at Wuxin Lake and discovered Yuan at once. That night, Yuan was almost beaten to death. If the royal mentor Yuan hadn't gouged out his own eyes to plead for Yuan would never have seen the sun the next day. In this life, Emperor Zun, who has gained experience, will naturally not fall into the trap again. After Emperor Zun and Yuan returned to the palace, within 5 minutes, his father came to the back mountain with a smile. Baby, here I come. The current emperor laughed loudly, jumped into the Wuxin Lake, and played happily with Concubine Ling and 7 or 8 palace ladies. Ah ha ha ha. Emperor Zun, you are so annoying. Little beauty, come and play. For a time, various sounds of play and slapstick came from the Wuxin Lake. Suddenly, the old emperor noticed that one of the palace maids, with a delicate appearance, had a sad look on her face. This made the old emperor a little unhappy. He asked coldly, Why are you so unhappy taking a bath with me? The palace maid immediately explained in a panic, No, Your Highness the Emperor. It's just. The old emperor shouted, If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't offend me Yaxing. The palace maid trembled and said, Your Highness the Emperor, a few minutes before you came, I seemed to hear someone talking in that direction. The old emperor was shocked. Who is so bold? How dare you peek at my beloved concubine taking a bath? His spiritual thoughts swept away, and he didn't find anyone else around. But he found a jade pendant on the ground. Uh-huh. The old emperor flew out of the lake naked, landed next to the jade pendant, and picked it up. This jade pendant belongs to Di Ming? The old emperor was furious. Seeing this, concubine Ling guessed something, and immediately cried and said, Emperor Zun, you have to make the decision for me. The next day, Emperor Zun, who was practicing, heard cheerful footsteps coming from outside the door. Xiao Diyuan ran over with excitement on his face, leaned into Emperor Zun's ear and whispered, Emperor Xian, the eldest prince was almost beaten to death last night. Emperor Zun smiled slightly. The development of the matter was completely within his expectation. The reason why he has the personal jade pendant of the eldest prince Di Ming is because he bribed Di Ming's personal maid. This maid stole the jade pendant while she was waiting for Di Ming to take a bath last night. Not only that, Emperor Zun also bribed a palace maid next to concubine Ling. That is, the palace maid who looked pretty, and snitched to the old Emperor Zun. All of this is under Emperor Zun's control. But he also knew that the plan last night was full of loopholes. As long as his perverted father used his brain a little, he would guess that the eldest prince was framed. Therefore, Emperor Zun still needs to do some finishing work. Diyuan, come here. Emperor Zun called over the excited little Diyuan and whispered, there is a pack of Bon Hua powder here. Take it first. Wait until midnight tonight. Go to the backyard of the imperial dining room and wait. And 2 palace ladies will sneak over to look for you. You scatter this bag of bones on them. And then clean up the scene. Do you understand? Xiao Diyuan was dumbfounded on the spot. Huh? I'm only 9 years old and you're telling me to kill someone. Emperor Xian, are you a devil? Chapter 534, Legend of the Emperor's Heart, Part 2. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Zun is already 15 years old. In his previous life, the 15-year-old emperor could barely break through to level 12. But he was already considered a dragon among men. In this life, Emperor Zun, who had one experience, was able to level up faster, reaching the peak of level 19 at the age of 15. This speed of cultivation not only shocked the entire imperial city, but also shocked the old emperor. Even the ancestor of the emperor family, who was already lying in the coffin waiting to die, was also shocked. The ancestor of the Di family opened the coffin board and climbed out. Looking at the 15-year-old emperor, he burst into laughter. Good. Okay. Another genius of our family is born. My Emperor Wuxing has been guarding the emperor's family for more than 4,000 years. And finally he has a successor. I can finally feel at ease. As he spoke, the ancestor of the Di family burst into tears, cried and laughed loudly. Then, when the ancestor of the Di family saw the current emperor, he couldn't help blowing his nose and staring, and knocked the old emperor's head hard, making a crisp sound. Unworthy of descendants. Unworthy of descendants. You, your father, your grandfather, your great-grandfather are all unworthy descendants. Not one of them has broken through to level 45, which is a disgrace to our imperial family. If I hadn't died yet, do you think the Falling Sun Empire could still be named emperor? Old Emperor Zun had a big swelling on his head and looked aggrieved. But he didn't dare to let go. The ancestor of the Di family glanced at Di Xian again, and then felt a little relieved. Forget it. Although you are a waste, you can give birth to a good son. So it is considered that your merits outweigh your faults. Emperor's heart. Ha ha ha. Emperor's heart. When you reach level 40, this position of emperor will be yours. I said? In the last life, Emperor Zun only attracted the attention of the ancestor of the emperor's family when he broke through level 30. In this life, his cultivation speed was too fast, and he gained the favor of his ancestor early on. This also saved Emperor Zun a lot of trouble. Those princes and princesses who wanted to cause trouble for Emperor Zun secretly all calmed down. The ancestors of the Di family have spoken, and there is no need to fight for the throne. For a time, these princes and princesses all looked for opportunities to leave the imperial city and go to the border areas to become their own emperors, without his brothers and sisters to cause trouble. Emperor Zun's cultivation speed was a little faster. At the age of 23, Emperor Zun broke through level 30 in one fell swoop, becoming the fastest person in cultivation in the past 10,000 years, not counting the chosen one. A full 5 years faster than the previous life. History has changed because of me. Will the future change because of me? In the Di family, as long as you reach level 30, you can enter the royal treasury and contract a divine weapon. After possessing the divine weapon of his destiny, Emperor Zun's cultivation speed will be even faster. At the entrance of the royal treasury, Diyuan stood beside Emperor Zun and said with a smile, I really envy your imperial family. When you reach level 30, you can have your own divine weapon. Unlike us assholes, it is more difficult to obtain a divine weapon than to reach the sky. Emperor Zun smiled and said, After I ascend the throne, you can also go in and pick one. Diyuan was stunned and couldn't believe it. Is it true? Emperor Zun nodded, of course. When have I ever lied to you? The old Emperor Zun, who was preparing to open the royal treasure house, had a dark face. I haven't even stepped down yet. You little bastard. Are you screaming like me? Ma duh. If it weren't for the support of your ancestors, do you think I would be able to defeat you? The old emperor cursed in his heart for a long time, but did not dare to say it out. There is no way. His son has the support of his ancestors. He can't afford to offend him. In the emperor's heart, there are many divine weapons in the royal treasury. After you enter the treasure house, just rely on your feelings to find the divine weapon that best suits you. After a few words of explanation, the old emperor opened the door to the royal treasury, allowing Emperor Xian to go in and choose his divine weapon. Emperor Xian, who had had the experience before, strode in. The royal treasury is a secret realm. The secret realm is pitch black, with only the various natal magic weapons emitting a glimmer of light. Emperor Zun took 2 steps forward, sensing the divine weapons around him. These natal divine weapons are not very compatible with Emperor Zun. Suddenly, Emperor Zun's eyes narrowed, and he saw the round mirror in front of him. This is Dream Mirror. The emperor in the previous life contracted with the Dream Mirror. An unparalleled sense of familiarity spread throughout Emperor Zun's body, as if he was seeing an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. Emperor Zun walked forward in a daze, and came to the Dream Mirror. He looked at himself in the mirror, feeling a little dazed. Why? In this life, I have clearly not made a contract with you, but I can still feel that our hearts are connected, and our souls are connected. Suddenly, a big hand that could cover the sky and the sun appeared in the mirror, and it struck directly at the emperor. At this moment, Emperor Zun vaguely heard the whisper of the dream god whispering in his ears. Even if you do it again, you can't beat me. No! Emperor Zun yelled in fright. The huge palm in front of him suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. Hallucination? Emperor Zun subconsciously took 2 steps back, but this feeling is so real. Dream god, dream mirror. Emperor Zun thought about what happened in his previous life, and instantly felt a huge resistance to the dream mirror. No. I can't contract the dream mirror. This is the divine weapon of the dream god. If I contract it, I will never be able to defeat the dream god. I have to change the present to change the future. In this life, I need to change my natal magic weapon. In front, the dream mirror trembled slightly and seemed to be crying. Emperor Zun also felt empty in his heart, as if something was leaving him. It's useless for you to cry. I don't want you in this life. The dream mirror trembled even more violently, and it was slowly moving away from the emperor, getting further and further away. Seeing that the dream mirror was about to disappear from Emperor Zun's sight, Emperor Zun's eyes suddenly flashed, and he took a step forward, holding the dream mirror tightly in his hand. The world pauses at this moment. Emperor Zun's eyes were cold, and he stood there not knowing what he was thinking. After thinking about it, Emperor Zun suddenly laughed. The louder he laughed, the crazier he became. Dream god. Dream god. Are you worthy of being called a god? Is it just to make me give up the dream mirror voluntarily? Ha ha ha. That's it. That's it. In fact, you have no ability to take it away from me. With Emperor Zun's laughter, the entire space began to fall apart. Click. Click. Emperor Zun took the dream mirror back into his sleeves, grabbed the void with both hands, and tore it open on both sides. Tear it apart. Space is broken. The scene in front of Emperor Zun changed instantly. He was standing outside Liyun City, with a tall bell tower in front of him. The minute hand of the clock tower almost points to 9, while the hour hand still points between 4 and 5. It's 4:44 in the middle of the night. Only 4 minutes had passed since the last time Emperor Zun saw this silver bell. From the beginning to the end, Emperor Zun has never set foot in Liyun City. Well, a disembodied voice came from Liyun City. Chapter 535. Emperor Zun is stronger? Outside Liyun City, Emperor Zun looked at the clock tower standing high on the city wall, feeling a little dazed for a moment. It turns out that the so-called rebirth is just a dream. Earth Yuan. I still can't save you after all. Dream God. Dream God. He. I want you to become a stepping stone on my way to becoming a god. Emperor Zun sneered, sat down cross-legged, and began to comprehend the mysteries in the dream mirror. Once the natal weapon of the dream god, the dream mirror has more than just the functions of swallowing, rebounding and copying. I have always fallen into a misunderstanding, and actually regard these marginal abilities as treasures. Dreaming is the most original ability of the dream mirror. Right? At the same time, inside Liyun City, with only a trace of her soul left, Suana is suspended on the huge clock tower in the middle of the slum. She let out a small sigh. It's such a pity. It's just a little bit closer. Behind Suana, Nanfeng Longwudi, Xiaonan Tang Chungyun, Yin Shuangying and others all looked a little dazed, and then slowly woke up. It failed. Xiaonan smacked her tongue and looked at the emperor outside the city with some admiration. He was truly a genius that was rare to meet in 260,000 years. Suana spent a lot of time and energy to create a dream specifically for him, and he was able to wake up in time. Did not sink into it. Suana looked calm. It's just that my remnant soul is not strong enough. Not strong enough, that's all? Tang Chungyun and Yin Shuangying looked at each other with shock in their hearts. Just now, everyone present was dreaming with Emperor Zun. Like the audience, they experienced the 15 years from the age of 8 to 23 with Emperor Zun from a god's perspective. Even so, Tang Chungyun and Yin Shuangying have completely transformed themselves into the emperor's identity. They will be happy because Emperor Zun broke through. They will be proud because Emperor Zun broke the record. And they will be angry because Emperor Zun was framed. It can be said that the two of them have been completely immersed in the dream weaved by the dream god and cannot extricate themselves. Even people like them from the perspective of bystanders have fallen into a dream. As the person involved, Emperor Zun can actually wake up and break the dream. This kind of mentality is simply terrifying. Isn't this funny? Nanfeng shook his head and was speechless. You are not sure how to deal with Emperor Zun. So you dare to lure him here? I don't know how much experience I have lost because of you. After killing the Yuan, Nanfeng's experience bar increased by 50%. And now his level has surpassed Long Invincible. If Emperor Zun doesn't come tonight, Nanfeng still has a chance to grab another head start and turn Tian Yuan into experience. It's a bit of a pity. I really underestimate this emperor. Suana's voice was still calm. I failed to take away the dream mirror this time. Instead, I helped him hone his Taoist heart and even understood the true purpose of the dream mirror. Perhaps not long after, this emperor will officially reach level 46. This. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. It's okay if you didn't kill Emperor Zun, but you helped him improve his strength by accident? Did you do it on purpose or accidentally? Nanfeng muttered. Run away! Everyone! We still have a chance to escape before Emperor Zun enters the city. Long Wudi nodded. As long as we can escape from his domain, we can teleport back to the mist. Tang Chungyun and Yin Shuangying had wry smiles on their faces. If they want to leave now, they do have a chance to leave. But what happens after they leave? The family doesn't want it anymore? The Tang family is within the territory of the Falling Sun Empire, and the emperor does not need to take action personally. He only needs to speak. And a large number of family servants will invade the Tang family one after another. The Yin family is a little better, far away in the Halyu Empire. But after Emperor Zun reaches level 46, with his vengeful character, it is really possible for him to visit the Halyu Empire in person and wipe out the Yin family. A monk who can run away cannot run away from the temple. Suana turned to look at Nanfeng and said softly, Let's go. Now that you are gone, do you still want Black Crow City? She looked at Long Wudi again. You have killed Di Yuan and have formed a deadly feud with Emperor Zun. He will definitely hunt down the Chosen Ones all over the world and avenge Earth Yuan. Do you think how many Chosen Ones from the Dragon Kingdom will die in his hands? Nanfeng and Long Wudi were silent. 2 seconds later, Nanfeng said, What do you want to do? Suana's voice was calm. You go and bring my statue first. As she said that, Suyana waved her hand, and Nanfeng felt the pressure on her body disappear. Emperor Zun's domain is temporarily ineffective. Xiaonan, what do you think? Nanfeng did not make a decision in a hurry, but looked at Xiaonan. Xiaonan nodded her head. Okay, Suana is not a bad person. Then trust her again. Nanfeng originally planned to smash Suana's statue when he returned to Nancheng next time. But with the huge threat of Emperor Zun ahead, Nefong can only choose to believe in Suena and cooperate with her again. Nefong sent 2 messages to Handsome Guy's group, and then Xiao Luo sent them over in a flash. Xiao Luo, stay here while I go back to Nancheng to get something. The statue of Suena was so big that Nefong had to bring it here himself. Good. Xiao Luo looked at everyone present, secretly frightened. They are all masters. There are all experts here. He can't beat anyone. Oh, no. He can still bully that Tang Xiaobao. There is another person who is better than me. Xiao Luo felt much happier. Wow. Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder over Liyun City. Xiao Luo raised his head in surprise and looked at the sky. I saw thunder and lightning flashing in the sky, slowly forming a huge thunder dragon. The thunder dragon shuttled through the clouds, roared angrily, and plunged into Liyun City. This, everyone was shocked. What the hell is this? Suena raised her head and waved her hand gently, and the thunder dragon in the sky disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Emperor Zun's loud laughter came from outside Liyun City. Ha 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 ha. Your dream comes true. It turns out that this is how the dream mirror is used. Smiling, 2 huge fireballs appeared on the horizon. A golden, true sun fire, and a blue, true fire Tian. Each of these 2 fireballs was half the size of Liyun City. If they were allowed to smash into the city, Liyun City would disappear in an instant. Everyone looked at Suena, and Suena did not disappoint everyone's expectations. With just a wave of her hand, the 2 fireballs disappeared without a trace. Emperor Zun's confused voice came from outside the city. Strangeness? Why are the dreams created by this deity so fragile? The power or even the originally copied skill? Dream God, did I make a mistake somewhere? Why don't you speak? Are you afraid of saying too much and being understood by me as the true meaning of the dream mirror? Chapter 536. We must also pay attention to truth in dreams. Why don't you dare to speak? Are you afraid that if you talk too much, the true meaning of the dream mirror will be understood by me? Hearing the words of the emperor outside the city, Suena chuckled and shook her head. Wang Meng, you are still far behind. A silvery white light flashed past, and the south wind appeared again on the tall bell tower. He took out a statue from his backpack. The face of this statue was exactly the same as Suena's. Seeing that the statue was intact, Suena breathed a sigh of relief. If Nafeng really smashed the statue, her remnant soul would no longer have any support, and could only drift between heaven and earth, and finally slowly drift away. Very good. Suena's remnant soul got into the statue, and the statue's eyes flashed a red light. Nafeng said in a deep voice, "What should we do next?" Suena's voice became much more solid and no longer so vague. I should be able to barely fight him. You can do whatever you want. As Suena finished speaking, everyone noticed that the scene in front of them had changed instantly. There is a starry sky in front of you. Suena and Emperor Zun stood face to face in the void, while Nafeng and others were watching the battle on a distant planet. Are you dreaming again? Tang Chengyan murmured, secretly vigilant in his heart. This time, he must not fall into a dream. Xiaonan made her hands like trumpets and shouted loudly, Suena, come on! Xiao Luo stood there with a confused look on his face. What is going on? I haven't even reached level 40 yet. And now I'm going to start Star Wars? Did the map change too quickly? Long Woody crossed his arms across his chest and looked at the 2 people in the void with a serious look. I want to watch the showdown between masters seriously. Nefeng took out his laser cannon and tried to aim at Emperor Zun. Can he hit it at such a long distance? Everyone had their own thoughts, but their eyes were all focused on Suena and Emperor Zun. Emperor Zun put his hands behind his back and chuckled. Dream God, I learned some stories about you in the dream mirror. You are just a remnant soul now. Are you really my opponent? Suena said calmly. You don't understand the power of the God of creation at all. Creation God level, the legendary level 49, Emperor murmured. According to the records in the ancient book, no one can reach level 49 except the chosen ones. And even those chosen ones, who reach level 49, will eventually they all disappeared from the world, and never appeared in front of people. I really don't know how powerful level 49 is. Suena spoke softly. You now look at me like a frog at the bottom of a well looking at the bright moon. When you reach level 48, you will look at me like a grain of water floating in the sky. Emperor Zun sneered. It's just a ray of remnant soul. Why do you need to talk about yourself so high? Today, I will make this remnant of your soul vanish into thin air. A glittering golden unicorn appeared behind Emperor Zun. This unicorn was as big as a planet, and Emperor Zun was just a speck of dust in front of it. Dream God, Do you want to kill me in your dream? Then you are destined to be disappointed. I can also dream now. The name Dream God will change hands today. I have to say that Emperor Zun is really a little arrogant. Facing the former creation god level powerhouse, Emperor Zun showed no fear at all and dared to take the lead in attacking. You are crazier than Longwoody. It was rare that Suana, who had always spoken softly, had a cold tone this time. Her white hands were slightly closed, and the giant unicorn as big as a planet was crushed into a meat pie. Dream. This is not how you play. Suana snapped her fingers, and 2 planets burning with blazing fire flew from a distance. The 2 planets, one on the left and one on the right, moved toward the Emperor in the middle. Emperor Zun snorted coldly, raised his hand, and slapped one palm on each side, trying to break the 2 planets into pieces. But the 2 planets only paused for a moment before attacking Emperor Zun again. The dream you created seems to be more solid than my dream? Emperor Zun's figure flashed, disappeared between the 2 planets, and came behind Suana. He summoned another giant dragon and attacked Suana's back. Snap! Suana snapped her fingers, and the dragon disappeared. Emperor Zun was a little stunned. Why? Can you neutralize my attack so easily? Suana said softly, because this is my dream. The next second, dozens of planets began to move, attacking Emperor Zun from all directions. While dodging, Emperor Zun continued to use various skills, trying to break these planets into pieces. But it was obvious that the tricks he used had no effect on Suana. Yin Shuangying clicked his tongue and said, sure enough, the name Mingxuan is not called for nothing. The dream is her home court. Speaking of which, was she really a god during her lifetime? No one answered Yin Shuangying's words. Nen Feng stared at the battlefield with some doubts in his eyes. He approached Long Woody and whispered, Brother Long, why do I feel that Suana has no advantage? It's been a long time, and I haven't even touched the corner of Emperor Zun's clothes. Long Woody nodded slightly and replied in a very low voice, I fought with her in a dream before, and she was not as strong as I thought. Think about it. Now she only has a trace of her soul left, and she doesn't have a divine weapon. How strong can she be? Xiaonan heard the conversation between the two and quickly came over. I tell you, dreams must also be true. Nen Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, is it true? What's the meaning? Can the words dream and reality go hand in hand? Long Woody recalled the last battle with Suana in his dream, and instantly understood something, and said, I understand what Xiaonan meant. Brother Feng, if one day you find that Ultraman suddenly appears in front of you and wants to kill you, will you be able to quickly realize that you are dreaming? But one day, Xiao Luo suddenly stabbed you twice with a knife. Would you suspect that you were dreaming? No. You will only suspect that Xiao Luo was hypnotized by Sikong Erkshu. Xiao Luo on the side, can you not use me as an example? Hearing Long Woody's words, Nefeng looked at the center of the battlefield again and suddenly realized, I understand. Brother Long, are you saying that the dream created by Emperor Zun lacks authenticity? This is space, and a unicorn dragon or something appears inexplicably. It is really unexpected and looks fake at first glance. But Suana has been using various planets to attack Emperor Zun. There are planets in space, which is indeed very reasonable. Long Woody nodded. Emperor Zun suffered the disadvantage of being uneducated. He has never gone to school and has no idea what space is like. So I can only use what I think is the most powerful method to attack Suana. But this is a method that is simply unreasonable in space. Chapter 537. Both sides suffer losses. Each goes back to his own home. Each finds his own mother. In the dream created by the dream god, Emperor Zun's disadvantages became more and more obvious. Starburst, meteorite rain, pulse light. Each of these attacks were beyond Emperor Zun's knowledge, making him unable to defend against them. Within a moment, Emperor Zun was already scarred and his aura quickly declined. The dream mirror. It's time to return it to its original owner. Suana spoke softly, stretched out her hand, and waved gently to Emperor Zun. Dream mirror flew out from Emperor Zun's long sleeves and floated slowly toward Suana. In the distance, Nefeng and others could vaguely see thousands of thin lines connecting Emperor Zun to the dream mirror. These thin lines are the contract between Emperor Zun and dream mirror. As the dream mirror gets closer and closer to Suana, these thin threads are breaking one by one. Dream God, stop dreaming. Emperor Zun sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the dream mirror. Now you are just a remnant soul, and have no ability to take the dream mirror away from me. Even though he was covered in injuries, Emperor Zun still maintained his composure, and began to fight with the dream god for control of the dream mirror. The dream mirror moves back and forth between the two of them, and no one can completely control it. Seeing this, Suena urged the surrounding planets to hit Emperor Zun hard. But the two sides had been fighting for so long, and Emperor Zun had realized something. He also dreamed up planets and smashed them back. Planets collided with planets, resulting in violent explosions that made the entire dream tremble. So in this dream, are these round rocks the most powerful? My understanding of dreams is indeed very different from yours. But the next time we meet, I will definitely far surpass you and trample you under my feet. While speaking, Emperor Zun imitated Suena's previous moves, dreamed up pulse light waves from planetary meteorites, and launched a counterattack. Suena frowned slightly and waved her hand to summon a huge black hole, while swallowing all the attacks. She also tried to suck the Emperor into the black hole. Emperor Zun snorted and also dreamed of a huge black hole. The two black holes collided, tearing apart the dream like crazy. But the black hole that Emperor Zun dreamed of was in vain, and was soon swallowed up by the black hole created by Suena. Emperor Zun could only continue to use magic power to stabilize the black hole. Suena also took advantage of Emperor Zun's distraction to continue to seize control of the dream mirror. It's too late, Dream God. The dream you created is too fragile to withstand the bombardment of this deity. The mirror of dreams. You can't take it away. Tear it apart. Under the huge gravity of the two black holes, the dream began to collapse and collapse. Suena seized the last chance and pulled the dream mirror towards her with a strong tug. But it is a pity that there are still a few thin lines connecting the dream mirror and the Emperor. After all, Suena failed to snatch away the dream mirror. Light and shadow transformation. Everyone returned to Liyun City again, as if everything they had just experienced was a dream. Outside Liyun City, Emperor Zun was covered in blood, with almost no intact part of his body. But his eyes were full of unruly domineering, and he did not lose his invincibility at all because of this tragic defeat. He put the dream mirror back into his sleeve, faced the direction of the slums of Liyun City, and said in a cold voice, Dream God, I have written down today's revenge. When I reach level 46, I will come back to take your life. Snort. Suena snorted coldly, which was barely a response. Emperor Zun laughed and turned into a golden light, disappearing in the depths of the sun and moon mountains in an instant. Suena sighed, what a pity. Emperor Zun ran away. Yin Xuangying had a dark face. What a mistake. What a mistake. Why did he just go out of his mind and make an enemy of Emperor Zun for the sake of two chosen ones? Isn't the Yin family finished now? Yin Xuangying felt chills all over at the thought that the family that had been inherited for tens of thousands of years would be destroyed in his own hands. How can this make him face his ancestors, who are under the 9 springs? Tang Xiaobao also had the same idea as him. He really didn't understand why his ancestors would become enemies with Emperor Zun because of the two chosen ones. That was Emperor Zun, a peerless genius who could only be seen in 10,000 years, who could be invincible to the super strong men of an era. Is it worth it for the two chosen ones? Tang Cheng'an felt Tang Xiaobao's puzzled gaze, sighed softly, and looked at Xiaonan. Mr. Xiaonan, if I can't break through, the Tang family will be doomed. Xiaonan put her hands on her hips and said nonchalantly like an adult, Don't worry. Emperor Zun was seriously injured just now. It will take several months to recover. It will take at least a year to break through level 46. In 1 year, I can definitely help you break through to level 46. Tang Chongyun nodded and murmured silently in his heart, even if we are both at level 46. I am no match for Emperor Zun, Tang family. Alas, there were only 3 people present. Nanfeng Long Wudi Xiao Luo. And they seemed relatively relaxed. You hear me? We still have a year to grow. Nanfeng opened his mouth and said, 1 year? You still can't reach level 47 or 8? By then, I can press Emperor Zun to death with 1 finger. Long Wudi shook his head and smiled. It's not that easy. I can already feel that the next upgrade will become slower and slower. Whether he can reach level 45 in a year is still unknown. Nanfeng thought for a while, then turned to look at Suena's statue. Suena, how long did it take you to reach level 45? Suena shook her head slightly and said softly, I know this is meaningless to you. It will only increase your troubles. The 3 people in Nanfeng looked at each other and understood the meaning of Suena's words. It must have taken more than a year for her to reach level 45. Xiao Luo felt the invisible pressure and immediately took out the teleportation array and said in a deep voice, I will go back and upgrade first. Nan Feng nodded. Go ahead. I will go back later. With that said, Nan Feng looked at Tang Chungyun, Yin Xuanying and the others. You should also take your family members and leave quickly. You can't stay here any longer. Tang Chungyun and Yin Xuanying secretly glanced at Mengshan, then glanced around the silent Liyun city, and nodded silently. This city has been controlled by the Dream God. The residents in the city will slowly sink into the beautiful dream spun by the Dream God, unable to extricate themselves. Soon, the few people present dispersed in twos and threes. Before leaving, Long Woody suddenly thought of something. He came to the statue and said, Dream God. About food. Soyana's whisper came from the statue. Just go to Sikong Shueshua to discuss such trivial matters. Long Woody could tell that Soyana's voice was a little weak. In the battle between her and Emperor Zun just now, not only Emperor Zun was injured, but Soyana was also seriously injured. I always remember our previous battle, Long Woody added. After I catch up with you, and are at the same level as you, I will fight you again, and defeat you head-on. Before that, don't die in Emperor Zun's hands. Ha! You and Emperor Zun are really equally arrogant. Soyana's tone was cold. It's really like a tiger being bullied by a dog. Where did you two little guys get the courage to talk to me like this? Chapter 538 New Black Crow City. Xiaonan. Let's go. Brother will take you home. Under the tall bell tower, Nan Feng waved to Xiaonan in the distance. Xiaonan was silent for 2 seconds, shook his head and said, No. Brother, you go back first. I will go to Black Crow City to find you in a few days. As she said that, she pointed in the direction of the Tang family. Emperor Zun might have some mean people on the way, and I want to escort them. That's okay. 2. Nan Feng nodded. Tang Chungyun helped him several times, and Xiaonan escorted them for a ride, which was very reasonable. Then I'll go first. Come back early, and don't run around. The main reason is that you are running around, and I don't feel safe. Of course, Nan Feng did not say these words. Otherwise it would damage his majesty, as the Lord of Nancheng. The white light flashed, and Nan Feng disappeared in Liyun City. Here, only the statues of Xiaonan and Soyana remain. Xiaonan jumped up to the statue of Soyana and asked, Did you let Emperor Zun go on purpose? Soyana said softly, It's not intentional. He did escape from me based on his strength. I feel like you can take back the dream mirror at the last moment. Xiaonan muttered a few words. Seeing that Soyana had no intention of answering, he changed the question. I remember that your natal magic weapon is not a mirror. Well, my divine weapon was broken into 7 parts, and the dream mirror was just the largest piece among them. Soyana spoke slowly. Have you regained your memory so quickly? Xiaonan shook his head gently. I recovered some. I remember that our relationship was very good, but I don't remember why you wanted to kill me. I didn't kill you, and I can't kill you. Soyana's voice was soft. I should call you Zonan now. Right? Xiaonan raised her head proudly. Yes. That's a good name. It's indeed a good name. Soyana chuckled and said, Xiaonan, if you still trust me, just remember my words. Don't improve your strength anymore. He will find you. He? Xiaonan seemed to have thought of some kind of terrifying existence, and her little body trembled slightly. Don't be afraid, Xiaonan. Soyana's voice was as gentle as ever. When I become the new god of creation, you will not be in danger. The new god of creation. Xiaonan raised his head in confusion and looked at the blurry face on the statue. But you don't even have a body. How can you take that step? Soyana laughed. The body is used to carry the soul. As long as the soul is immortal, the body can be changed at any time. Xiaonan suddenly realized. So you let Emperor Zun go on purpose? Do you want to seize him? Emperor Zun is just one of my many choices. Several figures flashed through Soyana's mind, and these are all targets she can choose to seize the body. Xiaonan, I'm a little tired. Soyana did not answer Xiaonan's question, but said in a weak tone, I want to rest for a while. Xiaonan nodded without thinking too much. Okay. Just take a nap and you'll be fine when you wake up. After saying that, Xiaonan also leaned at the feet of the statue, gently closed his eyes, and breathed evenly. Falling Sun Empire. Black Crow City. In the center of Black Crow City, there is an 18-story luxury building. The foundation of this building alone was drilled 20 meters deep. The entire building is made of fine fir wood and is built with a mortise and tenon structure. The whole building is seamless. This is the newly built City Lord's Palace in Black Crow City. At this time, Nan Feng was in the City Lord's office on the 18th floor of the City Lord's mansion. He gently opened the window and looked at the Black Crow City at his feet. The air is fresh and the scenery is pleasant. Only a few months have passed, and Black Crow City has already taken on a completely new look. The once dirty, smelly, potholed streets disappeared and were replaced by clean, smooth cement roads. Those old and dilapidated wooden houses are also being demolished in an orderly manner and rebuilt with red bricks into more modern buildings. At first glance, the current Black Crow City feels like the 1970s and 1980s. How about it, Lord City Lord? Suzerain came to Nanfeng and looked at the scenery below together. The rebuilt Black Crow City is not bad. Right? Why don't you go for a walk? Let me introduce it to you. Nanfeng nodded. Okay. Let's just walk around twice. The two walked onto a wooden elevator and quickly descended to the first floor. It was early morning and the sun had just risen. The residents in Black Crow City also got up one after another and started a new day of livelihood. You see, this Mishu and Nancheng milk tea shop is jointly opened by brothers from our Handsome Guys group. Walking on the road, Suzerain pointed to a milk tea shop and chuckled. We raise more than 2,000 cows outside the city, and the milk we squeeze out every day is used exclusively for this milk tea shop. Milk tea has been made. Nanfeng licked his lips and wanted to drink. Why didn't you open the door? Is it too early? Suzerain nodded. Yes. The milk tea is made by my sister, Yuran, and other girls. They usually come in the afternoon and get off work after 2 hours. This is not okay. This is our Nancheng industry. It is not okay to be so salty. Nanfeng touched his chin and asked him to hire more beautiful waiters. First, he would make Mishu and Nancheng a famous brand, and then go to other cities to open chain stores to make it bigger and stronger. By the way, are you really not afraid of infringement when you chose this name? Suzerain shrugged. There are no lawyers in this world. Is there anyone who can send us a lawyer's letter? 2. The two continued to move forward, and Nanfeng saw many shops with a very Blue Star style along the way. A drugstore, a snack bar, a clothing store, a fruit store, and even a foot massage shop. Mad? What kind of plane is this? Nanfeng frowned. Is this kind of store legal? Why didn't you notify me when it opened? As the city lord, I can't give it a try first. Suzerain, we have chatted in the group, but you were too busy to read the messages in the group. Nanfeng rolled his eyes. There are always 999 plus in the Handsome Guys group, and most of them are Huang Yuanming. Who has time to climb up the stairs to see what you are talking about? Ha. Tay. Suddenly, a man dressed as a hunter walked past the two of them in a hurry, and spit out a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. Suzerain frowned slightly, but before he could say anything, an ant with the word duty written on her clothes rushed out of the fruit shop next to her. Hey. 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 That young man in front spits everywhere, and is fined 5 copper coins. The ant's voice was loud and clear. As she spoke, she ran to the hunter and opened her arms to stop him. Nanfeng slowly turned his head and looked at Suzerain. Suzerain smiled awkwardly. Haha. I have been doing a competition on civilized streets recently, and I have been tighter. But the benefits of this are obvious. You see, people used to defecate everywhere in the city, making the streets as smelly as toilets. After I confiscated several people's crime tools, this phenomenon almost disappeared. Chapter 539. You are more suitable to be the city lord than me. Confiscated crime tools? Nanfeng's mouth twitched. Is it the kind of crime tool I thought? Suzerain nodded. Yes. Cut it off directly. His. Nanfeng felt a chill in his crotch and subconsciously tightened his legs. So cruel. Suzerain. You are so cruel. To cut off people's lives. You might as well just kill them. No. Why are you looking at me like that? Suzerain raised his eyebrows. Wouldn't he just cut them off? You can still take him back. This is not Blue Star. Oh. That's true. Everything is good at Blue Star, except for the medical treatment that cannot be compared with here. In Blue Star, if you lose your arms and legs, you will need anesthesia, sutures, and blood transfusions. It is extremely troublesome, and you may not be able to get them back. But in this world, if you hit it with a healing technique, you can regenerate your severed limbs in minutes. If one healing technique doesn't work, then use 2. If 2 don't work, then use 3. Anyway, it only consumes a little magic power. While the two were chatting, some minor conflicts occurred in the front. The hunter who was spitting just now was named Suda, and he just arrived in Black Crow City last night. because he was unwilling to pay the fine and also cursed the ant on duty as being mentally ill. The ant laid down on the ground on the spot and grabbed Suda's trousers to prevent him from leaving. Everyone, come and see. This man spits everywhere without paying the fine. How can there be such an unqualified person? And he cried to heaven and earth. Pedestrians passing by gathered around and pointed at the hunter. This made Suda a little confused. And he snorted coldly. I have been traveling in the world for so many years, but I have never heard of anyone being fined for spitting. The ant on duty said righteously, these are the rules set by our city lord. Since you have come to Black Crow City, you should abide by the rules of our Black Crow City. Nonsense. Suda spat out another mouthful of phlegm. Can you set such a rule? Is your city lord a cerebral palsy? Behind them, Nefong silently turned to look at Suzuran. He's not talking about you having cerebral palsy. He's talking about me. I set the rules. Suzuran scratched his head in embarrassment. During your absence during this period, I have been issuing various orders as the city lord. But I rarely show my face. The residents in the city don't know what the city lord looks like. It just so happens that you are back this time. So you can find a chance to show your face to Lu and get acquainted with her. It's okay. It doesn't matter if I am the city lord or not. As long as I don't have cerebral palsy. It's okay. Nefong was not interested in the position of city lord. And he had no time to manage Black Crow City. With this time, he might as well hunt a few more ferocious beasts. It's good to leave Black Crow City under Suzuran's management. That won't work. You are the core of Nanchung. Without you, can Nanchung still be considered Nanchung? Suzuran looked serious. The residents had never seen me. But the Black Crow guards had seen me. They all thought I was the city lord. I will summon all the Black Crow guards in the city at noon and declare that you are the real lord of the city. Hey, no need to bother. Nefong waved his hand. But if you don't mind the trouble, that's fine. Suzuran, in the front. Because Suda insulted the lord of Black Crow City. He was immediately surrounded by angry people who threatened to beat him to death. This scared Suda quite a lot. Are these people mentally ill? My scolding the city lord has something to do with you. Is the city lord your father? Suda cursed in his heart, but did not dare to say it out. If he said this, he might really be beaten to death here. Give way. Give way. The Black Crow Guard is coming. The sharp-eyed Melon-Eater shouted. The crowd separated to both sides, making way for the Black Crow Guards. What happened? This Black Crow Guard wore a black straw hat and a short knife on his waist. Looking businesslike. Nanfeng took a closer look. Good guy. Isn't this his chief apprentice Wang Defa? Long time no see. Why did this kid become a Black Crow Guard? Wang Defa quickly understood what was going on and said in a deep voice to Suda, spitting on the ground will be fined 5 copper coins. Insulting the city lord will be fined 500 copper coins. The corner of Suda's mouth twitched. He said, scolding the city lord is so expensive. 500 copper coins. How many ferocious beasts do I have to kill to earn back? He rolled his eyes and began to blame Lord Black Crow Guard. You are unjust. I didn't scold the city lord. Someone else did. He glanced around the crowd and spotted Nafeng and Suzuran behind him at a glance. These two people are dressed in gorgeous clothes. And they look like rich people at first glance. What I hate most in my life are rich people. And you are the only ones. Suda sneered and shouted, Lord Black Crow Guard. It's them. They were the ones who were there just now scold the city lord. I heard it clearly. Everyone present turned their attention from Suda to Nafeng and the two. Most residents only know that the new city lord of Black Crow City is very powerful. But they have never seen him. But Wang Defa recognized Nafeng at a glance. And he knelt down excitedly on the spot. Master, no. Pay homage to the lord of the city. What? Is this the city lord? Damn it. This is my first time seeing the city lord. Wait. Is the city lord on the left or the one on the right? No matter what. Kneel down first and then talk. Wang Defa knelt down. And the remaining residents also knelt down and shouted in unison, meet the lord of the city. It's over. He kicked the iron plate. Suda's face turned pale. And he trembled and knelt down with everyone else, praying that Nafeng couldn't see him. Seeing a group of people kneeling in front of him, Nafeng felt a little uncomfortable. Suzuran poked Nafeng gently and motioned for him to say a few words. Ahem. Nafeng coughed twice and organized the words in his mind. Everyone loves Qing Ping. Bah. Everyone. Get up. Black Crow City. Do not allow kneeling and worshipping. When you see me in the future, There is no need to kneel down. Thank you, Lord City Lord. Everyone stood up one after another and looked at Nanfeng with excitement. This was the first time they met the new City Lord of Black Crow City. Such a young City Lord can actually manage Black Crow City in an orderly manner. It's really amazing. Indeed, the City Lord has not only improved the environment of Black Crow City, but also vigorously developed the city's economy. My savings have increased more than 10 times than before. What's more, there are tens of thousands of acres of fertile farmland outside the city, and the price of food has dropped. Even homeless people like us can have enough to eat. The residents whispered and discussed various deeds of the City Lord with each other. Nanfeng could see a sense of pride and belonging on their faces. No wonder when Suda scolded the City Lord for cerebral palsy. These residents were so angry and wanted to beat him up. It turns out that they respect the Lord of Black Crow City from the bottom of their hearts. Nanfeng patted Su Zuren on the shoulder and said happily, Black Crow City, you manage it very well. You are more suitable to be the City Lord of Black Crow City than me. Chapter 540. Open up territory and expand territory. Destroy Black Crow Peak first. JDM 7. Not only have the environment and economy undergone earth-shaking changes, but the happiness index of the residents in the city has also become higher and higher. Of course, all of this is the credit of the other brothers in Nancheng and has nothing to do with Nanfeng. He is just a hands-off shopkeeper and has never cared about things related to Black Crow City. He really doesn't feel secure in this position of City Lord. Under the leadership of Su Zuren, Nanfeng walked around Nancheng and also visited the planting area and livestock area outside the city. Everything is developing in an orderly manner. If it continues to develop at this rate, within 3 to 5 years, Black Crow City will definitely become the economic center of the entire Falling Sun Empire, with a GDP that will exceed that of the imperial capital. But if you want Black Crow City to continue to develop, there is a very important prerequisite. That is Nanfeng's strength, which should at least be equal to that of Emperor Zun. Otherwise, no matter how well Black Crow City develops, it will only serve as a wedding dress for others. You develop the economy, and I develop the military force, which is very reasonable. Nanfeng thought silently in his heart. At noon, the brothers and sisters in Nancheng returned to Black Crow City and gathered in the city main hall. Welcome Brother Nanfeng home. Today I will cook in person and give you a full banquet, Yuren said with a smile. Nanfeng laughed. Then I will have a good meal today. Su Yihan followed Yuren into the kitchen. I'm here to help you. In the hall, Huang Yuanming smiled and said, Nanshan, how are you? Is Black Crow City much more prosperous than Liyun City? It must be necessary. With your group of sleeping dragons and phoenixes here, it is not easy to kill those primitive people? Nanfeng responded with a smile. It was rare for everyone in Nancheng to get together like this. Everyone was laughing and chatting about the interesting things they had met during this period. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the backyard. Su Zuren's expression changed. It's the direction of the kitchen. Not good. Sister! Everyone immediately became alert and rushed towards the backyard. In the backyard, I saw Xiao Luo carrying the corpse of a huge ferocious beast and hitting it heavily on the ground with a loud bang. The skin of this golden crystal demon cow is so hard. Even after it died, it was so hard that my hands were numb. Xiao Luo muttered in a low voice, lifted up the beast's body, and smashed it to the ground again. Boom! There was another loud bang. Nanfeng and others rushed out of the hall and were slightly stunned when they saw the scene. Why are you all here? Xiao Luo turned his head in confusion. But he came just in time and came over to help me slice up the magic cow. Su Yihan said he would have beef for lunch. Damn. It turned out to be processing ingredients. Su Ming breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was a monster invasion. Nanfeng put away the laser cannon and shouted loudly, Come on! Come on! Everyone! Please help! Those who boil water. Those who cook. Don't be idle. A group of people worked hard and prepared more than 10 tables of delicious food in less than an hour. Began to eat. As the sound of the south wind fell, the chosen ones, who usually spent most of their time eating barbecue, began to show off their rice, one bowl at a time. At the main table, Nanfeng first toasted to all the brothers, and then began to have in-depth exchanges and discussions with the brothers around the future planning of Black Crow City. Xiao An ran, Black Crow City must continue to develop its economy, replace the economy with food, and transport it into the fog. Cheng Mo, in the fog, the number of people starving to death every day continues to increase. The food produced by our small Black Crow City alone is simply not enough for so many people. Nefong, we only need to take care of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. People from other countries will naturally be taken care of by the chosen ones from other countries. Suzerain, compared with last month, the economic growth curve of Black Crow City has slowed down. The reason is that Black Crow City is too small. The land is too small and too scarce. And development cannot be accelerated. Huang Yuanming waved his hand. This is not easy. We will expand directly. This is the romance of a man to expand his territory. Wu Yuanyuan agreed, yes. There are not only brothers from Nancheng and Black Crow City, but also brothers from Longcheng. If we don't expand the territory, they will be unable to squeeze in. Nafeng nodded slightly. You are right. Everyone should prepare. It is time for us to expand our territory. After hearing this, Suzerain took out a homemade map from his backpack and put it on the table. Everyone, take a look. Suzerain pointed to the small circle in the center of the map. This is Black Crow City, where we are now. Black Crow City is like a thumbtack stuck in the ancient forest. Our three directions, southeast and west, are boundless forests. If we want to expand, we can only go north. As he spoke, Suzerain pointed to the north of Black Crow City. There are 7 connected peaks here, called Black Crow Peak, which guard all our routes to the north. If we want to expand our territory, we must first eradicate Black Crow Peak. Black Crow Peak. Nanfeng's eyes were slightly focused, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. When Tian Yuan Yuan ambushed us outside Black Crow City, it seems that the Black King from Black Crow Peak was also involved. Right? If I remember correctly, he had a big dog with him. Speaking of this matter, everyone present's expressions darkened slightly. In that battle, more than 70 brothers died in Nancheng, and the losses were extremely heavy. If Tang Chengyan hadn't come to the rescue at the critical moment, more people would have died. It was precisely because of this battle that Nanfeng drove Shen Fan out of Nancheng in order to calm the anger of the relatives of his dead brother. Speaking of which, I don't know what's going on with that boy Shen Fan. Nanfeng asked softly. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they were not sure. Wang Yuanming hesitated for a moment, then said, Don't worry about him. This kid ran to Baishui City. He's fine. I also traded him 10 fur logs last month to help him rebuild his hut so that he would have a place to hide when in danger. After Shen Pan left Nancheng, Wang Yuanming still kept in contact with him and knew his current situation well. Just be fine. Nanfeng nodded slightly and stopped talking about Shen Pan. Instead, he fixed his sights on the Black Crow Peak on the map. In this case, the first step for us to expand our territory is to destroy the Black Crow Peak. Xiaoluo's native Su Mingcheng Mo Xiaoran. You will be the main attacker in this battle, and I will help you with the gun from behind. I heard that there are many masters on Black Crow Peak, all of whom are above level 35. If you kill them, you can gain a lot of experience. We in Nancheng should also cultivate a few more level 40 strong men. Before you know it, a killing is about to begin. The chosen ones and the natives will eventually embark on the road of killing each other. Chapter 541 Medical Insurance? What the H.L. is this? The time to attack Black Crow Peak is temporarily set at 0 o'clock tonight. As the saying goes, soldiers are valuable and quick. So Nanfeng did not intend to give Black Crow Peak any time to prepare. When the sun rises tomorrow, I want Black Crow Peak to be renamed South Peak, Nanfeng said decisively. South Peak? South Wind? Wang Yuanming took a bite of the beef shank and said vaguely. Homophonic pronunciation. Deduct money. In fact, there are many spies from Black Crow Peak and Black Crow City, and I have sent people to keep an eye on these spies. Suzerain lowered his voice. Before setting off, should we get rid of these spies first? Nefeng raised his hand to stop him. No! Don't scare the snake. He thought for a while, then raised the corner of his mouth. Suzerain, you call all the Black Crow guards in the city and gather outside the city lord's palace. I want to announce a few things. And by the way, let the spies pass some false information back to Black Crow Peak. Suzerain didn't ask any more questions, nodded and started to do it. Nefeng turned to look at Xiaoluo again. Xiaoluo, I have something to trouble you about. Xiaoluo, what? Nefeng came close to Xiaoluo's ear and whispered a few words. Xiaoluo nodded slightly, picked up the short knife and strode out of Black Crow City. 2:30 p.m. The area outside the city lord's mansion was filled with darkness and densely packed Black Crow guards. except for the Black Crow guards, who had important duties such as guarding the city gates and dungeons. The rest of the Black Crow guards were all summoned by suzerain. These Black Crow guards are all natives, most of whom were carefully selected and promoted by suzerain. And a small number were Black Crow guards during the Crow King's era and have been working there until now. At this time, this large group of Black Crow guards were whispering, guessing the reason why they had been summoned. Brothers, have you heard any news? What are you planning for this extraordinary meeting? I don't know. This is the first time that City Lord Su has summoned all the Black Crow guards. Do you think it's possible that the City Lord is going to give us a salary increase? Brothers, I just heard some extremely explosive news. In fact, suzerain is not the City Lord. Unlike the residents in the city, these Black Crow guards have all met suzerain himself. And suzerain has always given orders as the City Lord. So the Black Crow guards subconsciously thought that suzerain was the City Lord. Upon hearing the news that suzerain was not the City Lord, all the Black Crow guards immediately exclaimed and asked what was going on. Do you know Wang Defa? He is the captain of the elite Black Crow guard team. I just heard him say that the real Lord of Black Crow City is back. In fact, suzerain has always been the acting City Lord. Now that the City Lord is back, he will definitely need a new official to take office and give us a show of authority. Alas, I don't know who will be regarded as the one who stands out and be criticized in public by the City Lord. The Black Crow guards were all secretly frightened. It seemed that today's impromptu meeting was not a good thing. No, I think City Lord Su is very good. You can honestly say, under the leadership of City Lord Su, are our lives 10 times better than before? 10 times? More than 100 times better. Yes, I think suzerain should be the City Lord. If it were anyone else, I would be the first to refuse. Yes, I don't accept it either. I have the same idea as you. Brothers, we will act based on City Lord Su's face later. As long as he is slightly dissatisfied, we will rush to hack the current City Lord to death and support suzerain as the new City Lord. What do you think? Good. Just do it. Quickly. Convey this news to other brothers. Today we will rebel against him. Soon, the topic of supporting suzerain as the new City Lord spread among the Black Crow guards. All the Black Crow guards looked excited, looking forward to the upcoming rebellion plan. In the City Lord's palace, Nefong could clearly hear the plans hatched by the Black Crow guards through the tactical headset. These guys actually want to rebel? Nefong chuckled and shook his head. These people together were not enough for Nonfeng's Gatling to make 2 turns. So there was no need to care. Suzerain, you have a good management staff. They are so loyal to you and want to support you as the new City Lord? Nefong looked at Suzerain on the side and said with a smile. Suzerain smiled bitterly and shook his head. He also had a tactical headset, and he could hear the Black Crow guards plot very clearly. What's the point of being loyal? I just paid them a relatively high salary. Suzerain gently pressed his temple. They are all a group of profit-seeking guys. How can they have any loyalty? No. You don't think it was me who told them to rebel? Right? Nefong rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? How could I doubt you because of a group of outsiders? Besides, if you want this position of City Lord, will I not give it to you? With that said, Nefong glanced at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock. It's almost time. Nefong stood up and straightened his clothes. Let's go. It's our turn to perform. 3 p.m. sharp. On the large terrace on the 2nd floor of the City Lord's mansion, Suzerain walked out slowly, stretched out his hands and pressed down. When the Black Crow guards outside the mansion saw this, they immediately became quiet and stood in order, looking at Suzerain on the 2nd floor with bright eyes. Brothers, you must have heard about it too. Suzerain's tone was calm, and he spoke slowly. Our City Lord of Black Crow City has returned. Now, we would like to invite the City Lord to speak. The Black Crow guards below all widened their eyes, preparing to see what the real Lord of Black Crow City looked like. Nefong strode towards the terrace, and his tactical mecha transformed into a black robe, covering Nonfeng's entire body. Tactical mecha can be immune to the insights of people whose level is lower than Nefong. In the eyes of the Black Crow guards, Nefong is like an ordinary person, without any aura of a strong person in him. Nefong coughed twice and shouted to the Black Crow guards below, "Hello, comrades." Well, the Black Crow guards looked at each other, and no one responded to Nefong. Hey, you want to embarrass me? Right? I still don't believe that I can't handle you little rookies. Nefong sneered in his heart and started to get straight to the point. I made a private visit to the city incognito this morning, and found that everyone is working very hard. I was very moved by the fact that everyone was patrolling and guarding seriously under such a bright sun. Working hard and without complaint. I asked Suzerain. And the salary he gave you is enough for brothers to spend their money. However, your benefits are not enough. Welfare? The Black Crow guards below all raised their eyebrows. Listening to this, is the city lord planning to increase benefits for them? They slowly lowered their hands on their swords, ready to listen to what Nafeng had to say first. Nafeng said emotionally, as public officials of Black Crow City, you protect the safety of Black Crow City. How can you do it without good welfare? Therefore, the city lord decided to pay medical insurance for all brothers. Medical insurance? What the hell is this? Chapter 542. The city lord is wise. Medical insurance? What is this? The Black Crow guards looked puzzled over this unfamiliar term. Nafeng did not give them time to discuss, and directly explained, all Black Crow guards, depending on their position, can receive an additional medical insurance of more than 100 copper coins per month, with no cap. Some brothers will ask at this time, Lord City Lord, what is the use of this medical insurance? With this medical insurance, if brothers have any sores, diseases, limbs in the future, they can go to the Black Crow City No. 1 Central Medical Center and apply for medical insurance for treatment. Not only does it not require brothers to spend a penny, but it also allows brothers to enjoy 50% off preferential services. The Black Crow guards were secretly happy. This benefit sounded pretty good, equivalent to an extra salary of more than 100 coppers per month. It seems that the city lord is not as bad as imagined. You know, even if the current management of Black Crow City is very strict, you will still encounter people making trouble in the city every 3 days. It was common for the Crow Guard to get injured. With this medical insurance, they can go to Black Crow City First Central Medical Center for treatment in the future. You know, this medical center is opened by the chosen ones. They only need to recite a few spells to heal all the wounds on the body in an instant, treat them on the spot, and make them full of vitality on the spot. It's just that the fees at this medical center are too expensive, so no one usually goes there. Now that they have medical insurance, they, the Black Crow guards, can also experience the feeling of being treated by the chosen one. And they get a 50% discount. Cool. On the streets in the distance, many residents who loved watching the excitement gathered to see what important meeting the Black Crow guards were holding. When they heard Nafeng said that they would increase benefits for the Black Crow guards, these residents immediately became sour. It's great to be a Black Crow guard. You also have medical insurance. If you get injured, you can go to the hospital for free. I'm level 27 now. Can I also become a Black Crow guard? Is this person the city lord? Not only is he handsome, but he is also such a nice person. I have decided that I will also apply for the Black Crow guard. But there are still some Black Crow guards who despise this benefit. You want to bribe us with an extra 100 copper coins a month? Dream. We still have to support Suzerain as the city lord of Black Crow City. Several thorny-headed Black Crow guards looked at each other, thinking about how to find trouble to cause conflict between Nafeng and the Black Crow guards. But Nafeng didn't give them this chance. He said again, at this time, some brothers want to ask again. City Lord, if I have never been injured in my life, wouldn't this medical insurance be useless? What a waste. This was indeed a problem. So I decided, include foot bath shops within the scope of medical insurance. And you can also enjoy a 50% discount. What? The Black Crow guards below suddenly became excited. Foot bath shops can also pay for medical insurance. And 50% off. In their minds, they couldn't help but think of the technicians and ladies in the foot bath shop. The feeling of those smooth and tender hands gently squeezing their feet made them fascinated. What they wash is not their feet, but the mud of their walking in the world. A Black Crow guard shouted loudly, the city lord is wise. Long live the city lord. Nafeng turned around and found that this person was his chief apprentice Wang Defa. Under the leadership of Wang Defa, the remaining Black Crow guards also shouted, the city lord is wise. Long live the city lord. Sure enough, as Suzerain said, these Black Crow guards are all profit-seeking guys. They have no loyalty at all. They will follow whoever gives them more money. Nafeng sneered. It's really easy to deal with these little karami. Next it's time to get down to business. Nafeng cleared his throat and said seriously, brothers, You must also know that our Black Crow City is located in the ancient forest, and the only channel to communicate with the outside world is in the north. But this only thoroughfare was occupied by a group of bandits from Black Crow Peak. If they hold this passage, they are holding the throat of our Black Crow City. Let Black Crow City be unable to continue to develop. Having said this, Nefong winked at Wang Defa, and then shouted loudly, "Are you willing to be restricted by others forever? Trapped in this small Black Crow City?" Wang Defa understood the idea and immediately shouted, "I don't want to!" Nefong, do you want to develop Black Crow City into a second imperial capital? Wang Defa and a small group of Black Crow guards around him. Think. Nefong, do you want your salary to increase tenfold? Marry 10 beautiful wives. At this time, most of the Black Crow guards below shouted, "Think." Nefong made a fist with his right hand and raised it high. "Then take action." The city lord announced that from now on, we will set out to attack Black Crow Peak. Now let's start ordering troops and generals. Those who are willing to join the battle with this city lord, take a step forward now. The Black Crow guards below were stunned for a moment, and no one moved forward. Are you kidding me? Going out to fight? They're standing guard at the Black Crow City patrol station. Isn't that nice? He went out to fight only when he was mentally ill. Nefong was not surprised when he saw this, and continued to increase the amount. Those who come with me to fight will have their monthly medical insurance increased tenfold. Damn it. 10 times more. The Black Crow guards below started to move. Nefong is still adding more money. Not only that, if you attack Black Crow Peak and kill any bandit, you will get a bounty of 100,000 copper coins. Kill any mini-boss, and get a reward of 500,000 copper coins. Kill the Black King and his big dog, and get a reward of 10 million copper coins. Damn it! 10 million. You can't spend it all. You can't spend it all. You can't spend it all in your lifetime. As the saying goes, there must be a brave man under a heavy reward. And soon more than half of the Black Crow guards stood up, preparing to follow Nefong to attack Black Crow Peak. But there are still some Black Crow guards who maintain their sanity. Brother, are you crazy? The Black King is a level 40 strongman. Are you going to die? If you can get this 10 million, you'll be damned. You are stupid. I am not going for the Black King. Didn't you hear? I get 100,000 coppers for killing any bandit. How many years of salary is this worth? His. What you said seems to make sense. If you can't kill the Black King, you should be able to kill 2 other fish. Right? I am coming too. Under the temptation of other Black Crow guards, 90% of the Black Crow guards chose to participate in the war. The remaining 10% of people are really afraid of death. Very good. Brothers are very talented. Nefong laughed loudly. Now, all the brothers participating in the war will gather at the North City Gate. We will set off now and arrive at Black Crow Peak around the afternoon of the day after tomorrow to capture it in one fell swoop. The Black Crow guards below walked toward the North Gate with excitement on their faces. Suzerain slowly walked to Nefong and whispered, "Is your price too high? 100,000 to kill a bandit?" Nefong shrugged nonchalantly and said, "It's okay. By the time they arrive at Black Crow Peak, we will have already killed all the bandits there." Suzerain nodded slightly. That's right. Letting this group of Black Crow guards attack Black Crow Peak was just a smoke bomb released by Nefong, just to confuse the Black King's sight. In fact, the main force that actually attacked Black Crow Peak was not this group of Black Crow guards at all, but the chosen ones from Nancheng. Moreover, the time of attack is not the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, but the early morning of tonight. At this time, Huang Yuanming walked over angrily. "Nanshan, why don't you discuss such a big thing with me about including foot bath shops and medical insurance?" Huang Yuanming's tone was a bit reproachful. "And he still offered a 50% discount? Then how can my technician girl make money?" Nefong glanced at Huang Yuanming speechlessly. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know how to double the price first? That doesn't mean there's no discount." This. Huang Yuanming was stunned for a moment. In this case, the price is too high. Ordinary people without medical insurance will definitely not want to do so. Alas, you are still doing business like this. Nefong sighed and pointed out, "You can organize a card application activity. You can only apply for the card with cash. You can get as much as you recharge into the card. Wouldn't this be the same as the original price?" Huang Yuanming stayed where he was, and it took him a long time to react. And he shouted happily, "The city lord is wise." Chapter 543, Get ready. The war is about to begin. Dusk. A large and agile dog ran wildly in the mountain forest, and rushed up to the main peak of Black Crow Peak, like the wind. Soon, the big dog came to the outside of a splendid mansion. On the plaque at the door of the mansion, there were 3 characters. Black Prince's Mansion, written on it. This is the Black King's mansion. The big dog stopped at the door of the Black Prince's mansion and said angrily, "Master, those intruders are coming." "Oh!" In the house. The Black King, who was closing his eyes to recuperate, suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp look flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly asked, "Is Tang Chungyun here?" The big dog shook his head, "No." The spies said that they had not seen Tang Chungyun for several days, and suspected that he had left Black Crow City. These spies are as stupid as dogs. The Black King snorted coldly. If Tang Chungyun was not in Black Crow City, how could those intruders dare to attack our Black Crow Peak? Could it be that you are here to die? What does it mean to be as stupid as a dog? Am I stupid? The big dog rolled his eyes, and lay on the ground feeling depressed. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, the Black King immediately changed the topic. He ordered the brothers outside to return to Black Crow Peak immediately, and asked the brothers on the mountain to start setting up defense lines now. After a pause, He Wang added, in addition, "I will investigate again and report again. I want to know whether Tang Chungyun came and killed him." "Okay." The big dog received the order and rushed down the main peak like the wind. In the Black King's mansion, the Black King sat on the gorgeous throne and meditated, murmuring in a low voice, as Tang Chungyun. He shouldn't take it upon himself to surround and suppress a little bandit like me. Right? He probably didn't come. But thinking so, the Black King immediately stood up and started packing his things. As long as he knew that Tang Chungyun was coming, he would immediately abandon everything in Black Crow Peak and run away. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, and the night is getting dark. The nimble big dog rushed up the mountain from the foot of the mountain again, and said angrily, "Master, I have found out clearly that there were only a group of Black Crow guards and more than 50 intruders in the large force attacking Black Crow Peak. And Tang Chungyun was not among them." The Black King frowned slightly. Tang Chungyun really didn't come. It's strange that even that rabble dared to attack Black Crow Peak. You really don't take me seriously. The Black King thought for a moment and said coldly, "Continue. Explore again and report again." "Okay." The big dog received the order and rushed down the hill happily. The Black King continued to pack his luggage, ready to run away at any time. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the bright moonlight shines on the earth. The agile big dog rushed up the hill like the wind again and stopped outside the Black Prince's mansion. It stuck out its long tongue, opened its mouth and kept breathing, "Master, I just got some news. Last night, Tang Chungyun appeared in Liyun City." "Liyun City? So far away?" The Black King was startled and asked hurriedly, "Is the news true? Where did you hear that?" The big dog said angrily, "It was the city lord of Linjiang City next door who said that not only Tang Chungyun, but also Tian Yuan Yuan and even His Highness Emperor Zun showed up in Liyun City." "What?" The Black King's mind was as fast as lightning, and he instantly guessed the reason. A few months ago, Tang Chungyun cut off 3 of Yuan's fingers. I concluded at that time that with his character of revenge, he would definitely ask Emperor Zun to take action to regain the situation. Ha ha ha. Good. Emperor Zun took action personally. And even if Tang Chungyun didn't die, he would still lose his skin. From this point of view, the people who attacked Black Crow Peak were really those invaders. The Black King sneered several times and asked, "Where are those intruders now?" The big dog tilted his head and thought about it for a while, and then replied, "Their marching speed was very slow. According to the report from the spies, they just arrived at the Sarah River half an hour ago, and set up camp by the river, ready to rest. It's really leisurely. It's really a ragtag group of people." The Black King sneered again, and ordered to go down, so that the brothers do not need to set up a defense line. They all have a good sleep tonight. Early tomorrow morning, we will fight out, and give them a surprise on the way. The big dog stuck out his tongue excitedly. "Wow! There will be meat to eat tomorrow." It wagged its tail happily, and rushed down the mountain as nimbly as the wind. In the Black King's mansion, the Black King put his hands behind his back, and silently analyzed the outcome of this battle in his mind. These invaders are not fools. If they dare to attack Black Crow Peak, they must have a trump card. Maybe they invited a level 40 expert from somewhere else to help. But it doesn't matter. As long as Tang Chungyun is not here, I am not afraid of other level 40 experts. After thinking about it, the Black King raised his hand and summoned a big black crow, and whispered a few words in the crow's ear. After saying that, the crow spread its wings and flew into the night sky. This big dog is too stupid and easily fooled by false information. The Black King was still a little worried, suspecting that Tang Qingyun's appearance in Liyun City was false news released by the invaders. He would have to ask someone else himself. Late at night, 11:30, a black light streaked across the sky like a meteor and landed on the main peak of Black Crow Peak. The Black King stretched out his hand, and the black light fell on his hand and turned into a big black crow. Dumb! The big crow opened its mouth and called twice. After hearing this, the Black King finally smiled. Okay. Tang Qingyun is really in Liyun City. Then I can rest assured. Humph. Those intruders are looking for death themselves. So don't blame me for being cruel. When I kill another group of intruders tomorrow and steal their divine weapons, I will leave Black Crow Peak. By then, even if Tang Qingyun doesn't die in Emperor Zun's hands, he won't be able to find me. The Black King smiled even more happily when he thought that he would soon be able to obtain dozens of divine weapons. But what he didn't know was that at this moment, an intruder had sneaked into his territory. At the foot of the mountain, among the dense woods, a cold sword light flashed. The pupils of a dark whistle from Black Crow Peak shrank sharply. His throat was cut open in an instant, and he could only make a whooshing sound, and finally died unwillingly. There are quite a few secret sentries in Black Crow Peak, and the security is so tight. Xiao Luo wiped Xiao's clothes twice with a short knife and wiped away the blood. He looked around and saw that there were no other hidden whistles around. Then he opened the panel and sent a message to the handsome guys group. Xiao Luo, brothers, I have arrived at Black Crow Peak safely. Nafeng, very good. Everyone, get ready. We will teleport over in 30 seconds and take down Black Crow Peak in one go. Huang Yuanming, huh? Didn't I say we would attack on time at 0 o'clock tonight? It's only after 11 o'clock now. Nanfeng, there are only 10 minutes left. Get ready to take action. At this time, in the extremely peaceful Black Crow Peak, these bandits had not yet realized what they would face in a few minutes. Chapter 544, it will take seconds to show up. Understand? On the banks of the Sera. After dinner, more than 500 Black Crow guards, who came out of Black Crow City had all fallen asleep. Their grunts came and went, like thunder. In addition to these Black Crow guards, there are more than 50 chosen ones from Nancheng including Nanfeng by the river. Wu Yuanyuan clicked his tongue and said, Su Ming, where did you get this sweat medicine that is so powerful? These 500 big men slept like dead pigs. Su Ming took out a pure white pill from his pocket. What kind of sweat pill? It's obviously called a sleeping pill. Okay? This was made by our 2 engineering men in Nancheng. The effect of the medicine is indeed quite strong. They usually use this thing to treat Tinton beasts. Damn it. This little pill can kill a Tinton beast? Wu Yuan was shocked. If 2 sleeping pills were thrown into the city's well, wouldn't the whole city be stunned in minutes? Wouldn't it be possible then? Hee. In the sky, Cheng Yamo stepped on the flying sword and slowly fell down with Xiao Aran. We have dealt with all the spies who were watching around, Xiao Aran said. Hearing this, Nafeng turned off the panel. Very good. Xiao Luo happened to be in place. Everyone, prepare yourself and teleport over. After hearing this, everyone nodded, took out the teleportation array, and teleported to Black Crow Peak. Nafeng glanced around. Apart from the Black Crow guard, who was sleeping soundly, Huang Yuanming was the only one left who had not teleported away. He was squatting by the river, with a focused look on his face, as if he was chatting with someone. Huang Yuanming, what are you doing? Nafeng shouted. Let's go! Get ready for war! Oh! Right away. Huang Yuanming hurriedly sent a message, then took out the teleportation array and teleported to Black Crow Peak. Who is this guy talking to? He is so fascinated. Nafeng frowned slightly, but he didn't think much and immediately teleported to Black Crow Peak. Kill! Go! 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 There is an intruder! Kill! As soon as it was transmitted, Nanfeng's ears rang with a loud shout of killing. In just a few dozen seconds, more than 200 chosen ones from Nancheng were teleported over. The sudden appearance of so many people was immediately noticed by the secret whistle from Black Crow Peak. They immediately blew the guardian horn, and the sound of the horn instantly spread to all the hills of Black Crow Peak, waking up the bandits, who were sleeping soundly. At the same time, the bandits who were keeping watch at night picked up long knives and daggers one by one. and attack Xiao Luo and others without fear of death. Brothers, do it! Xiao Luo shouted, transformed into 31 clones, and took the lead in killing them. Brother Luo, leave some for us. Wu Yuan raised his hand, bit his bow and knocked an arrow, and shot out an elemental arrow with surging thunder and lightning. An arrow of thunder and violence. The thunder arrows were extremely fast, and shot into the group of bandits in an instant, causing a large group of bandits to twitch with electricity. Holy shield! Mount Tai is overwhelming. Su Ming threw the giant shield in his hand into the air. The shield suddenly grew 10 times larger, and crashed down like a mountain. Seeing that Su Ming, the human shield, was beginning to grab people's heads, Xiao Luo no longer hesitated. He and 31 clones raised the dagger in his hand at the same time. The 32 sword energies merged into one, and they were slashed down with the power to create the world. Combined attack, Ghost and God Slash. Vaguely, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling echoed in everyone's ears. Xiao Luo's knife cut out a vacuum zone within 200 meters in front. Nefeng nodded silently and said to himself, they are all very strong. So I just need to keep an eye on the Black King. As far as Nefeng knew, there was only one strong man above level 40 in Black Crow Peak, and that was the Black King. But this happened a few months ago. Last time outside Black Crow City, the Black King took away several natal weapons, and it is very likely that he has trained several more level 40 powerhouses. But it doesn't matter. Those guys who have just broken through to level 40 will most likely not be able to withstand Nanfeng's 3 guns, as long as they dare to show their heads. The South Wind dares to send them to the west. Su Zuran stood in the crowd and calmly commanded, the opponent's reinforcements are coming. Everyone should be careful. Xiao Luo, Xiao An ran. Su Ming, you go and attack the enemy formation. Don't let them stand in good formation. Huang Yuanming, you lead the first guerrilla team to harass the enemy from the side. Qiu Feihong, Lu Daqiang, please protect the priest. Wu Yuanfei, Yunfei and all the long-range chosen ones. Put out all their power. Kill them! Under Su Zuran's command, the brothers and Nancheng moved forward steadily. Along the way, bandits kept coming from all directions, but they were all easily dealt with by everyone. Call out! Cheng Yamo fell from the air on a flying sword and came to Su Zuran's side. Su Zuran, there are 7 peaks in Black Crow Peak, and we are now at the foot of the main peak. Cheng Yamo said in a deep voice. There are also a lot of bandits in the other 6 peaks. I just took a walk in the sky, and they are coming at full speed. Wu Yuan smiled coldly. Well done. Just kill a little more, and avenge the brothers who died before. As he spoke, he looked towards the sky, raised his hand, and shot an arrow, infinite hurricane arrow. The strong wind roared, and the arrow rolled up countless branches and leaves, spitting into the sky. A team of bandits, who had just flown over from the 3rd peak for support, suddenly changed their expressions when they saw the arrow. Quick! Land! Landing! Don't get caught up in this gust of wind. The bandits landed quickly, but there were still people waiting for them in the woods below. Han Yuan cuts with one sword. One of Xiao Luo's clones slashed hard, and cut the 3 bandits in half in an instant. Long. Banpo is burning. I killed Juji alive. It turns out that this is MC Xiao calling Mai's clone Luo. I saw him entering the group of bandits alone, as if he had his own stereo, shouting for wheat, and killing the bandits at the same time. At the same time, the Black Prince's mansion. The shouts of killing at the foot of the mountain naturally reached the ears of the Black King. What happened? Did the intruders come over so quickly? A trace of doubt and panic flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly released his spiritual thoughts and scanned the battlefield below. Intruders are everywhere. But what makes the Black King happy is that these invaders are all little trash in their 30s. There is no level 40 strongman, and there is no Tang Chungyuan. He. The Black King sneered. The natal magic weapon that was delivered to his door? Then I will accept it. The magic power in his body surged into the sky, preparing to descend from the sky with an invincible attitude and suppress all the intruders below. But as soon as he flew out of the Black Prince's mansion, a light blue beam of light flew from the sky, cut through the sky, and hit his head. Boom! The Black King's mind went blank as if he had been hit hard. A reddish number that he couldn't see floated above his head. Weakness attack, minus 66.6%. Dumb. This shot seriously injured the Black King, and his body instantly exploded into hundreds of black crows. The crows screamed and quickly flew back to the Black King's mansion, regrouped and became the Black King again. Uh-huh. The Black King covered his forehead in pain and looked in the direction of the light blue light beam with a horrified look. Nefong was seen floating in the night sky, holding a laser cannon in his hand, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a sneer. He spoke softly and used magic power to transmit the voice into the Black King's ears. It'll be seconds after you show your head. Understand? Chapter 545 Upgrade. The Divine Weapon of Destiny. Nanfeng's shot from several kilometers away completely stunned the Black King. An attack so fast, so accurate and so cruel? Who the H? I can withstand this. Under the moonlight, the Black King narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the sky, finally seeing Nanfeng's face clearly. It's you, the famous hero, the Black King murmured in a low voice, his heart already full of horror. Just a few months ago, when Black King joined forces with Tian Yuan and Di Yuan, Di Yuan told him, the famous hero is the best among the chosen ones, and he can improve his strength at an absurd speed. If he can't be killed this time, there may be no chance in the future. At that time, the Black King still scoffed and did not take Di Yuan's words to heart. Unexpectedly, in just a few months, the famous hero in front of me has already exceeded level 40, and his strength is far beyond him. What a horror! Is this the chosen one? Cold sweat broke out on Black King's forehead, and a sense of fear of death arose spontaneously, shrouding his heart. He hid in the main hall, quickly stuffed a few pills into his mouth, and slightly healed a wound on his forehead. At this moment, only the solid Black Prince's mansion could give him a sense of security. Go. You must go. You will definitely die if you stay here. The Black King decisively gave up Black Crow Peak and prepared to escape from the tunnel. As the saying goes, when the Black King's mansion was being built, the Black King specifically asked workers to dig 3 tunnels in the backyard. Each of these 3 tunnels is more than 10 kilometers long, and the exit is very hidden. No one except the Black King knows about it. Of course, the workers who dug the tunnel knew about it, but after the tunnel was completed, they were all killed by the Black King. As long as I can enter the tunnel, I am sure I can escape. The Black King looked gloomy and walked quickly to the backyard. The tunnel is in the rockery in the backyard. But now there is an extremely serious problem before the Black King. That is, how can we safely enter the tunnel? His backyard is open air. The famous hero's words were still echoing in his ears. This also caused the Black King to stand under the eaves, not daring to step into the backyard at all. Damn it. The tunnel should have been built in the study back then. The Black King cursed secretly, preparing to transform into a crow and rush into the tunnel in one breath. But as soon as he activated his magic power, a light blue beam of light fell from the sky, directly piercing the roof of the Black King's mansion and hitting the Black King's back. Uh-huh. The Black King let out a scream of pain. The little bit of health he had just recovered bottomed out in an instant. Nanfeng's joking voice rang in his ears. Hee. I lied to you. Don't let it slip. Oh! Didn't it drop instantly? After taking another shot from Nanfeng, the Black King's body exploded again, transforming into hundreds of black crows and fleeing in all directions. Among them was the smallest and most inconspicuous crow, which flew into the rockery in the backyard in an S-shaped movement. Nanfeng sneered. This skill of Black King might be able to confuse other people's attention, but it was useless to Nanfeng, because in Nanfeng's field of vision, only the smallest one among the group of crows had red spots on its body. It means that this crow is the weakness of the Black King, or this is the true nature of the Black King. Nanfeng aimed at the little crow, raised his hand, and shot. Boom! The little crow had been avoiding Nanfeng's attack with an irregular trajectory. The shot failed to hit him, but it hit the rockery. The rockery exploded like fireworks, revealing the tunnel below. When the little crow saw this, he gritted his teeth and rushed headlong into the tunnel. A light blue beam of light followed closely, and wiped away the little crow's legs. Ah! The Black King let out another scream of pain. The black crows flying everywhere in the sky rushed into the tunnel in an instant, returned to their original bodies, and transformed into the Black King again. But at this time, the Black King's legs were empty and bloody. His face was extremely pale, and a large amount of sweat fell from his forehead. It's over, it's over. The Black King's lips were constantly trembling. He gritted his teeth and continued to crawl deeper into the tunnel with both hands. Boom! There was a sound from the entrance of the tunnel. The Black King turned around in despair and found that it was Nanfeng that had just fallen from the sky. I originally wanted to save your life first, so that you could see with your own eyes how the Black Crow Peak you built was destroyed by me. Nefong held a laser cannon and walked forward slowly. It was very oppressive. However, seeing how decisively you ran for your life, you probably have no feelings for Black Crow Peak. So I'll just send you to HL. As he spoke, Nefong looked cold and slowly raised the laser cannon. The Black King endured the pain in his body and said calmly, "Leave me alive. I am willing to be your servant and be at your disposal." Servants? I don't need them. Nefong thought for a moment, lowered the muzzle of the gun temporarily, and asked in a cold voice, "But if you can answer me a question, I may be able to spare your life." Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in the Black King's eyes. "What's the problem? You tell me. I will answer truthfully. A few months ago, you and Tian Yuan Diyuan joined forces and killed many of my brothers," Nefong said coldly. "How many divine weapons did you snatch away at that time? Where are these natal magic weapons now?" "I only killed one. And that divine weapon was given to my brother," the Black King quickly replied. "I can take you to my brother now and get back this divine weapon." Nefong shook his head gently. "That's not necessary. I'll go back and find him myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Nefong pulled the trigger and shot the Black King in the chest. The Black King stared at Nefong with wide eyes. Didn't you say that you would let me go?" "I said maybe. Maybe you understand?" Nefong said, pulling the trigger again. This shot hit the Black King in the head and completely took away his life. A warm current surged into Nanfeng's body. He glanced at the panel and found that his experience value had increased by another 20%. It is now level 40 experience. The experience given is not as much as that of Yuan. Nefong muttered a few words in a low voice. Now, he can only gain experience by killing creatures above level 40. Other creatures, even those at level 39, cannot provide Nefong with any experience. Fortunately, killing a level 40 strongman does give you a lot of experience. Otherwise it would be too difficult to upgrade. This is... Nanfeng's eyes narrowed, and he saw a small ball of light floating on the Black King's body. In the middle of the light ball, a weapon that looks like a meteor hammer can be vaguely seen. Is this the Black King's divine weapon? I've never seen him use it. Nefong also saw such a small ball of light when he killed Yuan before. But Tian Yuan directly self-destructed the natal magic weapon at that time. And then Emperor Zun arrived in time, resulting in Nefong not being able to take away Yuan's natal magic weapon. Thinking about it now, it is really a pity. Nefong stretched out his hand and touched the ball of light. The ball of light entered Nanfeng's body with a whoosh. Materials required to upgrade the natal magic weapon absorb one natal magic weapon of the same level. At this moment, the system prompt sound reached Nanfeng's ears. The conditions for upgrading the natal magic weapon have been met. Do you want to upgrade? Nefong did not hesitate and decisively chose to upgrade. Chapter 546, I will bring back its dog head. Ding! Your natal magic weapon has been upgraded to A-level medium. Weapon name, Extraordinary Level Arsenal. Current grade, grade of medium. Type, backpack. Attribute, backpack grid plus 8000. Materials required for upgrade, absorb 2 divine weapons of the same level. As the level of your natal magic weapon increases, you will unlock more equipment. The following equipment of yours has been changed. Netherworld Thorn, Demon Dismemberer. The attack has a small chance to ignore all defenses of the target and dismember it, a terrifying weapon that even demons are said to tremble. This time, there are not many changes in the upgrade of the natal magic weapon. Only the Netherworld Thorn has been upgraded to a higher level. The Demonic Dismemberer can dismember the target? Nefong was secretly excited and took out the Devil Dismemberer from his backpack. The appearance of Demon Dismemberer is very simple. Like an ordinary scalpel. Long and thin. Its blade shone with a cold light and looked extremely sharp. What kind of dismemberment method is used to dismember the target? Nefong looked at the Black King's body and slashed his body. The sharp blade easily cut a long gash in the Black King's body. But this stab did not seem to trigger the so-called dismemberment. Nefong pondered for a moment, and then struck the Black King's body with more than a dozen knives, but still failed to trigger the dismemberment effect. Is the probability so low? Or is it ineffective against corpses? Nefong thought for a while, and suddenly thought of something. He aimed the Demon Dismemberer at the Black King's shoulder, and gently drew the knife along the joint. Tear. The Black King's shoulder was cut open like it was made of tofu, and his right arm was separated from his body. Does the cook eat the cow? Nefong realized something and struck the Black King a few more times. finally understanding the principle of devil dismemberer. If this demon dismemberer cuts against the bones, it will basically not be able to trigger the dismemberment effect. But if a knife is struck at the connection between bones, there is a high probability that the target will be dismembered. When I have time later, I will study the human skeleton, Nanfeng murmured, smoothly pulled off the Black King's ring, and strode out. The fighting outside continues. As Nanfeng learned, there was only one level 40 powerhouse, Black King, in the entire Black Crow Peak. The remaining bandits are no match for the chosen one in Nancheng. In less than half an hour of fighting, the bandits were retreating steadily and were completely defeated. At the foot of the mountain, there were several bandits hiding in a cave, trembling as they looked outside the cave. Where is Lord Black King? Why didn't he take action and kill these intruders? I don't know. These invaders are obviously only over level 30. Why are they so powerful? One can beat more than a dozen of us? Don't panic, everyone. Lord Black King must have his own plan, I know. He wants to lure the enemy deeper. Wait until all these invaders climb the main peak, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop, leaving no one behind. The bandits were talking in low voices, hoping that the Black King would take action to destroy this group of arrogant intruders. But they didn't know that the Black King, who they had high hopes for, died faster than they did. Call out. Suddenly, a silver light flashed inside the cave. Bright red blood spurted out from the neck of one bandit, spraying blood all over the other bandits. Ah! There's an intruder here. Careful. The sudden death of their companion made the bandits in the cave extremely panicked. They looked around, eager to find the enemy. But in his eyes, he could only see silver light flashing. Soon, the entire cave became lifeless, leaving only corpses on the ground. Nanfeng stood on the roof of the Black Prince's mansion, looking down at the battlefield below. The bandits were defeated much faster than he imagined. Many bandits, who felt that something was wrong, had already begun to run away. But in the center of the battlefield, there was a large and flexible dog, which was fighting back and forth with 7 or 8 chosen ones all by itself. Nanfeng looked at the big dog with a cold look. This was the big dog beside the Black King. A few months ago, it had hunted the chosen ones in Nancheng with the Black King. Nanfeng was deeply impressed by it. He originally wanted to pick up the laser cannon and shoot it, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. This big dog hasn't reached level 40 yet, so let's leave it to other brothers to kill. The center of the battlefield, Su Ming raised his giant shield and shouted, "Brutal collision!" He slammed into the big dog, but the big dog dodged extremely nimbly, causing Su Ming to hit the tree with his head, breaking the entire tree. Hum. Stupid human being. You are not as flexible as me, the big dog said angrily. Extreme ice penetrating arrow. Wu Yuan raised his hand and shot an arrow at the big dog, but the big dog still nimbly dodged it. Want to freeze me? There are no doors. The big dog bared its teeth and rushed towards Wu Yuan, but was stopped by Xiao Luo's knife. Hun Yuan cuts with one sword. Xiao Luo roared and slashed down hard with a short knife in his hand. The big dog circled behind Xiao Luo like a ghost and bit him on the neck. Bang! Xiao Luo turned into a ball of smoke and dissipated in the air. It turned out that this was just a clone of him. This big dog is very powerful. Let's all join in. Hack him. Huang Yuanming picked up the long Vajra stick and rushed forward with a roar. One man and one dog had just passed 3 moves when Huang Yuanming was bitten on the thigh and a large piece of meat fell off. Ah! It hurts. Give me a quick sip. Huang Yuanming retreated quickly and shouted at Su Yihan. Su Yihan waved his staff and cast a golden light, and said coldly, "If you don't serve food like this, you will cause trouble to me. What you said means you need to practice more cooking." After Huang Yuanming was sucked, he picked up a long stick and killed him again. If I haven't practiced, won't I always be a loser? There seems to be nothing wrong with what he said. Su Yihan couldn't refute, so he could only keep an eye on Huang Yuanming to prevent him from being bitten to death by the big dog. This big dog is already level 39, and is only 1 step away from level 40. No wonder it is so strong. Xiao Luo recalled the clones who were killing the bandits and surrounded the big dog. You all stand back and let me do it. After hearing this, everyone evacuated the battlefield to give Xiao Luo a stage to perform. 31 Xiao Luo raised the daggers in front of their chests at the same time and said coldly, "Sword array, Wuji sword." Swish, swish, swish. Endless sword energy is coming. As if they were not tired, these clones kept slashing at the big dog with their swords. At first, the big dog could still dodge with its flexible body. But as the sword energy became more and more powerful, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't dodge it. The big dog had fierce eyes, raised its head and roared, "Woof!" Then, a huge shield appeared on its back, helping it withstand countless sword attacks. Su Ming's eyes narrowed, and he said in a fierce tone, "This is Yu Shi's divine weapon. I recognize it. It turns out you were the one who killed Yu Shi. Yu Shi is also the chosen one in Nancheng, and was once a member of the first human shield team, led by Su Ming. In the battle outside Black Crow City a few months ago, Yu Shi unfortunately died. Only now did Su Ming know that Yu Shi's divine weapon was actually in the hands of this big dog. This natal magic weapon is too incompatible with me. If I had changed it to something else, I would have been level 40 long ago. Is it your turn to act arrogantly in front of me?" The big dog spoke angrily, and the shield on its back jingled as Xiao Luo slashed it. Its dog eyes turned around and found that more and more chosen ones were surrounding it, and the situation was very unfavorable to it. Why doesn't the master take action? What on earth is he doing? No. I have to withdraw. If I continue to fight, I will die. Thinking of this, the big dog found the right moment to rush out of the knife formation and nimbly ran towards the main peak of Black Crow Peak. Su Ming roared angrily, "Chase! Don't let him run away. Let me go!" All of Xiao Luo's clones instantly returned to their original form, and they chased after him with cold faces. "Don't worry. I will definitely bring its dog head back." Chapter 547 Shenhuan. A large and agile dog rushed up to the main peak of Black Crow Peak like the wind. But the higher he climbed, the more uneasy the big dog felt, because it felt that its master's aura was dissipating little by little. What's going on? Did the master leave me and run away alone? Impossible. I don't believe it. The big dog stuck out its long tongue, breathed continuously, and ran faster. Dark clouds passed by the big dog. This place is almost close to the top of the peak, very close to the Black King's mansion. The big dog suddenly slowed down, and its nose smelled the faint smell of blood in the air. This smell seemed to be emanating from the Black King. The owner? The big dog's eyes flashed with anger, uneasiness and confusion. It ran wildly again and rushed into the Black King's mansion like the wind. The Black King's mansion is still intact, and there are not many traces of the battle except for the roof that was penetrated. The big dog came to the backyard and saw the bombed rockery and a dark tunnel entrance. Why is there a dog hole here? The big dog stepped forward suspiciously and saw the body of the Black King a dozen meters away from the tunnel entrance. Its tears suddenly flowed down, and it raised its head and howled a few times. The owner who raised it from childhood to adulthood died like this, so suddenly. Who did it? Yes. I want to run for my life. The big dog was not carried away by anger. It understood that the person who could kill the Black King so easily would definitely be able to kill him more easily. Revenge is not a wise move. Running away is. The big dog took a look at the tunnel that led to nowhere and decided to escape from here. Where there is life, there is hope. Big Dog thought of escaping from Black Crow Peak first, waiting until level 40, and then come back to seek revenge on these chosen ones. But Xiao Luo, who had been following closely, was not ready to let it go. He ran so fast, I almost didn't catch up with you. Xiao Luo appeared at the entrance of the tunnel and pointed his short knife at the big dog. You killed my brother in Nancheng, and you still want to leave. Tonight, I'm going to kill you. Woof woof. Are you the only one who dares to chase me? Court death. A man and a dog soon started fighting. This tunnel is too narrow for the big dog to use its flexible movements, and the terrain is very unfavorable for it. But after all, it is a super strong dog that is about to break through level 40. Even in this kind of terrain, it can still not fall behind. In the grass in the distance, Nefeng squatted and watched the battle silently. If it were an ordinary level 39 ferocious beast, it would have been killed by Xiao Luo long ago. But this dog is only one step away from level 40. And it also has its own divine weapon to protect its body. It is not that easy for Xiao Luo to kill it. Well, I'll just keep an eye on it here. If this bitch suddenly upgrades in the middle of the fight, I'll kill it with one shot. It's not that Nefeng wants to steal the dog's head, but because once the big dog breaks through to level 40, Xiao Luo will definitely not be its opponent. If Nefeng doesn't take action, Xiao Luo will die. While Nefeng was watching the battle with great interest, a very slight sound of footsteps suddenly came from his tactical headset. Anyone? Nefeng was shocked. The brothers in Nanchung were all killing bandits at the foot of the mountain. Who would leave the army and go up the mountain at this time? Could it be that this is not from Nanchung? Nanfeng silently raised the laser cannon and aimed it in the direction of the footsteps. As soon as the other party shows his face, then I will. Nanfeng, who had extremely terrifying eyesight, could see at a glance the people who were more than 200 meters away, hiding behind a tree and secretly watching the battle. This guy is... Woof woof. A sharp dog barking came, and Nanfeng turned around and looked towards the center of the battlefield. Big Dog knew he couldn't defeat Xiao Luo in the tunnel, so he took a few knives and rushed out of the tunnel. Xiao Luo also followed, and the two started a fierce fight again in the backyard of the Black Prince's mansion. The backyard was very large, and the Big Dog could run around like a wild animal. It was difficult for Xiao Luo to hit the Big Dog again, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Human, I will bite you to death today to avenge my master. The Big Dog roared angrily, pounced on Xiao Luo, and bit his neck. Xiao Luo reacted quickly and blocked the Big Dog's sharp teeth with his short knife. Nerve! I didn't kill your master! He kicked the Big Dog away, and the Big Dog flapped its claws and scratched several bloody marks on Xiao Luo's arm. That's right. You didn't kill the master. So wouldn't the person who killed the master be? The Big Dog's mind suddenly thought of this, and the dog's legs suddenly trembled, and he turned around and ran away. But behind it, a lightning-fast shadow swooped in and slashed 3 times on the dog's neck in an instant. 3 silver lights flashed. The dog's hair fell all over the floor, and a very small blood mark appeared on the Big Dog's neck. Thanks to the Big Dog's powerful self-healing ability, this bloodstain healed instantly. Injured, but not injured at all. And who are you? The Big Dog looked at the person who attacked it with cold eyes. It had no strength at all. You must not have killed the owner. Xiao Luo also looked at the person who came. After seeing the person's appearance clearly, Xiao Luo couldn't help but be slightly startled. Xin Pian? Brother Luo. Long time no see. After not seeing each other for several months, Xin Pian had a lot of stubble on his face and looked a little weathered. He opened his mouth and showed a smile. Huang Yuanming said that you are coming to encircle Black Crow Peak today. I think I should come too. Xiao Luo nodded slightly, not knowing what to say for a moment. We haven't seen each other for a long time. You? Call out. The Big Dog took advantage of the two chatting, kicked its legs hard, and rushed towards the back mountain like the wind. Supervisor Shin's eyes turned cold. Brother Luo. Let's talk later. Kill this bitch first. Good. The two pursued him at full speed. Xin Pian was extremely fast, and caught up with the Big Dog in less than 10 seconds. You loser. What's the use of running fast? The Big Dog roared angrily, but it didn't care about Xin Pian at all. This guy can barely scratch its skin. So what if he cuts it 10 times? At most, it's just a little bit of skin damage. Ever since, the Big Dog ignored Xin Pian and continued to run wildly with his head down. But Xin Pian was like dog skin plaster, clinging to the Big Dog, and kept stabbing the Big Dog with a silver dagger in his hand. $25 per second. These 25 knives were all stabbed into the Big Dog's abdomen, making a small hole and bleeding. The Big Dog sneered, I can heal such a small injury in minutes. Before it could finish speaking, a strong feeling of sleepiness came to its forehead. So sleepy? Why so sleepy? The Big Dog's brain is so groggy that it feels like it will fall asleep in 1 second just lying on the ground. No, I can't sleep. The Big Dog cheered up and continued to run forward hard. But his speed became slower and slower, and he was soon caught up by Xiao Luo behind him. Xiao Luo summoned 31 clones, and the clones, together with the original body, raised the dagger in their hands, the sword shining brightly. 32 sword lights merged into one, and the dog's head was cut off with one sword. Chapter 548 A Great Victory. Calm back hill. Xiao Luo put away his dagger, walked forward slowly, and picked up the dog's head on the ground. Okay. You are faster than before. Xiao Luo turned his head and looked at Xin Pian, whose face was full of vicissitudes of life. Judge Shin stood quietly, staring at the Big Dog's body. After a long time, he came back to his senses and said with a smile, It's not bad. I don't have much attack power. If I didn't run fast enough, I would have died outside. Xiao Luo was silent for a while, and then slowly said, If you encounter any danger outside, you can come back at any time. Brother Luo, I'm leaving first. Judge Shen interrupted Xiao Luo's words and walked down the mountain. There are many bandits down there. I'll kill more. After saying that, Shen Pan quickly ran down the mountain. Xiao Luo stood silently, watching Shen Pan's retreating back. Duh. There were footsteps behind him. Xiao Luo looked back and found that the person coming was Nan Feng. Xiao Luo said softly, I saw Shen Pan just now. Well, I saw it too. Nan Feng responded. He had changed a lot. His face was covered with stubble, like a sloppy middle-aged uncle. Indeed. But his biggest change should be. Xiao Luo pondered for a while. And then he spoke. With no light in his eyes. Nan Feng was stunned for a moment and nodded slightly. We are too. I don't know since when. The boy's eyes no longer have light. Only vicious calculations and intrigues remain. Come on. Let's go down the mountain, Nan Feng said, walking slowly down the mountain. At the foot of Black Crow Peak. After the big dog escaped, the battlefield here has become a one-sided situation. The remaining bandits didn't dare to fight at all, and tried desperately to escape from here. Everyone runs separately. There are so many of us, but a few can always escape. Yes. I'm going east. I'll ride on my horse and fly away. The bandits fled in all directions, and some of them were so bold that they actually wanted to fly away from here. But in the air, they were indistinguishable from living targets. Meteor shower. Thousands of arrows fired. Mitsurugi, cut! The bandits in the sky kept falling like dumplings, letting out bursts of screams. However, there were too many bandits, and a few bandits rushed through the heavy firepower, laughing and flying into the distance. Haha. I rushed out. You trash. Before he could be happy for a long time. Light blue beams of light struck from nowhere, and shot them all down. No bandit can break out of Nonfeng's fire coverage. Damn. There are experts. These hateful invaders are trying to drive us all away. Run. You can't leave from the sky. The bandits have fallen into boundless panic, and are running around in panic. Su Zuren stood at a commanding height, and commanded calmly. Wang Yuanming and Lu Daqiang. You lead the team to hunt down the bandits in the east. Su Minwu. You two go to the west. Shang Yamo. Xiao Angren. You go to the north. Xiao Luo. You go to the south. Everyone knows the principle of letting the tiger return to the mountain, in order to avoid future troubles. Tonight, leave no one behind. Everyone nodded in unison. Understood. The chosen ones in Nanchang were divided into 4 groups, constantly chasing the fleeing bandits. The sounds of fighting and screams resounded throughout the Black Crow Peak. In the early morning, the sky was just bright. Wang Yuanming and Lu Daqiang quickly returned to Black Crow Peak with a group of brothers. Last night, they followed the east path and chased them for more than 10 kilometers, killing countless bandits. It wasn't until the sky turned white and they received the news from Su Zuren that they stopped chasing. Wang Yuanming patted Lu Daqiang on the shoulder and praised, Brother Chang. Why are you so fierce? One knife after another. Lu Daqiang smiled and scratched his head. Okay. These bandits are too weak. You are too modest. There were some bandits last night who were quite powerful. I had a hard time fighting them. Wang Yuanming talked a lot and kept beeping along the way, which gave Lu Daqiang a headache. Suddenly, Lu Daqiang's eyes froze, and he looked into the bushes next to him. The bushes here are very tall, making it a very good hiding spot. At this time, more than a dozen corpses of bandits were lying in the bushes. These bandits looked horrified, as if they had seen something extremely terrifying before they died. Wang Yuanming. Look! Lu Daqiang clenched his axe tightly, and walked into the bushes carefully. We did not kill these bandits. Well, if it's not, then it's not, Wang Yuanming said nonchalantly. It was a bandit who died anyway, not one of ours. 2. Lu Daqiang nodded silently, and took a look at the wounds on these bandits. These bandits had numerous wounds on their bodies, as if they had been chopped into pieces with 1,000 knives. Who could have done it? At the foot of the main peak of Black Crow Peak, Su Zuren was counting the battle losses. Nan Feng jumped down from the main peak with a laser cannon in his hand. Su Zuren. How are the casualties? 3 died. Su Zuren raised his head and replied that more than 5,600 bandits were killed in total, and less than 100 bandits escaped. Nan Feng was very satisfied with this battle loss ratio. As for the 3 chosen ones who died, Nan Feng didn't pay much attention to them. After all, how could anyone not die in a war under such huge strength? The 3 chosen ones were still killed by bandits. This only shows that they are usually too lazy and do not work hard to upgrade. In this dangerous world, to indulge yourself is to wait for death. What about the sea's supplies? Have you taken inventory? Nafeng asked again. Suzerain shook his head. There are bandit camps on each mountain peak. And there are too many supplies. It will take at least noon to complete the inventory. Nafeng, it's okay. There's no rush. In these years, Black Crow Peak has plundered countless people's wealth, making it extremely rich. But now, these assets are all owned by Nancheng. Suzerain suddenly remembered something and said in a deep voice, by the way, I captured a few bandit leaders alive and found out a lot of things from their mouths. In fact, Black Crow Peak and several nearby cities have long been secretly colluding together. Whenever there are caravans in these cities leaving the city, Black Crow Peak will receive the news and go to rob them. This is why Black Crow Peak is so rich. Every year, the Black King invites the city lords of various cities to come to Black Crow Peak as a guest and sit on the ground to share the spoils. At this point, Suzerain's tone became a little solemn. We slaughtered Black Crow Peak and killed the Black King this time. But I'm afraid the city lords of the nearby cities won't let us go. We try to be careful during this time to avoid being attacked by others. Oh! They'd better dare to take action. Nafeng sneered. Then I will have an excuse to take down all these cities. Chapter 549. There are no excavators. But there are a group of coolies. Nafeng didn't care much about cleaning up the battlefield and left it all to Suzerain. He stepped into the teleportation array and teleported directly from Black Crow Peak to the banks of the Sarah River. In this attack on Black Crow Peak, not all the chosen ones from Nancheng were dispatched. There were still chosen ones left behind in Black Crow City, Nancheng and other places. On this side of the Sarah River, there is also a chosen one staying here to guard the group of sleeping Black Crow guards. Nanshin, you are finally back. Lu Wenhua saw the teleported Nafeng and said hurriedly, if you don't come back, I will. Nafeng frowned, thinking something unexpected happened here, and asked in a deep voice, what's wrong? As he said that, Nafeng glanced around and found that the group of Black Crow guards were still sleeping soundly, with no sign of waking up. It seems no different than when I left. Right? I'm going to die. Lu Wenhua didn't explain too much and stepped directly onto the teleportation array. Nanshin, I'm going back to the city to do experiments first. Goodbye. In a flash of silver light, Lu Wenhua had returned to Nancheng. Doesn't this engineering man do nothing but do experiments all day long? Nafeng was speechless. By the way, is this guy's surname Lu? These two male engineering majors in Nancheng. One has the surname Lu, and the other has the surname Xian. The chosen ones in Nancheng often confuse the two of them. And some people don't even remember their names. They always call them, hey, those two engineering men. It's really rude. Unlike Nafeng. Although Nafeng couldn't tell who the two were. Nafeng would not call them two engineering men, but would call them two brothers. What's this? This is the pattern. Well, when they have time later, let these two engineering men quickly complete the mobile phone and computer, and then develop a few games to give the world a little shock. Nafeng murmured a few words in a low voice. Seeing that the group of Black Crow guards had not woken up, he picked up a slender branch, sat on the bank of the Sakara River and started fishing. At noon, the sun climbed overhead. The Black Crow guards, who had slept for more than 10 hours, finally woke up one after another. Damn it. The sun is so big? How long have I been asleep? Brothers, get up quickly. The sun is really shining on your butts. Isn't it? Everyone is asleep. Not a single night watchman. I feel so dizzy. There is a problem. There is definitely a problem. We may have been drugged. The Black Crow guards woke up and began to discuss. Wang Defa shook his dizzy head vigorously to wake himself up a little. Strange. What happened last night? Wang Defa was full of doubts in his heart. He turned around and looked around, and found Nafeng sitting by the river not far away fishing. He quickly got up and ran towards Nafeng. Master, what happened last night? Shoo! Nafeng put his index finger to his mouth and whispered, keep your voice down. The fish is coming. Master, are you fishing? Wang Defa glanced at the branch in Nafeng's hand. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, and whispered, Master, you didn't even tie a fishing line. How can you catch fish? Hey, who said you have to use fishing line for fishing? Nafeng chuckled, looking enigmatic. Can you fish without a line? Wang Defa looked confused. At this moment, A black fish weighing at least 4 or 5 kilograms swam over with its tail wagging. Nafong stared at the fish, and the moment it approached, the branch in his hand snapped away. Wow! The water splashed more than 1 meter high. The black fish was knocked unconscious on the spot, and floated up with its white belly turned over. The intensity is just right. And it's not nerve-wracking. Nafong laughed loudly, picked up the branch in his hand, and lifted the black fish onto the shore. Wangda was in a daze. Is this considered fishing? This should be called fishing. Right? However, the master's control of the strength was really good. He just knocked him out. But he didn't even knock off a single fish scale. You are worthy of being my master. Wang Defa. Why are you giggling? Nanfeng pointed to the black fish on the ground and said, Take the fish and bake it. I will enjoy it later. Hello, master. Wang Defa quickly started to light a fire to grill the fish. Nefeng put his hands behind his back and came to the group of Black Crow guards. Meet the Lord of the City. Good morning. Lord City Lord. Lord City Lord. What happened last night? Why did we all faint? When the Black Crow guards saw Nefeng approaching, they immediately stood up and surrounded him. Nefeng nodded and said loudly, Brothers, I believe everyone is confused now about what happened last night. Actually, it's like this. Having said this, Nefeng paused for a moment and waited until all the Black Crow guards' attention was attracted before continuing. Last night, the bandits from Black Crow Peak came over secretly and used a colorless and odorless weapon to kill them. The sweat medicine knocked all the brothers down. The Crow guards were shocked. What? Are the bandits coming? This is too dangerous, eh? So why are we all still alive? I know. It must be the city lord who saved us. Some of the Black Crow guards have figured out the plot that Nafeng wants, which makes Nafeng very happy. Yes, that's right. Bandits attacked last night. In order to protect all brothers, this city lord fought with the bandits for 300 rounds and killed them all. Nafeng put his hands behind his back, showing a master look. All the bandits in Black Crow Peak are dead. Brothers, there is no need to go. Everyone should go home. The Black Crow guards looked at each other. Some of the Crow guard were excited because they no longer had to fight. But some of the Black Crow guards were not happy because they could no longer kill the bandits. One bandit costs 100,000 copper coins. This is all money. Lord City Lord. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just, among the crowd. A Black Crow guard questioned. You said you killed all the bandits? But where are the corpses of the bandits? That's right. Why didn't you see a single body? Not only were there no bodies, there were no traces of fighting nearby. After killing so many people, there must be some blood on the ground. Right? But the ground is also clean. As the first person took the lead, more and more voices questioned Nafeng. Everyone looked at Nafeng with doubtful eyes. Sigh. Nafeng sighed slightly. I kindly ask you to go back to the city. Since you are not willing to go back, then just go and do hard work. Brothers, I tried my best to save you. But you don't want to believe me? There are no traces of fighting here because the bandits are afraid of me and will run away as soon as they see me. I chased them all the way to Black Crow Peak, where I killed all the bandits. If you still don't believe it, then I will take you to Black Crow Peak to see it with your own eyes. After saying this, Nafeng opened the panel and entered the chat channel. In the chat channel, at this time, everyone in Nanchang was complaining. Huang Yuanming, Ma De. I have been moving corpses all morning, and I am very tired. Xiao Luo, is it okay to move the corpse? I have been digging holes all morning and am even more tired. Su Ming, Nanfeng. Nanshan, do you have an excavator? Bring one over quickly. There are more than 5,600 bandits. How big a hole do we have to dig to bury them all? Nafeng smiled slightly. Nanfeng, we don't have an excavator, but I brought a group of coolies here. You don't need to deal with the bodies. Just leave it to the coolies. Chapter 550. Buying People's Hearts. In the afternoon of the next day, Nafeng led hundreds of Black Crow guards to Black Crow Peak in a mighty manner. When they saw the stinking corpses all over the ground, the group of Black Crow guards finally believed what Nafeng said. Their city lord really slaughtered Black Crow Peak. Brothers, do you believe it now? Nafeng shook his head slightly, showing a very sad look. I am really useless as a city lord. Not a single brother believes in me. The Black Crow guards looked at each other, then lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. Su Zering came from a distance and saluted to Nafeng, City Lord. You are here. Nafeng nodded and said lonelily, I will leave these brothers to you. You can take them back to the city. I have something else to do, so I will leave first." With that said, Nanfone left Black Crow Peak under the apologetic eyes of the Black Crow guards. Suzerain had a cold face and shouted in a deep voice, "I heard that you don't believe what the city lord said? How presumptuous! What qualifications do you have to question the city lord? In order to save you, the lord of the city fought thousands of bandits alone and almost died. But you don't trust him? Okay, you all, stop doing this and get out now. You are not welcome in Black Crow City." The Black Crow guards suddenly panicked. How could they do such a good job and be suddenly fired? This is not possible. Where will they find such a good job in the future? Not only is it a lot of money, but it also comes with medical insurance. This is simply the best job in the world. One of the Black Crow guards knelt down with a bang. "Sir Suzerain, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance." When the others saw this, they also knelt down and said, "Yes, give us a chance." Suzerain had a cold face and didn't speak for a long time. Just when the Black Crow guards were about to despair, Suzerain said calmly, "Okay, since you have been following me for so long, I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. The city lord has just conquered Black Crow Peak and is in urgent need of manpower to take over here. But it's not okay to have bandit corpses all over the mountains and plains. Over time, they will rot and stink, and even infectious diseases will appear. So, do you know what to do?" Wang Defa responded quickly, "I understand. Sir, I will dispose of the body right now." Upon seeing this, the other Black Crow guards also set off and began to clean up the corpses scattered all over the mountain. With the addition of these hundreds of Black Crow guards, the number of corpses on Black Crow Peak is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Late at night, when all the cleaning work was completed, Suzerain took them wandering back. On the road, some Black Crow guards gathered together in twos and threes, complaining in low voices. "Qian, I originally wanted to kill bandits and earn some money to marry my wife. But I didn't expect that I didn't earn a penny this time, and then I had to do so much work in vain." "Hush. Don't talk too much. It's already pretty good if you can keep this job. What else are you thinking about? I suspect that the city lord is deliberately playing tricks on us. He knows that we can't meet a single living bandit, so he dares to offer a high price of 100,000 copper coins per head. Oh, forget it. The city lord can fight more than 5,000 bandits alone. Wouldn't it be easy to kill us?" At this point, the Black Crow guards did not dare to complain too much, lest they not know how they died. After walking on the road for another 2 days, the group of Black Crow guards finally arrived outside Black Crow City. At this time, a large number of people were standing outside Black Crow City. They were holding various flower baskets, fruit, vegetables and milk tea in their hands, with smiles on their faces. The Black Crow guards looked at each other, wondering what was going on. Nefone climbed up the city wall, channeled his magic power and said loudly, "Dear friends from Black Crow City, let us welcome this group of triumphant heroes with warm applause." Bang bang bang. The people applauded enthusiastically. "Are these people welcoming us?" The Crow guards looked confused. Nefone continued to speak in a high-spirited voice. "You may not know it yet, but the bandits from Black Crow Peak have long wanted to attack Black Crow City and take it back. Do you still remember what kind of life you lived when Black Crow Peak ruled here? That was simply a day of being severely exploited. It's simply not a human life. But now, everyone doesn't have to worry. And there is no need to be so scared that you can't sleep when you think about the bandits in Black Crow Peak late at night. Because our heroes from Black Crow City have wiped out all the bandits from Black Crow Peak. We no longer have to go back to the hard days of having one meal, but no next meal. Let us applaud our heroes again." Bang bang bang. Thunderous applause sounded again. This time, the Black Crow guards understood. The lord of the city is giving us all the credit for destroying Black Crow Peak. The Black Crow guards couldn't help but puff up their chests as they looked at the excited and applauding people in front of them. It turns out that this is what it feels like to be a hero. This feels so good. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Suzerain said, "Let's go into the city." Under the leadership of Suzerain, hundreds of Black Crow guards walked into Black Crow City in an orderly manner. The people spontaneously made way for the Black Crow guards to pass through. "Crow Guard, you are awesome. You are the patron saint of Black Crow City. Ah, they are so handsome. I really want to marry them." The people desperately stuffed eggs, duck eggs, cabbage, milk tea and other things into the hands of the Black Crow guards. There are also some beautiful ladies who are screaming that they want to marry the Black Crow guard. What is this called? This is what the people want. Nanfeng returned to Black Crow City 2 days early to build momentum for the Black Crow guards and turn them into heroes. This has two benefits. First, the people's morale is stable. The city is protected by a group of powerful Black Crow guards, so the people naturally feel at ease. The second is to make the Black Crow guards have a greater sense of belonging to Black Crow City. They are now the heroes of Black Crow City and are respected wherever they go. Who wants to leave Black Crow City? They all want to work here until they die. As the saying goes, before fighting against the outside world, you must first settle the inside. From now on, the interior of Black Crow City will definitely be stable for a long time. In this way, Nanfeng and his group of chosen ones would have enough time to expand their territory. Suzerain led the Black Crow guards into the city lord's mansion and lined up in the backyard. Brothers, thank you for your hard work these past 2 days. Nanfeng appeared on the second floor and spoke to the Black Crow guards below. Not hard. The Crow guards responded in unison. Great. Much better than a few days ago. Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction. But this was not enough. He had to win over another wave of people. Nanfeng's face suddenly darkened, and he looked coldly at Suzerain next to him. Suzerain, I heard from the brothers that you have made them do hard work for nothing these past 2 days without giving them any compensation. Suzerain was suddenly sweating profusely, and said tremblingly, City Lord, I snort. How presumptuous. Nanfeng shouted, didn't I say that for disposing of a corpse, I would compensate the brothers with 100 copper coins? But you kept all this money? What? Is there still money available for disposing of the body? The Black Crow guards all looked at Suzerain. Suzerain's face turned pale, and he was speechless. Suzerain was demoted to 3rd class. Nanfeng said coldly, then, record how many corpses each brother has disposed of, and compensate them with the reward. Suzerain bent down heavily and said, yes. The Black Crow guards said in unison, the city lord is wise. Nanfeng and Suzerain below looked at each other, and both showed a smile. Chapter 551 Meeting. After eradicating the bandits in Black Crow Peak, Black Crow City once again entered a period of rapid development. Before this, caravans from Black Crow City had to pass through Black Crow Peak if they wanted to trade in other cities. But those bandits are not good people. Do you want to go through Black Crow Peak? Yes. First leave 10% of the goods as protection fees, and then leave 10% of the goods as tolls. Returning to Black Crow City is also the same price. What? You don't want to? The bandits will rob it directly. Therefore, during the reign of the Crow King, there were very few caravans in Black Crow City. Occasionally, when 1 or 2 caravans want to leave the city, they will choose to bypass the Black Crow Peak and carefully grope their way out from the edge of the ancient forest to fill the bellies of the ferocious beasts. Therefore, the residents of Black Crow City are basically self-sufficient and rarely trade with surrounding cities. Later, after the death of the Crow King, the chosen one from South City took over Black Crow City, making it even more difficult for the caravan to leave. In the past, bandits wanted money, but now bandits want lives. Anyone in Black Crow City who dares to approach Black Crow Peak will be mercilessly killed by bandits. There is a big boss in the city. The Black Chosen One owed Piao. Every time he delivers bananas, he will bypass the Black Crow Peak and pass through the ancient forest. In the past, there were some chosen ones who were directly stationed in surrounding cities and used the trading function of the God of Creation system to buy and sell items and make huge profits. But they were soon targeted by those masters who had been stuck at level 39 for many years, and their necks were wiped out on a dark and windy night. From that day on, Nanfeng no longer allowed the chosen ones from Nancheng to stay outside overnight. Now, all the bandits on Black Crow Peak have been wiped out, and the passage in and out of Black Crow City has been controlled by Nanfeng. The rich supplies in Black Crow City can finally be sold on a large scale. In the city lord's palace, the chosen ones of Nancheng are having a meeting. Suzerain took a thick stack of reports and reported to everyone seriously. According to statistics, we can now hunt 81 million ferocious beasts every day. The flesh, skin and bones of these ferocious beasts are all high-quality materials and have a broad market. I suggest opening a ferocious beast processing factory immediately to process the carcasses of various ferocious beasts. Although those hunters can also process carcasses, their methods are too rough and will often tear a good animal hide to pieces, causing the price to plummet. Therefore, we urgently need a processing factory of our own. Nafong pondered for a moment, raised the gavel in his hand, and tapped the table. The proposal is approved. Bang, bang, bang. There was sparse applause in the conference room. Wang Yuanming took over the conversation and said, "We in Nancheng need to build our own caravan. Black Crow City is backed by the ancient forest and is rich in resources. We can make a lot of money just by doing business. We cannot give up this huge profit." To the natives, Yuran has a different opinion. You can have your own caravan, but our number is too small. How much goods can we transport? We should vigorously attract investment and let businessmen from other cities come to Black Crow City to purchase goods. Su Ming thought for a moment and expressed his thoughts. I think that if there is a caravan, there must be bodyguards. After all, in this world, ferocious beasts are rampant. Without strong force, it is very dangerous to do business. I suggest that we should establish escort agency. How about calling it Longmen Escort Agency? Why not call it Nancheng Escort Agency? No. Do you know what it means to get rich? Build roads first? I think the most important task now is to build a smooth and wide road leading to Black Crow Peak. Roads are nothing. The unicorns that pull carts in this world are proficient at climbing over mountains and ridges. They are wilder than off-road vehicles. Do they still need roads? Your suggestions are all very good, but none of them are practical. I think we should develop agriculture and animal husbandry first. We only have 10,000 acres of fertile land now, and we strive to expand it to 100,000 acres within a year. This is the top priority. Yes. Animal husbandry really needs to be vigorously developed. Haven't you noticed that there are fewer and fewer ferocious beasts on the edge of the ancient forest? They are almost all killed by you. I know that there is a ferocious beast called the guinea pig, which can reach level 3,435 in adulthood. It has plump meat. Its heart can be used as medicine, and its reproductive capacity is amazing. We could set aside an area to breed guinea pigs and kill them as soon as they reach adulthood. It can not only upgrade the brothers, but also provide food, and its heart can also be sold for money. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Damn it. You are stepping on a horse and living like the king of H.L. In the conference room, everyone put forward their own suggestions and wanted Black Crow City to develop faster and better. Only Xiao Luo was boringly whittling the wood with a short knife, silently thinking in his heart, when will this meeting be held? I really want to go out and slay ferocious beasts. I'm about to reach level 40. Nanfeng felt a little numb as he listened to the chatter and quarrels in his ears. Is this the pain that the city lord has to go through? It's more tiring than fighting with Diyuan. Nanfeng turned his head and glanced at Su Zuran, and found that he was taking notes very seriously, writing down the opinions put forward by everyone on the paper. Sure enough, he was born to do this job. Not good. Nanfeng suddenly stood up from his chair and said with a solemn expression, I forgot a very important thing. You continue to talk. I will deal with it first. As he spoke, Nanfeng climbed onto the windowsill. He hesitated for a moment, then turned back to Xiao Luo and said, Xiao Luo, come with me. This matter is a bit tricky, and I may not be able to handle it by myself. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows, placed the half-carved wooden block on the table, and said in a deep voice, Here it comes. The two of them jumped out of the window with a whoosh and rushed out of the city like flying. Yuran was speechless. Brother Nanfeng really doesn't care about the things in the city at all. Nanshan at least discussed it for a while, at the beginning. Look what Brother Luo is doing. Su Ming picked up the half-carved wooden block that Xiao Luo had carved. Is he carving Ultraman 7? Don't tell me. They are quite similar. Ignore them, and let's continue the discussion. Wang Yuanming patted the table and attracted everyone's attention. My next proposal will be the top priority. I suggest opening foot bath shops all over the country. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo quickly rushed out of the city. On the way, Xiao Luo said, I know a place where there are many ferocious beasts. Do you want to go together? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Are there ferocious beasts above level 40 there? Xiao Luo pondered for a while, shook his head and said, I haven't seen it before. Nanfeng suddenly lost interest. Forget it. I do have something very important to do, so I won't go with you. Xiao Luo glanced at Nanfeng in confusion. Is something really wrong? I thought you were just making a random excuse not to want to attend the meeting. Nanfeng, I'm not that kind of person. The two soon parted ways. Xiao Luo rushed out of the city, while Nanfeng went to do some business. After taking a few steps, Xiao Luo looked back in confusion. Could there be something really troublesome about Nan Feng? Need help? Thinking of this, Xiao Luo suddenly disappeared and followed Nan Feng cautiously. Nan Feng turned a few corners and strode into a foot bath shop. Boss! Press your feet. Xiao Luo. Chapter 552. 3 months later. The new emperor ascends the throne? 3 months passed in a flash. During this period, Black Crow City developed rapidly. Not only did he build his own caravan, he also built a vicious beast processing factory, established a Nancheng escort agency, and paved a wide and smooth road leading directly to Black Crow Peak. Since then, the trade routes in Black Crow City have been successfully established, and the chosen ones in South City call this road the Silk Road from another world. A lot has happened in these 3 months. Xiao Luo successfully reached level 40 and became the second strong person in Nancheng to reach level 40. Nan Feng went alone into the depths of the ancient forest, hunting ferocious beasts above level 40 everywhere, and successfully reached level 41. Xiaonan took Tang Chengyun and others back to Black Crow City after traveling thousands of miles. After Tang Chengyun saw the potential of Black Crow City, he made a bold decision to move the Tang family to Black Crow City. Tang Xiaobao at that time, ancestor. Are you giving up the Tang family's old house? That is a place chosen by our ancestors after thousands of choices. Your decision goes against the wishes of our ancestors. Tang Chengyun, I am your ancestor. In this way, Tang Chengyun decided to move the entire Tang family here, ignoring all objections including the current head of the Tang family. With the Tang family joining and Tang Chengyun taking charge of Black Crow City, Black Crow City instantly became 100 times safer, and more caravans were willing to come to Black Crow City for trade. Black Crow City developed too rapidly, and naturally it also gained some little ones. The city lord of Linjiang City is the gang leader. The prices of food materials, herbs and other things produced in Black Crow City were cheaper than the market price, and they quickly occupied 80% of Linjiang City's market share. This almost made the city lord of Linjiang City angry to death, because merchants, large and small, in the city have to pay a large amount of taxes every month. All of this tax goes into the pocket of the city lord. But the businessmen from Black Crow City are different. They come in the morning and leave in the afternoon. Do they pay taxes? I'll have a dick job. This is equivalent to taking money directly from the city lord's pocket. Who can bear this? Therefore, the city lord of Linjiang City issued an order that merchants from Black Crow City would no longer be allowed to enter Linjiang City. But he didn't expect that these merchants from Black Crow City would directly start setting up stalls at the city gate. This also caused the city gate of Linjiang City to be overcrowded every day, with people coming in and out. And it was so crowded. In anger, the lord of Linjiang City began to arrest these businessmen, which also led to the escalation of conflicts between the two parties, and there was a tendency for them to fight if they disagreed. However, after Tang Chengyun moved to Black Crow City, the lord of Linjiang City instantly became intimidated and turned a blind eye to the caravans in Black Crow City and stopped interfering too much. On this day, Nan Feng, who had been in the depths of the ancient forest for 3 months, finally returned to Black Crow City. He originally wanted to upgrade to level 42 in one go and then come back, but it was too difficult to find ferocious beasts above level 40. In 3 months, Nan Feng only killed 8 of them, and the level improvement was very slow. In addition, he received an extremely important message from Suzerain, so he had no choice but to leave the country early and return to Black Crow City. After not seeing each other for 3 months, Black Crow City has undergone major changes, becoming more and more like Blue Star. Nan Feng walked around the city with great interest, bought some snacks, and pressed his feet before wandering back to the city lord's palace. Brother Nan Feng, are you back? As soon as he entered the city lord's mansion, Nan Feng saw Yuran and Xiaonan walking hand in hand. Yes, I just came back. Nan Feng looked at the two of them with a smile. Where are you going? Go work in a milk tea shop. Xiaonan raised her hand with excitement on her face and drank 2 kilograms by the way. Nan Feng was stunned. Young master? Yuran said with a smile. Xiaonan, you're kidding me. Let's go now. I'll come back later and bring you a cup of QQ's delicious taro mud bobo milk tea. Nan Feng responded with a smile. That's great. I haven't had milk tea for a long time. The two of them laughed and jumped out of the city lord's mansion. Nan Feng came to the 2nd floor and saw Suzerain, who was working. Nan Feng, are you back? Suzerain heard footsteps and looked up to see Nan Feng. It's been hard these past few months. You have worked hard. Nan Feng looked at Suzerain, who looked tired, and said, "You don't have to do everything yourself. Some things can be left to the people below." Suzerain smiled and shook his head and said, "No. Black Crow City has just begun to develop. A little mistake will waste a lot of time. I still have to keep an eye on it." Nan Feng shrugged helplessly. He knew that he couldn't persuade Suzerain, so he simply stopped trying to persuade her. After all, Suzerain is also a chosen one in his 30s. So just be tired if you are tired. He won't die anyway. Back then, at Blue Star, Nan Feng 996 had been living for a year or two. Wasn't he living well? By the way, the message you sent me the day before yesterday. Nan Feng randomly found a seat to sit down and said, "Is the Falling Sun Empire going to replace Emperor Zun? Where did you hear the news?" Speaking of this matter, Suzerain immediately put down the work at hand. With a solemn look on his face, rumors are spreading in the streets and alleys that it is said that the Emperor of the Falling Sun Empire, Emperor Xian, was seriously injured and will die soon, preparing to pass the throne to his son. Diqi, Emperor Zun is going to die? Nan Feng frowned slightly and expressed doubts about the authenticity of this news. Impossible. In the last battle, I saw that Emperor Zun was still alive and kicking when he left. How could he suddenly die? That battle is still fresh in Nanfeng's memory. At the last moment, Suana failed to snatch away Emperor Zun's natal weapon, Dream Mirror, allowing him to escape successfully. Emperor Zun was indeed injured at that time, but he was still high-spirited and his eyes were full of confidence, indicating that that level of injury was not a serious problem for him. Why did he suddenly die after 3 months? Where is Mr. Tang Chungyun? What does he think about this matter? Nan Feng asked. Suzerain, Mr. Tang went into seclusion 2 months ago. He said he wanted to break through level 46. He has not yet come out of seclusion. That's it. Nan Feng nodded slightly. I should have asked Xiaolin just now. She should know Emperor Zun's situation better than Nan Feng. Correct. Suzerain suddenly stood up and took out a mirror from the cabinet next to him. The enthronement ceremony is today. There are many anchors in the imperial capital now. We can watch the entire live broadcast through this mirror. Is this a mother-in-law mirror? Nan Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Has this thing been circulated to Black Crow City? Chapter 553 Live Broadcast, Enthronement Ceremony. Nan Feng was somewhat conflicted in his heart about the magic weapon of the mother and child mirror, because this thing was most likely created by Sikong Bushue. What good shit can that guy hold back? Nan Feng could use the back of his head to figure it out. He must be trying to hypnotize the whole world through the mother-child mirror. Of course, Sikong Bushue at this stage does not have this kind of strength. Even if he joins forces with the Dream God Suana, it won't work. The Dream God needs to build 4 bell towers plus 1 dream tower to barely let the whole city of Liyun City fall into dream. Want to hypnotize the world? I guess we have to wait until Suana returns to the level of the Creator God. Suzerain, try not to carry this mirror with you. It's very dangerous, Nan Feng said in a deep voice. This is a thing created by Sikong Bushue. He might be able to hypnotize you through this mirror. Suzerain was slightly startled and threw Zijing aside. Is it so exaggerated? I asked an expert from the Tang family to check it, and there was nothing wrong with the mirror. It's better to be careful. Anything related to Sikong Bushue is not a good thing. Nan Feng stepped forward, picked up the mirror, looked at it for a moment, and then opened it. Suzerain, didn't you say this mirror is dangerous? Nan Feng, I'm not afraid. A real man should have the courage to face his fear. Suzerain. A picture soon appeared in the mirror, a pale-faced woman, staring straight at Nan Feng with big eyes. Damn it. What the H.L.? Nan Feng was shocked. Why did this thing start playing ghost movies as soon as it was opened? Let me see. Suzerain leaned his head over and took a look at the picture in the mirror. He was also excited. There is a female ghost in this mirror. When Nan Feng was about to smash the mirror with a punch, the woman in the mirror spoke. Okay, family members. Now we have set the base color and are ready to start applying makeup. First, let's draw some eyeliner. The woman in the mirror picked up a slender eyebrow pencil and started applying makeup in front of the mirror. Nan Feng and Suzerain looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Okay. Misunderstanding cleared. This is a beauty mirror owner, not some female ghost. Nan Feng couldn't help but sigh. The world is developing so fast. I stayed in the forest for 3 months and the live broadcast was done for me. Suzerain nodded. We, the billions of Blue Star people, will definitely bring great changes to this world. Suzerain took the mirror and started selecting channels. The picture in the mirror kept flickering, and finally stopped in a square filled with people. This is it. The imperial capital of the falling Sun Empire. Suzerain stopped selecting channels and put the mirror on the table. Many mirror owners were broadcasting live in the imperial capital today. The coronation ceremony of the new emperor was about to begin. Nanfeng looked at the picture in the mirror, frowned slightly and said, "What's going on with this mirror owner? Standing so far away. There are all the heads in front of you, and you can't see anything." Suzerain shrugged. "Conditions are limited, so we'll make do." Nanfeng, "That's not possible. I also have requirements for watching live broadcasts. Who can I show them to from so far away? Change the channel and find a mirror owner who is closer." "Fine." Before the enthronement ceremony started, Suzerain quickly switched channels and quickly found a mirror owner with an excellent view. Nanfeng, "Okay. Okay. This one is in the front row. The VIP seat? It's just him." In the picture, the mirror owner is standing in the front row of the central square of the imperial capital, with a clear view of the entire square. The chatter around the mirror owner was also transmitted to Nanfeng's ears through the sub-mirror. "Why hasn't the enthronement ceremony started yet? Come on. Come on. It starts in 2 or 3 minutes. Did you hear that?" The new emperor, Diqi, was originally a useless person in cultivation. He was only level 18 when he was 30 years old. He was the least talented among many princes. But in recent months, he seemed to have enlightened himself. His cultivation level skyrocketed, and he jumped to level 40. The old emperor was seriously injured, so he chose to pass the throne to him. Is it true? It took a few months to upgrade from level 18 to level 40? Are you kidding me? It's absolutely true. I have a cousin who is a maid in the palace, and she told me this herself. In the city lord's palace. Nanfeng frowned slightly. There is something wrong with this new emperor. Breakthrough from level 18 to level 40 in 2 or 3 months. Isn't this faster than 99% of the chosen ones leveling up? So problematic. The coronation ceremony has begun. In the mirror, the owner of the mirror suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed forward. "Look! That unicorn robe walking out of the imperial palace. You are the new emperor." When Nanfeng and Suzerain heard this, they both looked in the mirror. The new emperor exuded the aura of king and domineering. He put his hands behind his back and walked step by step towards the high platform of the central square. He will complete the enthronement ceremony here, witnessed by all the people in the imperial capital. Nanfeng stared at the somewhat blurry face in the picture, secretly feeling frightened. This face is very similar to the old Emperor Zun. But this is not what surprises Nanfeng. After all, it is normal for a son to look like me. What surprised Nanfeng was that the new emperor's eyes were exactly the same as the old emperor's. That look that looks down upon the world cannot be imitated by ordinary people. This is wrong. Go back to 3 months ago. After the battle in Liyun City, Emperor Zun took Tian Yuan and the dead Earth Yuan and returned to the imperial capital as quickly as possible. In this battle, Emperor Zun was seriously injured, and even his own divine weapon was almost snatched away by the dream god. After he returned to the imperial capital, he immediately began to retreat to solidify the contract with Dream Mirror. After spending half a month in seclusion, Emperor Zun stabilized the Dream Mirror and adjusted himself to peak condition. Dream God, I always feel that you haven't used your full strength. In the secret room, Emperor Zun looked at the Dream Mirror, floating in front of him with cold eyes. During this half-month of seclusion, his brain was constantly reviewing the battle in Liyun City. He always felt that at the last moment, the Dream God could snatch away the Dream Mirror, but she chose not to do so. Is there any other use for keeping this person? Then you will be disappointed. I have never been someone else's pawn. Emperor Zun began to think about how to get rid of the Dream God's control, and even kill the Dream God. At this time, footsteps came from outside the secret room. And then he heard Tian Yuan's old voice. Emperor, Tian Yuan wants to see you. Teacher, please come in. Emperor Zun waved his hand, and the door to the secret room was opened. The white-haired and elderly Tian Yuan walked in with a straight body. After detonating his natal magic weapon, Tian Yuan's level dropped directly to level 39, and his lifespan was almost over. Emperor Zun stood up in a hurry and said, Teacher, I will open the royal treasury and let you contract a new divine weapon. Chapter 554 Emperor's Family Matters. There are a lot of natal magic weapons in the royal treasury of the imperial palace, and only the princes and princesses of the past can enter and make contracts. But Emperor Zun is about to reach level 46, and will become the pinnacle of combat power in this era. he still has the right to ask Tian Yuan to pick a divine weapon from the royal treasury. In the primitive world, there has been no strong person at level 47 for 20,000 to 30,000 years. Emperor, this is against the rules. How can an outsider like me enter the royal treasury? Tian Yuan said in an old voice. I have sent people to help me collect a few natal magic weapons. There is no need for Emperor Zun to bother. How can that work? Emperor Zun frowned slightly. Each of the natal weapons in the royal treasury is very powerful, and their original owners are at least level 45 or above. Can your natal magic weapons collected from the outside world compare? The black and white chessboard you had before was a product of more than 200,000 years ago. The divine power contained in it has almost disappeared, and its power is less than 1/10 of its original strength. Otherwise, how can those two little chosen ones be your opponents? In fact, deep down in Emperor Zun's heart, he still complained about Tian Yuan. He had said a long time ago that he asked Tian Yuan to exchange for a divine weapon. His black and white chessboard had lost its magical power under the baptism of time. But Tian Yuan has always been fond of the black and white chessboard and is unwilling to change it. If he had changed to a more powerful natal weapon earlier, Di Yuan might not have died. Tian Yuan was silent for a moment, shook his head and said, Emperor, let's not talk about this for now. How is your injury? Emperor Zun's tone was calm. It's just a minor injury. Teacher, there's no need to worry. Tian Yuan continued, that night, you flew back to the imperial capital covered in blood and were seen by many people. Now rumors are spreading everywhere in the imperial capital that you are not going to die soon. If you are no longer seriously injured, it is time to go out for a walk to stabilize people's minds. When the emperor heard this, he snorted coldly. These bastards are actually looking forward to my death. Suddenly, a light flashed at Emperor Zun's eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. That's right. I really deserve to die. Emperor Zun, what are you? Tian Yuan looked at Emperor Zun in a daze, wondering why he would say such a thing. Teacher, please listen to my detailed explanation. In the secret room, Emperor Zun and Tian Yuan secretly conspired all night. Early the next morning, Tian Yuan Gui walked out of the secret room with a hunched body and a dazed expression, and returned to his residence. Along the way, many eunuchs and maids were secretly looking at Tian Yuan. The palace of the eldest Prince Dibai. A palace maid carefully reported, Your Highness, the imperial master Tian Yuan spent the night in the emperor's secret chamber last night. When he returned this morning, there were still tears on his face. Dibai looked solemn and murmured in a low voice, Could it be said that my father, a cultivation prodigy whom he has never seen in thousands of years, is really going to die? Is there anyone in this world who can kill my father? Who is the one? I have to go and see my father in person. If he is really going to die soon, the throne should be passed on to me. As the eldest son of Emperor Zun, Dibai's cultivation talent is not bad either. He is only in his early 50s now, and is already level 41. He can be considered a once-in-a-century genius. Come! Prepare the sedan, forget it. It's enough for me to go alone. Dibai stood up and strode out of the palace. In addition to the eldest prince, the other princes and princesses also wanted to meet the emperor. If the emperor is really dying soon, then they should prepare and start fighting for the throne. All of a sudden, all the princes and princesses came to the emperor's palace one after another, wanting to meet the emperor. But Emperor Zun only has 2 words, missing. See no one. A month passed quickly. During this period, Emperor Zun saw no one except Tian Yuan. And every time Tian Yuan left the secret room, he always looked dazed and sad. This also made all the princes and princesses more certain of their thoughts. Emperor Zun is really going to die. The princes and princesses began to gather forces and accumulate strength. But they were still restrained, because they had not seen Emperor Zun with their own eyes. And no one knew what Emperor Zun was like. The transfer of responsibility occurred half a month later, just 2 months after the battle in Lian City. On this day, Emperor Zun called all the princes and princesses for the first time. The prince and princess gathered in the secret room, looking at the haggard emperor in front of them with unfocused eyes. They were all secretly frightened. It turns out that the rumors are true, and Emperor Zun is really going to die soon. Father! The third prince, Dichi, knelt on the ground with a plop and burst into tears. What are you? What's wrong with you? Father! Emperor Zun's voice was hoarse, but he still maintained his last dignity and said coldly, Stand up. How is it appropriate to cry and cry? How could my son, Emperor Xian, be so useless? Cough, cough, cough. After just saying a word with a little force, Emperor Zun kept coughing and coughed up a lot of blood. All the princes and princesses were shocked. It turned out that the emperor had been injured to this extent. Father! Please stop talking about father. Dichi hurried forward, helped Emperor Zun sit down slowly, and at the same time transferred his few magic powers into Emperor Zun's body, hoping to help Emperor Zun heal his injuries. Emperor Zun glanced at his third son. Among all his children, the third prince Dichi had the least talent, and he was also the son that Emperor Zun despised the most. Who would have thought that the son he despised the most would still want to heal him when he was about to die? Look at the other princes and princesses. They all look at Emperor Zun eagerly, hoping that Emperor Zun will die in the next second. Ahem. Okay. Dichi. I'm fine. Emperor Zun said, and glanced at the princes and princesses coldly. I heard that you all want to see me, so I will let you meet me. Now that I have seen it. If there is nothing else, then get out. The princes and princesses looked at each other and said respectfully, My son, please retire. Soon. Only the third prince, Dichi, was left in the entire secret room. Emperor Zun looked at him coldly. Are you still not leaving? What are you doing here? Dichi knelt on the ground and sobbed, Father, please let me stay here to take care of you. Emperor Zun was slightly startled. Born in an imperial family, this was the first time he felt the meaning of the word love. He finally let Dichi stay. In the following days, Emperor Zun's condition became worse and worse, and he often coughed violently, coughing out his internal organs. The other princes were fighting overtly and covertly for the throne, and their heads were bloody. Only Dichi took care of Emperor Zun's daily meals and kept collecting various miraculous medicines in an attempt to cure Emperor Zun. But how can he cure a person who is pretending to be ill? On this day, Dichi held a pill in his hand and ran back to the imperial palace from outside the city with excitement on his face. However, the eldest prince Dibai stopped him halfway. Third brother, why are you so happy? Talk to the emperor. Dichi happily raised the elixir in his hand. Brother emperor, look, this is an elixir personally refined by the leader of the Halyu Empire. It is said to have the effect of bringing the dead back to life. Our father is saved. Dibai looked at him coldly. Third brother, should I say you are stupid? Or should I say you are stupid? That night, Emperor Zun lay on the stone slab in the secret room all night, unable to wait for Dichi, who came out to find medicine for him. Chapter 555, Seizing the Body. Rebirth. Dichi disappeared. In the secret room of the imperial palace, Xiao Liuzi knelt down shivering and pressed his head tightly to the ground. He is Dichi's personal eunuch. When Dichi disappears, he cannot escape death. Reporting to the emperor, the third prince went out last night, saying that he was going to find medicine for you, and the little one was not allowed to follow him. Xiao Liuzi's voice trembled. And then the third prince did not return all night. Xiao Liuzi sent people to search the entire imperial palace today, but could not find any trace of the third prince. Emperor Zun nodded slightly. He knew that his third son was not missing, but dead. The most ruthless emperor's family. The other princes wished that the emperor would die soon. How could they allow the third prince to treat his illness and injuries? The third prince, Dichi, was a bit stupid after all, and did not understand the way of survival of an imperial family. If he was born in an ordinary family, his parents would be very proud. Right? Cough, cough, cough. Emperor Zun coughed hard several times, and said in a weak tone, Okay. I understand. Xiao Liuzi, please go down. Xiao Liuzi stood up tremblingly. When he saw Emperor Zun coughing up a pool of blood, he quickly said, Emperor Zun, let me wipe the blood for you. He took out a pure white handkerchief from his arms, walked up to Emperor Zun, and then fiercely covered Emperor Zun's face with the handkerchief. Xiao Liuzi, you. Emperor Zun struggled hard, but now that he was so weak and skinny, he couldn't even push away a eunuch. Xiao Liuzi's eyes were full of excitement and ferocity. Emperor Zun, you are really going to die. Even I can kill you. Emperor Zun used all his strength and kicked Xiao Liuzi in the abdomen. Xiao Liuzi took a few steps back, but was not injured. Do you only have this much strength? Emperor Zun? Xiao Liuzi sneered and walked forward slowly. Emperor Zun gasped for air and asked in a low voice, Who sent you here? You're a dead person. You don't need to know that much. Xiao Liuzi grinned and pounced on Emperor Zun again. 10 minutes later, the door to the secret room opened. Xiao Liuzi, who had already arranged his clothes, strode out of the secret room, and said to the palace maid who was sweeping the floor in the distance, "Go quickly and invite the eldest prince to come over." The maid didn't dare to ask any more questions, and walked quickly towards the eldest prince's palace with her head lowered. A few minutes later, the eldest prince Bai and Xiao Liuzi walked into the secret room again. After it was confirmed that the Emperor Zun on the bed was really dead, the eldest prince Bai showed a smile. "Xiao Liuzi, you did a good job in this matter. I will reward you heavily when you go back." Xiao Liuzi fell to his knees with a pop. "Thank you, Emperor Zun, for the reward." The clever little Liuzi had already changed his name to call the eldest prince Emperor Zun at this time. "Not bad." Bai chuckled and reached out to grab Xiao Liuzi's head. Xiao Liuzi was shocked. "Emperor Zun, what are you?" Click. Xiao Liuzi's head exploded like a watermelon, and he died instantly. "In your next life, you will be reincarnated as a dog next to me, and I will reward you well." Bai sneered. It was absolutely impossible for him to save Xiao Liuzi's life. This dog slave knows too much and will definitely become a huge hidden danger in the future. I just took advantage of this opportunity to solve it all together. And it was all over. Bai walked up to Emperor Zun, looked at Emperor Zun, who was still dead, and sighed, "Father, Father, you have been so wise in your life. I never expected that you would end up like this. Alas, the future of the Falling Sun Empire is left to my son. Under my leadership, the empire will surely reach new heights." Bai took out a blank piece of imperial edict from his arms, imitated the emperor's handwriting, and began to write the will. When writing about the throne, Emperor Bai actually made a mistake and wrote that he would pass the throne to the third prince Qi. But Bai didn't notice this problem. He quickly wrote the edict and placed it next to the emperor's body. Afterwards, he disposed of Xiao Liuzi's body, cleaned the secret room, and prepared to leave. But a voice came from behind him. "Are you leaving now? Don't you need me to take a fingerprint or something?" Bai was shocked and turned his head sharply. On the cold stone bed, Emperor Zun was sitting upright, looking at Bai with a joking look. At this time, the emperor still looked so skinny and stubborn. He is clearly at his peak. "No, this is impossible." Bai trembled and took a few steps back. "I just checked it myself, and you are obviously dead." "Stupid. I am invincible. Even if I die, I will die vigorously. How could I end up like this?" Emperor Zun sneered. "Is it possible that what you just saw was just a dream?" Bai's mind was filled with terror, and he didn't even hear clearly what Zun said. There was only one thought in his mind right now, and that was what he should do to survive. Plop! Suddenly, Bai fell to his knees heavily on the ground, kowtowing loudly and loudly. "Father! I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. It's my son who is so deluded that he listened to the treacherous slander. Father, please give me another chance." Emperor Zun sighed and shook his head slightly. "If you rushed up to fight me, I would still look at you and leave your body intact. But you are so greedy for life and afraid of death. It is too embarrassing for me." After hearing this, Bai knew that he would not survive today. And no matter how much he begged for mercy, it would be useless. He felt cruel, took out a long sword, and rushed towards Emperor Zun decisively. "I don't believe it. You old guy is really not injured." "Uh-huh." A miserable cry came from the secret room. Emperor Zun just raised his hand gently and used the dream mirror to forcefully absorb Bai's divine weapon. Bai's aura instantly dropped to level 39. He looked at Emperor Zun in horror and murmured, "How is it possible? How is it possible? I'm not dead yet. Why can you take away my divine weapon?" Seeing that Bai was frightened, Emperor Zun couldn't help snorting coldly. "What a waste. Can't you bear this little blow?" Among the many children, Emperor Zun's favorite was the eldest prince Bai. Unfortunately, looking at it today, Bai's character is still far behind him. He said no more, controlled the dream mirror to suck Bai in, and then used his copying ability to create a soulless Bai. This Bai is just a puppet, a walking corpse. Bai, you have disappointed me very much." Looking at Bai's dull face, Emperor Zun shook his head slightly and tapped his face a few times. Soon, Bai's face turned into Qi's appearance. "Seeing that you have carefully taken care of me for many days, it is up to you to take over this throne," Emperor Zun said as he separated a ray of soul into Qi's body. He took a few seconds to adapt to this new body, then picked up the edict on the stone tablet and walked out of the secret room. "This new body is the eyes through which I see the world, and my true body will continue to practice in the secret room until I am invincible." I still have to go to the royal treasury to contract a new divine weapon for this new body. In half a month, I will ascend the throne again. Chapter 556, I brought 100,000. Black Crow City. In the city lord's mansion, Na Feng and Su Zern watched the entire enthronement ceremony without blinking. In fact, this so-called enthronement ceremony has little content. It is nothing more than the chief eunuch coming on stage first, reading out the old emperor's last edict and announcing it to the world. And then the new emperor comes on stage to get acquainted with everyone. And that's it. But Na Feng always felt a little strange as he recalled the enthronement ceremony just now. Looks cannot deceive. The new Emperor Zun Diki is definitely a fake of the old Emperor Zun. Na Feng slapped the table and said decisively, otherwise, he would have been taken away. Anyway, I don't believe Emperor Zun would die so easily. Na Feng had fought with Emperor Zun. Although in that battle, he just stood aside and shouted, come on, without even raising his gun. But Emperor Zun's terrifying strength, domineering and invincible self-confidence that dominates the world, all demonstrate his power. How could such a powerful person die so hastily? Na Feng didn't believe it. If such a powerful villain suddenly dies suddenly in a movie, it must be that the author is preparing a eunuch. This is reality. No. So Emperor Zun must not be dead. But Na Feng couldn't understand why Emperor Zun faked his death and took away his own son. Could it be that he was afraid that Suana would hunt him down? It's really possible. Forget it. Thinking about these trivial things now will only increase my worries. The battles at their level are not something I can participate in now. It's better to upgrade. Upgrade to level 45 as soon as possible. Even if Emperor Zun comes to kill me, I will still have the strength to fight him. But it's really hard to find ferocious beasts above level 40. Na Feng was sitting on the couch in the city lord's mansion, thinking about whether to continue deep into the ancient forest to hunt those legendary ferocious beasts that could transform into human form. Lao Su! Lao Su! Huang Yuanming hurriedly ran in from the door, shouting anxiously, Lao Su! Something bad is going on. Nanshan. Are you back? Su Zern has gone to deal with the matter. Won't you send him a message? Na Feng glanced at Huang Yuanming. What are you doing in such a hurry? The foot washing shop was smashed. I'm already a foot washing city now. Bah. Let's get down to business. Huang Yuanming sat down next to Na Feng and said, something bad has happened. Linjiang City's entire city defense army has been dispatched, arresting all the merchants from Black Crow City. What's the situation? Na Feng sat up with a sigh. He knew a thing or two about the situation in Linjiang City. Su Zern reported to him when he was hunting ferocious beasts in the ancient forest some time ago. I remember Su Zern said that because the Tang family moved to Black Crow City, the city lord of Linjiang City had given up. Why did he suddenly take action again? Huang Yuanming spread his hands. How could I know? I am not the roundworm in Linjiang City lord's stomach. How is the situation now? Na Feng said sternly. Actually it's not bad. Huang Yuanming replied that the chosen ones over there realized something was wrong and ran away in an instant. The people who were arrested were actually indigenous businessmen. Oh! It seems that the brothers are quite clever, and they are all very good at escaping. At this time, Su Zern also heard the news and hurried back. Su Zern looked at the two people and said solemnly, I just got the news that Linjiang City, Ning City, Baishui City, Lihua City and other cities have begun to boycott the goods of our Black Crow City. There are even a few extreme city lords who have begun to arrest them. People, as of 5 minutes ago, no chosen one had been caught. The ones who were caught were all the indigenous businessmen. These indigenous merchants have helped us open the market and boosted the economy of Black Crow City. If we ignore them, no one will dare to do business in Black Crow City in the future. How many major cities have joined forces to boycott goods from Black Crow City? Na Feng frowned slightly, thinking of the enthronement ceremony that had just been held. And an idea flashed through his mind. It's Emperor Zun, Na Feng said in a deep voice. He is ready to attack us. Su Zern was a little puzzled. I heard people from the Tang family said that Emperor Zun was incredibly powerful. If he took action personally, he could destroy Black Crow City in minutes. So why would he use these small means to suppress us? Na Feng shook his head. Don't ask me. Who can guess what Emperor Zun wants to do? Huang Yuanming. So what should we do now? Do you want to save people? I'm afraid this is a trap. Na Feng thought for a while and nodded slowly. Save. We must be saved. If we don't save, doesn't it mean we are afraid? The population of Nancheng is too small, and ordinary people cannot get out of the fog. Many things must be done by this group of indigenous businessmen. If we don't save them this time, no one will dare to sell Black Crow City's goods in the future. It just so happens that 3 months have passed since the last attack on Black Crow Peak. And it's time for us to train our troops. Nan Fong looked out the window with his eyebrows lowered. There are so few level 40 ferocious beasts. So they just want us to kill people. Right? Oh. Then kill. On that day, Black Crow City entered a state of war readiness. Except for some of the chosen ones, who were engaged in research, breeding, and logistics. The rest of the chosen ones in Nanchung all gathered in the city lord's palace, and began to discuss tactics. Wang Yuanming, I suggest that we divide our troops into 4 groups, led by Nanfeng, Xiao Luo, Cheng, Mo, Xiao Angren, and attack the 4 cities of Linjiang City, Lihua City, Baishui City, and Ningxing at the same time to attract their main forces. Then let the guerrilla team sneak into the city and rescue the indigenous merchants. Wu Yuanran, no. There are level 40 strongmen stationed in these cities. If the troops are divided into 4 groups, they will only suffer heavy losses. We must attack with our entire army, city by city. Su Zern, Wu Yuanyuan's suggestion is good. We must not disperse. Otherwise we will be defeated by the enemy one by one. Sui Han, but, brother, suppose we attack Linjiang City first and successfully rescue the merchants there. But what about the other cities? Can you guarantee they won't kill those businessmen? Everyone glanced at Sui Han. The little wet nurse is too kind-hearted. And she is still thinking about the lives of those indigenous businessmen at this time. In fact, it doesn't matter whether or not these businessmen can be rescued. The important thing is that Black Crow City must show its tough attitude, so that other businessmen will dare to come to Black Crow City to do business. Nanfeng said softly. Little wet nurse, you and Yuran can go and make a few cups of milk tea for everyone. Come over. After chatting for so long, everyone is thirsty. The next topic may make Sui Han a little uncomfortable, so it's better to put it away and don't let her listen. Yuran took Sui Han's hand and quickly left the conference room. Xiao Nan, who had long been tired of listening, also volunteered to follow and said that he would personally make Nan Feng a cup of milk tea. After the 3 of them left, everyone began to discuss tactics. Suddenly, a beeping sound came to Nanfeng's ears. Nanfeng opened the panel and took a look and found that it was a private message from Long Woody. Long Woody, Brother Feng, I heard that you are in trouble. Long Woody, I am preparing to take my brothers from Longcheng to attack Ningxing. I wonder if I can help you with some small favors. Nanfeng Ishi, that's awesome. By the way, I heard that there are many masters in Ningxing. Remember to bring more people. Long Woody, I brought 100,000. Chapter 557 Target, Linjiang City. TJ. There are more than 400,000 chosen ones in Dragon City, divided into Dragon Group and Logistics Group. The chosen ones in the Dragon Group are all fighting madmen, and each of them has reached level 35 or above. The logistics team is committed to the development of Dragon City and devotes itself to all aspects such as scientific and technological breeding construction. Compared with Nancheng, Longcheng has a large population and a large number of senior elites from all walks of life, and it is developing rapidly and fiercely. However, the territory in the fog is still too small after all, which greatly limits the development of Dragon City. After learning about the problems encountered in Nancheng, Long Woody made an immediate decision and summoned 100,000 men to prepare to attack Ningxing. Why did you choose to attack Ningxing? The reason is also very simple. Because when Long Woody came out of the fog for the first time, he was drugged by people from Ningxing and almost died inside. As the saying goes, it is not a gentleman to not retaliate when you have a grudge. Long Woody is not some kind-hearted virgin bitch. If you want to kill him, he will definitely kill you first. Nanfeng chatted with Long Woody for a few more words, determined the attack time, and turned off the panel. Nanfeng, brothers, I just got news that Long Woody has led people to attack Ningxing. Oh, this is good news. Suzerain stared at the map and said in a deep voice, Ningxing is not far from our Black Crow City. If Long Woody can capture Ningxing, then we will have someone to take care of us in the future. Nanfeng also took a look at the map. Yes. After Long Woody captured Ningxing, Yangcheng Lihua City was attacked by us from both front and back. And sooner or later it will be included in our territory. As for whether it should be included in Nanqing's territory or Dragon City's territory, that will be a matter later. Let's fight it off first. Wang Yuanming said, in that case, How about we attack Yancheng first? Directly clear the obstacles between Black Crow City and Ning City. Everyone nodded. After the capture of Yancheng, Black Crow City, Black Crow Peak, and Yancheng Ningcheng became a line. It could not only facilitate trade, but also support each other. It was really good. But Nafeng shook his head slightly and said, Yancheng and Linhua City are already in a trap. They will be defeated sooner or later. So there is no hurry. I think we should take advantage of the opponent's lack of preparedness. Attack outwards first. Expand the territory. And then go back and slowly encroach on the city trapped in the middle. Nafeng said, pointing to the northeast direction of Black Crow City on the map. We will attack Linjiang City first. Then Whitewater City. And then let the brothers from Lancheng take down Blackwater City. In this way, the entire area north of the ancient forest will be our territory. Everyone thought for a while, and felt that what Nafeng said made sense. Do they still need to waste time and effort to fight against Yancheng and Luweiqing? As long as they take down a few cities around them, they themselves will surrender. The soldiers are very quick. We must take Linjiang City in one go, while they are still unprepared. Nafeng stood up and said in a deep voice, I will give you half an hour to prepare. In half an hour, the entire army will attack Linjiang City. Yes. Everyone in Nancheng responded in unison. Soon, Suzerain began to arrange various tasks. Although he said that the whole army would attack, Black Crow City still had to leave some people to defend it. So as not to be robbed, of course. The probability of being robbed was very small, because everyone knew that Tang Chengyun was live in Black Crow City. Come here to steal a house? Unless a strong person above level 45 comes in person. As many as come will die. But considering that Tang Chengyun was in retreat, it was impossible for him to take action even if something trivial happened. So Suzerain arranged for a group of people to stay and guard Black Crow City. Just before setting off, Tang Xiaobao quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion with 6 guards. Lord of the South City, I heard that you are going to attack Linjiang City. As soon as Tang Xiaobao entered the door, he said, Someone from our Tang family has also been kidnapped. My father asked me to bring some people over to help you. And by the way, let me practice some practical skills. Nafeng cupped his hands and said, Thank you very much, the head of the Tang family, for your kindness. After the Tang family moved to Black Crow City, they quickly integrated in, started doing business and selling goods, and developed quietly. After all, they are a big family with a lot of capital. If they didn't have to leave some soup for other retail traders, their family could eat all the goods in Black Crow City. The day before yesterday morning, a caravan from the Tang family went to Linjiang City. Unexpectedly, before the goods were sold out, they were arrested by the city lord of Linjiang City. The head of the Tang family originally wanted to go and ask for people in person, but he heard that Nafeng was preparing to attack Linjiang City. So he temporarily changed his plan and asked Tang Xiaobao to bring people over to help. Nafeng glanced at the 6 familiar guards behind Tang Xiaobao and asked, These 6 are? Tang Xiaobao replied, They are Tang 1, Tang 2, 4 Tang, 5 Tang, 6 and Tang 7. They are all my personal guards. They are very strong and cooperate with each other tacitly. They will not hold you back. Nafeng was silent for a while, and couldn't hold it back anymore. So he asked, Excuse me, why is there Tang 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, but not Tang San? Tang Xiaobao, because Tang San is not strong enough. Nafeng was shocked. Damn it. Are you so good at starting a group? Don't want to die? Tang Xiaobao explained, Tang San is also one of my guards. But he became obsessed with growing flowers and grass a few years ago, and his strength has plummeted, and he can no longer keep up with the others. So I don't take him with me when I go out now. That's how it turns out. Nafeng nodded and did not continue to ask any more questions, but brought the topic to the right track. You come to help me. I appreciate your kindness, but I am about to leave for Linjiang City, and you may not be able to keep up. Tang Xiaobao's face darkened. What do you mean? Looking down on people? You Nafeng is very awesome and very fast. I really can't keep up. But it's impossible for everyone else in Black Crow City to be as fast as you. Right? If I can't keep up with you, can't I keep up with the big army? Tang Xiaobao said in a deep voice, Lord Nancheng, there is no need to worry. Even if you go at full speed, I, Tang Xiaobao, am still confident that I can keep up with you. Oh well. Nafeng opened the panel and took a look. It was already the appointed time. He took out the teleportation array, turned it under his feet, and waved his hand to Tang Xiaobao. Then I'll wait for you in Linjiang City. With a flash of silver light, Nanfeng disappeared from Tang Xiaobao's eyes. Tang Xiaobao was stunned for a moment, turned around and roared, "Quick! Set off! Full speed ahead!" Martyr, for a moment, was in a trance, forgetting that the Chosen One could teleport. Tang Xiaobao scratched his head in frustration. He ran all the way and quickly rushed out of Black Crow City, not forgetting to turn around and encourage. "It doesn't matter. Linjiang City is very big and there are many strong people. It will take at least 10 days for them to defeat it. We can definitely catch up." Chapter 558 A-Level Natal Weapon 7-Star Thunder. J6SW. The smell of this was very strong. The smell of horse manure, smelly farts, smell of feet mixed together, made Nanfeng frown. Standing in front of Nanfeng was Xiao Luo, the second master in Nancheng. After deciding to attack Linjiang City, Xiao Luo teleported over immediately. The Chosen Ones, who were merchants, were still staying near Linjiang City, and did not leave. Xiao Luo teleported over through these people. Later, Xiao Luo carefully sneaked into Linjiang City through disguise and invisibility, waiting to meet Nanfeng. As for the other brothers in Nancheng, they teleported outside the city and prepared to attack from outside. "Xiao Luo, what's going on? Why did you choose such a smelly place?" Nanfeng asked while holding his breath. Xiao Luo was standing by the window, looking out the window cautiously, and whispered, "Keep your voice down. The city is searching for the Chosen One. Don't let them be discovered." Xiao Luo originally wanted to squat near the city lord's mansion and wait for the city lord of Linjiang City to show up before Kuka stabbed him several times. But there were too many soldiers patrolling today. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Xiao Luo could only hide in a nearby inn first. Fine. Nanfeng also walked to the window and looked out at the alley. This alley was filled with all kinds of garbage. The stench was overwhelming, and flies and mosquitoes were flying everywhere. It was really disgusting. Compared with Black Crow City, this place is simply a garbage dump. Is there no one in Linjiang City to clean the house? Nanfeng frowned. The residents here must be living a hard life, and they must be liberated as soon as possible. Xiao Luo glanced at Nanfeng. This is a good excuse. He is directly on the side of justice, and there is no psychological pressure anymore. Hey. Nanfeng chuckled, glanced at the time, and whispered, "Brothers outside. It's almost time to take action." In a small forest more than 10 kilometers away from Linjiang City, more than 500 Chosen Ones from Nancheng have gathered here. Su Zering was making final tactical arrangements. "Chungyamo. When the fighting starts later, you can sneak in from the south gate with the first guerrilla team and try to rescue the captured businessmen. Remember, your lives are more important than theirs. If you can't save them, forget it. There is no need to force them." Chungyamo nodded, understood. Su Zering continued, "Others, let's go to the city gate to call for formation. It's best to draw the city defense troops out to fight. If we really can't lure them out, we'll start attacking the city again. There is another very important point. Remember, do not kill civilians indiscriminately. An empty city is of no use to us. The population is very important to us. Do you understand? Of course, if such civilians take action against you, then you should not hesitate at all. Beat and kill when necessary. Okay, that's all. Let's go!" Su Ming picked up the big shield, led the first human shield team, stood at the front of the team, and started running towards Linjiang City. Huang Yuanming, Xiao Angren, Wu Yuanran and other main players followed closely behind. Soon, more than 500 Chosen Ones arrived outside the West City Gate with a fierce momentum. Holy shit. Look! Someone is coming to attack the city. Is it a bandit? What a thief! These people are obviously intruders. Are they invaders from Black Crow City? We just captured their people, and they came over? So fast? The city defense troops guarding the West City Gate suddenly screamed in surprise when they saw the menacing South City Chosen One. The burning arrow! Without saying a word, Wu Yuanyuan shot an arrow burning with fire. The arrow pierced the sky, spanning a distance of several hundred meters, and struck the Linjiang City plaque hanging on the city wall. The wooden plaque was burned to ashes in a matter of seconds. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Go and report it to the city lord. Someone come! Line up! The city defense troops became visibly panicked, because Emperor Zun is so powerful. In the past few decades, no one from other countries has dared to attack the city of the Falling Sun Empire. This was the first time that the city defense troops encountered someone attacking the city. Su Ming stood at the front of the team, running his magic power and yelling, "You trash in Linjiang City. I give you two choices. Surrender or die." Behind him, more than 500 chosen ones shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The surging magic power carried the sound far away, and everyone in Linjiang City could hear it clearly. The residents in the city were shivering, closing their doors and windows one after another, hiding in their homes, and not daring to go out. "Huh? You intruders are really brave." Go Ci, Linjiang City's city defense general, jumped up on the city wall and shouted, "You rats! How dare you fight me?" This roar made everyone in Nancheng tremble. This city defense general is actually a 41-year-old strongman. Everyone in Nancheng looked at each other, but no one said a word. It's common sense that if you're below level 40, you can't beat level 40 or above. Even Nanfeng, when he was at level 39, was still pressed to the ground and rubbed by level 41 Yuan. How could they be General Go Ci's opponents? Seeing that no one in Nancheng dared to fight, Go Ci couldn't help but sneered. How dare a group of rats come to attack Linjiang City? When the city defense troops saw this, they also laughed. "Hey, I thought they were so powerful when I saw how aggressive they were. However, I didn't expect that the general would suppress them all with just one shout. It turned out to be a bunch of rats. Not even a single person to challenge them." Before they finished speaking, they saw a flash of silver light among the chosen ones, and Xiao Luo strode out. "That one on the wall. I'll fight you." Xiao Luo arrived at the open space outside the city gate in a few steps, and looked at the general on the city wall with a calm expression. Go Ci's eyes were cold, and he glanced at Xiao Luo. "Oh? Level 40? I didn't expect that there are such masters among the invaders. Anyway, let me meet you for a while." General Go Ci jumped down from the city wall, and with a bang, a deep pit was created in the ground. He took out a very long sword from behind and said coldly, "Rat, show your weapon." Xiao Luo didn't waste any time and directly took out his divine weapon. Lightning flashed. In the past 3 months, Xiao Luo has also killed 3 ferocious beasts above level 40. His natal magic weapon has broken through to level A, upgraded from Purple Gold Short Blade to 7 Stars Thunder. This is the first time 7 Stars Thunder has appeared in front of everyone. A trace of greed flashed in General Go Ci's eyes. "What a handsome sword. It will be mine soon." Xiao Luo divided 31 clones and rushed forward in unison. "You said the opposite. Your knife is going to be mine." Chapter 559, Attack the City First. Attack the heart first. Outside Linjiang City, the battle between Xiao Luo and General Go Ci is about to break out. The 32 Xiao Luos scattered and attacked Go Ci from all directions. Hey! Bloody battles in all directions. General Go Ci held a long sword in his hand, circled on the spot, and slashed horizontally, forcing all Xiao Luo's clones to retreat. With so many clones, how much power can each clone receive? Go Ci glanced coldly at the Xiao Luos who surrounded him. "I can kill these clones with one strike." Xiao Luo didn't want to fight with him. He just had the main body plus 31 clones, and just picked up the knife and chopped. Each clone is like an independent individual, with its own thoughts and fighting skills. The irritable clone made wide open and closed moves, with great power and force. The calm clone. His moves are strange and cunning, and his swords are deadly. There is also a clone that can shout my and comes with its own BGM, which directly turns the battlefield into Xiao Luo's home court. At first, Go Ci didn't take these clones seriously, and kept looking for Xiao Luo's true form in the crowd. But as the first Xiao Luo slashed at him, Go Ci's expression suddenly changed. What a terrifying sword energy! Is this a clone? No. This is who he is. Go Ci raised the long knife in front of his chest to block the lightning flashing knife. He groaned and took half a step back. To his side, the second Xiao Luo came to kill him. Go Ci didn't even look at him, but he stabbed the first Xiao Luo with a knife. The first Xiao Luo couldn't dodge, and was cut into 2 pieces with a knife, turning into a cloud of gray mist. Go Ci's expression changed when he saw this. This was not his true form, but his clone? Are the clones so powerful? Then wouldn't the other clones be? He was just stunned for a moment. And then 3 daggers struck him. Thunder flash. Lightning slash. Wuji knife. 3 slender wounds instantly appeared on Go Ci's body, and blood flowed out. These 3 swords were all struck by clones. They did not cause much damage to Go Ci, but they still shocked him. This clone of the level 40 chosen one was actually able to break through his defenses. Then isn't his true form. What? Are you panicking now? In front of Go Si, an unknown Xiao Luo sneered. And the 7-star thunder in his hand fell like lightning. Joke. Go Si shouted loudly and raised his knife to block. But this sword was heavier than Mount Tai. It shocked Go Si's arms to the point of numbness and pain from the tiger's mouth. Go Si's eyes narrowed. This is not a clone. This is the original body. Just as he was about to fight back, Xiao Luo's other clones came and slashed at Go Si. Less than 2 minutes after the fight started, the situation was already one-sided. On the city wall of Linjiang City, the city defense troops watching the battle showed panic expressions. This intruder is so powerful. Even the general is no match for him. I don't think the general used his full strength. Let's wait and see. Why do I feel that even if the general goes all out, he can't defeat this intruder? I have an ominous feeling that we may not be able to defend Linjiang City. In the open space outside Linjiang City, the mentality of the people in Nancheng was completely opposite to that of the city defense troops. Brother Luo is so fierce. He can defeat a level 41 expert in a duel. Well, this is not a one-on-one match. Brother Luo is 32 against 1. No. Brothers. Why don't we just watch here? They beat them. Let's attack the city directly. Don't worry, Suzerain said. Attack the city first and attack the heart first. After Brother Luo wins, we can start attacking the city. The opponent may just attack directly. In the center of the battlefield, Xiao Luo and the clones cooperated tacitly, and Go Si was unable to resist. Rats, take a stab at me. Go Si, who was already covered with scars, shouted loudly. The golden sword in his hand was shining, and he slashed with all his strength. Don't eat. Xiao Luo and the others were like ghosts, and they all avoided the sword energy. Go Si also took this opportunity to fly into the air, actually trying to escape back to Linjiang City. Fighting back desperately is false. Trying to escape is true. But this little trick couldn't escape Xiao Luo's eyes. He had already been on guard. Come down, you. More than 30 Xiao Luo gathered in a circle and raised 7 stars thunder to their chests in unison. Sword formation Wuji 1 sword. Swish. 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 The terrifying sword energy circulated in the battlefield, and dense sword marks soon appeared on the ground. Go Si, who had just taken off, was also enveloped by the sword array. He was cut and bruised all over by the countless sword energy. He was unable to stabilize his body and fell down with a thud. Combined attack, Ghost and God Slash. Xiao Luo roared and raised more than 7 stars of thunder, high. Before 7 stars thunder could fall, a large axe flew from Linjiang City and struck Xiao Luo directly in the face. Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he backed away dozens of meters. The big axe hit the ground hard, creating a huge deep pit. These invaders are so bold. They dare to attack Linjiang City. A majestic voice came from the city. The city defense troops on the city wall suddenly cheered. Look! The city lord has taken action. Ha ha ha. As expected, the city lord is the strongest. Aren't these trash intruders one for each? Later, everyone will follow the city lord and fight out together to kill all these intruders from Black Crow City. I heard that there are many beauties in Black Crow City. Brothers, we are blessed. Soon, the lord of Linjiang City, who had 8-pack abs, walked up to the city wall with an angry look on his face. He glanced at the General Go Si who was lying outside the city, covered in blood, and became furious. What a loser. He can't even defeat a level 40 invader. Why do you want me to do it myself? So many years of military pay have been wasted on dogs. The lord of Linjiang City looked outside the city with cold eyes. The strongest of the group of invaders was Xiao Luo, who had just reached level 40. There are no other masters. And Tang Chungyun didn't come either. The corners of Linjiang City's city lord's mouth raised, revealing an evil smile. Is this the divine weapon that was sent to his door? What a group of chosen ones, who don't know whether to live or die. If he could kill these hundreds of chosen ones and dedicate all these divine weapons to the emperor, then he would gain more wealth than he could spend in 10 lifetimes. The lord of Linjiang City laughed loudly and jumped into the air. The big axe that had sunk deep into the ground returned to his hand with a whoosh. Since you have come to die on your own, I won't be polite. Open! Sky! Hack! Before he finished shouting his skill, a light blue beam of light flew from the city and directly punched the lord of Linjiang City in the abdomen. The lord of Linjiang City lowered his head in confusion and looked at the large hole in his abdomen. Through this large hole, He saw an intruder on the roof of a certain building in the city, pointing a strange weapon at him. The intruder's lips moved slightly, but he didn't know what he was saying. In Linjiang City, on the roof, Nanfeng murmured in a low voice, "Damn. I've been squatting at the gate of the city lord's mansion for a long time. Why the hell did you run outside the city?" Chapter 560 Easily Win. Less than 2 minutes after Linjiang City's appearance, Nanfeng shot him and left him half disabled. The city defense troops watching the battle on the city wall screamed in surprise. "Damn it! The city lord was almost killed. It's over. It's over. There are really masters among the invaders." "No. This attack came from the city. There is a mole in the city. Brothers, forget about that, and take off your clothes quickly." Some of the city defense troops, who had a premonition that something was going to happen, immediately retreated behind the crowd, took off their uniforms, and pretended that they were civilians watching the excitement. In the city, on the roof, 3 sharp arrows flew quickly, hitting the south wind. Nanfeng rolled forward to avoid these 3 arrows, and then moved his aim slightly, preparing to shoot the Linjiang City Lord flying in the sky again. But there was no longer any figure of the Linjiang City Lord in the sky. "Who is it? Will I lose my experience?" Nanfeng felt slightly angry, and turned to look in the direction where the arrow was coming from. On the top floor of the city lord's mansion, there was a middle-aged man holding a bow, staring coldly at Nanfeng. "Oh, he is also a level 40 strong man? Then I'll kill you first, and then kill the city lord." Nanfeng chuckled and raised his gun to aim. Call out. Boom! An arrow pierced the sky and hit Nanfeng's eyes. It was so fast that it created a sonic boom. Nanfeng didn't dodge, and pulled the trigger fiercely. Call out. The light blue beam of light shot up into the sky, swallowing up all the arrows in an instant, and then hit the opponent's shoulder hard without losing its power. Boom! Wandering Dragon Beam Cannon is infinitely close to the speed of light. After shooting, it is basically impossible to dodge. Only by predicting the dodge before shooting can you have a chance to dodge. The middle-aged man didn't have any time to dodge, and his shoulder was smashed to pieces. His face turned pale. He jumped off the roof and ran wildly out of the city. Nanfeng directly unfolded devil wings and flew into the sky, chasing after him. "Each of you can hit you twice and run away. Is this okay?" At the same time, outside Linjiang City, after Linjiang City Lord took a shot from Nanfeng, he decisively fell from the sky and used magic power to seal the wound on his abdomen. On the other side, General Gosiai was almost stunned when he saw the city lord, and was so frightened that he trembled all over. He gritted his teeth and got up from the ground, wanting to escape from this place. But Xiao Luo's clones blocked him in front of him. "Yo? Want to leave? Have you asked me? Oh, friend, are you trembling?" MC Xiao Luo came for a freestyle, and together with other clones, he killed Gosiai again. Countless sword energy is rising again. "City Lord, save me!" Gosiai yelled at the top of his lungs. He tried his best to block Xiao Luo's attack, but as the saying goes, 2 fists are hard to beat with 4 hands. How could a knife in his hand block 30? Knife? Upon seeing this, the seriously injured city lord of Linjiang City was about to come over to help, when a sense of crisis hit his heart. He quickly retreated more than 10 meters, and where he had been just now, a light blue beam of light blasted a big hole in the ground. Too horrible. The lord of Linjiang City looked horrified. He raised his head and glanced at the devil-like south wind in the sky, and then ran towards the woods outside the city without looking back. Behind him, Gosiai let out a miserable scream. Lord City Lord, save me!" Xiao Luo rushed forward quickly and chopped off the dog's head with a knife. A warm current surged into Xiao Luo's body, causing his experience value to skyrocket. "It gives me so much experience." Xiao Luo took a deep breath and fixed his gaze on the small ball of light floating out of Gosi's body. Inside the light ball, there is a looming long-handled sword, which is Gosi's natal magic weapon. Xiao Luo stretched out his hand, and the ball of light was absorbed by his 7 stars thunder. A golden light flashed across the blade that was originally surrounded by electric arcs. This battle was fruitful. Xiao Luo took back all the clones, picked up the dog head, and threw it up the city wall with all his strength. Gosiai stared angrily at everyone in front of him. This scene made the city defense troops on the city wall shudder. The general is dead. Look! Those invaders are coming! Outside the city, after Xiao Luo eliminated General Gosiai, More than 500 chosen ones rushed towards Linjiang City with shouts. Go! Kill! Brothers in front. Leave some experience for me. Attention everyone. Those who surrender will not be killed. Don't kill civilians. The city defense troops lined up in panic, preparing to fight. But how could these soldiers, who had not fought in a war for many years, be the opponents of the chosen one in Nanchang? Soon, a city defender threw away his weapon and raised his hands. I surrender. I surrender. Beside him, another city defense soldier cursed angrily. Fool! Do you think they will let you go if you surrender? Wang Yuanming's stick stopped on the head of the surrendered city defender. You surrendered? Right. Okay. Go register outside the city. As he said that, Wang Yuanming raised his long stick and looked at the city defense soldier next to him with an unkind look. What about you? I surrender too. I surrender too. The city defense troops, who were calling others fools, just now threw away their weapons and became fools themselves. Hey, I'm so cowardly. Wang Yuanming muttered something in a low voice, picked up the long stick and rushed forward shouting. Bah! Take a stick from me. Old Huang. This battle went much smoother than expected. General Gosiai was beheaded on the spot, and the lord of Linjiang City was seriously injured. The remaining city defense troops had long been frightened out of their wits. How could they dare to resist? Everyone wasted no time trying to escape. So less than half an hour after the war started, all the city defense troops in Linjiang City surrendered. It's boring. It's boring. I just killed 2. And they voted. What is the difference between this and 15 shots? It's not as good as having more experience in hunting ferocious beasts. It's okay. If you kill fewer people, you will feel less guilty. Chung Yamo arrived late with the first guerrilla team. He rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Hey, where is Su Zurin? He asked me to lead the guerrilla team in a circle and lurk in from the south gate. When I come in, you will all be finished. Everyone laughed when they heard this. It wasn't that Su Zurin's tactical arrangements were not good, but that Linjiang City was a bit weaker than everyone expected. Can you believe that such a big city was captured in about half an hour? None of them were so fast when they hit Black Crow Peak. In Linjiang City, in a small alley that no one cares about, Nefeng killed the middle-aged man holding the long bow with one shot, and stretched out his hand to touch the small ball of light that flew out of his body. After a moment, Nefeng slapped his thigh and said angrily, Siete. The level of this divine weapon is too low to absorb. He picked up the small ball of light and put it into his backpack first. We can only wait for others to reach level 40 before using it for them. There is also a city lord who cannot be allowed to escape. The south wind rose into the sky again and plunged into the woods outside the city like a shooting star.